West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Let's get it this week, all right? Let's do this. If you're back at school, back at work from spring break, welcome in. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Pope Zaza.
And
Payne.
yeah, that's something I wasn't aware of until this weekend, that Houston is becoming a big spring break destination.
I saw tweets about it. I don't get the vibe.
People got a little wild for a little while or something, and then the rodeo was all. I don't know what's going on.
There was big fisticuffs out at the rodeo on Saturday.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I feel like it was every time I kind of just scrolled through my feed. I was very busy this weekend, trying to learn how to code as a 51-year-old, but. It felt like when sometimes the media decides that, oh, we're going to paint this city over here as a vast wasteland, like some post-apocalyptic nightmare. That's what I felt like. I felt like Houston was getting that treatment this weekend. Every time I looked up, it was just, the rodeo's too crowded. There's a fight at the rodeo. Spring break's going wild. All this,
Yeah, I didn't know about the spring break thing. I knew about Amy and I were out at the rodeo on Saturday. We left long before. Because the weekend shows are always 2:45 p.m., so they're afternoon shows. We were off the premises while it was still light out, and then saw the videos the next day. Yeah, so that was, I saw that. The whole thing about Houston being a spring break destination, that's a last 24 hours thing for me. I'm like, oh, okay, I had no idea, and I saw some people like, boy, Houston should really lean into this new thing as a destination for spring break, and I'm like, I don't know. I kind of like it. It's a little quiet down here and whatnot. I guess maybe it's good for the economy. I have no idea. I just don't know where you, like, if you're coming here for spring break, you always equate spring break with, I do at least, with somewhere that's got a beach vibe to it. Yeah. And granted, we're only an hour away from the beach, but that would be Galveston, not Houston. They're two different things.
Well, I'm going to show you a picture in a little bit if I can find it, Sean.
Okay.
But it's a picture that was in the Chronicle, and I feel like the Chronicle would have told us if this was.
Should I have my phone out right now, or you?
Yeah. Well, because I'll send you a link
Okay.
if I can be sure I find the right one.
Okay.
That's not it.
Yeah. This is good radio.
Anyway, no. There's a picture of some people hanging out at a beach.
Yeah.
And it's like nice, like relatively clear water. There's people in bikinis and everything.
Yeah.
There's a big American flag. But then it's with the Houston skyline in the background.
Okay.
And this does not look like bayou water.
Okay.
I don't know what, I just, I don't quite get it. But it doesn't anywhere on there say that this is AI generated or anything.
No. I'm wondering if it could be one of those man-made communities or something like that.
Well,
that
I would think so. No, it looks like they're downtown.
Oh, okay.
Or it just, the
that's
Houston
fake.
skyline is right in the back.
They got you. You got got.
No. I refuse to have gotten got if I'm on. Oh, you know what? They linked me to DefenderNetwork.com. So this is not this apparently is not a.
Wait, I'm so far outside of what I feel like I should know you're talking about right now.
No. It's. I thought I was clicking on a Chronicle link. It's
being
actually
led by a blind person right now.
It's the Houston Defender.
Okay.
And they used what's clearly a doctored image.
Okay, gotcha.
Are you looking at the picture? Look at the picture.
Did you send? Okay, here we go. You sent it to me. Yeah. Yeah. That's definitely doc. Yeah, there's nowhere in Houston that's like that.
Not a single bit.
And the
For
title,
one, the hill is far too high.
Is Houston the new spring? Right? Is Houston the new spring break location? Now that I'd heard over the weekend, had not seen this picture yet of people taking selfies on a beach that doesn't exist. So no.
I did. I looked at it. I got excited. I was like, where is this in Houston?
Yeah.
I felt like they turned one of the bayous into one of those man-made lagoons or something.
Well,
I could just go down and go to the old swimming hole down there under Bagby.
They will someday. They will someday. So did you have a nice weekend, my friend?
I did. Okay. I was excited just to watch you kind of get wrapped up in the World Baseball Classic.
I got very wrapped up in it. This is where I tell people I'm reiterating now because I did have people coming at me yesterday when I was tweeting about it. Clearly, I was watching it last night. I was looking forward to it. I looked up. Amy and I were out to breakfast. I'm like, what time is this game tonight? I can't wait to see Skeens go against the Dominican Republic. Let me reiterate. I am not anti-World Baseball Classic. In fact, I am pro-sports watching when I'm not used to watching these sports. I've said that many times. I'm not used to watching meaningful baseball games in the middle of March on a Sunday night. So I'm all for that. I just don't want any Astros playing in it. And I tell you this, Alex Rodriguez, so for those who didn't see it last night, the Dominican Republic and the United States faced off in what was honestly being built up like the gold medal game in the Olympic hockey. Like, this is one of the biggest games in the history of international baseball. And so I sat down and watched this game last night. And in the first couple, and I will tell you, emotionally, I was more attached to the gold medal hockey game than I was this baseball game last night. I just don't have an emotional attachment to the United States baseball team. There's too many guys on that team that I'm used to rooting against during normal baseball time. And thus, like when Aaron Judge struck out with runners on second and third and less than 2 outs, I laughed. Like I don't. If the U.S. had lost that game, at least through the first few innings, I would have been like, okay, I'm here for the good baseball and to watch this environment and watch everybody get into it. But then Alex Rodriguez said, I saw this video while I was watching the game. This is a video of Alex Rodriguez in the pregame show saying this.
How big is it in your eyes?
You can feel it, Kevin. You can feel it in the air. There's a buzz and a vibe. This is the kind of game you dream to play in. And look, this is the U.S. best team they've ever assembled. This is the best Dominican team that's ever been assembled. You have the best offense against Paul Skeens, the greatest pitcher alive today. But for Dominican Republic, Kevin, this is going to be the biggest game in the country's history, because they want to become and establish themselves as the king of baseball. The pride and the joy and self-esteem is tied in to whether the Dominicans win or lose tonight.
Okay, that was it, Seth. Right there. The biggest game. And once I heard that this is the biggest game in the history of the other country, USA. That's
right.
It was.
That's right. Wait a second. There's a chance for me to destroy somebody's joy.
Thank you.
This is what sports is all about.
Thank you. So I'm being transparent here. My emotional investment in that game had way more to do with the ruination of the greatest night in the history of Dominican baseball than it did any sort of Yankee Doodle dandy flag waving that I was doing.
Oh, you want nice things?
Yeah.
Well, I've got news for you, buddy.
Here's the Skeenster. Take the Skeenster.
Do it for Livy. Do it for Livy Dunn.
Oh, my God. Yeah, for Livy. So I heard A-Rod say that, and then I heard J-Rod, Julio Rodriguez. He actually said this earlier in the weekend.
Winning the World Baseball Classic or the World Series? You can't choose, can you?
No. I mean, being honest though, like I love the Mariners. They know I give my best for them every single time that I step on the field. But winning a World Baseball Classic will be top of the list. You know, this is for my country, this is for my town, this is for my people, my neighborhood, like everybody in the Dominican Republic. So I would say winning the World Baseball Classic will be number one.
Okay, of course, Julio Rodriguez, a member of the Dominican team, who got beamed on the hand last night.
Yeah.
He stayed in the game, but I'm watching this. I'm going, okay, how would that feel for Mariner fans if Julio Rodriguez suffered an Altuve injury a day after saying that game is more important than any games he plays for the Seattle Mariners, who pay him $30 million a year or whatever?
Yeah. Well, I get it, though. I mean, the one quote from Omar Lopez, who's Venezuela's manager, it made me actually feel, boy, you're going to hate me for this. I felt bad for Altuve not participating in the World Baseball Classic.
Okay.
Because this is what Venezuela manager Omar Lopez said. My country right now is celebrating. It's extremely happy. It's on the streets. They're drinking right now, and that makes me happier than anybody else in this world because this is the only thing I can do. This is the only thing I can do for my country.
Yeah.
Remember, Sean, Venezuela is currently at like 475% inflation.
It's bad right there.
They've had like 100,000% inflation since 2018. Yep. It's bad.
It's bad.
And when you put it in that context, and especially the background some of these guys came from, I feel like I get it now, and I feel I feel like, all right, Americans don't care as much about the World Baseball Classic as a lot of other countries do.
Right.
But I get it and I can appreciate it. And just like you, I don't want them to feel any joy when they're facing America.
When they're facing, I don't want any Astros in it. And I get what you're saying about feeling bad for L2. And we should mention Venezuela and Italy play in the other semifinal tonight. Yeah. And those are both big upsets. You know, they one of them, I forget which one, knocked off Japan this weekend, and Shohei knocked them out. So Italy and Venezuela sort of play, like last night I think is viewed by many as the de facto championship game, the Dominican versus, even though Italy beat the United States a week ago, I think that game is viewed as a championship game. But, yeah, Venezuela, that's a great quote from Omar Lopez. And I've never denied the passion that the Latin American countries, or maybe really any non-U.S. country, feels about the World Baseball Classic. I just don't feel it. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Japan lost for the first time in 11 games. They won 11 or 12.
Yeah, they were the defending champs, too.
Yeah, and Bob Nightingale, that guy from the Dodgers Media Corps, Los Angeles, the entire city of Los Angeles.
He's with USA Today.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, he's USA Today.
Why does he feel so much like a Dodgers writer?
I don't know, because the Dodgers win a lot, and he's writing about them.
That's right. No, I'm thinking of somebody else out there. But he said Ohtani experienced something he hasn't had a lot of experience with, which is failure. To which 400 million people responded, Angels much?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you remember he was with the Angels? To his credit, I think the headline was painted a little differently than how he wrote it. He basically said recently, because in the World Baseball Classic, Japan has been really good, and obviously the Dodgers have had a stroke of success.
The problem for Nightingale is he tweeted that. And so it's not like somebody wrote the headline for him. Yeah,
right,
I thought the same thing because I put it in the rundown. I'm like, look at this. And Nightingale, we should point out, Nightingale's a frequent guest of Area 45. He comes on with them a lot. So his voice is on this station quite a bit. But I rolled my eyes at that too, like, something Shohei's not experienced, failure. Like he's in the Angels. They didn't go to the postseason while he was there.
It is. You know what? Writers used to try to get away with that and say, well, the headline's misleading. I don't write the headlines. But there was somebody else that had written something kind of nasty about the Texans a few weeks ago. I can't remember who it was. And his tweet was exactly the headline.
If you
tweet, nope, you don't get to say it. Once the headline is your tweet, you put it there on your personal account. That's what you're saying.
You used your fingers, your digits to put it on there. So
your squirrely newspaper writer thumbs.
It was a really fun. I mean, I stayed up and watched.
I'm just joking, Jonathan Alexander. Your thumbs are immaculate.
They are beautiful thumbs. Jonathan Alexander likes to use handwritten notebook stuff to put up on Twitter.
That's why you and him are kindred spirits.
We're simpatico, man. Yeah, we're simpatico. It's a hell of a game last night. If you missed it, the U.S. beat the Dominican 2-1, the Dominican Republic, and it was an awesome game. It was very tense, a lot of big moments, so that was cool. I did enjoy it. Don't come at me with, hey, you hate the World. No, I don't hate the World Baseball Classic. I was thrilled there were no Astros playing in it. All right, Evan Brown, Seth. Evan Brown. The newest Houston Texan. So everybody wanted a left guard. They wanted a center. The Texans signed a guy who played both of those positions a lot over the last few years. He was banged up last year. He was an Arizona Cardinal last year. Signs a one-year deal worth up to $3.5 million. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say I've watched all the Evan Brown film in the world or even any Evan Brown film. I'm just going by what aisle they were shopping in.
Yeah.
It feels like a Laken Tomlinson situation.
Well, Laken Tomlinson, I think with Laken Tomlinson...
I'm here for you to talk me out of that.
Right, yeah. I think this is where it gets frustrating sometimes because people act like that every signing needs to be a marquee signing. They're gonna, even if the Texans had signed Wyatt Teller or Joel Bitonio or one of the bigger names available on the guard market right now, there's a good chance that they also might have signed an Evan Brown. Mm-hmm. It's not a either or, because they've been linked to Wyatt Teller. I don't know exactly how much substance there is there. They tried to sign Elton Jenkins, the guard who went to Cleveland. Those are more solid. Okay, we can throw this guy in as a starter. Evan Brown's a guy that'll be competing to make the team or to compete to maybe get a starting spot. But he's a journeyman. You know, sometimes people use that word too liberally. The guy's been with 4 or 5 different teams in his career. And he's had a few good stretches, but by and large, he's kind of being a replacement level guy, and that he'll compete. But I don't think that they're done trying to improve the offensive line. They don't pencil him in at left guard immediately.
I don't think they're done trying to improve the offensive line. I do wonder if they're done shopping in free agency for offensive linemen. That I'm not sure of. You mentioned.
I think they won't be done. Okay, that's a good question. Shopping in free agency, or I would say they're never done looking to see if there's guys available for trade.
Yeah.
So I think the chance. Remember, Stephon Diggs was traded for in April.
Yeah.
The moves. Nickel kind of jokingly complain about this. Everybody looks at it as, there's these 2 different times you can get players on your team: the first week of free agency and the draft, and that's it. And Caserio looks at it as much more of a 365-day process. I went back and I kind of tried to look for where some of the games where he graded out better. Evan Brown graded out better.
Yeah.
And Seattle, lo and behold, was one of those games. He's never played against the Texans in his career.
Okay.
And he ducked them this year.
He's been in the NFC. He's been in the NFC his whole career. That's why he can't. For those who don't know his background,
but he was with the Cardinals last year too. So I kind of thought
maybe he played in that game. Yeah.
He did not. Yeah.
He missed 6 games. Just a thumbnail sketch on him before you tell us about this Seattle game. Undrafted free agent. So he's a success story. I mean, he was undrafted in 2018. So here he is, still getting paid to play football in 2026. So he's been a success story. He bounced around his first few years. He was actually a starter in Detroit, Dan Campbell's first couple years there. He was the out of the 85 games since 2021, he's played in 74 of them, and he started all but 6 of those 74 games were starts. So he's been a consistent starter throughout the last few years. He's not been a consistent performer in the last few years. The rep on him, Seth, is solid pass protector, not great in the run game.
Yeah. I think that.
Tell us what you saw.
I would say he's just not remarkable in any regard. Yeah. It's a 1-year contract for up to $3.5 million, which is the same. That's probably the same contract Naquan Jones got. And some people might be saying, who? The guy that they signed at the end of the year to play defensive tackle when everybody else was injured. They re-signed him to a 1-year, $2 million deal or something. So it doesn't. You don't read anything into it other than that he's going to be on the team. He's going to have a chance to make the team. And depending on whether they sign another free agent or they draft an interior offensive lineman, he'll have a chance to start potentially.
Yeah.
So, John Crumpler, the doctor, he's now a doctor, by the way, who
gabbles in Texans coverage when he's not performing surgery on people.
He's not saving people's lives.
Right.
He kind of laid out a strategy this weekend that I think is pretty accurate, and it's something you and I have talked about, which was on the defensive side of the ball. They've got some marquee studs, obviously, on the defensive line, but they've also done a really good job of getting the best out of guys like Tommy Togiai or getting the best out of a guy like Sheldon Rankins, guys who aren't huge names or incredible talents or what have you. And I think that's what they're trying to do on the offensive side of the ball. And a lot of that just hinges on whether Cole Popovich is really a genuinely good offensive line coach.
Yes.
And
is he the Rod Wright of the offensive line?
Right. Rod Wright, the defensive line coach, has done a great job of it. They're hoping that Cole Popovich is like his old mentor, Dante Scarnecchia.
That's right.
Which is a tough thing to just hope for because Dante Scarnecchia is one of the best offensive line coaches in the history of football.
What are you hoping for? This guy's a Hall of Famer. That's what.
I think that John laid this out as well. But it's a good strategy. But also remember that on the defensive line, they do have a couple of guys in Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson who are just genuine studs.
Yes.
No matter what scheme they're in.
Yeah.
Or no matter who their position coach is. So on the offensive side of the ball, that's great. You can get a credible level of performance. But if you want to have a genuinely good offensive line, you got to get some studs in there at some point.
Yep.
And that's where the draft or in the short-term free agency, even if it's a 35-year-old Joel Bitonio, at least that ups your talent level somewhat. And then if you draft well, and that's the part that everybody gets hung up on, is, okay, so all we need is for Cole Popovich to be as good as Dante Scarnecchia, and we need the Texans to draft offensive linemen really well.
That's it. It's just a 2-game parlay. That's all that is.
It's very simple, but very hard to do.
David Montgomery, one of the newest Houston Texans, newest running back, met with the media on Friday. Why did he want to come to Houston so badly? How does he feel about playing with C.J. Stroud? We'll hear from David Montgomery coming up next. Oh, Beck's Prime. I love Beck's Prime. My daughter's in town this week, and
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
David Montgomery is one of the newest Houston Texans. Texans adjusted his deal, so a little like when they traded for Joe Mixon a couple of years ago. Joe Mixon had like 1 year, $5-6 million left. They just ripped it up and gave him a new 3-year deal, which is obviously now been terminated. They gave David Montgomery, Seth, he had 2 years left on his deal. So it's still 2 years left. Maybe they got scared off a little bit by the 3 years with Joe Mixon and doing a third year. So they readjusted his deal. He got a little bump up in pay. So he's basically got a 2-year deal for a little over $16 million, which I still think is great value for what I expect David Montgomery to give the Houston Texans at running back. I expect him to give kind of what Joe Mixon gave the Texans, which is a competent guy who can go get tough yards for you. Get you 1,000 yards in a season.
If there's one overall theme so far from the moves they've made on the offensive line, it's that I think there's an emphasis on physicality. I think that Braden Smith is a more physical player as a run blocker than Titus Howard was. I think that David Montgomery is the type of physical back that is great in short yardage, breaks tackles. He's always lowering his shoulder at the end of a run. That so far has been a theme. I think we'd all love there to be, bigger names attached to it and more transactions perhaps. But when D'Amico Ryans got up at the Combine 2 years ago and said there needed to be a culture change in the offensive line room, I think he probably could have said it about the offense in general. And I think that they've started moving in that direction. Mm-hmm. I like that part of it. I'm still not comfortable about the offensive line, but the one big positive is that, all right, I think they're on the right track. This feels more like the type of offense that Nick Caley and Cole Popovich want.
Definitely. I would agree with that. Here's David Montgomery met with the media over Zoom on Friday, and they asked him why. Reportedly, Houston was one of his primary destinations to want to get sent to. Why was that?
Definitely, Houston was definitely the place that I wanted to go if that was the case, which it was. I think for me, it just you look at the whole organization as a whole, right? I was in Detroit. It was a very successful organization, and I practiced against Houston a couple of times, and they've always been like the hardest team to practice against. You can kind of tell like the morale, the kind of mentality that both sides of the ball and that Coach Ryans brings to the table too. You also get to look at yourself like, dang, if I ever had an opportunity, I would love to play for a guy like that. And look, I'm here now getting to play under a guy like that, and I want to kind of come in and show these guys that, I could kind of hang with the big dog.
Yeah, that's I got really excited when I heard him talking about how hard Houston practices was one of the things that he admired about them. That's the opposite of a vet mentality of a guy that just doesn't, hey, I'm proven. Practice is overrated, all of that. You only get away with that if you're Allen Iverson. There's nobody else in football. Even then, if Allen Iverson were a football player, I'd be a little bit more frustrated if he talked about if he scoffed at practice.
Hey, Allen Iverson was a football player back in high school. You ever see his tape?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. Not to get off on a tangent, man. Allen Iverson was good. He was good.
So I liked that a lot, and I think again going back to the culture and how do you get the offense to operate more like the defense? That's the right kind of attitude. It's always you never quite know if a guy's going to fit in or not when he comes. He might be the best, most solid citizen on earth in one environment, and then get to another one, and it's just not the right fit. I feel like by virtue of him basically saying that he'd like to go to a place that runs kind of the way Dan Campbell operates it, which is a lot the way. I feel like those two are simpatico in a lot of ways, different personalities and everything, but their teams have a lot of similarities when it comes to the culture and the physicality and all of that.
Yeah, no, there's a tremendous admiration between the two of them, too, when they've been asked about each other and whatnot.
Yeah, the Lions' defense has been accused of being too violent at times.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have. Here was David Montgomery. I was interested to hear about this. On playing with C.J. Stroud, what are his impressions of his new quarterback?
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, he a dog. He cold. It's funny that you asked me that question because, CJ came out way later than I have. Dang, I sound like an old man, but came out a lot later than I did. But just kind of seeing him progress as like a rookie to who he is now and seeing like him having his highs and his lows and him still being able to come back as somebody who can be mentally relentless and still go to work every day seeing it from afar. It's like, it's a thing to see, it's always good to see how people can handle like the bad things, but it's also super important to see how well people can handle the good things that happen as well. And I think he can handle it all. And that's somebody I want to play with and, you know, be able to go to war with, to somebody who's battle tested, who's been through it all, but who's able to handle the worst too.
Sean, tell me if you're like me in this regard. I feel like I've put CJ on an emotional shelf somewhere. Like that's emotionally, I feel like I'll deal with that later. I'll do that after I do my taxes. He's sitting at the bottom of a pile of papers.
Yeah.
I realized that as I was watching the David Montgomery press conference, he starts answering this question about C.J. Stroud, and I'm almost like, all right, man, all right, come on, let's get to the next one.
Well, it's interesting you put it that way. This is how I feel about it, is that when he's talking about C.J. and he's bouncing back from adversity, he's bounced back from adversity, he's had his ups and downs. There's no doubt that he's done that throughout his life and his career, I would say. This is the ultimate test for him in bouncing back. Like that was a performance in that New England game that had the rest of the league, current and former players, essentially clowning him for the next several days. He was a punchline after throwing those 4 interceptions in the first half of that New England game. So, yeah, CJ's got a track record. I think he's a tough kid. I think he's physically tough. He's taken a lot of punishment, and he's gotten back up from it. All of those things. I don't think there's an untough bone in CJ's body. This is his biggest, in terms of coming back from something, this will be his biggest test yet, and we just don't know right now.
I think what I've seen a lot of people say is, well, let's wait until we get to the playoffs, which I feel like is an insult to James Harden, because that's the mode we were in forever with James Harden.
Yeah.
That, we'll see when we get to the playoffs. Because, he's playing top three in a top 3 type performance for most of the regular season every year. And then it's, well, okay, what do you do in the playoffs? Mm-hmm. CJ isn't at that level yet. He needs to prove it in the regular season.
Yeah.
So if you're worried about whether or not you can be emotionally engaged and checked in during the season, no. Saying, well, wait and see what happens to the playoffs, it's not good enough if he has the same regular season as last year. And then plays better in the playoffs or whatever.
Right.
It's like, no, we're waiting to see how he does in the first 6 games of next season.
Absolutely.
We want to see a better version of this offense in general, which includes CJ. Obviously.
I agree with everything you just said. The people you are speaking to right now, if he puts together a top 3 MVP performance in the regular season, will still be saying when the playoffs roll around, I'm not bought in yet.
I don't. You know what though? I agree with you there. I think nationally for sure. But it's not like CJ hasn't had good playoff performances. I think that's the if I were gonna really choose something to be upset about with some of the malignant things that have been said about CJ, it would be that it's some people who don't watch a whole lot of Texans football, obviously, are acting like that's all CJ has ever done in the playoffs. Was the Steelers game and the Patriots game, where it's a different. He's had some really good games. Now, really good games on the road. That's a question.
Yes.
I would say that he played a lot better in that Chiefs game than you probably remember.
Than the numbers.
The fourth quarter was so bad. I'm not as concerned about whether CJ has to get over some mental hurdle in the playoffs or anything. I don't think that's the issue. I think it's the overall level of his play and how does the offense operate around him. So I'm happy for that. I'm grateful for that because I'm not going to be sitting there in week 4 thinking like, just wait till the playoffs. Wait till the playoffs.
Yeah.
I will make premature judgments about him and the team by week 3 at the latest.
Damn it, will you? Yes. Hey, what did David Montgomery say on the pivot? I haven't heard this. I'm intrigued.
So are you ready to be motivated? Are you ready to be the best in the world? I want you to think about your hard scrabble upbringing as you listen to David Montgomery here.
I was so infatuated with the fear of going back home and being like everybody else that I had a choice to make. Go in that facility and figure out what you're going to do to ensure yourself a chance here, or you going to be like everybody else back at home. I've never been the biggest, never been the fastest, never been the strongest. I've never been the top guy. I'm cool with that, though. I'm cool with that because I know who I am. I'm fearless. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't scared of nothing. Like, I done been through everything. I done seen it all. I'm just trying to be the best version of myself I can be. It was more so like, bro, if you don't get in there and figure it out, it's over for you. You going back home, you gonna be broke, you gonna be serving, just like everybody else you know. And I'd be standing here
6, 7, 8 years later, standing in this moment, like I could have been that guy on TV. Hell nah, I'm gonna be that guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was on the Pivot podcast. That had to be like a package from the Pivot podcast, or were they?
Right? Yeah. They didn't play the music well.
Hit my music.
He had a boom box in the corner.
I wasn't.
He had that speech prepared.
Right. Hit my music.
No, yeah, I did.
Oh man, that's funny.
On YouTube.
He's from Cincinnati, by the way, for those who are wondering where the hometown is.
DJ on my live stream had said this, is an Iowa State guy.
Mm-hmm.
Seth, a couple things about Montgomery. His freshman offseason at Iowa State, he would go to the indoor facility at 9 or 10 p.m. to work out. Instead of going out and being the only one there, then his roommate would go with him. Then he called others to show up. Eventually, the whole team was practicing on weekend nights. Campbell brought a program with him from Toledo, where the last fall practice, the team had dozens of kids with physical challenges there. Each child had an Iowa State player as a buddy. They went through all the facilities with them. Then the marching band and the cheer squad met them as they went onto the playing field, and each was able to score a touchdown. The boy who was paired with Montgomery became fast friends with David. Montgomery went to his birthday parties, and he would just stop by their house to hang out.
Wow.
They spoke before every game in college. And he's not sure, but I bet the friendship has continued since he went on in the NFL. He's a great example for anyone to admire. Houston, we got a great person.
That's great. I love that. Was someone from your live stream?
Yeah, he's an Iowa State. He says with another Iowa State alum on the team, I'm less of a Packers fan.
Wow.
So I don't know if he's even. He might have just been. He might be a huge David Montgomery fan, who's not one of my normal viewers.
I'm looking at. I just did a little Google search on David Montgomery, just a little background to confirm he was from Cincinnati. He's got a sister who is paralyzed from the neck down. In a car accident.
There's some really touching scenes of kind of her seeing his sister before games and everything.
Didn't get to see him play. Got to see him play for the first time in the last couple of years. Whenever they played Cincinnati, I guess got to see him play. So it's pretty cool. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Headlines coming up next. World Baseball Classic. The U.S. moves on. We've got Texans news from over the weekend. The brackets are out. I think the Coogs got a nice, favorable draw in the bracket. So we'll hit all that in headlines coming up next.
My only tournament I'm worried about, Sean, is our listeners versus the county. Whichever county they live in. We're going to have the brackets.
It's our
We're going to have Jim from Attack.
610. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's start with the Texans and free agency news from over the weekend. The Texans signed Evan Brown, a left guard and center, late of the Arizona Cardinals. He's been on a handful of teams in his NFL career. He started a bunch of games over the last few years. 1 year up to $3.5 million. A depth signing. I would hope it's a depth signing.
A depth a guy that's going to compete at left guard or center, and add him into the milieu of guys that are there. I've seen some hand wringing over people saying, "Well, Ron was the first one I saw say this feels like another Laken Tomlinson." I think that when you look at that, the fact that Laken Tomlinson ended up starting or kind of starting, rotating. That was more of an offshoot of, all right, they didn't have anybody that they actually liked at left guard last year.
Yes.
So, yes, it will be a Laken. You won't know if it's a Laken Tomlinson type signing until if nobody wins the job, and that all of a sudden Evan Brown is starting and you're expecting more out of him than what he's shown in his career. Then they failed the rest of the offseason.
Yep.
But it's not. It's not the kind of move that you can look at independently and say it's a bad signing or not. He's a guy that'll come in and compete like you would have, even if they end up drafting 2 guards in the first round, they still would very well have guys like Evan Brown on their roster.
Yes.
So I'm not trying to read into it or diminish it or anything. It's just he's a guy that's going to come in and compete for a job on the roster and potentially a starting spot.
Yep. One other little bit of NFL news, and then we'll get to the World Baseball Classic and the brackets here in headlines, brought to you by Men's Tea Clinic. The Titans released L'Jarius Sneed, cornerback, who they traded a decent draft pick for and gave a big contract to a couple years ago in a trade with the Chiefs. So that answers the question of, okay, they just signed 2 guys. They signed a corner for $20 million a year and $15 million a year, and you already got L'Jarius Sneed. Oh, no, you don't. He's gone. They're going to cut him. So that answers some of that. The bigger Titans topic from over the weekend was the unveil of their new uniforms, which we will get to at 7 o'clock. There were a lot of this was almost the 5 reasons I hate you that I made, Seth, but I didn't want to give the Titans the satisfaction of getting one of our benchmark segments. But, boy, there was a lot of dumb stuff happening on the internet over the weekend.
Yeah, and it involves the Titans. And their inbred ways.
Yes, so we'll get to that.
I've got an unpopular take on that. You're not going to be happy with me. I'll save it.
Okay.
I'll save it for then.
7 o'clock.
We were talking earlier about how sometimes you got to be careful when you bring in free agents because, man, sometimes guys are a good culture fit in some places and not in others. L'Jarius Sneed, I think through a combination of chronic knee issues, legal issues, like all of these things, that it was just that was a bad free agency signing. Or a bad trade, right? It was
both.
Trade.
It was a trade, and they gave him a big contract. That's the worst of it. You traded for the right to give the guy a contract.
Yeah. So, and we're talking about it because I think David Montgomery is going to be a good fit. He's an older running back. They're always going to have a concern with older running backs and injury issues, but he seems to have wanted to come here specifically because of the culture.
Yes.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's very cool.
I don't know if I've ever seen a running back in a press conference, in his opening press conference, twice mentioned the defense of the team he's coming on to as the reason he wanted to be here.
Yeah.
Because he loves the way the defense plays, and then he likes the way the team practices.
Yep. That's great to hear, man. Great to hear. World Baseball Classic, the United States beats the Dominican Republic last night. Great game. Just a fantastic baseball game. 2-1, the final score. Paul Skeens gave the U.S. over 4 innings of 1-run ball. It's, they're not going to throw their starters
He
more
went
than
4.
He went 4. He went a colossal 4 innings. Yeah, he was on they're all on a pitch count.
There's all rules. Well, that's like Japan. They weren't allowed to bring Ohtani in mid-game. Like every pitcher has all these restrictions on what you can and cannot do.
And that's good. I give a lot of grief to the World Baseball Classic. It is good that they at least recognize that part of it. That hey, these guys do have day jobs, so they get paid millions of dollars. So the United States is moving on to the finals. They'll face the winner of tonight's Italy versus Venezuela game in the finals. The brackets are out. It was Selection Sunday yesterday, and I think the Coogs got a really nice draw. They're the number 2 seed in the South, so they'll face Idaho in the first round in a 2 versus 15. They could face the Aggies in the second round. The Aggies are a 10 seed. They play St. Mary's in a 7 versus 10 game, so we could get Aggies versus Coogs in the second round. That would be a whole lot of fun. But if the Coogs make it past the first 2 rounds, which they should, the Sweet 16 and the Elite 8, Toyota Center.
Nice.
So that is nice, including a possible rematch of last year's title game. The 1 seed in the Cougs region is Florida. So we could get a rematch of last year's championship game at Toyota Center in a couple of weeks.
It's rare enough when you get to play the Sweet 16 in your home city, but also on a court owned by your college team's owner.
That's right.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. That's a nice draw.
I'm saying that tongue in cheek, but not in a bad way. I like that. I like that. I look at Tillman Fertitta as the owner of the Cougs basketball program.
You can take your pick. You can either play it at the arena that he essentially controls, or the one that has his name on it here in town. One of those two. The other Texas schools, TCU's a 9 seed in the East. We mentioned A&M; they're a 10 seed. Texas Tech is a 5 seed. They're going to play Akron, a 12 seed. There's 4 play-in games. The first 4 coming up Tuesday and Wednesday. 3 of them involve teams from Texas. The Longhorns play NC State for the right to be an 11 seed. SMU plays Miami of Ohio, who was undefeated for the season until they got upset in their conference tournament. They're going to play for the right to be an 11 seed in the Midwest. Prairie View, shout out Prairie View. They're going to play in a play-in game against Lehigh. All right, so those are your headlines. 7 o'clock hour coming up. We'll do Acknowledge Me. We got a lot of acknowledgments from over the weekend that we'll get to. We'll do that at 7:20. The Titans unveiled their new uniforms. I say new. There's only one thing new about it: the logo on the side of the helmet. I'm curious how Houston fans feel about this. I know how some Tennessee fans feel about it. And probably the 3 or 4 dumbest things that I saw Titan fans saying about this on the interwebs. We'll get to all of that coming up next. Stay there.
Texans' new running back David Montgomery isn't just a power. West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the big thing online this weekend around here, at least on my timeline, and probably some of this is my own fault because I engaged. Yeah, I engaged with some Tennessee people. But the Titans unveiled their new uniforms, Tennessee Titans, and these aren't just a version of their Titan uniforms. These are brand new uniforms they're going to wear in every game. So this isn't the color rush. This isn't the equivalent of the Texans' head-to-toe battle red uniforms. These are the new uniforms. So whatever history the Titans have had with the old dark blue scheme, with the Titans logo that had the flames shooting out the back of it, gonzo. They are basically now wearing the Oilers uniforms with a Tennessee, the T inside of a circle in place of the oil derrick.
Yeah.
It's basically like you went to AI, took the Oilers uniforms and said, replace the oil derrick with a T inside of a blue circle, and that's what they did.
Yeah,
it is.
That's
and they're good. And they're good-looking uniforms. I'm not.
I hadn't even thought about the fact that the old logo obviously would have been like the biggest offense of all, I guess, because that's the Oilers uniform.
Right.
Or it wouldn't make any sense in Tennessee either.
No.
This is funny because I feel like people in Tennessee who might not even in their heart of hearts really like that the Texans are going back, or that the Titans are going back to the Oilers uniform. I feel like they're entrenched, and they're upset that anybody in Houston might be upset about the uniform choice.
Yes.
So it's making them love it, even though beforehand they might have said, no, we don't want old Oilers stuff. The Titans are the team that we watched go to the Super Bowl. The Titans are the team that we've known ever since they were when they were in Memphis. They were still the Oilers, right?
Yes.
By the time they moved to Nashville,
they were the Tennessee Oilers in '97 and '98, the first 2 years in Tennessee.
I played against the Tennessee Oilers. And, even I, as somebody who played against the Tennessee Oilers, think that this is trying a little too hard,
right?
To go back to something that nobody in the state of Tennessee nobody in Tennessee is nostalgic about those days up at the Liberty Bowl in Memphis.
No,
that one lost season up there, they were awful.
And I don't know how many. I do know of people that followed them, not literally, but like their fandom followed them to Tennessee. Not many. Yeah. Most of the people I know are Houston Texan fans, but I know of a few. I have a couple friends who still root for the team up there. I don't know how you can do it. My equivalent of that is I grew up a Hartford Whalers fan, and they up and moved to Carolina and became the Carolina Hurricanes. And I want nothing to do with any of the history or any of the heritage. Or when Carolina has Whaler Night, I ignore it. I don't. I have friends that actually fly in to go to Whaler Night down in Carolina. I'm like, what are you doing? They abandoned our city. And I think it's the same thing here. The Oilers abandoned Houston to go to Tennessee. The notion that you've got people who are native Tennessee folks who don't care at all about the Oilers, I think is an accurate one. I saw two things for the most part. Tennessee people who feel a little put out that they just completely flushed what the Titans had been uniform-wise down the toilet and made them the Oilers. And then the second kind of faction that I saw was, yes, Titan fans who like the new uniforms. It seems mostly because it pisses Houston off more so than they love the uniforms.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and it's and then I think if you're a Houstonian who's angry about it, you shouldn't feel any shame if somebody says you mad, bro, online. They said it's okay to say, yeah, I'm mad.
Yeah, I'm mad.
Yeah. What? Is it illegal to be mad online these days? Of course I'm mad.
There was a lot of that.
I feel like some people in the social media world don't realize. Yes, if somebody gets under your skin or something, if an individual does, all right, you take that as an L on social media.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that you're not allowed to be angry at something in life in general, okay?
Right.
Yeah. There's most of the people are saying, are you mad, bro, or whatever, are themselves deeply unhappy inside.
Yes. I want people to weigh in on the base power text line on this. The Titans, someone says the Titans tee looks too much like the Tesla tee, that the Adams family is going to get sued by Elon Musk.
Oh, that would be awesome.
That would be amazing.
That would be great.
Go, Elon.
That would be incredible.
Get her. Yes. Here's I think Jared Stillman,
it is the actual T shape didn't change at all. It's just it's more prominent now because you can see just that T. It's the same T it's been since before Tesla was founded.
Yeah, it's just a circle around it now. It doesn't have the flames shooting out the back of it like it used to. Jared Stillman is a streamer on YouTube who's a Titans fan. He's on Mad Dog Radio as well on Sirius XM. I think he kind of encapsulates the native Tennessean who has no care at all about the Oilers' history, how they feel about this.
I hate the new uniforms because they are the Oilers uniforms with 3 stars on it and the word Titans instead of Oilers. That's it. I hate the new uniforms because what I feel like it represents, what I feel like is happening here, and that we, the people of Nashville, the people that had NFL yes signs in our front yard, we, the people that demanded Bud Adams not name the team the Oilers, we, the people that packed the then Adelphia Coliseum, we, the people that went down to Atlanta, Georgia in an ice storm and watched our football team lose by 1 yard, we, the people that took pride in being so loud those first couple of years that teams were committing false starts, and we are all just being kicked to the curb. And we're being kicked to the curb because even after 30 years of being the Titans, I guess Amy Adams Strunk and the Adams family has just never gotten over their divorce from the city of Houston.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Okay, I have an unpopular take about this, Sean.
Okay.
And
unpopular with who?
I don't know with anybody that's that just think this is all just Amy Adams Strunk trying to stick it to the city of Houston.
Okay.
I do think that Amy Adams Strunk, for all her faults as an owner, and I'm not going to hold her responsible for the sins of her father, I think she does have a genuine love and affection for the players that she grew up watching with the Oilers.
Oh, there's no question about that.
And so when it comes to, like, Alvin Bethea, Ken Houston, Robert Brazil, like those guys, Bruce Matthews and Mike Munchak don't count because they were part of the Titans also. So those guys get plenty of love in Nashville.
Over, yeah.
But I see this with great players whose teams move cities. They're almost all of a sudden like orphans that did all these great things for the franchise, but the people in the new city don't really adopt them and love them the way that they would in Houston with the Houston Oilers if the Oilers were still here.
Kurt Warner is an orphan.
Right.
St.
People
Louis,
in L.A. don't care all that much about Kurt Warner.
Right.
And, just like people in St. Louis didn't care all that much about some of the Dickerson or some of the great all-time Rams.
Yep.
So I think that part of it, I think, is a little bit more complicated than, it's Amy Adams wanting to stick it to Houston. I think it's also Amy Adams wants those guys to maybe feel like more of a part of the franchise still, and for current fans to be able to look at some of those pictures of the old guys and say, look at Robert Brazil.
That's fine. I just counterpoint to that, and I'm kind of siding with Jared Stillman here, which is that's fine. Put him in the Ring of Honor, have an Oiler Day. To swap out the entire uniform, if that's your motivation, to make sure that Robert Brazil feels at home, is a pretty drastic move.
Yeah.
If a big enough part of that fan base feels alienated at all by this, and I think at the end of the day, I just like my team to wear cool looking uniforms. I don't get attached to a certain uniform. I just want them to wear cool uniforms. For example, when the Rockets won the 2 championships back in the 90s in the ketchup and mustard uniforms, which are awesome, iconic, those are the original Rocket uniforms that I remember rooting for that team in. And then they switched to those silly dark blue pinstripe cartoon Rocket, big baggy shorts right after winning 2 championships in those. Like that to me was a bad move uniform. I just want my team to look good. I think the uniforms look fantastic.
This is because the other thing that people bring up is like, hey, look at all these other teams like the Colts or the Rams or whomever else where it's largely the same uniform. They don't change it all that much. They change cities and they keep the same uniform for another decade or what have you. Yeah. Those teams do it all the time. Yes, I agree. However, the difference is, to Houstonians, I think it feels like, all right, you changed your entire look, you changed your uniform completely, and now you're trying to take it back. I feel like if your wife goes back to her maiden name after you divorce her, but then all of a sudden you become famous or something, and she's like, "Oh no, by the way, I'm taking your last name again. I like that. I like the name Rockefeller."
I like that analogy.
Yeah,
I like that.
And you're like, hold on a second, I thought we were divorced.
Well, the elephant in the room too is the timing of all of it. Like they had put the Oiler uniforms in mothballs for years, and then in 2023, all of a sudden they dust them off when they know that the Texans are going to be releasing new uniforms within the next few months that have that H-Town blue in them. I don't think it's a coincidence that Amy Adams Strunk all of a sudden is making the Oiler color scheme a thing in 2023. It had been sitting on a shelf for 2 decades, and 6 months before the Texans, or however many months, 5 months before they're revealing their new uniforms that have hints of that blue or close to it in them. Hey, we're going to be the Oilers. We're going to have 2 games over the Oilers.
She's like a dog who is sitting next to a food dish that was full of food.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, somebody comes close to the food dish.
Right.
And it's,
now I'm hungry. Yeah.
Snarling at you.
Right.
So she's snarling at her Oilers uniform food dish.
Yes. She's a snarling dog, that Amy Adams Strunk. Some of the stupidity, oh my God. Some of the stupidity from these Tennessee people. Let me read this tweet. This is from Taylor Hurst. He's at TitansMan97. Doesn't matter how much they whine or how much they cry, no amount of complaining or wallowing in self-pity and misery will change a thing. One fact remains. The Oilers-Titans history are forever solidified under one franchise, and it's not the Texans. They will never return to Houston. That ship has sailed. Amy set that in stone this week, and I'm grateful to her for it because I no longer have to defend it. It's who we are and who we've always been.
Wait a second. Good job with that, straw man, bro. Oh, you don't have to worry about the Oilers returning to the Titans returning to Houston again,
I retweeted it. I said, wait,
that's
these
the
people
dumbest person who's ever lived and used ChatGPT to craft a tweet.
Concerned about him moving back to Houston. What are we doing?
That sounds like ChatGPT.
Yes.
That's something that AI would create.
Yep.
That person did not write that. I refuse to believe that person is that stupid if they're a genuine Titans fan to say that that's what he takes from this. Like, oh, don't worry, everybody. We know for sure they're not going back to Houston because they changed back to a Houston jersey.
We need to timestamp this. This is the first time you've ever given somebody from Tennessee the benefit of the doubt on being stupid.
No, but I didn't even realize how stupid it was until I said it out loud.
Yeah.
Because it's not just... Okay, A,
that ship has sailed, Seth.
There was no fear about the Oilers. There's no fear about the Titans going back to Houston. But that, B, if there were such a fear, I don't think that changing back to the Oilers jersey is the thing that would make me feel like they're not going back to Houston.
Yeah.
That's an astounding amount of stupidity.
Yeah.
On so many levels.
There was I saw a lot of this, too, that of Titan fans saying things like... here it is. This is another Titans fan, TLT Sports Talk. So why don't the Rockets, Astros, or Coogs have this color if it's so near and dear to y'all's heart? Never even seen a city try to lay claim to an effing color. Y'all weird, man. I had to remind this particular person that, dude, it's your owner that is suing people over this color.
Suing educational institutions.
Yes, sue the University of Houston.
Look, I understand in Tennessee, you guys don't want to hold higher education in very high regard. You have to import a bunch of students to go to Vanderbilt.
That's right.
And other than that, it's pretty much like, oh, you got through 7th, huh? Good job. Time to go to work. Marry your cousin. Yeah. So, but still, I feel like even in Tennessee, they'd have to think that suing a public university for intellectual property rights is a little bit extreme, and yet she did.
Yes.
She laid claim to ownership of that color. I also don't like being, again, we've already established Tennessee doesn't care much for thinking and such, and yet I'm being lectured about intellectual property laws by a bunch of Tennesseans.
All
right,
thanks,
it did.
Bro. It turned into a back and forth, like because I screen grabbed, I Googled it, screen grabbed the Google, and so it showed, yes, she sued. Here are the institutions that she sued, and the reply from this troglodyte who I was going back and forth with was, it says right there that they were getting sued because they were trying to make replica uniforms. I'm like, no, it was about the color. Nobody was trying to make an Oilers uniform.
He read the highlight. He read the headline. He read the headline that was a little inaccurate.
Yeah. So, text messages on this from the Base Power text line. I was born in 1998, so I have literally no attachment to. I hate this text page. I have no attachment to those colors. Also, if the Titans came back, I think they would. Never mind. I hate the text page. Someone just says I don't give a bleep about the Oilers. I think
we lack the technology to.
This is a Tennessee level text line that we have.
There are approximately. Give me the over/under, Sean.
Yeah.
How many students at Vanderbilt are from the state of Tennessee?
Oh, okay.
So Vanderbilt, high admission standards, a lot of smart people there.
Private institution?
Yeah.
It's private, right?
Probably. I don't know.
Well, that makes a difference.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Definitely.
Yeah, public would mean you get state tuition. I would say, what's Joe, you're just asking the percentage. I would say from the state
No, I'm asking the total number.
Well, I don't know how many go there.
What's 7,300 undergrads?
7,300 undergrad. I would say that there are 400 people from the state of Tennessee.
133.
Wow, 400, and I overshot it. Wow.
Yeah. That is pathetic.
Does it say which state has the most, or is it just a very diverse?
Like Illinois has 126.
That makes sense. Oh, Chicago kids going down there. Best comment of the day so far from Seth. You got through 7th grade. Congratulations. Go get a job and marry your cousin. You just said that, Seth.
Well, no. I mean, that's not even something that's untrue. They had Ben. Do you have the clip of that? The
first cousin marriage will probably be illegal soon in Tennessee.
I forgot it was that good. That was the headline on the local news. First cousin marriage.
Whoa.
Play it again, Ben.
I know we've played that on the show before, but it hits different right now with us talking about these people.
Yeah.
Hit that.
First cousin marriage will probably be illegal soon in Tennessee.
And that's
a resolution.
You can tell that's from a news report that was on television. That's not from like back in the day where they'd pull out some scroll in the middle of the town square in the 1800s. That was recent. Oh my God!
Well, because remember there was
how many weddings do you think? How many weddings do you think got canceled because of that ruling coming out?
Oh, I know. Yeah. They probably tried to sneak in under the deadline.
Yeah.
You know.
Yes.
I don't think they could put that one up to referendum. You can't have a referendum on whether or not they should make first cousin. Whoever wanted to push that through was like, God, no, we can't make this a referendum. The people will vote. It'll be a landslide victory for first cousin marriage.
You got to force that. You got to force that legislation.
Everybody's going to be out there with their cousin spouses and their uncle mommies and all that. Yeah,
eating roadkill and whatnot. Yes, Sean, you just depressed me bringing up the Rocket uniform change. Thanks for this dumbass Oiler uniform segment, Sean. Thanks! Exclamation point. I think you're being you needed this. You're happy.
I guess we've reached a an unhappy compromise in terms of using the Columbia blue, because the Texans aren't allowed to use Columbia blue, but they use one that's close to it.
Well,
it's H-Town blue, and it ain't Columbia blue, but it's close enough that you know what it means.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know if I don't know if you're like this texter who feels like thanks for depressing me with this segment, or if you're here for this. There was enough engagement going on this weekend where a lot of people, it was a big topic. It was trending on the Chronicle, the whole 9 yards. So it was a big topic from the weekend. It's going to die down. Just know that the Texans have another version of their uniform coming out sometime here in the next several months, the rivalry uniform, which I guarantee you has H-Town blue in it. So this is all gonna pop up again. All the Tennessee people are gonna go, ha, see? We revealed this new uniform, so we're renting space in your brain, so you had to come up with a proportional response, when in fact this uniform's already been in the making for a while now.
How do you like the new Titans logo?
It's much
more simplified. For those of you who haven't seen it, it's just more simplified. It looks like something out of the 1970s.
Yeah. The big thing was they got rid of the flames shooting out the back of it. I'm fine with it. It looks fine.
I think that's the trend is more towards the simplified retro type of logos now, which I guess is in line with Gen Z gets different types of tattoos than we do, and it seems like they're simple, they're smaller, than what Gen X and the millennials prefer.
Yeah. Yeah, my daughter's got a couple tattoos, and they're very simple. They're nothing.
It feels like the tattoos that a generation raised on emojis would get.
Yeah.
To me, they look
little
like
pictures. Little pictures. All right, weigh in on the Base Power text line if you got thoughts on it, 713-572-4610. Let's do some acknowledgments. We do a segment every Monday at 7:20 called Acknowledge Me. Acknowledge big performances, noteworthy things that were said, noteworthy things that were done, sometimes ironically. I will say a name. Ben, our producer, will hit the hotkey there of Roman Reigns. Reed Blankenship.
Acknowledge
I like
me.
acknowledging the new Houston Texans. It's a big welcome to town for Reed Blankenship. Reed Blankenship has a podcast with Cooper DeJean, his now former teammate, the Philadelphia Eagles, called the
Exciting Mikes.
Exciting Mikes. And they had this to say: is Reed Blankenship going to be a pregame hype man for the Houston Texans?
Bro, I'm not like a big
dude. I'm not either.
guy, bro.
I'm not either.
Bro, you before every game, you were in the huddle.
You know why?
These guys, let's go rip their heads off.
Hey, bro, it's just how I'm feeling. It's what you feel. And if that's what you feel, that's cool. If you don't feel like that, do what Dallas does and tell jokes.
Yeah, let's go, guys. Let's have fun today. Team on 3, 1, 2, 3 team.
Okay, so
making fun of Dallas Goedert there a little bit, I guess.
Is that who? I couldn't make out the name.
Said Dallas. I do what Dallas does and tell jokes. Yeah, so Blankenship is the let's bleep and go guy.
Yeah.
Before games, so he's going to fit right in.
Okay.
He's going to have to learn how to slap his own helmet like Kamari Lassiter and do some of that. And he's going to fit right into that DB room.
Oh, I think he is. I think pregame hype aside, I think he's going to be. I think he's going to be a great fit. I don't get the sense that the Exciting Mikes lives up to its name, Exciting, that podcast. The clips that I've heard, it doesn't sound like it's...
Feels a little bit more... I saw a comedian this week doing an impression of, like, the Gen Z kid.
Yeah.
That they're kind of... They're all... They got this way of moving. It's just kind of like it's a gelatin skeleton. I saw somebody call it.
Yeah.
This Matt Rife type style of talking and moving and everything. I feel like they're a little bit like that.
Yeah. Just I've seen multiple clips from it, and I'm like, I just don't know if this is my energy level that I need.
Somewhere along the way, the Kardashians filtered down into this generation to where now there's a lot of young men out there that almost talk like a Kardashian.
Yeah.
And I don't look, kids.
It's hard to argue.
Be different every generation, just whatever works for them. Yeah.
Yeah. It seems to have worked pretty well for the Kardashians.
Yeah.
It's hard to point at them and go, don't do what they're doing. I mean, it's pretty successful. The World Baseball Classic, I want to hit this. The United States WBC team.
Acknowledge me.
They beat the Dominican Republic last night 2-1 to move on to the finals of the World Baseball Classic. I know it must feel crazy to some of you that I'm even bringing up the World Baseball Classic on this show. I sat down and watched that game, and I had a blast watching that game last night. Now, I mentioned this earlier, Seth. Early in the game, I was just watching it for the good baseball. I didn't really care about either side. Even though I'm an American, I'm not emotionally invested in the United States baseball team. I was rooting for them, but if they lost, it wasn't going to affect my sleep patterns or anything like that. And then, as I do during sporting events, I had my iPad out, and I was scrolling through Twitter during a commercial break, and I came across this bit of audio from Alex Rodriguez in the pregame show. This is before the game. He said this about the U.S. versus Dominican game.
How big is it in your eyes? You can feel it, Kevin. You can feel it in the air. There's a buzz and a vibe. This is the kind of game you dream to play in. And look, this is the U.S. best team they've ever assembled. This is the best Dominican team that's ever been assembled. You have the best offense against Paul Skeens, the greatest pitcher alive today. But for Dominican Republic, Kevin, this is going to be the biggest game in the country's history because they want to become and establish themselves as the king of baseball. The pride and the joy and self-esteem is tied in to whether the Dominicans win or lose tonight.
Okay, I mean, I knew it was an important game. Obviously, it's an important game. It's a semifinal of a big world tournament and whatnot. I had no idea that this was the most important game in the history of this country. Once I found that out, Seth, Oh, I went and got my red, white, and blue American flag sport coat on, and I was waving flag. I had my Uncle Sam hat on in my living room, man.
I feel like there might be some Dominican players from the 2013 World Baseball Classic champion team that might be like, hey, we did win this, in 2013.
Oh, that's a great point.
Felt like that was kind of a big deal at the time.
That's a great. Now, did they have to go through the United States to win that one?
I don't know. And they also, as he pointed out, that these are the best teams that they've ever faced. So they've always had major league players playing in it, but
they got big names.
Yeah, they've got some big names now. So I think. I'd be curious. There's probably a quote out there right now from some 2013 Dominican Republic championship team.
Yeah, well, he's also, A-Rod is also on the pregame show for the TV network that it's on. There's always that element of, like, the latest one is the greatest one, that kind of thing, too. So there's that. So I want to acknowledge them. I want to acknowledge the Team Italy. For their unlikely run here. They play Venezuela tonight, also kind of dark horse. In the other semifinal, the United States will face the winner of that game. I'm kind of here for an Italy versus United States rematch. That was a big upset earlier this week that put the United States teetering on the brink of not even making it to the knockout round. Mm-hmm. The only thing about this whole Team Italy thing, they're all a bunch of fringe MLB Americans, like from North Jersey and whatnot.
Right.
Like that. There's no Italian accents or anything like that?
Yeah. That's
I want some real Italians on there.
I don't, and this is the part that it's hard for me too when I see American-born players go off and play for Italy.
Yeah.
What are we doing here? Like
They should at least.
If this is supposed to be somehow. This nation against that nation, everything.
Yeah.
And I know there's an element of this in the Olympics, too. I'm like, all right, are we representing our countries?
Yeah.
Or are we representing our genealogy charts? I don't know. That feels particularly un-American.
I do. No, I'm with you. I remember you and I talking about this, I think, off the air late last week, and I felt the same way. And then I saw an interview with Vinny Pasquantino.
Yeah.
And if there's a more Italian name out there than Vinny Pasquantino, show it to me. But he's on the Kansas City Royals. And he was talking about, I guess he's a first-generation American, like his parents came over.
Yeah.
And so he's through this process of getting qualified to play in this, he's learned a lot about his genealogy. And there was a sentimental angle that he was playing to it. Didn't talk me out of how I felt before, but I at least have an understanding of how he feels. This is my feeling. If you're on the Italian team, you should at least have to, during the tournament, talk with an Italian accent.
Yeah.
At least during the tournament. Just give me an Italian, let's feel like we're playing Team Italy, not Team Hoboken, New Jersey.
Yeah, you got to, and just do maybe just one of the words or something. It doesn't have to be full-blown Italian accent.
Right.
Just something, play it up a little bit when you're talking about linguine or mozzarella or something.
Yeah, mozzarella. You have to say it like that. You have to cut off that last syllable.
Which isn't how Italians say it, but yeah.
That's how the ones I watch on TV.
New Yorkers
that's how they say it.
How they say it in
the ones
Italy,
I watch on TV. I've never been to Italy. Those are the only ones I know. The ones I watch on TV. All right, Yordan Alvarez.
Acknowledge me. Went to school with a lot of downstate Italian Americans.
I get all my Italian from The Sopranos.
There's a whole notion of what it means to be Italian. Had nothing to do with the nation of Italy. Yeah.
Right. Yordan Alvarez said,
acknowledge me.
Thank you, Ben. Says his swing is, quote, almost there. He hit his first home run of the spring on Saturday, 108 miles an hour off the bat. 6 for 22 in the spring, but he's swinging better of late. Last 3 games, 8 balls put in play, 6 with an exit velo of over 103 miles an hour. He did not look good to start things here in spring training. Now, spring training, you work through things, small sample size. Yordan Alvarez is the most important player on this baseball team this year. So it would be nice to see him heading out of spring on an uptick here, and he had an uptick weekend, so that's good. I will acknowledge that.
And especially him finishing with a 272 average after starting off as abysmal as he did, I think tells you it's kind of what the arc has been since the abysmal start.
Yep.
I think that we've also gone through spring training from Espada talking about how much they're going to try to limit his appearances in left field, to now it's almost like, we'll probably have to give him a break from left field every now and then.
No,
he can't be out there all 150.
You know how I feel about it. I like it. I like that Espada is like kind of talking it into existence. I don't think it's too taxing on Jordan to play left field.
He's not talking it into existence. Jordan is basically bullying his way into existence. Jordan never once basically said he was happy with being relegated to DH as much as possible.
Yep. I want to acknowledge the Astros starting pitching.
Acknowledge me!
A Major League best 1.46 ERA in spring training. They've only allowed 31 hits in 55 innings. I don't know if you saw this, Seth, last week. You know, I was big on the Mike Burrows thing after 8 1/3 innings, and you had to kind of pour some cold water on me with that one. 4 more shutout innings in his last start last week.
Yeah, he's looked really good.
He's looked awesome. The sample size is growing.
Sean, you're not allowed to talk about spring training without acting like you can't read anything into spring training. I will say, the sum total of everything on the pitching side of things, that's a really good sign.
Yeah.
You spread out all the pitchers over all the innings, and they've been better than anybody else in the league. Not going to read too much into it, but that's a very good sign. So thank you.
Christian Javier having a nice start yesterday was a big deal. Hit 92.3 on the gun. That's the fastest he's thrown the ball in spring training. 56 pitches, 38 strikes. Big thing was 11 swing and miss. His first start of the spring, he had 1 swing and miss in like 40-something pitches. So maybe the invisible was working. And most importantly, he didn't give up any runs. Because the other 3 guys that were kind of etched in ink, there were 4 guys, I think, coming into spring training who were locks to be in the starting rotation. Hunter Brown, Tatsuya Imai, Mike Burrows, and then Christian Javier. The first 3 guys are killing it right now. I think between the 3 of them, they've given up 1 run all of spring. Javier looked like garbage his first 2 starts, but he looked good this last one. The starting pitching, the hitting's been terrible. They're the worst hitting team in spring training. They're batting below 200 as a team, but the pitching has been awesome. So there's that.
So I'll do that. I'll read into, the sum total of everything on the pitching has been great. Awesome. Combined, the 0.33 ERA from those guys.
Yeah.
But the hitting, don't worry about it. It's just spring training.
They're working on things.
Yeah. They're just working on things.
They're working on things.
The pitch selection and whatnot. I'm glad that they're not getting any hits because they're just they're gonna start off and just being very, very careful about it, and then they'll slowly play a little bit drunker.
They'll be better for it. Yeah. Ryan Presley.
Acknowledge me.
The former Astros closer, Seth, the newest member of the pregame and postgame coverage of the Astros on Space City Home Network.
Oh, that'll be good. I like watching guys in this element, and baseball players especially. They're my favorite former athletes. I feel like there's more good former baseball players when it comes to moving into broadcasting. And maybe it's something about just the way the strategy and the technique and everything is so important, yet it's still when baseball players talk about those things, I think it's easier to grasp without getting overly technical about it. So they tend to do well.
Yeah.
And I expect he'll do well.
They've had good ones. I mean, Brian Bogasevich does a nice job on there. Josh Reddick, I think, is really good when he's on there. And now Presley will be on there. I wonder, there's only so many games to go around. I wonder if they're going to go with, they at times have done this where they've gone with 2 players and a host. And at times they go with 1 player. No, I say all this to say, I wonder if he's stealing reps from anybody or if they're getting rid of anybody to make room for Ryan Presley. But I'm anxious to see how he does on that.
A lot of times with the former ball players, it's more like, all right, listen, I know you don't want to work 162 days a year. So the more guys they have on the roster,
that's true.
That have names especially still, you sprinkle them in here and there.
Yeah, and it could mean he's doing 10 games this year. Who knows?
Yeah.
But he's part of the coverage now. Texas Tech football's strength and conditioning staff.
Acknowledge me.
Saw a meathead video over the weekend from Brenneman. I think Alex Brenneman is his name. He used to play tight end for Bill O'Brien at Penn State. He's got a podcast now. And
he gets a lot of good interviews.
He does. It's a good podcast. The episodes I don't have it on my regular downloads, but he's had O'Brien on. I'll always listen to a Bill O'Brien interview.
Yeah.
So he does a good job. For whatever reason, he was visiting Texas Tech, and he took a trip to the weight room and was talking to what I'm assuming is their strength and conditioning coach. And he revealed that, I'm assuming this is true, they don't have any dumbbells less than 40 pounds in their weight room.
Yeah.
In other words, we're only lifting the heavy stuff in the Texas Tech weight room.
Yeah. Brenneman said, love this. No shortcuts. To which a much better football player than Brenneman ever was said this. Hopefully just performative for social media and not actually true would be wildly absurd and irresponsible. Also, jumping straight to 40 pounds would literally be a shortcut, so no shortcuts doesn't really apply. This got a lot of run on
Who was the football player, Seth, who said that? You didn't say it was J.J. Watt who said that. You just said a football player.
Oh, it's J.J. Yeah, sorry.
You just said a football player much better than Brenneman.
Well, I'm looking at his picture right now.
Which is a lot of people.
People should have known that I was talking about J.J.
10,000 people.
I'm clearly looking at his picture on my computer.
I was waiting for it. Yeah, J.J. Watt said that.
Yeah, this got meatheads riled up on either side of the aisle on this one all this weekend. I never participate in any of these. I would side with J.J. on this. I think that look, back when I was benching 500 pounds, I was still using sub 40-pound dumbbells for certain things. It's stupid. This is the most meatheadish of all meatheadish things.
Honestly, I think JJ nailed it in that first sentence. Unless this is performative for social media.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any chance that there is a college weight room that doesn't have dumbbells in it below 40 pounds?
I don't know if it does. I feel like they're doing nothing for the rotator cuffs or rear delts or anything like that. Probably they don't give a damn about form. You can watch bodybuilder videos of dudes that are just the most yoked up ever doing stuff with lighter dumbbells.
Of course.
I feel like, the thing is, though, it's not like Texas Tech is just some podunk, program or something.
No.
The part of me is like, okay, I wonder what their is this like a special weight room just for certain exercises or something? I don't know.
Yeah. That make you more or less likely to go to Texas Tech if you were a high school recruit?
Make me more likely to want to talk to their strength coach. Find out if he's just got an actual method behind this or if he's just a complete meathead.
Yes.
It could be one or the other.
Yes.
I really try to stay out of any debates about weightlifting or nutrition or anything because, God, people are just annoying about it.
It's crazy. Yep, it's crazy. All right, that is acknowledge me. We acknowledge
The fun part of that, though, was the people responding to JJ who didn't realize who JJ was, or saying like, "You can do lateral raises with 40 pounds. What's the big deal?" Oh my God! Which, and again, I'll go back when I used to be a big, strong guy.
Yeah.
No, there's times like when you're doing lateral raises that 40 pounds is too much if you're trying to use good form, depending on where you are in your workout.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I'm sitting here saying absolutely like I've ever lifted a weight more than 40 pounds. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Mock draft injection time, our first one of the week. We've got some new ones out there. CBS Sports, Josh Edwards, has a new 3-round mockaroo post-free agency, or at least the first week of free agency. Who's he got the Texans drafting? I think Texan fans, even with the signings in free agency, I think they're still ready for an approach like Josh Edwards has. We'll tell you who he's got the Texans taking coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln. I will tell you what we took the last time. We didn't take it. We bought it.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, mock draft injection time. People love the mock draft injections. One power-based text line texter says, "You guys doing your own mock draft injections would be more interesting than listening to you comment on strangers' mock drafts." And then it says ISJ. I think you mean IJS. I'm just saying. I don't think you mean I'm saying just. I'm just saying.
I'm saying just. I like that better.
Here's the thing, is that, one, that would require Seth and I to each have a mock draft, which I think we could do. I mean, anybody can make one. Anybody can have a mock draft. It's just putting the name. But then we would be done. Like, we're not going to change it every day. Even if it's strangers, it gives us a chance to comment on their opinions.
Yeah, if I really like one guy so if every other day that guy falls to the Texans and I'm like, here we go, we got him again, Sean.
Yeah.
For the 7th time. In 8 days, we've drafted Caleb Banks.
Now, McClain used to do that. McClain used to do like a mock draft a week starting in February all the way up to the draft.
Yeah.
And he would have the Texans drafting a different player every time.
Well, I mean, you can unless you're picking number 1 overall. You know, how things play out above you are going to affect that. Yeah,
that's true.
What Sean is trying to tell you, dear listener, is that we're far too lazy to be doing that.
That's a good way to put it.
Stuff. We don't create, we react.
That's a good way to put it. So Josh Edwards, who this texter is calling a nobody, CBSSports.com. He's one of a handful of CBSSports.com NFL writers who have a mock draft. He's got the newest out of all of them. This is all after teams have made purchases in free agency over the last week or so. So we'll page down, as we always do. We'll start off with the Texans at pick 28, the 28th pick in the Josh Edwards, CBSSports.com mock draft. The Texans select someone who, I think we had this guy in one of the mock drafts last week, Max Ianachor, the offensive tackle, 6'6", 321 out of Arizona State. Edwards says this: Houston signed Braden Smith in free agency, but the sense seems to be that he'll play guard. I don't know that there is a sense yet. Do you get a sense for what Braden Smith is going to be doing for the Texans yet, Seth?
No. I think I think there's a lot of speculation, and I think that they don't know whether he's going to play guard until they find out what happens in free agency, the draft, and training camp. So I think there's a chance he plays guard. I would imagine that they're and people just hate hearing this because people ask me, well, what do you think their plans are for him? And I think he'll play either tackle or guard, depending on how everything plays out.
If they draft Ianachor, I bet he's a guard.
Yeah.
Because you'll have Ianachor and Trent Brown out there, right tackle.
Yeah, if Ianachor wins a starting spot. I really have zero appetite for going back to the days of Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs where they just decide, well, he's a second-round pick.
Yeah.
We'll start him. There we go.
Yep.
Yeah, Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green right there. Just the line we always dreamed of. But, I think it's all going to depend on how everything plays out. I think they like Braden Smith partly because they feel like they could play him at tackle or guard.
Mm-hmm. So that's the 28th pick. This is actually a 3-round mock that Edwards has. So let's hit some of these. Other picks with the 38th pick.
Well,
go ahead. What were you
we didn't talk about Ianachor at all. As far like he is late to football, and sometimes I get annoyed when people say that, and it's like he started playing his sophomore year in high school. No, he didn't start playing until he was in community college. He came from Nigeria when he was 13 years old.
He's a soccer player back in the day. Yeah.
I haven't checked my track and soccer. Usually, whenever I discuss a Nigerian player, I text ND Kalu about it.
Oh.
But I didn't. Last Nigerian player I texted ND Kalu about was when Nick Emenwari's mom, Justina, basically said she didn't understand what all the hype about the Super Bowl was.
Downplayed the Super Bowl, yeah.
ND said a true Nigerian parent after the Super Bowl, she'll probably ask him about his plans for grad school and why. Usually something like, "Why are you? This is nice and all, but you get to work on your masters, damn it."
All right. Well, you got some. What's the kid's name? Matt. You got some. Ianachor.
I got to do some research with ND Blue. The next text from ND, the last text he sent me was, "Watch Pootie Tang. It's so bad, it's good."
Oh, were we talking about bad movies or something?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
As ND and I carry on a pretty high-level intellectual conversation on our text chats.
Yeah. Hey, any of you kids out there that are worried about the prestige of the university that you go to, know that conversation was taking place between a Cornell and a Rice guy. that little exchange Seth just had.
I'm going to put that on his Wikipedia page for notable quotes. Watch Pootie Tang. And E. Kalu.
All right, let's get these other picks in here.
He's going to be introduced at some ceremony 20 years from now. I'll most remember his iconic quote, watch Pootie Tang.
With the 38th pick, Houston Texans select Emmanuel Pregnon, the interior offensive lineman from Oregon. So,
downhill blocker.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of Texan fans, even with the pickups, I say even with the pickups they made in free agency, to most Texan fans, it's probably still what they haven't gotten on the offensive line. So I would imagine if largely they're standing pat with what they've got on the O-line right now before the draft, I think Texan fans would be really excited to get a tackle at 28 and a guard at 38.
Yeah.
Two highly regarded ones.
That's what would make me happy.
Yes.
We're one of those fan bases. Look, Sean, we're a learned fan base.
Mm-hmm.
And we understand that sometimes you got to take care of the foundation before you can, build the spire.
Yes.
And that's what we want. We want a foundation
That's what that would be.
Built of really obese dudes.
Yes, yes.
Technically obese,
Yeah, their BMI and whatnot is that of an obese person. But, yeah, they're not clinically obese or anything like that. Okay, let's do the last two here real quick. The 59th overall pick in the Josh Edwards, CBSSports.com mock draft. Gabe, okay, I had to go look up how he pronounces his last name. It's spelled Jacas. It's Gabe Akis.
Yeah.
Now, he's actually from the islands. He is from, I believe, Jamaica. And played in Florida, high school, played at Illinois. So he's an edge rusher from the University of Illinois. I watched a short YouTube interview he did at the Combine, Seth, mostly so I could find out the pronunciation of his name. But then when they started asking him questions, I got kind of gripped by the interview. He is a two-time state champion in wrestling in the state of Florida.
Yeah.
As an edge rusher, which is interesting. Usually those big guys are the
interior defensive linemen are the guys that wrestling really serves you well.
Yeah, but he's an edge rusher from Illinois who played high school in Florida and is a two-time state champ in wrestling. I know you like that wrestling background.
I do. I really like. I like it for interior defensive linemen, but for edge rushers as well, especially when it comes in the run game. That's where it really serves you best.
Yep.
He's I think he spent his whole life in Port St. Lucie, Florida.
Yes,
as far as I can tell. Okay.
Yeah. His family originates from the islands. Let's do.
I like go ahead.
Oh no, what were you gonna say?
Nothing.
Okay. With the 69th overall pick, the Texans select Darrell Jackson, defensive lineman from Florida State. So this is a trenches draft. Now, Akis is an edge rusher, but he's a defensive lineman. 2 O linemen, 2 D linemen in the first 3 rounds with these 4 picks.
I think that's where we are right now on building the offensive line. We talked about this earlier, and John Crumpler had a nice little series of tweets this weekend about like building the offensive line now at this point. It seems like they're putting a whole lot of faith in Cole Popovich. And that's really, really cool as long as Cole Popovich is genuinely a really good offensive line coach.
Yeah.
And what I worry about sometimes is that, man, it seemed like we'd moved way away from trying to replicate everything they did in New England for a long time, and now it's turned right back into, wow, half your offensive coaches have been in New England.
Oh, yeah.
Cole Popovich was raised underneath Dante Scarnecchia, one of the best offensive line coaches of all time, and they did a really good job with relatively blue-collar offensive linemen. They did a really good job drafting. They had some studs there at times, but they didn't spend a lot of draft capital on offensive linemen. And it works. It works. That's not just the Patriots that have done well with that philosophy. The one critical factor in there is, Popovich better be the real deal.
Yes.
But also somewhere along the way, you got to have some actual studs. And right now, they don't have a whole bunch of actual studs on the offensive line. They gotta try to start bolstering that in the draft.
Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. All right, Rockets back in action tonight against the Lakers. Rockets got to win over the Pelicans on Friday night. They play the Lakers tonight and on Wednesday night. These are 2 massive regular season games for the Rockets. We'll discuss that. And what is Fred VanVleet thinking by saying what he said on his podcast last week? While not playing, I am questioning Fred VanVleet's decision-making. That is coming up next. But first, I'll tell you a great decision to make right now. Go to the Men's T Clinic. If you're
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll get to the Rockets here in just a second. Text message, base power text line to Seth. Seth, you've said many times you don't get too excited about any of the drafted rookies until they prove themselves, which I agree with. So why are you not more upset with the Texans not being more aggressive going after proven O-line free agents? Thank you. Enjoy your show.
Because this is where it gets a little complicated. It's kind of, you got to look at it as like a probability cloud for me, where for any one individual pick, I try not to get too excited about that individual guy. That's why I advocate throwing multiple assets at a problem when it comes to the draft. This is where I am in free agency. Likewise with free agency, usually if you throw the most money anybody's willing to throw at a free agent offensive lineman, by definition, you're overpaying. So this is where I try to walk a fine line in building a team. I don't want them to go out and just spend a boatload of money on a bunch of guys who are free agents. I would have preferred that they still have time to sign somebody that I feel good about.
Yeah.
If you're going to bring in a guy on a 2-year deal that's an older player but who can be a starter while you try to find that rookie, then cool. That's a strategy. So it's an overall not falling in love with one individual guy and that guy's going to be the magical elixir. Yes, I would prefer that at some point between now and the draft they sign at least one free agent offensive lineman, and that at some point, if you keep taking swings at the plate with your offensive lineman, you're going to get a guy that's a good, viable offensive lineman. So it's kind of trying to detach the individual from the overall position.
Yeah.
So I guess if I at any point said, "Oh, this is awesome that they've only signed one offensive lineman," I'm not foaming at the mouth about it, because I also don't want them to be stupid about it.
I think sometimes when someone says, "So why are you not more upset about this?" I think sometimes people are maybe waiting for you to flip out about something, and you haven't flipped out about it, and thus they think that you're not at least feeling some angst over it. And I know from doing this show with you for 4 hours a day that you're not satisfied with what they've done yet on the offensive line.
I've given them right now their standing grade in free agency is a C+. Right. I'm going to bump it up to a B if they sign somebody that I feel pretty good about as a short-term solution at guard or center.
Makes sense.
And it's most likely going to be guard. But I just can't, man. Look, those days have gone past. I can't be I used to genuinely get angry about so many things all the time. I'm past that age. Yeah. I just don't get angry about crap. You know what I get angry at? I get angry at people evaluating the offensive line as it is right now as something that's like, this is what they're going to roll into with the season? Yeah. This is what they're doing? Like, no, that's stupid. Yeah. I get angry at stupidity. Yeah. I also think that I might not get individually excited about any one prospect in the draft, but I'm excited about the possibility that it might work out. Mm-hmm. And the only way that does work out is, you're going to draft somebody eventually. If they draft an offensive guard in the first round, I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah. All right, let's see what this kid's got. And I hope that it works out. The dumbest thing on earth this time of year is people that get irrationally convinced that this guy that they draft is going to be a perennial all-pro. Yeah. That's just not the way it works. Got GMs that actually have to put their balls on the line and draft guys. They don't get as excited about individual players as a lot of people in the fan bases do. Right. So that's why I'm more agitated with your complaint about me not being agitated
there
enough
you go.
And than I am about the actual strategy so far.
There you go. All right.
Look, we've been through this. How many times do you have to, you go out and you sign a bunch of high-priced free agents, and it ends up being overpayment half the time, and then all of a sudden you got cap considerations down the road. It's the best strategy is to try to build slowly and organically as much as possible. I don't have a whole bunch of faith or trust that the Texans can pull that off, but it is the right approach. Yep. It's a matter of, can you pull off the right approach? That's where my current level of anxiety is from.
It's a big week for the Rockets. They are fourth place in the Western Conference right now which feels amazing because it feels like they have not played good basketball in a month and a half, consistently at least. But yet they still sit at fourth. Now, it is a very top-heavy Western Conference. There's Oklahoma City, who's 53-15. The next closest team is San Antonio, who we'll talk about here in just a second. They're 3.5 games back of OKC. Then there's this huge drop-off from San Antonio to a gaggle of 5 teams from 3 to 7 that are all within 3 games of each other. The Lakers are third right now. They are 10.5 back of the top of the conference, and the Rockets are a half game back of them. They play each other tonight and Wednesday at the Toyota Center. These are massive games for the Rockets to try to stay in that 3 or 4 spot and get a home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs. Look, they're 2.5 games from being in the play-in tournament right now. So they've got work to do. These are a couple of big games with Luka and LeBron in town tonight and on Wednesday to face the Rockets. Fred VanVleet on his podcast last week, Seth, we just went through the standings, and the Spurs are sitting at number 2 right now. The Spurs have made a rapid ascension here in the Western Conference. Not even a playoff team last year. Here in, year 3 or 4 of Wemby, whatever it is. They're one of the best teams in basketball. They're 3.5 games back at the top of the Western Conference. They're a really good basketball team. And when these two teams last faced each other on Sunday, the Spurs and the Rockets, a week ago, 8 days ago, the Spurs ran the Rockets off the floor, 145 to 120. It was a total mismatch. Fred VanVleet has a podcast. Shout out to Big Sarge, who's now co-hosting it with him. This was the first episode that Sarge was on with him. He's the other voice that you'll hear in this exchange. I don't know that I like Fred VanVleet talking this way about the San Antonio Spurs.
What's the finish line?
The finish line is to win the finals.
So, have they done that?
They haven't yet.
Have they had a playoff series?
They haven't.
Okay. So,
Not yet.
Everybody slow the down. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. They in front of us right now, literally, in the standings. Mm-hmm. And then, you could judge everything based upon they look like this or they look like this or this player is better than this player. Yeah, Wemby's an alien. Castle's a really good player. Harper looks like a really good player. Actually played with his brother in Toronto. So, I like their team they got. But, Fox was a great addition. They rolling. They're having a good year. Yeah. But, what's the finish line, though? You know what I'm saying? It's easy to say that now in the moment. And being 100, they beat our ass. They beat the skin off our ass. Yeah. But I don't remember, and this is my ignorance to the fandom and the social media verse of how we consume the game, everybody taking all these victory laps and we was just beating their ass.
Okay. So, this is how I feel about this, Seth. Look, there's nothing Fred VanVleet can do right now as a player to affect anything having to do with the Rockets. Yeah. I mean, I know he's on the bench and he's in the locker room, and I'm sure he's having a positive effect on, especially for a guy like Reed Shepherd, to be able to lean on Fred VanVleet. I'm not saying Fred VanVleet's bringing nothing to the table, and now he's out here saying things about the Spurs. What the hell is going on? But this felt like something that is going to come back to bite Fred in the ass, because I think, and the Rockets, because I think the Spurs are a really good team. I think Victor Wembanyama is a transformational player, and this is just a Rockets team right now that is not equipped to cash any of these checks that anybody writes with their mouth right now.
Yeah, I think, though, I guess part of it, though, too, is almost that, all right, the old classic, all right, how much does bulletin board material really factor in or matter or anything? I think for the fans, having to deal with that when you hear him say that, I feel like a lot of people are like, I might have to hear all this, after the Spurs do whatever they do versus the Rockets in the playoffs, I'm going to have to deal with the fallout from all of this. It's hard. It's hard to, all of a sudden, this was injected into my life. I'm like, man, I don't want to be criticizing something Fred VanVleet is saying where he's sticking up for his own team, and he was really just playing off of what Sarge had said there initially. It wasn't until the end where he gave the actual choice soundbite of, they weren't saying anything when we were beating their butts and all of that. Yep. If anything, he was giving them a lot of credit for what they've done. And just saying, hey, pump the brakes. You still got to play the tournament and everything. But he turned it more personal there at the end. Yeah. And I guess that's where the bulletin board material comes.
This is where this is the comparison I make. And you've said this many times. The guys get on these podcasts, man, and they start getting loose, and they start feeling like they're just having a conversation with their buddies, which is what makes podcasts the podcast format a very interesting listen. That sometimes you do get stuff like what Fred VanVleet just said. Can you imagine Fred VanVleet if he just got done practicing? I know he's got a knee injury, but let's pretend he's an active player for a second. And he's standing up against the wall with the media around him doing those post-practice scrums, and he said that? It'd be on SportsCenter.
Yeah.
If he was standing there in a media scrum saying everybody needs to slow the F down on the Spurs, they haven't played a playoff series yet, they would be talking, and they may talk about it today on First Take. Who knows? It came out on Friday.
But this is where, this is the part of it that I kind of appreciate, whether maybe she should have said it that way or shouldn't have said it that way. I do think that, man, when you think about taking the temperature of that team right now and you wonder what the young guys are thinking necessarily, if there's any kind of doubt about how a team can change during the season, or that, hey, we've got these issues, we got to fix it, but we can do it, and the playoffs are the playoffs, I do appreciate it as a message to the team. And I don't know, maybe a bit of braggadociousness or a little bit of bow in your chest, puffing your chest out a little bit.
Yeah.
Might actually be good for them if you need some kind of an injection of confidence, because they do have to start operating differently than they have been operating.
No question.
And I guess that if you change the phrasing a little bit, you can hear this more as, hey, look, we got the rest of the regular season to play and figure things out, and then in the playoffs, it's us versus the opponent, and that's all that really matters. It doesn't matter what you've done so far. They haven't. Everything you said was factually true. They haven't won anything yet.
No.
The Spurs haven't done anything in the postseason yet, and there's still time to be the team that can beat that team in the playoffs.
Neither has this group of Rockets, though, either.
Right, but nobody's saying that they are.
Yeah,
I think that's the right. That's exactly what I'm saying. Right, nobody's saying that they don't look like a team that's capable of beating the better teams. So what do you do between now and then to become that team?
Yeah, his mistake was listing all the Spurs. I know Wemby's this, and I know Castle's that, and Harper's this.
That's where, you know what? Yeah, and that's where when you name the individual names, that's where the bulletin board stuff does matter, man. Especially in the NBA playoffs.
Right.
It's like the emotional swings and how guys are when their ego is challenged or when their back's against the wall.
Yeah.
I think it matters when it's on that level.
He was talking about the Spurs, and that's Kendrick Perkins went off on Alperen Sengun. I don't know that there's a person in the media that hates an individual player right now in a sport more than Kendrick Perkins hates Alperen Sengun.
To the point where he won't even pronounce his name correctly, ever. At first, I thought it was just a mistake or something, but he actually, for the first time I've heard when he's going off on Alperen Sengun, he at least gets checked on the pronunciation of his name.
Sengun.
Alperen.
What up, Alperen? He makes my f***ing skin crawl.
You was calling him Baby Jokic 3 days ago.
And I switched that. He's nowhere close to what I would expect out of talent-wise, offensively. He has that, but it's a mindset, bro. Defensively. Against the Spurs, they went at him. Dylan Harper said they went at him 15 straight plays. Damn. 15. You know how f***ing disrespectful that is?
I just watched the Washington Wizards play. I know.
No, but what I'm saying is that they know that you're not going to put your feet in the ground and be willing to slide your f***ing puppies for 2 steps and take pride in defending. No Steven Adams. You're the starting center. At some point, you're going to have to say, man, you know what? I got to anchor this defense. You can't give me 110% offensively down the floor and give me 40% on the defensive side of things. I'm not saying he's the most athletic, but those guys cannot coexist.
The problem with Sengun is he's not been good at either end of the floor of late. And I think he may be one of those guys, Seth, that there's certain players that when you're getting Sengun is an offensively oriented player. We know he's not a good defender, but you've gotten better versions of Alperen Sengun defensively when he's been playing well offensively. He might just be one of those guys where it's got to be working at the primary end of the floor for him for it to be at least passable at the other end of the floor.
Well, then the thing is, we saw him play much better defense last year than he's been playing this year. And whether it's a matter of conserving energy for the offensive effort and the way they're using him this year, or whether it's his injuries or whatever it is, we know I feel like it would be less frustrating if we didn't know he was capable of playing better defense. But then on the offensive side of the ball, it's the conventional big men stuff at points. Can you screen? Like, can you do some things to help these other guys out? That's where it's suffered all around. And the beginning of that clip, in the full clip, he says Alfred Şengün. That's where she was correcting him on that. Sorry, that one got cut off. The clip I did originally, I guess I watched the whole interview. He says Alfred Şengün.
Alfred.
We've noticed that before. You can't tell whether is that his accent or is he saying Alfred? He's saying Alfred Şengün.
Yeah, is that
so she corrected him on that.
Beaumont. Yeah.
I don't. That's one of the ones where you're wondering, what is the answer at this point?
Yeah.
I mean, does Reed Sheppard operate better with Capella than he does with Şengün? In some respects, I think he does.
There's an NBA analyst from Turkey named Kaan Kural who had some quotes about Şengün on their podcast last week, and I thought this was interesting. He said Şengün's biggest problem is he isn't being used in the most ideal, efficient way. It leaves him stuck doing things that are more difficult, more complex, things he's not good at. It's a chicken and egg situation. He does inefficient things, and as he does, he tries even harder psychologically, leaning into more difficult plays. I mean, he's nailing this right now, saying this. I know Alperen doesn't usually have issues with self-confidence, but when the process drags on, you lose your rhythm and proper habits within that struggle. I think he nailed it, and he talks about the lack of a person to initiate primary action with the offense, which would be Fred VanVleet. And I said that last week when you and I were kind of listing the guys that are hurt the most by VanVleet being injured. I think Şengün is number one on the list. He's doing exactly what Kaan Kural says right here. He's stuck doing things that he's capable of doing, but they're not the best things he does. And I think it's I think it's dragging his whole game down right now. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you guys had a great weekend. Trent Brown, we just got done talking about the offensive line for the Texans. Trent Brown was on Texans All Access. What is the difference for this offseason for Trent Brown? And he gives his evaluation. Do you agree with this evaluation of Ariante Ursery? We'll hear from Texans right tackle Trent Brown coming up next.
Ready? How does Seth feel about what's left for the Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. Trent Brown re-signed with the Texans just prior to free agency beginning. 1 year, $7 million. May or may not start at right tackle. We'll see, but it's good to have him back in the building. Played well when he was healthy last year. Team was undefeated when he was healthy. His first game in the lineup was the first game of the 10-game winning streak that they went on, and then they, of course, finally lost when he was injured for that playoff game against the Patriots. So team played well when he was in there. Here's Trent Brown. Ben, let's do two first, and then we'll do Ursery. Trent Brown talking about what's different this offseason for him.
Well, I mean, really just being able to actually train. It's not really like a load management type of situation where, you can only do so much this day or so many days a week.
Right.
I can actually kind of let loose and train a little bit. And then just exciting about being able to get back to being me. You know what I mean? Like, if people think they saw, you know what I mean, me last year, then, you know what I mean, I think they'll be even more excited with what the product I'll be able to put on display this year.
Yeah, so last year he was coming off a torn patellar tendon, which I honestly – I was skeptical that he'd play at all last year. A lot of times, patellar tendon for a big man is tough at that age to come back from. And he actually came back and he played well. And whatever the Texans were hoping for, I think they probably got it out of him last year.
Oh, yeah.
The new and improved version, or the guy that can train all offseason. I think the biggest thing there is, look, he's well into his career. This will be the 12th year in his career. I think the biggest question isn't whether he can play functional football, it's can he stay healthy for an entire season if he does end up being your starting right tackle. That's why when people talk about Braden Smith moving to left guard, I don't like that. I like that for week one. I don't think that's the plan you can have going into the regular season unless they draft a rookie. So all of this, it all just depends on, unless they draft a rookie who actually works out and can be a viable player. That's the other big if there.
Yes.
So like, if they draft a guy and he works out, then maybe that's cool. But they need to figure out a better pool to pull from on the interior offensive line to where Braden Smith moving down to left guard maybe as an emergency situation, or it's a possibility, or it's an option. But I don't, right this moment, the way the roster looks, I'm not super comfortable with it.
All right, here's one more from Trent Brown. This is he was asked about Ariante Ursery, who, of course, started most of the season at left tackle on the other side of the line. He said he sees some of himself in the Texans' second-year tackle.
I think with him having all the success and promising play that he had last year, I think for me, I know at that point in my career, I had like the switch kind of flipped a little bit, like, oh, I can do this. You know what I mean? So I think he comes in with that much more confidence. And I'm excited to see it, honestly. Like I've said many times before, I see a lot of myself in him. You know, it's a kind of different start to our careers, but the sky is not the limit for him. You know what I mean? I think he can do really whatever he wants to do in this league, have as much success as he wants in this league. And he has the opportunity to really be here for a really long time. And that doesn't happen a lot with a lot of people's careers, where you can play in one place your whole career, and it would be no better place than here to do that.
Yeah, I mean, Trent Brown's bounced around. He got a big contract at one point in free agency. He came into the league as a seventh-round pick. Ariante Ursery was picked in a spot where, by definition, you are counting on that guy to turn into what Trent Brown's talking about there.
Right.
Someone who, in their heart of hearts, the Texans are praying that Ariante Ursery is going to get a second contract from them.
Well,
you take him with the 48th pick in the draft.
And, when Trent Brown says that he has a lot of similarities, I think, look, they're big guys. They're long. They've got long arms and long legs. And Ariante Ursery, he's deceptively fast. I mean, if you want to use that word for offensive linemen, he moves and covers a lot of ground in space better than you think he can, partly because his legs are so long that it doesn't look like he's moving as fast as he is. But there's a lot of his game that's still learning how to play at an NFL pad level, getting his footwork right and everything, while also being an exceptionally large human being. And I think he's made good progress at that. I think the the encouraging thing is that whenever you talk to veterans, either on the offense or defensive side of the ball, they'll point to how much he really does care about getting the technique right. And, interacting with the guys on the defensive side of the ball to give him some tests or to give him some hints and some tips and all of that. So that part of it, whether he's going to work at it or not, yeah, that's there. I don't worry about that. Now it's just a matter of getting reps, and he just needs more reps.
Did you? I don't know if you heard all of the David Montgomery press conference or not. It was really funny. As long as we're talking about Trent Brown, he was asked, David Montgomery was asked by the media, have you talked to Nick Caley yet about your role in the offense, et cetera? And he started listing some of the guys that he talked to and run into in the building. And this was pretty funny. David Montgomery reacting to meeting Trent Brown for the first time.
I talked to Coach Caley a little bit. We really weren't talking much about, like, X's and O's. It was more of him just trying to learn who I was and learn about my family, like, just real surface-level stuff. But when that time comes, we'll get to it, and we'll be prepared for however we need to. I talked to CJ briefly. He just fired up, ready to go. I seen Trent. He's a big human. Trent that's a giant. I've never seen like somebody like with pads that big outside of Skippy, but he's huge. And then you got Big Ang. I think everybody like is ready to go. I think for the most part it's just us getting it acclimated with one another and us learning each other, so they can support me how I support those guys.
That was accurate because he's talking about Dan Skipper there, formerly of Arkansas, and then with the Lions, who's 6'9".
Yep.
And I remember watching Arkansas at the Texas Bowl. That might have been the largest human being I'd ever seen on a football field. There's very rarely a 6'9" offensive lineman.
Skippy.
Yeah. That's kind of, it almost feels like calling a huge person tiny.
Yeah. Or a tiny person, Bubba.
Trent Brown is freakishly big, and there is something to that. He's 6'8", and he's 360 or 370 pounds. And in his size, especially in the Steelers game, it shows up. Like, he knows how to lean on people. He knows how to use his mass, and he doesn't move all that well, but he gets it done with sheer geometry at times. Mm-hmm. And that's the part of the game that I think he can be a good resource to Ariante Ursary, just in understanding, man, when you've got that size and that length, the angles are your buddy. And there's times where you might not be able to beat a guy with your feet, but you can beat him just by being in the right position.
Yep. We're getting some react to what Fred VanVleet said about the San Antonio Spurs. We played the audio in the previous segment where he's like, hey, man, slow the F down. Have they even won a playoff series yet, this group of Spurs? VanVleet told the truth. These are texts on the Base Power text line. VanVleet told the truth, and he shouldn't be afraid to say it. San Antonio talked crap about KD, which prompted all all of this. Okay, I admittedly didn't see the entire conversation. That's from Victor
they were
in
in San Antonio. There was an exchange. There was that. We played it last week. Remember the smack talk? Yep. That was like on-court smack talk.
Yeah.
And then supposedly it
wasn't even smack talk about KD. That was smack talk to KD about KD's teammates.
Well, the first teammate was giving credit to KD, and then that's what it was. Yeah.
He's
no. The second guy did say, no, you're not even that good either.
Oh, he did.
But your teammates are trash.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe
if I remember it correctly. Ben, if you can find that clip from last week, I don't know. And then the other. Then there was more smack talk. Somebody had called KD a naughty word or something, which that happens. Okay. It's just whether the mics pick it up or not.
Yeah. Victor also says...
I think there's a misconception sometimes that, that on the basketball court or football field or anywhere else, players are like, whoa, can I have your autograph after the game? I won't try to talk. Listen, there's like guys still talk. We hear all the stories about this rookie said something to Bird, and then Bird took him to town. Guys still they don't learn their lessons.
No.
They still talk a lot of smack.
Victor also says, where was all this understanding and grace for Jalen Green? Okay, and then the next text from somebody else. I double checked. Jalen Green, you guys wanted him gone, and this is what you get. Are you telling me that
was going to be the answer this year? That Jalen Green would just be lighting it up, and the Rockets would be one of the top two teams in the West right now.
Are you telling me that if Jalen Green were on this team instead of Kevin Durant, would this team be better with Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks instead of Kevin Durant right now with no Fred VanVleet? That doesn't solve your no Fred VanVleet problem.
I don't know. Everybody's gotten worse since KD showed up. That's all I know.
It's true.
No, it's true.
Well,
I'm not blaming KD for it.
Reed Shepard's gotten better.
Okay, yes, there you go.
Yeah, that's the one. But everybody else, boy, Tari's.
Yeah, but Reed Shepard's only risen to the level of where you might be talking about him. I was like, all right, maybe there's something there.
Dude.
It's not like any of these guys have risen up to what we were talking about, this young core being.
Yeah, no. I'm only being literal. Like, he was a bench player, and now he's a rotation guy.
Yeah.
That's the extent of it. Tari's the one that's a total conundrum right now. What did I see? He's like 11 of his last 69 from three or something.
Wait a second, though. What grace are we giving Şengün? What the hell is that guy? How are you so hypersensitive about that somehow, as we spend an entire segment talking about how Şengün has been a letdown defensively and offensively, and he needs to improve multiple facets of his game, your take on that is, how come you guys didn't love Jalen Green the way we're hearing this love fest from Şengün? How sensitive are you going to be on behalf of another man? Ask yourself that. You need to look yourself in the mirror and say, wait a second, is this who I am? Am I actually being overly sensitive on behalf of another man? The answer is yes.
Yes.
Look yourself in the eyes and ask whether that's who you want to be in this life.
Would Jalen Green be that sensitive about you if you were going through some sort of trial and tribulation?
These guys are criticizing Şengün, but how come they're also somehow being nice to him at the same time?
Right. I just think the notion that this team would be better with Jalen Green.
With his 19 games that he's played this year?
Well, there's that, yeah. There's that. Boy, he got rocked on a play against Toronto the other night. He goes up for a dunk. He cocks the ball back behind his head for a dunk, and he got swatted, I think, by Scotty Barnes. And then Barnes got a dunk at the other end. It was a bad look for Jalen Green. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here. You can keep texting in 713-572-4610 on the base power text line. There are a couple people saying, Fred VanVleet should probably slow down a little bit on the Spurs critique. All right, coming up next, let's stick with the Texans. Let's take inventory of what's been done so far this year in the offseason. And there's one signing that they had that an expert who covers the team, the former team of this free agent, thinks that this guy is going to do really well with the Texans based on coaching. We will get to that coming up next.
Coaching is good. Good to have good coaches in your life. Coaches, advisors, Trajan Wealth. I kind of think of them as my swing coach.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. We're a weekend of free agency, or at least, since the legal tampering period started.
Feels like months.
It does. Well, the Texans, it's funny, Texans Jacob, shout out to him for providing some good information, some good collecting of things. Collected all the activity that the Texans have been involved in this past week. Nick's been a busy boy, man. He's been doing a lot of stuff. A bunch of re-signings, several additions to the team. Watching some guys leave, obviously. They've had a handful of free agents leave. Guys get traded. And then a few extensions. Danielle Hunter, Dalton Schultz, Kaimi Fairbairn, all getting years tacked on to their deals. So it's been busy.
24 moves
total.
So far.
Yeah.
When it comes to re-signings, additions, subtractions, and extended.
Yep.
I guess the subtraction, I guess you call that a move. I don't know. 24 moves that involve the Texans.
Yeah. Well, and the subtractions, even, you were probably working on stuff with them. I mean, the Titus Howard subtraction is a trade. Tim Settle, I would imagine at least a couple of these other guys they were in talks with, and it just didn't come to fruition.
Tommy Townsend subtraction for a second-year punter who did not necessarily drape himself in glory last year with the New Orleans Saints.
He didn't, but did you happen to catch his highlight reel of throws while he was in college at South Carolina?
I saw that. I didn't realize there was a reel of him. I'd seen a couple of clips of him. Yeah.
There's a sizzle reel out there with about 2 or 3 minutes worth of throws that old Kai Kroger made when he was a Gamecock.
So they signed him specifically for his trick play ability.
Oh yeah, Frank Ross is twisting his mustache somewhere right now in the film room.
I didn't cry a river over the loss of Tommy Townsend, but I am. He was at least a veteran punter, where this is a little bit more of a dicey proposition.
I saw an interview. This was actually Garrett from Stressens did an interview with Greg Allman from Fox, who I guess has covered the Bucs for a number of years. He got me kind of excited about the Logan Hall signing in this interview. He's obviously been covering Logan Hall since he came into the league with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's very excited, kind of like what you were talking about, Seth, on the offensive side of the ball with, man, you hope that you're really banking on Cole Popovich getting his hand in some of this clay and being able to turn these guys into the best version of themselves. This was Greg Allman talking about Logan Hall, and a lot of Coogs obviously already familiar with Logan Hall from his time here playing college. Logan Hall working with Rod Wright. He was excited about this.
In the postseason, I wrote on Rod Wright and wrote on the Texans D-line coach, and just what a cool ascent he's had to go from being, a longtime college assistant to Miami to boom, a really quick ascent in the last 2-3 years here in Houston. So I really like Rod a lot. Was really impressed by him. So I think that's a great guy to get to learn from. I think so much of it's easy sometimes to think, they have Will Anderson, they have Neil Hunter. What more do you need as a coach to have a good group there? But I really think in terms of developing, I think he's a great guy for that and will be somebody. I mean, unfortunately for Logan's had a bunch of different D-line coaches. They had Casey Rogers here. He went to Detroit, had Charlie Strong last year. So they've kind of – it's the same defense he's been in, don't get me wrong, but he's had different people working with him. And I think Rod's a great guy for that. I think there's like I said, still some upside to Logan.
Yeah, I think with the Logan Hall, the interesting thing about it is that this might end up being a much better scheme fit for him. And sometimes, look, 3-4 versus 4-3, it gets overblown sometimes these days because defenses are they're out there, doing the same things. But I think some of the responsibilities and some of the technique that they had Logan Hall doing in Tampa really wasn't well suited for his skill set. And it's that he's a tall guy, but he doesn't have really long arms. And I don't want to get too wrapped up in a long arm versus short arm discussion, but when you think about defensive linemen in a 3-4, you really want them to be able to lock guys out and control them, extend your arms and everything. Where, meanwhile, Logan Hall is a guy with short arms for his size, but is very, very fast and athletic in short area. If he comes into a scheme in Houston where they give him more opportunities to just hit it, just get off the ball and get into the backfield, I think that they'll be able to use his skill set more than Tampa was in Tampa. And, that it's not like he's been a bust. He's a second-round pick, so it's hard to be a second-round bust if you're still a starter and you're in the league. Mm-hmm. But people thought there was more upside with him when they drafted him. I think that upside is still there.
Yeah.
So I think there's a really good chance that you end up seeing a better version of Logan Hall in this defense. And with I'm just like everything that writer Greg just said. I think Rod Wright is awesome at working with these guys. I think he gets the max out of them.
Yeah, Greg said Tampa Bay wanted Logan Hall back.
I know the Bucs, they pivoted to A'Shaun Robinson, but I think the Bucs would have liked to have him back, and I think would have been like to have him back probably pretty close to what he made in Houston. But I also get why, if you get a chance to join a defense like that, I think of the Texans as best defensive front, if not the best defense in the NFL. So get to be a part of that, in terms of what that can do over the next 2 years to elevate him and put him in position at a still decent age to get a better contract next time around, whether it's in Houston or somewhere else.
Yeah. We've been seeing that. And we're gonna see a lot of guys that come here feeling like this is a place I can attain the best version of myself for a year. And I think Logan Hall signed a 2-year deal.
You look at Tim Settle.
Yep.
Came here for 2 years, ends up getting a really nice deal in Washington. Sheldon Rankins was here for a year, got a really nice deal in Cincinnati, came back, and then got another really nice deal, except with the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
He signed with the Texans as a free agent 3 times now.
He has. Yeah,
in
sure
2
has.
stays.
Yes.
So I guess he wasn't technically a free agent, but he was 2 hours away from free agency.
That's
when
right.
When he signed it this last time.
Yeah. I just think I as a Texan fan, I love hearing that kind of thing, that, guys view this as the place we can go, and eventually I'm going to get paid more because I'm going to be the best version of myself. And the Texans have also shown that if they've got the wherewithal to do it, if he's a guy that comes in here and works and is productive and he's a good guy behind the scenes, they themselves will take care of a guy like that.
Yeah.
And I don't know that happens with Logan Hall necessarily, but I think it's I love hearing stuff like that, just about the environment in the building, with the Texans being such a positive out there on the free agency streets.
And he's definitely he's from Belton, Texas.
Okay.
Which is, I'd say, like midway between Austin and Dallas, thereabouts.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's closer to home, but I'm sure he also knows and understands the dynamic they have on that Texans defense.
Yep.
And how some of the young defensive tackles have played when they're here. Yeah, it's a good fit in a lot of ways, and obviously the Coug dynamic.
Yep.
Belton is.
How many? What's the population?
Okay. Well,
I've never heard of it before.
Yeah, it's the 5th largest city in the Kylene Temple metropolitan area.
I didn't even know. No, it's Killeen.
Yes, that's how people who aren't from Texas pronounce it, Sean. I can tell you ain't from Texas. I can tell you ain't from Kylene. In 2020, his population was 23,000. So it's not tiny.
It's not tiny.
The metro region has a population of 450,000.
Really? The Killeen Temple metro region. I didn't even know it was considered a metro region up there. It's where old Drayton McClain is from, up that way, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Should I be concerned that I share an opinion with Emmanuel Acho, Seth, a frequent Take-A-Mania participant? I share an opinion.
No, because Acho says he talks a lot, like us. When you talk a lot, sometimes you say some stupid things, sometimes you say some brilliant things.
Okay. Here was Emmanuel Acho talking about Deshaun Watson and how he thinks things are going to play out in Cleveland with the Browns.
I'm on the island that refuses to believe that Deshaun went from that good to awful.
He got Stefanski'd.
I refuse to believe it, bro. I think that Deshaun Watson needed a hard reset emotionally. I think he needed a hard reset spiritually. He's been married since. He's settled down since. I think that Deshaun Watson is going to come back and play at a higher level at quarterback than the Browns have seen in the last 2 years. It's not saying that much, but I think he's going to play better than a rookie Shedeur Sanders and a 39-year-old Joe Flacco. I think Deshaun Watson can play at 500 level. He has a positive touchdown-interception ratio since being in Cleveland. I think he has a winning record since being in Cleveland, if I'm not mistaken. So I think Deshaun Watson is going to go out there and play winning football.
Okay, he does not.
He has to.
By the way, he does not. He's 9-10. I checked as a starter in Cleveland, so he's not over 500. He's 9-10. I guess this is where I share the opinion with Acho. I mean, it is quite a thing for a guy on a hot take stream that he has to go, here's my hot take on Deshaun Watson. He's going to be good enough to beat out Shedeur Sanders. But I think Deshaun Watson is going to be the starting quarterback for the Browns in week 1 this year. I do. And I don't think and like Acho says, I don't think he's going to be great. I don't think that means he's great, but I think he's their best option next year.
Yeah, that it's the option with the most upside. It's I mean he's played much better football than any of the other options at his peak. The problem is it's been 6 years now.
Isn't that crazy?
6 years. And he's still a young man. But he's also gone through just a whole emotional roller coaster.
Yeah.
You know, regardless of his fault in that matter.
Yep.
Like there have been some swings, obviously. He's also had torn Achilles twice, and he's also just been on a bad team.
Yeah.
So, but if you're paying him the money anyway, since you're going to have to pay that money regardless, and maybe the new coach just flat out wants to see, all right, is there a chance? Do we have one last chance to see what we have with Deshaun Watson before we continue to pay him this money anyway?
Right.
Let's do it now, and we can continue to develop Shedeur Sanders and whomever else comes along. But right now, yeah, we got to see if we can reclaim some of that magic from 6 years ago.
6 years. And someone, one of those aggregator accounts, for no reason, I don't know what the reason was, posted that video this weekend, Seth, of JJ and Deshaun walking off the field together after the final game of the 2020 season, JJ's last year here, where JJ's apologizing to Deshaun for wasting one of his years. I know you know the clip I'm talking about, where JJ's just like, man, I'm so sorry we wasted one of your seasons. And it's such a surreal clip to look at now. And the surreal thing to think of now is that since that clip, Deshaun Watson has not played good football. And meanwhile, JJ has played 2 years in Arizona, had 2 kids, and been in broadcasting for 3 years now.
Yeah.
It's wild.
It's been
a long time.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
But it does it make the most sense? Let's fact check ourselves here. For me, it's easy for me to kind of gamble with Browns fans' emotions or emotions.
Yeah, and
hopes and dreams.
there's a lot of Brown. That's a great point. There's a lot of Browns fans just don't want to look at his face anymore.
They're just they associate him with every historical thing that the Browns, the new version of the Browns.
He's why we're
or
here
not
right
done.
now. Yeah.
That they just want to be done with it.
Yes.
That's the part that I guess you can't necessarily weigh from down here in Houston.
Definitely.
But I think that Todd Monken, from the outside looking in, it seems like he's said all the right things in terms of wanting to give every quarterback there a chance, including Shedeur Sanders. He's gushed about Shedeur Sanders at points. I think that Shedeur is very much, as you would have expected from the way he played in college, he's got some things he really has to iron out.
Yes.
You know, he's a more talented version of what Case Keenum was as a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
Where you can see all of the things that he did in college in that system. Because remember, Case Keenum's right up there on that list of all-time college completion percentage, too.
Yep.
He's got to iron some of those things out. So if I'm Monken, I'm not in a hurry to necessarily rush him back out on the field. And if I can find out what Deshaun's doing, like how Deshaun does in the meantime, it's a good scenario to be in, or at least it's the best of a bad situation.
All right, heading into the 9 o'clock hour. All right, this is the question Seth and I have for you, the audience. There looks to be about 7 or 8 sports radio stereotypes of hosts out there. Which ones are we? And which ones are some of our colleagues here at Sports Radio 610? We want to run these by you, the audience. Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Which stereotypes are me and Seth? That's next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast. All right, so Seth, you culled together this list of sports radio talk show host stereotypes.
Yeah, this is going through this, and I was like, oh no, am I one of these guys?
I think it's always
There's
good.
a lot of them.
I think it's good to get feedback from the audience sometimes. Sometimes it's good to take 10 or 15 minutes in a segment and just be able to get an evaluation here and do like a little self-assessment.
It's like we're doing a focus group.
It's a focus group. It's what it is.
We need everybody to text in and tell us which one of these lame bastards we are.
Yeah, or
I'm the guy that holds in burps while I talk.
We could be more than one. I don't see that on the list, but we need to add that. All right. And I think we can be more than. I think I'm more than one of these. Honestly,
Honestly, I'm just going through this list of the first one we're going to talk about is the culture guy.
Yeah, the culture
Every
guy.
discussion becomes about culture. Like this is about accountability.
Yeah.
The locker room culture ain't right.
Yeah.
Championship teams have a different DNA.
Right.
And I'm like, maybe I need to be a little bit more like this
Even
guy.
if the topic is something like run blocking technique, it needs to be about culture.
But it is. But it is. It's about. All right. I think that this might be us. We might be culture guys.
I think we might be too.
But part of it is that D'Amico himself last year said that they needed to change the culture in the O-line room.
And we were in favor of that.
We did call the offensive tackles the Instagram OTs
I think this is
for
us.
a couple of periods.
Yeah.
We didn't lean into it hardcore or anything, but I felt like there was definitely a missing grittiness to the culture in that offensive line room for a long time.
Yeah.
So I will plead guilty to this charge.
Yes.
I'm a culture guy.
Yeah, I'm a culture guy too. And I think as I look at this list, I don't think it's which one are we or which one are you or which one am I. It's how many of these are we? How many of these stereotypes do we fulfill?
I think we're in the culture club.
I think we are too.
We're every bit as much of a man as who was Karma Chameleon? Who was
that would be Boy George.
George, yes. Sean, Seth, Boy George.
Yeah, Boy George.
Iconic. Name a more iconic trio. I dare you.
Of masculinity.
I'll wait. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, next one.
All right, next one. Hey, Ben,
we doing
give us
a bell or a buzzer?
Give us a ding. We're culture guys. We're both of us. Yep. All right. All right, next one. The film guy who won't explain film.
Uh-oh.
Claims deep film study but never gives specifics. Typical phrases. When you watch the tape, the All-22 tells a different story. People who really understand the game know, and quote, but they never actually say what the tape showed. You watch a lot of tape, guys, but you explain it.
Yeah, I try to do a good job of explaining it in simple terms. It's hard when people are driving through rush hour. They don't necessarily want to hear hardcore breakdowns and everything. You know what I worry about sometimes is because I'll consciously say, as many of you know, I'll say, like, I don't want to get overly complicated about this. Every time I say that, I envision somebody who's out there is like, yeah, because he doesn't actually know what he's talking about. I worry that sometimes so I don't want to gloss over some of that stuff. But I think I do a pretty good job.
Oh, you do.
Of when I see something on film, explain what I'm seeing.
You explain it in a very understandable and consumable way, and for that I'm appreciative of you. Yes.
And I don't think I fall into that category of like, oh, they're not. We both say every now and then they're not watching the games, but that's almost when somebody says something where they're not even watching on TV.
Right.
You're like, all right, you're not watching the game.
You're not even watching. All right, so we are not that.
Unless one of our listeners says, I'll listen to arguments as to why I am that guy.
Yeah,
perhaps.
yeah. Someone said, LOL, are you all nervous about these stereotypes you're about to read?
Little bit.
Little, just a little.
That's actually one of the categories. Nervous about stereotypes, guy.
Yeah. Next one, the hot take thermostat. Everything is either historic or disastrous. Examples, best Texans move ever. This could set the franchise back a decade. Okay, no middle gear exists. I don't think we are that.
I don't think we're that. If anything, that's one of the things I feel like maybe we should be more like.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
A little bit more, just cut through. You gotta get people really agitated before they go to work in the morning.
You know who's that on our team here at 610? Lopez.
Lopez? Okay.
I think he's the closest to that. I think Lopez lives on the extreme end of takes.
The word,
and I'm not throwing shade at him at all. Look, you and I just said maybe we should be a little bit more like that.
Yeah. The reason I could never be like that is because the one defensive coordinator I had who every single film session would be saying, "That's the worst I've ever seen. I've never seen anything that bad." You're getting to the point where it's like we seem to be getting worse every single day.
Yeah, you get desensitized.
Wait a second. He broke yesterday's record?
Yeah.
I've never seen tackling that bad.
Yeah.
Ever. Not in my day. And he would lean into it. He wasn't just exaggerating. He would try to convince you he's never seen tackling that bad.
Just
then he would say it 3 times a week.
Right.
So like, we can't. It's mathematically impossible for us to be getting this much worse every single day.
We're going to get relegated to high school pretty soon here. Yeah. So I don't think either of us are hot. I mean, we have our occasional. Admittedly, I have my occasional take.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's either of us. And maybe we should be more like that. The contract math guy, obsessed with cap numbers, but not roster construction. Every segment becomes the cap hit in 2027 is the real issue, even when discussing a backup guard.
I'd say guilty of that.
Guilty. Absolutely guilty as charged on that.
And it does, especially. I mean, there's a place for it, obviously, and you got to address it. But sometimes we get too much into the weeds. And I know there's a lot of people out there that wish we would get more into the weeds.
Yeah.
But again, people are driving during rush hour.
Yeah.
And it gets dry real quick.
We're pretty good at one of us checking the other if we're going too far in that direction, I think.
Yeah.
But we are that guy. So we'll own that. Yeah.
What saves us sometimes is that I just can't. I've got no feel or taste for just talking about how lucrative somebody's contract is.
Should be, yeah.
Because I'm always just like, all right, great, yeah. And it'll be more next year.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
It's a lot of money. It's all in it's a big bucket of money.
Yep, big bucket of money. Someone just texted in, this one doesn't really fit y'all. This is what I would ask. As I read that text, we don't know which stereotype you're talking about on the text page. So it's a little like using pronouns.
We're the stereotypical guys that ask for specificity when you're saying this. Pronouns.
Pronouns,
okay?
pal.
Pronouns.
Yeah.
You got to be specific. Don't use no this or it or that.
Right,
okay?
right. It's got to be, oh, no, you guys are not hot take thermostats.
Okay. Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Former player authority. So technically there's only 2 of us in this full-time Sports Radio 610 lineup.
Yeah.
By the way, I think Reggie is a contract math guy, but I think he knows that I think Reggie's into the business intellectual stuff as far as the previous one goes.
He's got to tamp it down a little bit.
Maybe, yeah.
The former player authority, sometimes insightful, but sometimes this move happens. Quote, "You wouldn't understand unless you played the game."
Which conveniently ends the discussion.
You will never, ever catch me saying that.
You've never
I hate
said that.
I despise it whenever I see any former athlete using that. So, but I don't know. Is there do I lean into it too much sometimes?
The former player thing? No. I think you do it. I feel like sometimes there's times I need to steer you into it, actually.
Okay.
So I don't think you do it all. I think of the 2 of you, you and Clint. I think Clint is the persona. His persona is more of a former player authority, and that's not a bad thing necessarily. I just think he leans into the former player stuff. I think a little bit more than you do.
I would say like what he and I thought Ted Johnson always did an awesome job of that. Is he does a better job of kind of taking it into the locker room, which I need to do more. I need to bring you guys into the locker room. Keep your eyes up. Don't be spying and everything. Just we're not a bunch of zoo animals.
A bunch of voyeurs going into the locker room.
but just let you know what it's like.
All right, so I'm definitely not a former player authority, and I don't think you're a former player, but you're definitely not the guy that's being portrayed in this stereotype.
Definitely no authority is what you're saying.
No, you're just not the you wouldn't understand unless you played guy. All right.
This is me. This next one's me.
The concerned dad.
Yep.
Again, Seth and I are doing stereotypes of sports radio hosts and asking you so far of the ones that so far you and I are both the culture guy, and we are both contract math guy.
Yeah.
The former player authority sort of said, the concerned dad, this guy worries about everything. The offensive line, the locker room, the quarterback's confidence, whether the team is too comfortable. Tone, permanently concerned.
Right. 100%.
Yes.
Yeah, no, to this point, and I will defend myself in this. I try to take on the attitude of what the coach himself is thinking, if he's a good coach. And coaches, they're never more concerned, Dad, than when you're on a 10-game win streak.
Right.
And sometimes I'll just, because I'll point out things that definitely D'Amico is worried about, and people will get upset that I'm crushing the team. Even though I'm saying, like, okay, they need to work on this. They need to get better at this.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. They won 9 games in a row.
Yep.
What are you? Yeah, you're damn right.
Yep.
I'm a concerned dad. Have you seen your grades? You think I'm going to be happy with a B+? You know the people you're going to be competing with in the real world?
We've been trying to get you into these schools for your entire life.
Right.
We got you an SAT tutor. And
Let me
this is
tell
what
you
give
something.
us.
No, that is not your room.
Right.
That is my room that you live in. And when I say it needs to be cleaned, that's what's going to happen.
Oh, Seth is channeling it right now, man. So concerned dad, I would say ding. Boy, we're getting some funny text. Hughley's on the other end of the cap stereotype. He thinks you can wave a magic wand and make the cap constraints disappear. That is true. And that's not a bad thing to not be contract math guy. Ron just chooses not to be contract math guy. That's okay.
Is he Hughley's more on the cap as a myth guy?
Yes, I think definitely he does. I think maybe less so. The 1 2 years ago, the offseason 2 years ago, where the Texans wound up with Daniil Hunter, and Joe Mixon, and a few other guys. These, I think, came in that year. Autry. I know Ron really was portraying the cap as some sort of just unicorn myth.
Well, he's
that
had
didn't
to
really
watch.
exist.
He's had to watch the city he's grown up in trade away some of their best players.
Right.
Like Joe Tooney for on a team that's had offensive line issues
Tyreek
for
Hill.
years. You got to trade away some of your best players on the offensive line.
Okay, this one I think you and I are already getting accused on the text page of being Payne and Pendergast.
Already?
Payne and Pendergast are kind of like singers and dancers and CJ apologists. So we sing and dance and we apologize for CJ. The stereotype is the optimism merchant. Every move is secretly brilliant. Nick Caserio is playing. Okay, now some of this is extreme. I don't think we say this. Nick Caserio is playing chess. People don't realize how smart this move was. There's a plan, even when the move clearly confused everyone. I do think our show skews more optimistic than the other shows do.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
which annoys a lot of people a lot of times.
I think there's some people that like it. Like you said, people don't like being stressed out in their cars in the morning.
No. Some people like it. Some people hate it, which is good.
So
there's a plan. That's the one that resonates there. I feel like I would say there's a plan. I'm not always convinced that they're going to be able to execute the plan, but I would skew more towards the optimism merchant.
Okay, so far, Seth and I are a couple of culture guys who focus a little too much on the salary cap, and we are a beacon of optimism for Houston sports.
You sound like happy accountants.
We do. Which are
what
the
everybody
people
wants on the
everybody
radio.
wants to be around, a happy accountant. Yeah. All right, we got a couple more here. The outrage generator. I think I can do this sometimes.
Yeah.
Knows exactly what the fan base will react to. Typical format, ask an extreme question, let callers argue, sit back and watch chaos. Would you trade C.J. Stroud for 2 firsts? I think you and I have done that topic before.
Yeah. No, we've done that.
I think if you're not at least somewhat of an outrage generator, that might be one of the things that's most tied to being a successful host.
I used to, I've said this before, and I'm not even being sarcastic. I think one of my weaknesses has been that my mental health has improved over the past 5 or 6 years.
You don't get outraged
and it's
as
hurt
much.
me. I worry that it's going to destroy my career, which will not be good for my mental health.
No.
But
ironically,
I just don't get angry. I don't get angry as much anymore.
Someone said I worked you up earlier in the show when
it's because somebody accused me of not being angry.
Of not
which
being
made me
angry.
very angry.
And I said I said, Seth, I think it's not the optimism side that they're talking about with you. They're mad that you haven't flipped out about something.
Yeah.
It's not that you're too it was about the offensive line.
Yeah.
It's not that you're too optimistic about the offensive line. It's not that we haven't heard extreme pessimism from you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And then you proceeded to get outraged about that.
I went to a Buddhist retreat and told them I needed to find anger in my life.
Right.
And they just kind of looked at me like with that placid look on their eyes. It made me very angry. So I said, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And I went home.
So I would say a ding on that. We generate the appropriate amount of outrage. Last one. Old school football guy. Everything comes back to the same points. Run the ball, stop the run, toughness, discipline. Analytics are treated like a suspicious new vegetable.
All right. I feel like I'm on the. I feel like I try not to go overboard with it, but there are elements of that to me that, I would say I'm only partly guilty.
Old school.
I've been found liable in a civil court.
Old school. Who's the most old school football guy at Sports Radio 610?
It's probably Clint.
Probably
right?
Clint. I think so. Yeah, probably Clint.
The problem is sometimes people act like using the phrase "establish the run" is almost just you're a caveman or whatever.
Yeah.
And I feel like those are people who try really hard to be smarter than they actually are.
Mm-hmm.
Because like Kyle Shanahan's only goal in life is to embarrass you with the rushing attack.
Yeah.
And people will routinely talk about how he's the smartest play caller and everything. And yet somehow they'll also say, yeah, but establishing a run is a myth.
Mm-hmm.
They want to, but I'll if I had to be guilty of it, I'll be guilty of old school football guy. I think D'Amico's an old school football guy. I think that D'Amico on one level just really thinks it all boils down to playing with good technique and being more physical than the other team.
Yeah, he's very old school that way, no question. I don't count. Number one, I don't count Seth as a former player, as someone who can't stand former player talk. I guess a lot of people, because you're one, you're funny, and two, you can do any number of topics outside of football. I'm not saying Clint's not funny. He can't do topics outside of football. I just think Clint is more the former player than persona-wise.
The biggest thing is like where some former athletes fall short is that they don't understand like that's not anything at all. The experiences and knowledge you have from having been a player needs to be something that forms your opinions and is a part of an explanation for your opinions. But it can't be the way you end the argument.
Yeah.
It's like that's just it's like a dad saying that's just the way it is.
That's just the way it is.
Because I said so.
Yes,
yeah. Okay. Well, I guess there's nothing to discuss here.
People are sending in their other stereotypes. The nerd that considers comp picks to be the holy grail.
Yeah.
That's Gladstone. That's the magnificent Gladstone. A couple more here, and then we'll hit the break. You guys are optimistic and truthful, and that's how I feel we are, too. I don't feel we're, like, blinders on. The optimism in the morning is nice. Save the gloom and doom for later in the day. That's what someone just texted.
After the world has beat you down a bit.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. We're here for the sunshine. All right, Payne and Pendergast, keep texting in. These are funny texts you guys are sending in. 713-572-4610.
Next, if Payne and Pendergast were a drug, which drug would we
Which
be?
drug, yes. All right, how did Houston do as a host for the World Baseball Classic? I'm legitimately curious of a like kind of wide consensus opinion, but at least one national voice said we killed it as a host of the WBC. We'll tell you who it was coming up next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. If you've been in a dicey
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Seth and I are just doing accounting during the break. That's all. That's because that's what the people want. They want, like we said, they want happy, optimistic accountants in sports talk radio.
That's right, or at least that's what we are.
That's what we are.
If you don't like it, deal with it.
Literally what we were doing during the break.
Deal with it, USOP.
Yes.
We're happy accountants.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah. So if you missed it, we did a segment. The previous segment was Seth and I going through about 8 sports talk radio host stereotypes. It turns out we fulfill about half of them. And there's a couple that we should be fulfilling more probably. And we'll work on that. We'll go back and look at the film and we'll work on that. So we just hosted the World Baseball Classic, or at least a decent chunk of it here in Houston. Several games. Sounds like it was awesome. I mean, I watched a couple of them on TV, and you guys know my vitriol towards the World Baseball Classic through the prism of the Astros. As an event, knock yourself out, and it looked awesome, and I watched more of it this year than I have in the previous however many years it's been in existence. I sat down and watched multiple games from beginning to end involving the United States.
You know what you did? And it started off as it was almost like you were somebody that started listening to or watching a political commentator who was on the opposite side of the aisle.
Yep.
For you.
Yep.
Like let's say hypothetically, you're a Democrat. Old lady who started listening to Rush Limbaugh because you listened to him.
Right.
You just hated him so much, and you started listening. But then over time, you started realizing, like, oh no, I think I like Rush Limbaugh.
I think I enjoy this.
Yeah, that's who you are right now, and you're re-examining your everything you believe in the world. Yeah,
I would say it's an interesting analogy. I would say it's more like I knew of Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah.
I had a bunch of people telling me how much I should be listening to Rush Limbaugh, though. And I'm like, okay, telling me how amazing it was, this World Baseball Classic. And I'm like, all right, it's not on my radar. I don't need that. And then all of a sudden it did pop up on my radar, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I kind of enjoy this event, and I don't want any Astros playing in it still.
Yeah.
I stand by that. But I had a blast. I mean, last night's game was an awesome baseball game. It was great. How did Houston do as a host? I've heard good things. John Morosi, who is a national baseball reporter, tweeted this out last night, Seth. Yesterday afternoon. Thank you, Houston. Perfect host for the @WBC Baseball, the World Baseball Classic. Grateful to the Astros, MLB, and MLBPA for creating a wonderful environment for teams and fans.
Ooh.
The FIFA World Cup has chosen wisely with this host city. And then tags the Dynamo and then a Sirius XM channel on there.
Yeah, look, if there's one thing that if you want to take a weakness and turn it into a strength, Houston's expansive size can be a strength when it comes to, hosting a bunch of people and, from a bunch of different places. There's a lot of places we can cram people.
The World Cup's going to be
city.
bananas.
Yeah.
It's going to be crazy.
And I think that largely, when the last time the Super Bowl was here, I can't remember a lot of complaints about I guess the problem with the Super Bowl is that everything they tend to consolidate everything into a couple spots, and then it's hard for a bunch of people to get to. The sense I get from the World Cup is that the events and everything surrounding it are also pretty spread out too. So it's not going to be as much of a pain in the butt for people.
Yeah, the thing with the Super Bowl is that unless you're one of those cities where everything is a walk or a short cab ride away, that's why New Orleans is amazing for Super Bowls. Everything is right there. The French Quarter, the hotels, casinos, the Superdome are all within either a very short cab ride, Uber ride, or they are walkable, and at a time of year where the weather is walkable. I think Vegas was very similar to that too. Maybe not quite as walkable as New Orleans, but everything was along the Strip, everything. It's tough when you're a city, and I think San Francisco ran into this at the Super Bowl. And I'm probably talking about things now that very few of you care about because most of it is, hey, Radio Row is here, and the media party is way out there, and the stadium's over here.
But it's relevant to people coming in for the World Cup and
Definitely.
how the experience will be.
Yep. So I think the World Cup's going to be bananas. It sounds like we did great. I didn't go to any of the games. From everything I saw online, I kind of wish I cared more about it because it sounds like the games were super fun. The atmosphere was great. I saw Chandler Rome say on his podcast that, and I need to go see how Astro fans reacted to this, that the atmosphere at the USA versus Mexico game, which was at Daikin, was better than 80% of the Astro playoff games that he's been to.
Oh, really?
Not just 80% of the Astro game. I mean, look at the atmosphere. It was probably better than 99% of the regular season games with the Astros because people were going crazy. But he said it was better than 80% of the playoff games he's been to in that building before. I don't know if that was Chandler trying to fulfill the one of the 8 stereotypes of a beat writer, which is generate outrage. But yeah. So that was his assessment of the whole thing.
I was just kind of curious about, because somebody had told me a while back, like, when the Airbnb prices are going to be out of control during the World Cup.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I just did a search for June 18th. I think Germany is playing somebody that date. Like, that's the first one. And it's all still pretty reasonable downtown. I'm seeing a bunch for 132, 234.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that sounds like it would be the normal price on a Wednesday in October or something like that.
Yeah. There's, I mean, it's not. They're probably priced higher than typical for some of these that I'm looking at, but it's not astronomical. This guy was saying it's going to be $500 a night no matter where you are. No, still pretty affordable. So you got people coming in from out of town. Lock that down right now.
Yeah, get on it. Yeah, get on it for sure. So as far as the actual World Baseball Classic goes, the U.S. did beat the Dominican Republic last night. The beginning of that game, I was into the baseball. I wasn't into rooting for one side or the other. And I know the USA is one of the two sides. Before everybody comes at me about what a lack of patriotism it is, I don't care deeply about the team. In no small part because it's got a few players on there I just don't like because of the Astros. But then when I heard this little A-Rod clip like 2 innings into the game, and I'm like, okay, now I really care deeply about the USA winning this game.
How big is it in your eyes? You can feel it, Kevin. You can feel it in the air. There's a buzz and a vibe. This is the kind of game you dream to play in. And look, this is the U.S. best team they've ever assembled. This is the best Dominican team that's ever been assembled. You have the best offense against Paul Skeens, the greatest pitcher alive today. But for Dominican Republic, Kevin, this is going to be the biggest game in the country's history because they want to become and establish themselves as the king of baseball. The pride and the joy and self-esteem is tied in to whether the Dominicans win or lose tonight.
Now I'm invested. Now I am invested. Okay, so there's a country out there, and I'm sure the people of the Dominican Republic, by and large, are very nice people. I've heard it's beautiful. I've never been, but I've heard it's beautiful. But as soon as I heard that the United States, Seth, had a chance to ruin the psyche and ruin an evening of baseball, really a lifetime of baseball maybe for a lot of Dominicans, as soon as I heard that, any other country, I'm not picking on the Dominican Republic, as soon as I heard this is the most important game in the history of XYZ company and they're playing us, I was in.
I guess the flip side of it, A-Rod, is that the Dominican Republic did win the World Baseball Classic in 2013.
Now, that's between A-Rod and them, but that's
feels like that's a bigger game for the Dominican Republic. Now that you're speaking on behalf, like when A-Rod's played for the U.S. when he's played, so he is kind of speaking on behalf of the Dominican Republic.
You know what that makes him, Seth? That makes A-Rod 2 things: a hot take thermostat and an outrage generator.
Is that what he
stereotypes.
is?
Yeah, we just went through the stereotypes.
This is where I am. I guess I'm kind of like the opposite of you. I kind of like in an event where, if things in your mind's eye, it should be, okay, look, USA should be a favorite against everybody. Doesn't work out that way in the World Baseball Classic, which to me, when I say that, it's a very broad statement, obviously, and that's not the way it's worked out. It's just your knee-jerk reaction is, oh, wow, the country that invented baseball, et cetera, should be the favorite. I like the underdog aspect of pretty much every nation that isn't America. When they're facing the U.S. or a larger country or something, I like being able to see them feel like, oh yeah, we took on the big dog and we beat the big dog.
Yeah,
I do like that. It was kind of back in Roman times. A lot of the stories that would become most legendary were like when Rome would move into a new territory. Usually people just rolled over for him because what's the use? But when there was some tribe that would fight like crazy and refuse to surrender and everything, those tribes took on a mythical status.
Yeah.
And kids would tell stories and everything and pretend to be warriors from that city or tribe. Yeah.
Oh wow, they were like the athletes of the day back then.
Yeah.
So most countries would load manage against Rome, but some of those brave countries
they would make business decisions. It would be like,
that's a good way to put it.
Okay, you can come in and take our women and murder all of us, or we can just decide to pay you taxes.
That's right. That's right. Text message: the WBC is about just baseball, and the games have been great. No, the games I've watched have been awesome. I was at both games, a texter says. Mexico and Italy, the atmosphere was awesome, way better than any Astros game I've been to. And for that note, any dumb fan.
It's something dumb about you.
Yeah,
apparently.
probably.
I'm curious about Italy because you had pointed out that it seems like most of the players on Team Italy are just American-born baseball players who have an Italian lineage. Do people in Italy care about the World Baseball Classic?
That's a great question.
Because you think about, like, okay, Irish people in Ireland could give a damn about Irish Americans. Irish Americans go over and they're like, "Hey, I'm back," and they're like,
"Can't wait to do that someday."
We've been waiting so long. Finally, I dreamed this day would happen when Sean Pendergast would show up in my pub.
Amy and I talked about going to Ireland. I know now how I'm going to present myself when I walk. The first pub I walk into.
It's like, oh, yeah, you guys
I'm back.
Oh, your ancestors that left when times were tough?
Times got tough.
Oh, you're back. Oh, great. I'm glad things worked out for you.
Charge this guy double. Yeah.
I wonder if Italy's kind of like that with their World Baseball Classic.
That's a good question. It's a good question. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. The thing that got most people worked up on the interwebs this weekend here in Houston and in a rival city. I share the opinion of this radio host who actually roots for the team we're talking about here. It's a Houston versus Tennessee kerfuffle from the weekend. We will dig in coming up next.
Ready? How does Seth feel about what's left? Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
More text still rolling in from our sports radio host stereotype segment at 9 o'clock. Seth/Pope Zaza is definitely my favorite 610 host. No offense, Sean, LOL. None taken, and that's what I replied to the guy, Seth. I said, none taken. You're my 456th favorite listener. And then he replied. He said,
That's
Sean.
still up in the, it's in a pretty high percentile.
Yeah, for sure. Well, he said, I'm just happy to have made the list. I meant no offense to be said. He said, I'm saying this with an Italian accent. All right, you got to listen to the whole show to understand what that's all about. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. We'll talk to the guys in the loop.
Sometimes people will say that they like me better on YouTube than they like me on Payne and Pendergast, and usually I'm like, I'll reply. I'm like, yeah, Sean sucks, and usually I think what it actually is I'm less prone to going off on tangents and getting distracted when I'm just doing like 10 to 15 minutes by myself because I know that that's a weakness of mine. So I think sometimes people prefer less silly Seth, and that's what I tend to be on YouTube.
On YouTube, yeah. What did AI?
Sorry,
AI gave you some critiques of solo Seth versus Payne and Pendergast.
It said I was more. I think it was funny. Oh gosh, I can't remember what it was, and I'm not going to go search for the conversation now.
Yeah, I feel like it was more critical of your YouTube.
Yeah, it definitely said I was better on radio than on YouTube.
Yeah,
he said it, constructively, but he made some good points. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah.
He said I'm more prone to interrupt on my solo YouTube channel, which is interesting.
Interrupting yourself.
Yeah, because I think I do interrupt myself with my own intrusive thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard for me to stay on track. You usually do a good job of keeping me on track. But I guess, but overall, I think when people listen, there is maybe sometimes a feel of like, all right, Seth, shut up and let Sean talk.
Yeah. That's good. I'm glad we had this conversation. My daughter's actually listening right now. She's in town for the week.
She told me she prefers Payne and Pendergast with no Pendergast.
You know who her favorite host is? She likes Lopez the most out of all of us.
Oh, does she?
Yeah.
What the hell's that all about?
I don't know. She just likes Lopez a lot. She likes Lopez. I said, she said, I'm tuned in. I said, how do we sound? You must have enjoyed that segment. She was listening during the stereotype segment.
Yeah.
And I said, we spent the last segment discussing ourselves. She said, you're slaying. She goes, I appreciate it because I don't understand sports, but I know you. I said, thank you. Yes. One of your favorite topics, me. So, yeah.
How long is she's in town with her track team training?
Yeah, they're trained. The track team, she's a coach, and they train here they train in L.A., in odd-numbered years and Houston in even-numbered years during spring break.
Did her athletes know that they were coming to a new spring break destination when they showed up?
I don't think they knew. I'll need to ask them when I see them later.
Some of the coaches are like, what the hell? We might as well have gone to Panama
Fort Lauderdale
City Beach or something.
Yeah. I don't think they realized that it's a new. I didn't realize it until yesterday that it was a new spring break destination.
That AI picture that I saw earlier on that one website that shows that it's an AI version of Houston in which one of the bayous looks like it has a nice sandy beach with clear water in the bayou, no dead bodies floating in the bayou, and all these people enjoying having a drink and taking a selfie in front where the background is downtown Houston.
It's wild looking, yeah.
I feel like it's these AI pictures are good enough that you wouldn't know that it's a fake picture, except that clearly there's no bayou like that near downtown Houston.
No.
But somebody might just casually, on a whim, be like, where do we want to go? Let's go to spring break.
Yeah.
And you Google, is Houston good for spring break? And all of a sudden you see it and you're like, holy crap, yeah, pack your swimsuits.
Let's go.
We're going to go hang out at that bayou there with the clear water and the lack of dead bodies.
Are they in for a wake-up call when they get here? Boy. All right. So one thing Houston is it's not Tennessee. Tennessee, the Titans, if you missed it, they revealed their new uniforms, which are really just old Oiler uniforms without the oil derrick on the helmet. They now have a circular logo with the T inside of it. It's all in Columbia blue, and it's basically the Oilers uniform with a different logo. So I've seen the two biggest factions that I've seen, Seth, is Tennessee fans that love the new uniforms largely because it seems to have angered a lot of Houstonians. That's number one. Number two, and we're going to hear from somebody in this camp here in a second, is longtime Tennessee fans with no affiliation to Houston, whose memories, good and bad, have all been built up with the Titans' old uniforms, and now they feel like a victim or a forced guest at a cosplay party with Amy Adams Strunk.
Yeah, if you're 26 years old or younger, or if you're, say, 12 years old when the Titans came to Tennessee, and they unveiled the new uniforms a couple years in, and that's your team. And now all of a sudden it's, no, by the way, we're not all those colors and logos and everything else that you've come to know us as. We're something more like the old Houston Oilers.
Yeah, we're the Oilers with an eye patch or something like that. You know what I mean? Like one little tweak to our costume. So here was Jared Stillman, he has a YouTube stream and is a Titans fan, and he's on SiriusXM Mad Dog Radio as well. He hates the new uniforms, and here's why.
I hate the new uniforms because they are the Oilers uniforms with 3 stars on it and the word Titans instead of Oilers. That's it. I hate the new uniforms because what I feel like it represents, what I feel like is happening here, and that we, the people of Nashville, the people that had NFL yes signs in our front yard, we, the people that demanded Bud Adams not name the team the Oilers, we, the people that packed the then Adelphia Coliseum, we, the people that went down to Atlanta, Georgia in an ice storm and watch our football team lose by 1 yard, we, the people that took pride in being so loud those first couple of years that teams were committing false starts. And we are all just being kicked to the curb. And we're being kicked to the curb because even after 30 years of being the Titans, I guess Amy Adams Strunk and the Adams family has just never gotten over their divorce from the city of Houston.
You know what I might say to Jared Stillman? I agree with a lot of what he said there, but part of the whole rapid-fire justification for why he's so angry, we were the ones who did ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. We were the ones who drove through an ice storm to go to the Super Bowl. And we said we were the ones who the first couple of years was really loud and teams couldn't, get the playoff. I'm like, well, maybe you should have kept doing that.
Right.
Maybe you should have been doing that for more than 2 years, and you would still have your dark blue Titans logo with the fire shooting out the back of it, Jared Stillman.
Maybe you should have demanded more from your football team.
That's right.
And we, the people, as we watch the coach you fired go on to take a brand new team to a team that would be more fit to be using the preamble of the Constitution over and over again with the we the people stuff.
Yes.
The Patriots going to the Super Bowl with Mike Vrabel. Maybe you should have showed up a little bit earlier when it came to letting your concerns be known about the new uniform.
That was my favorite part this weekend. This is clearly a lot of these people are using this as a shield for like 2 or 3 days to protect themselves from the fact that they're still a really bad football team.
Yeah.
They had the 3 players in the reveal video, and one was Cam Ward. Makes sense. He's the quarterback. One was Jeffrey Simmons. He's their best player. And then the third one was Shamir DK, who was as a rookie last year, was an all-pro return guy, which is awesome. That's great. But if that's your third most front-facing player, like the Texans would have a hard time picking the 3 guys that would reveal a new uniform.
Yeah, when you had to Google one of the players in
that. That's what I had to do.
I think that part of it, too, is from Tennessee's perspective, you're looking at it as your owner, which hasn't accomplished what you would hope for it to. Texans are in the same boat. Texans haven't won a Super Bowl, haven't been to a conference. Like the Titans have made it further in that, at least. But
one play of a Super Bowl.
When they're saying, what we need to do is go back to another team that never made a Super Bowl or could win a conference championship game, all of that, it's probably extra. When you're already down on your owner, you feel like, boy, she just wants an homage to a past that wasn't as glorious as what we in Tennessee would aspire to.
That's right. That's exactly right.
That's your lot in life, though, Tennessee. You're stuck with it.
Mm-hmm.
They outlawed first cousin marriage. Ben,
can you remind the people that Tennessee no longer has first cousin marriage?
First cousin marriage will probably be illegal soon in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, miracle of miracles, that resolution went through, and they did outlaw first cousin marriage in Tennessee.
How long has it been that way? Do you know?
I think that clip is from about 5 years ago.
Okay, so fairly recently, yeah.
Yeah, so the IQ level, just give it another 10 or 15 years, and it should start rising at some point.
Do you think that first cousins still get married, but in secret, like Mel Gibson did with his girlfriend in Braveheart?
Probably. They have like a civil agreement or something.
Yeah, they took a priest like out into the middle. Remember, they took a priest like out in the middle of the wilderness, and they got married in secret before he went off to battle?
Yeah.
Do you think they do that, like in the woods, like in Chattanooga or something like that? There's
probably
a special place they go.
It's the most likely scenario.
Yeah.
They'll have their uncle, cousin, brother, who's also a pastor, come out and do it for them.
Perform the ceremony.
Thank you, Uncle Cousin.
So it's always
this guy, Uncle Cousin's done real well. He's got a roof on his car.
You know the old saying in Johnsonville, Tennessee, in Johnson City, Tennessee, is it's good to have an uncle cousin that's a minister on the payroll. That's what they all say.
There is a credit to Tennessee. I can remember driving through one time and stopping for gas at a town called Bucksnort, which is probably one of the coolest sounding names.
That's a cool sounding name.
Bucksnort, Tennessee.
The only good thing about Tennessee is Dolly Parton and Dollywood. That's it. Who, by the way, gave us an update on her health this weekend for People Magazine, and she is doing fantastic. I feel like I should play Celebration by Kool and the Gang over that. She's my favorite human being on the planet. Whenever the question of the day on In the Loop is, who's your favorite human being on the planet, you can just fill in Dolly Parton
Dolly
for me.
Parton.
Ink. She's my favorite human being. You hate Dolly Parton, you hate America and apple pie. How you guys doing?
Terrific.
I feel like you guys don't share the same lust or love for
No, I
Dolly
love
Parton
Dolly Parton.
that I do. Yeah.
She's a saint amongst us. I love Dolly Parton. I've been to Dolly World.
So, yeah, Amy and I went a couple of years ago. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
really good. A lot of roller coasters. I'm not a huge roller coaster guy.
I don't know, John. That sounded a little bit like, I've got friends who are black. Okay. Oh, I've been to Dolly World. Of course, I love her. Yeah.
Well, the reason my wife loves her like Sean loves her.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I love her. You know, but I can't compare to that.
Right.
Yeah.
We were looking up, Amy was looking up, she postponed her residency in Vegas recently because of her health issues, which she's overcoming right now. She's going to start up again at some point. Amy looked at the prices for tickets. She thought about maybe like, hey, I'll buy them for Sean for his birthday, blah, 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 whatever, Christmas. The lowest price to get in is like $2,000. It's insane.
That's crazy.
It's crazy, yeah.
Damn, I wouldn't have guessed that.
No, so I'll just listen to her on iTunes and get updated on her health. That's
we used to stay, when we would go to play the Titans, we would stay at the old where they used to do the music show from.
Oh, Grand Ole Opry.
Yeah, the Grand Ole Opry Hotel. And that was pretty cool. That was it was a cool environment. I enjoyed that.
I like Nashville. I fun in Nashville. Yeah, I like it. It's just the people.
It's where you go if you want to marry your cousin.
That's exact. Well, it was.
It's not legal in your state.
It was.
Yeah.
Now you got to go in the woods with a secret
No,
priest.
I do despise Amy Adams Strunk with every fiber of my being.
There is that. Yeah. There was a lot of stupidity floating around on the interwebs this weekend.
I'm telling you.
Yep.
Yeah.
So how you guys doing? You have a nice weekend?
Yeah, fantastic weekend.
Yeah.
Although I got some disturbing news about 5 minutes ago.
What happened?
You know how me, I just love being outdoors. So I spent most of the weekend outdoors. I was even watching some games. I dragged the TV outside so I could stay outside and watch some games and all that. Reggie told me I spent all weekend inside.
I did. I mean,
what is wrong with you?
In a manner of speaking, I was not outside.
It's really
in the
nice
streets,
outside.
basically.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like I got outside of the house, but like I didn't go nowhere. Like I was not seen amongst the scene stuff, which came up because spring break has descended upon Houston in a way that it never has before.
I didn't. Yeah. And I found that out this weekend. I'm seeing people tweeting about it and stuff like that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's why you.
No, it's not why. It just happened to be the case.
I ain't getting out there with all those people.
No, legitimately, I was just, I don't know, it felt, you know how sometimes you need a weekend inside?
Of course.
It felt like that. I cleaned my shoes, which was nice. Like I kind of organized the apartment a little bit.
You know how to party, man. Look at you.
I'm trying to be an adult, man. I'm trying.
I actually like when it rains because it gives me an excuse to stay inside and be lazy.
Yeah.
I kind of like that.
Yeah.
But that was nice. We did the rodeo.
My shoes.
We did the rodeo on
They
Saturday.
needed to be clean. I've been putting it on for a minute. Oh, you did the rodeo on
We did
Saturday?
the rodeo on Saturday.
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Okay, but were you out? Y'all weren't out there nearly as late when they had to shut the whole carnival down?
No. Amy and I, we didn't even stay for the music because it was Amy's mom's birthday, so we were there for the
you
actual.
didn't stampede or anything.
We didn't. No, we stayed.
Yeah.
No, we stayed. We stayed. Kelly Clarkson was getting on stage about the time we were leaving, so that's that.
You
that,
left
yeah.
when Kelly got on stage, huh?
We had to meet Amy's parents at 6:00 for her birthday dinner. That's how it goes. By the way, John, my daughter is in town and she's listening to the station. I don't know if she's still listening right now.
You know, I love her dearly.
She loves you. You're her favorite 610 radio host.
Yes.
So yeah, that's.
She's good people, as we say.
Yeah, I'll try to bring her up to the studio sometime this week. So she's in town. Her track team is training here. What's the question of the day? Oh wait, before we do that.
Yep.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Question of the day, boys.
What's your backup country? And because we're
Puerto Rico, because they're part of America. Yeah.
Because I mentioned this text, I think, Friday, or maybe I didn't. Anyway, my son was watching the Dominicans, and then they were in separate games at that time. And then he watched the U.S. He goes, how come I find myself cheering for the Dominican?
They're fun. That's why.
That's exactly what I told him. I said, because they have a party.
Yes.
And it got me thinking, obviously, last night, a lot of people still cheering for the Dominicans, or maybe tonight, Venezuela or Italy or whatever. So, like, I could live in Costa Rica.
You just got back from there.
Yeah, I could live there.
Yeah.
That's one of my backup. Australia, too.
Well, Costa Rica makes it really comfortable for expats, too.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, like it's got a lot of if you want to go someplace where you can feel like you're like, okay, I don't miss America. Like a lot of my standard of living and everything still feels somewhat close to it. That's like a affordable place to do it, right?
That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one.
And Australia, I loved Australia.
I've never
Did
been.
you?
Oh, loved Australia.
You've been to Australia?
Yeah.
Seth?
No.
Okay.
God, no. I'm not going to sit in a
You
plane
been to
that
Australia?
long.
No. I'm afraid of all the things that can kill you out there.
Okay. Yeah, and they have a lot of stuff.
Yeah, all of them. It feels.
But you can stay inside.
Yeah, exactly. But they get inside, man. The tarantulas and the killer kangaroos and all that, man.
Reggie packs a suitcase full of shoes, flies to Australia, and then cleans his shoes the whole time.
Nothing will kill you in this country.
Yeah, but at least I'm playing a home game, man. Playing those away games are rough, brother.
Well put. Mine, I've always been a wannabe Italian.
Yeah.
You know, I'm half German, half Irish.
Wait, then why are you not getting down with the Italian team of the WBC? Because that's exactly what they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I am kind of dead. Well, I want them to win tonight.
Yeah.
So you get them in the
so we can kick
final?
their teeth in and get revenge on them. I'm into this U.S. team all of a sudden. I know on Friday I did 5 reasons I hate you for the U.S. team. And they were all basically guys that we as Astros fans all hate. So it's tongue-in-cheek. You guys know that segment's tongue-in-cheek.
Fair enough.
But I got into it last night, man. Not so much early, but once A-Rod told us how much this meant to the Dominican Republic, I like watching people have their dreams squashed.
It was really good baseball.
Yeah, and it was good baseball, too. It was good baseball, too.
I was about to do a thing that I know a lot of people are going to hate. You know what? I'm going to do it anyways. Hate me if you need to.
Oh.
Aaron Judge out of right field, gunning down, runner going to third.
Yeah.
That's just good baseball.
It was good
man.
baseball. Now, he would have gotten a 15-yard penalty if he was NFL, because did you see as he was running back to the dugout? He went...
finger guns. Yeah,
pulled the trigger.
Right. Throw that one.
Gun. Yeah. So,
I would go with Alaska.
What?
I think. I like the cold.
That's your favorite?
No, I would go somewhere in northern Canada, I think, or somewhere just I can't handle the heat anymore. If I had to leave, I think I'd go to Scandinavia or Alaska.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Alaska is almost like a foreign country.
Oh yeah.
In a lot of ways, it's just a different world up there. But yeah, I'm going somewhere where it's cold.
Cold with no people. That's
maybe the southern tip of Chile or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's cold.
Did you guys happen to hear us talking about the 8 stereotypes? For
No,
sports radio hosts?
I caught like as you guys were ending it, so I didn't get a feel for it.
Yeah. Seth and I think fulfilled 4 of them.
Okay.
The ones that and you guys may, if you were to do this segment, I'll let you guys self-assess. The one that I said for Reggie,
okay,
and Seth and I are both guilty of this. Contract math guy.
Yeah.
Obsessed with the salary cap. What does this move mean for the salary cap? You strike me as a contract math guy.
Yeah, I tend to be a numbers guy.
Yeah.
But I'm also not consistent about it. Like I'm a dumb numbers guy.
Yeah.
Where that sometimes I'll get into the numbers and sometimes I'm like, it's too much work. I don't want to feel all that.
Right.
But yes, yeah.
So that one for you. Hot take thermostat. Everything is either historic, disastrous, best Texans move ever. This could set the franchise back a decade. No middle gear exists.
What up, Lopez?
We had John as that.
Saw you, big dog.
You're welcome.
Well, and admittedly,
yes.
Seth and I said maybe we need to be a little bit more of that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah. So you agree with that?
Yes.
Doesn't take it as an insult at all, and that's what a good hot take thermostat does.
Yes.
Does not take it personal.
Just get the shots up, man.
Exactly. Shoot or shoot.
That's good. All right, good. So you guys both agree with those?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Good. All right. Well, we'll let you guys get on with your day here on In the Loop.
Sounds good.
Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies. What was your backup country?
Italy.
Oh, Italy.
Yeah,
Italy.
Italy's
Yeah.
Yeah. Want to be Italian.
Yep. Yeah. No, piazza to you.
Antibodies and a plate of gnocchi to you. Yes. All right. We are done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Monday to you. You are indeed in the loop here on the Sports Radio 610. That's the name of the station. You think I know how to say that? That's John Lopez, the fireball himself. I'm Reginald Atatula, numbers boy. And, of course, we got Figgy's Fig, the coolest man in the building on the ones and twos. Appreciate you rocking with us and getting involved on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Also, appreciation to the Mo Caramandry Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
That's the YouTube page, which is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat, 610 Houston. That's how you get involved with the program. Do that as much as you see fit, especially because it's here, baby.
It's time. You know what?
The Ides of March are upon us.
I have a question for you.
You know I was going to do that.
Yes,
Come on
I
now.
did. Yes, I did. I have a question for you, and I don't remember if we talked about this last year. I know you're not a big gambling guy.
Yeah.
Do you do brackets?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I do
figured
brackets.
You did.
I try not to do.
It has to be one.
I try not to do too many.
Well, I do many, but it's the same bracket in every contest.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And I'm with you because and it's not because of the sanctity of the bracket doing process. It's just I don't like rooting against myself.
Yeah.
And I feel like when you start doing a lot of brackets, you find yourself in a circumstance where you need one team to win in one bracket, but another team to win in another one.
Yeah.
And that takes all the fun out of it.
Exactly.
Right now we have gone from having stakes to like being like you're bifurcating your mind and trying to play different scenarios. And now I'm ending up like forecasting, well, this would work better if in that. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I just want to watch a game and enjoy it, which I think is achieved by a singular bracket.
I think you're weak if you do more than one bracket.
All right, there's the firepower. There's the hot take.
Hey, I am what I am, but I think you're just weak-minded, weak person.
Weak-minded,
sissy boy.
Whoa,
sissy girl.
What?
If you do more than you do your diligence, you figure it out, you go with your gut in some. You use your knowledge in others. You pick your bracket, and I've entered it in as much as 6 or 7 different ones, but the same bracket.
Can I get this is my attempt at out hot taking your hot take. I disagree with you if we're talking, or actually, I think that I would rather you do 20 different brackets than 3 different brackets.
Explain.
Right. At the very least,
you're just spitballing.
I want you to just shotgun this, right? Do it to the max. Put a whole bunch of different variations so that you're going to win regardless.
You don't know what's what.
Exactly.
Or
at that point, who cares?
Or what to cheer
just
for.
throw up a whole bunch of brackets. It's eventually one of them got to go down. Yeah. I would respect that more than just I have like 3 different brackets that I'm trying to hit on. Like I think I'd much rather you just put up a metric bleep ton of brackets instead of just a handful.
So do you go all in on the top 20 ratings offensively and defensively and Ken Palm? And
I don't do it myself.
Yeah.
I have a few people that I really trust that can give me a digestible portion of it. Because we're talking about 68 basketball teams, man. I'm not actually – like I can do this for a few of them, especially here locally. If we're talking about Rockets, Texans, Astros, right, I could dig into some of the numbers on the local team, maybe who they're facing in particular. I'm not doing this for 68 teams in order to figure out how I want this to fall out. I will listen to somebody who has a general idea based on those things, right? I know the people that are going to lean into some of the analytics and have informed takes. I will take those insights and opinions, and I will use them to build my thoughts accordingly. That's the way that I have come to more reasonably look at the NCAA tournament, which is upon us. Will start this weekend. Well, Thursday is when we view the start of this thing. Obviously, we get the first 4 starting, tomorrow?
Yes.
It's crazy how quickly it jumps up on you. But it's here. What are some fail-safe ways that you pick a bracket? How do you go about setting up your bracket? 713-572-46.
I think the first thing you have to do is understand that no matter how smart you think you are, you have limited knowledge of what these every team in these brackets.
Can I start one step ahead of you then?
Yeah.
We're trying to predict the actions of 18, 19, 20-year-olds.
Well, that too.
Right? Like, talk less of how much information you have. This is a crapshoot if I ever saw one.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we're talking about a single elimination bracket with the actions of
Which is what makes
teenagers or early 20-year-olds, brother. Like, there is not enough logic in the world to get you through this one just off the strength of it.
Right. So just acknowledge that up front. Like you and I probably have more knowledge than most people listening to us
maybe.
On college. Just in general, because we do it. We both love college basketball. We both watch a lot of college basketball. But that being said, we have very limited knowledge. We have very limited knowledge of like, oh, this is going to happen because. So you got to kind of have to, use that limited knowledge you have, and then come up with some sort of system. Like I'll give you an example. Like if I went to the horse track.
Okay.
Today, and I don't follow horse racing, like a lot of people. There are certain things that I just kind of key on. Like I key on, just as an example, I key on horses that are going down in grade. Like they're going from a high graded race to a low one lower because they hadn't won in that higher grade.
Explain that to me like I'm 5.
Okay, so
I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, you speaking Greek right now, man.
1A, 2A, AAA is how I'm going to explain.
Okay, yeah.
And then the highest level.
Yeah.
And then you have maidens. Maidens mean they've never won a race. So if I have a 2A going down to a 1A, I'm going to bet more on because he's been in better races.
Like he's dropping weight class.
Yes, exactly.
Got you. I'm back in. I'm here.
So that's what I'm going to kind of talk about here. Like a lot of people always say, oh, the 12 seeds. And it's true. The 12 seeds against the 5.
Is that still the case?
Well, I'm glad you said that. The 12 seeds against the 5 win a lot of games. I want to say it's like 30 to 33% of the time. And don't quote me on that, but it's in that neighborhood. The 12 seed will win. Did you know that 11 seeds win more often?
Yes.
Like a lot more often?
11 seeds and 9 seeds. Now, 9 seeds make sense because it's an 8-9 matchup, but they oftentimes give, if you don't have at least one 9 seed, maybe 2, getting that victory in that 8-9 matchup before they go and face off against a number 1 seed likely, then you're not doing this right. But yeah, 11s are getting a lot of victories over 6s.
12s happen, but 11s happen more, so I kind of lean into that. So that's one of the things that you can do when you have the limited knowledge. The other thing is, Cinderella is going to happen. There are going to be some Cinderella upsets.
You think so? You have some chalk years.
Every single year there's some. Some more than others. I think last year was probably one of the more limited, or maybe it was the year before, one of the more limited ones, and there were still some. But my thing is, don't bank on them after the first weekend.
Yeah, I always think about it as, if you have a good run of a couple games over, it's literally, 3 days? Mm-hmm. Then you got to go back to campus. Then you got to fly out to somewhere else.
Yep.
That changes the energy of everything that's happening. It's different locale, different teams. Obviously, better teams usually.
Yeah.
It's hard to carry that same style of play and that same capability over a weekend. At least that's the way my brain tends to think of it. Either way, and not that this would be considered a Cinderella. That makes me feel even better about the University of Houston this year.
Yeah.
Got a 2 seed, got the more preferable 2 seed. Like, honestly, the losses that they took late in the season, both to, obviously, they lost to Kansas, they lost to Arizona in the tournament. There's another one that I'm missing in this moment off the top of my head. I kind of am happy about them because they all land them as the highest 2 seed, number 5 overall seed in the tournament, if you will. They start in Oklahoma City, which is a really interesting locale in the first weekend. But then, should they win in the round of 68, round of 64 rather, and the round of 32, they will be playing the Sweet 16 at the Toyota Center, baby.
Right here, right in Houston. We talked about it.
Heady play by the University of Houston to be like, hey, you know what, Rice? Y'all can be the host.
Oh,
of
that
this
part,
one.
yes.
Because
100%.
The rule is if you are the host of one of these regional or, kind of landing spots, you cannot then play in your host locale.
Right.
They were like, Rice is the host location. We not hosting nothing. Let us play in Houston. Those games are going to be packed, baby.
They're going to be packed, and obviously, they're in a great spot. I think U of H could make a huge run this year. But okay, here's another thing that's some years are more unique than others. Like if you have a lot of times it's a lot of nice good freshman players, some stars, some lottery picks that lead their team. But if you have a guy that is just head and shoulders can carry a team. I think those teams are teams to watch. And, we hear a lot. I mean, Darius, if you have not seen Darius Acuff Jr.,
he's fun
for Arkansas.
He's very fun.
He could, and by the way, they won the SEC. So based on that, he can carry them a long way. I think BYU has been somewhat flighty, here and there, but A.J. DeBonsa can absolutely carry this. So just kind of look for those guys like the stud player that can almost do it by himself. It's going to be fun. This is every year just absolute, literally something for everyone, from the basketball nerd to the person who doesn't watch. I was going to say the girl that is your receptionist, but that would come across really bad.
Yeah, we actually our receptionist here is a guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, breaking gender norms.
Exactly. So literally something for everyone. This is going to be an absolute blast, like it always is.
Yeah, I'm excited for this.
Do you have anything that you lean on?
I mean, for one, especially nowadays, 3-point shooting really does change the name of the college basketball landscape when you're filling out your bracket. And so I try and find those teams that are capable of what, and this is, of course, I'm going to end up being the nerd that I ultimately am, capable of the kill shot, the 10-0 run.
Yeah.
That ends up showing up a lot more in the tournaments. Obviously, you have to account for some other things, but if a team is capable of consistently throughout a season just hitting you on that 10-0 run, that's a huge benefit, whether it's putting a team out of their misery in a game or catching back up in a game where it feels like it's starting to get unwieldy. So I value that when I'm looking at teams. Maybe not a team that is simply based exclusively on 3-point shooting, because that can be taken away, whether it's a bad night or a really good rangy defense. But I do like the idea of a team that has that capability but also can do a little bit of getting to the rim, because that again, as I established, that can either put a game away or help you get back into one if it gets a little dicey in a single elimination tournament.
For me, a lot of good defensive teams, obviously, but I'm talking the hellacious defensive team. That's one I lean on heavily.
Oh, you like that team?
Because
not all the way, clearly, but at least for the first.
Well, U of H could go all the way.
U of H, interestingly enough, I would describe them
defensively as they have
right.
been in
I would
recent years.
describe last year as that team.
Yeah.
This year is a little bit less good on defense, but a little bit better offensively, especially shooting wise, which does make it interesting for me. When it comes to how far I want to put them. Is it into the Final Four? Is it into the tournament? Into the final championship game? I don't know. I'm still thinking about that. We just got going here.
Yeah. But the other thing is, like, officials really do swallow their whistles more in the NCAA tournament. So those hellacious defensive teams are going to make a run. I think it's going to be fun. I also think, the way that it's going to break down. Don't ever forget this. Don't get too cute with your Final Four. It's going to be a lot of 1s and 2 seeds.
Well, not all
not
ones
always,
though.
There's always exceptions, but
I think we haven't had more than 2 1s in the final.
1s and 2
more
seeds.
often than not. But yeah, you want to get some 2s, maybe some 3s, but you don't want to have a ton of like, well, I got 3 8 seeds, and you're gonna end up real disappointed on the back end of this.
You will. So it's absolutely going to be fun. As far as the Aggies, I don't even know if I'm going to pick them in the first round.
Yeah, man.
They got up against it with St. Mary's, and then of course U of H if that happens. But if they do, hey, I'll be at the Toyota Center.
I bet you will.
I'll be at the
did you actually watch the selection?
Oh yeah,
Sunday bracket.
Oh yeah.
How'd you feel about Bruce Pearl?
Oh, I know.
Because Bruce Pearl had 2 things happen simultaneously. One, Miami of Ohio actually did make it in 31-1.
Yeah.
So you have a 2-bid MAC, which I'm sure everybody was excited to see. But Miami of Ohio, who does not have a good strength of schedule, doesn't have a good all those metrics, but they won 31 bleeping games, right? And people were wondering, do you put that team in or not? Supposedly, they weren't even the last team in. They were in ahead of a couple of other teams. Bruce Pearl did seem to handle that pretty well after being really down on them and being like, there's no way they should be in. On the other hand of things, how did you feel about the way that he handled his son's team, Auburn, not making it in?
How about from the stands?
Yeah, in the SEC conference tournament, where he was apparently levying expletives towards the refs and stuff during that. Yeah. I'm trying to set this up for you because you know how I feel about it. I don't like that guy.
Well, I'm not a big fan either, but he was an embarrassment, and Auburn did not make the team, the tournament.
Neither should they have.
So, no, yeah, they really shouldn't have. They were 17-16, man. I mean, I don't care if you beat Arkansas.
2 games over 500.
They beat
1 game over 500 in the tournament. Nah, man.
Yeah, it ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen.
So shout out to Bruce Pearl. Way to act like an adult on the TV But I imagine that's what they pay. That's what the money is for. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Nick Caserio has added another player to this offensive line. It's guard Evan Brown. But with that being the case, Lopez thinks that Nick Caserio is playing it safe here. Do you agree with them? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Texans' new running back David Montgomery isn't. is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Faggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the off the slide.
Oh, God, that
listen to
made
Lil
me
Kiki.
I was crazy.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No, it's
if Lil Kiki
Schneid.
said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 60.
Yeah, happy Monday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Do you agree with John Lopez? Is Nick Caserio just playing it safe? Somewhat akin to what you had last year on the offensive line. 713-572-4610 is the base power text line, because this weekend we were all waiting for a guard acquisition for the Texans, especially because we had a lot of conversation last week after we found out that Braden Smith was going to be an addition on this offensive line. Oh, well, he played guard back at Auburn, and we were like, are they moving to guard? All right, we'll see. If they sign a guard, maybe he'll give us an answer. And ultimately, the answer we got on Saturday was a guard, but at pretty minimal money. Was it like three and change for a year contract? So neither a long-term deal nor big money for previously Arizona Cardinals guard with a little bit of capability at center, Evan Brown. That is the name to hear. And, you know, me being a true sicko, I had already gone out for like a really early dinner or maybe late lunch, depending on how you want to view it. And I'm sitting there by myself, eating some jollof rice, looking at Evan Brown highlights on my phone at dinner. And I'm looking at it and I'm going, I wonder, does this strike you as a starting guard? How did this signing hit you in general?
Well, you said, is he playing it safe? That's kind of how it hit me, but not in terms of, risk reward. I think he's playing it safe. He being Nick Caserio, doing the thing that he's always done since he's got here, and that's find a player that maybe can get better here, maybe not a big risk, kind of a replaceable part if need be, which is what he's done. He hasn't gone out. Now, depending on what you think of Braden Smith, is that a big sort of swing? I don't think it's a big swing at tackle. It's kind of replacing Titus Howard, and maybe not as good as Titus Howard, maybe as good.
I think more people would view him
maybe
as
as
better
good.
than Titus Howard.
Yeah.
Also for a better contract. But then when we start talking about value, I know people roll their eyes because at this time of year, people don't care about the value. They don't care about the cap ramifications of the cost. It's funny that you use the word swing because I'm very literally envisioning a batter at the plate. And I feel like at this time of year, people want just the big uppercut swing like you're swinging for the fences. But the funny thing about it is when you imagine that swing, is it not more often than not a big miss?
Yes, exactly. So when I say, he's playing it safe, he's dancing with the one that brung him. And have we all had a good time? With the way he's built the offensive line, this is a guy that can step in and maybe this, maybe that. That's not what we were envisioning when we say, boy, if they could just fix the offensive line, if they could just go get, we had visions of Linderbaum and Kate Mays and maybe a big tackle, which again, Braden Smith, that jury is still out on that, but he's a better get. Maybe a first round draft pick, which might still be in play, and I think is still in play. But he's relying on his system that he's always done, that he's always used, and I don't know if that's what fans wanted to see.
Yeah, but see, I feel like last year it was kind of a good thing for him because he did find the Ed Ingram. He did, find little pieces like that where that's why I mentioned earlier. I'm like, man, it wouldn't surprise me if he try to use the same formula to try to find like these bargain shopping pretty much.
He is. He's going to bring in, Reggie, 4 or 5 guys and see if 2 can stick. And that's what happened last year, and that's what happened the year before. They're trying to find some guys. I don't necessarily agree with that. Normally I would say, okay, this is how he's always done things. His draft perspective, by and large, except for the offensive line, has been good. So I don't know. I think it's part of it is I just don't trust their evaluation of offensive linemen. They're just trying to see what sticks.
The tough part is, you had Tay Ursary that worked out pretty good last year.
Right.
You had Ed Ingram. We thought he was just an extra body, and that ended up being probably one of their better offensive linemen.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it don't even surprise me that he's probably trying to do the same thing again.
Did it surprise you?
Which is a little scary.
It did. I mean, it really did.
It did a little bit, and maybe you could, and I'm sure that the texts are already being typed up and hitting send as we speak. Of after seeing that money cleared, you go, ooh, okay, maybe they'll take the big swings, but it shouldn't have, because this has been the MO. Even just generally, when you think about this team, they don't try they try and make very measured moves. I mean, you just listen to Nick Caserio talk, and he strikes you as someone who tries to be pretty measured in the way he goes about things. He talks about process oriented, thinking and so on and so forth. And they've tried to make moves in that second and third waves of free agency and trying to make good deals where you go, all right, let's pick our spots and really get some good pieces. And especially if this particular move of Evan Brown is looked at as at best like a temporary starter in that planned obsolescence model that we talked about last week. If this is a depth piece that gives you a little bit better feel on having more pieces on the interior, whether he plays center or guard, like if he is a Jarrett Patterson replacement of sorts. Oh yeah. I can dig this. The problem is we have not seen that starting guard position yet, right? We haven't seen an upgrade on center yet, and so it's hard to, in the midst of this, say what this is definitively. But it does feel like still in that same vein of thinking. Hopefully it's upgraded at least enough to where you can't stop here, right? Because last year it was the Laken Tomlinson acquisition coming off of a bad offensive line and hoping that you could turn him into something else. As of right now, they've gotten a Braden Smith that you don't need to turn into anything, right?
Yeah.
He plays really good football at that tackle spot if he doesn't play there. The problem is we just even Ed Ingram, you already turned him into something if you want to say that. He plays good. He plays good at that spot. I wonder what that guard spot is for me to fully be like, okay, well, you've moved away from the let's turn him into something into a let's get somebody who can do this, even if you're doing it in a more cautious way, a less free swinging way, so to say.
And there is some good news here. If from a Texas perspective, and I always talk about, and I'm always impressed by the way Caserio just thinks ahead, his vision for what's going to come next. I do appreciate that he does. So there is that. I talked about Trent Brown. He's an insurance plan, and then it came to play. Yeah, it came to pass because he's more of an insurance now. You got Braden Smith, you got Ursary, so he can do both. If Evan Brown and the combination of Evan Brown and Jarrett Patterson, who's still on this team, is more of an insurance plan, then you can maybe take that big swing in the draft. So I'm hoping that's what he's looking at here. We got Evan Brown. We have Jake Andrews. We have Jarrett Patterson. Now we have the insurance to see what, if anything goes bad with that guard or the center that I'm drafting at the end of the first round. So I do think that would make me feel a lot better. Make me feel a lot better.
Can I ask you a theoretical question? And Figgy, if you got an answer, text line 713-572-46. Not you, Figgy. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Figgy, you got to text it.
Don't right now.
Don't open your mic. What's the difference between scared and safe?
As in what?
Like, what's the difference generally between like a scared move and a safe move?
I think I get where you're going with this. I don't think they're scared of failure. Is that what you're talking about? Of like taking a big swing and missing, and then the financial implications and everything else. I think this is all about safe. This is what he does. This is what he knows. This is how the system and philosophy plays out. And I don't know if I like that part of it. What would make me like it more is if they do take a bigger swing on a guard or a center, in the first round. Then you have your insurance.
In the same way, safe and smart, right? Like I think that. These are things that exist in the same neighborhood, and I don't want to say that it's all results oriented because I don't want to insult your intelligence. There's some times where you can clearly tell, all right, you did not actually take a reasoned approach to this. I think that some of this is the way that it ultimately turns out, and some of this is like having a good plan in place as opposed to being like scared versus making. Oh,
he's definitely sticking to his plan.
And so I think that's the thing that I'm ultimately trying to gear at with this offensive line and the way that they're going is. Ultimately, we'll have to make the decision when it's fully done, but it does not feel like they're playing scared right now. However, we'll have to see how that lands out.
To me, it seemed like, I guess maybe his definition, he might be playing smart. Like maybe he's playing smart because when you think about it, the whole time he's been here, I can't really name a player he overpaid for or just threw a whole bunch of money at just out of reaction that, oh, we need somebody for the offense. Let's throw a whole bunch of money at this person. To me,
never done it.
Yeah, to me, he just don't roll like that. He might be in the mix, but eventually, if he get outpriced, he cool.
But there is risk. I mean, the risk is what happened last year.
Yeah, you miss out on a good player.
You get 4 or 5 games into the season, and you're still looking for our best 5. Yep. Man, I mean, I just, the rookie doesn't work out, or Jared Patterson and Brown don't work out, and who knows about, Jake Andrews. All of a sudden, we're back in the same place.
Yeah.
And so it is a risk.
Yeah.
I do wonder if this text was in answer to the question that I posed from the 832, raising the floor. And you could easily say that they have raised the floor on what they had done last year, with still wanting to see what that guard, that starting guard at spot.
Yeah. But see, that's the scary part, man. That's the scary part because, as bad as they played a little bit last year, it was some positives. You did find somebody off the street that was okay. Ingram.
That's an interesting question. Did you raise the floor? Have you raised the floor yet? Now, again, still a lot to go.
See, that's the scary part because now I wonder if he's sitting there thinking, we cooking with grease or cooking with oil, whatever y'all say. I wonder if he's sitting there saying, like, yeah, see, we got something going. Let me stick to the same plan I did last year.
And that's the thing. I wouldn't get to we cooking with grease with any of these moves.
Right.
But I think there is a place between we cooking with grease and you're playing scared. And I think that they're trying to straddle that line. How do you think they're doing this far? 713-572-4610. Remember that text line number because that also is where we want you to answer the question today. Coming up next, what is your backup country in honor of the World Baseball Classic? Moving on to the final rounds, including the United States of America. 713-572-4610. We'll do it next.
The Drive with Stoerner. 222. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, from the 281, 11 wins in a row makes the organization believe in their tactics. From the 713, our O-line today is better now than it was against New England in the divisional round. And then this one kind of made me, I won't say laugh, but 281, Cam Robinson last year was a huge swing and a miss, and it's not that. That just wasn't the Altuve swing and a miss. You know what I mean? I feel like the Altuve, the big hack swing and a miss, right? The one that could send you to a knee. I feel like the Cam Robinson swing and a miss was maybe like a Christian Walker swing and a miss. I don't think he ever swing out his shoes. You know what I mean?
He just misses.
Yeah, well, and it's always with runners.
To me, that was kind of a lucky thing. Just somebody getting hurt and you got a superstar behind you, didn't even know it.
Yeah.
And they come in and keep it going.
The old Wally Pipp is what you're talking about?
Yeah.
All right, very good. We moved from there to another text on the Base Power text line from the 832. Haven't paid much attention to the World Baseball Classic. Shame on me. But it's been double XP weekend on Black Ops. But Shohei did get me a bag. He covered his total bases on one swing the other day. And y'all really be betting on stuff y'all don't watch?
Let me guess who that was.
What you mean?
Who texted?
Oh, I have no idea. This is a person from the 832.
Oh, okay. It wasn't. That had Ocho written all over.
Oh no, Ocho watching the stuff he's betting on 100%.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, the World Baseball Classic. Whether or not you were watching it or whether or not you were betting on it, it has been fantastic watch.
It has been so
when
good.
it comes to baseball, and so that got us thinking in the spirit of the World Baseball Classic and making these rosters. Shout out to Jazz Chisholm, who is clearly of the Great Britain descent. What's your backup country?
What is your? By the way, did you have the Karl Anthony Towns? Because his mother is Dominican.
Oh yeah, he's Dominican.
He considers.
Oh,
himself,
you can't tell.
No, I'm just saying for those who don't know, he considers himself.
Yeah, just like a Dominican. Man.
Very much so. So he was asked after the game about that last pitch, which probably was a ball.
Not probably. That was a ball. And that's with the understanding that the ump had been giving low strikes.
Yeah.
Like the one that happened, oh man, what's my boy who now I've forgotten his name and I feel really dumb. Oh boy that hit the homer, the first homer for the Dominican Republic. When he came back around and he struck out, his was really low. He still strikes out to end the game. Juan Soto's, the one where he the one that he strikes out on.
I saw that one.
That one was a little low. However, they've been given that as a strike.
Yeah.
So like, there's some of these that I think just looking at the Fox
that was his strike zone right there.
Right.
Yeah.
That last
All
one was
night.
like, all right, man, we can't end the game like this.
Well, Karl Anthony Towns said this.
Was it a ball?
The ball?
Was it a ball that last we watched in the highlight?
Hell yeah, that was a ball, man. Dude, I should have had a chance. We have Fernando Tatis Jr. coming up, bro. Come on, man. That was a ball as hell.
That was a strike.
No, hell no. You say that as an American.
Man, we're getting into it, though.
We're getting in. It's just been fun, man. It's just been it's must watch. It's a lot of fun. You talk about, a buddy of mine this weekend was saying, I wouldn't be surprised if they break out a grill and put it in the aisle in the stand and start grilling, fajitas and
Not
stuff.
gonna lie, that is the part of the World Baseball Classic that I didn't fully anticipate, and maybe this is indeed a shame on me. Man, people get behind it, both in the dugouts, right? Shout out to Italy going full stereotype in the way that they go.
Yeah.
Man, them people in the stands was going hard. I told you I went to one of the games last weekend, which was USA Great Britain. I mean, the number of dudes that I saw dressed up as some amorphous founding father. I was like, okay, so we really getting into this, huh?
Big time. So what's your backup country? It got me thinking a little bit, obviously.
Are we sticking to World Baseball Classic countries?
No, just country. Like this is like mine is Costa Rica, I said that earlier. Australia. I could live in Australia. I could live in Costa Rica.
What is the connection to Australia? And you do have to find some, even if it's really tedious connection, you got to find the Jazz Chisholm. I'm from the Barbados, so we were kind of colonized by it. Yeah, I need you to find something.
All right,
for
so
me.
Australia, obviously incredibly friendly people.
Okay.
Like incredibly friendly. But there's water everywhere. And I got to be by a place where there's some water.
Well, if you're on the, I don't know, if you're on the coast,
well,
if
that's
you
the
are in
thing.
the middle, you just
it's
in the desert.
It's surrounded by water. So there's that. And it's just the wildlife, the outdoors. I mean, it checks all the boxes for me. Figgy, do you have a backup country?
Honestly, after watching last night, I would probably say the DR.
The DR, a lot of people.
They are so flashy. I guess I didn't really realize this because I watch a lot of baseball. But, man, I'm talking about they iced out.
Yeah.
The earrings and just celebrating the way they celebrate everything.
Their home run.
The home run.
Bat tosses are epic.
They tossing the bat like 500 feet, and they just talking cash. You know what, man? I'm like, man, that was my
Pounding
type of
their
people.
chest.
Yeah. No, when he robbed Aaron Judge that home run.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh, he's just sitting there talking cash. You know what, man?
Yeah, J-Rod went wild with that grab. Did he have a couple of those in a game? Man, like, what a game. Dominican Republic, like the Dominicans that play in the league, man, they tend to be that because it didn't feel like any of those dudes were quite putting on. And it felt like this was new. It just felt like there was a multiplier effect where
they were all in one spot.
Nobody was in there telling.
They were all in one spot.
It's a team full of them.
Yeah,
and they all stars.
You know, it's like how some of y'all folks feel about Taco Bell. If you don't have someone in your ear telling you it's nasty, you're like, man, this is good as hell. I feel like that's how the Dominicans are when you don't got nobody in the locker room. You're like, hey, man, we need you to respect the game. There's a whole bunch of y'all together. Like, hey, man, I'm having a blast.
Yeah, the whole damn team is going wild. I'm like, yeah, that's my type of country.
And to me, that was it, Figgy, because you can see Tatis here and, another Dominican player there, and you kind of see that they are flamboyant. But when there's 9 of them, in the line, you're like, wow.
And it's even funnier because when you see Team USA, when they get a big out, they just little fist pump.
I don't know, man. David Bednar, I don't remember who he struck out, but Buddy came off that mound talking some cash, baby, which I did appreciate because as much as, shout out to the USA, so on and so forth, right? The USA was annoying me in all of their stuff felt kind of corny. And I maybe you feel differently. Like the outfielders doing just like the real militaristic salute.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, we got more stuff in the USA than just military, right? Like I feel like we could lean into some more fun of this all, but maybe we can't. I don't know.
Dougie or something, man.
Is the Dougie America? Is that is that our export?
I think it is from America, ain't it?
Yeah. So what's your backup country?
I mean, come on, man.
No, not the
come
obvious.
Come on, it's Nigeria, brother. What you mean?
Not the obvious. Oh, okay.
That's my backup country. That's my second and third country. What you mean? Of course.
You're so predictable.
Yeah, I don't know what you expected.
Okay, not Nigeria.
I don't know, man. That one gets real tough. After that, I don't know. I mean, the Dominican was really fun. Maybe I just go Venezuela just to keep the fun going here.
Good luck with the politics.
Actually, you know what? You know what? I might be Japan.
Japan would be a good one.
I love the way that Japan kicks it. Really and truly, when it comes to. You see all the things, like we were talking about, and I forget his name, and I apologize, the Chechen pitcher that's an electrician.
Yeah.
It was really cool that the people of Japan specifically in the Tokyo Dome, after he had a fantastic, weekend of pitching, they gave him a standing ovation. Like, they're just so respectful. I kind of respect the real recognized real of the Japanese in this, even though they were kind of a little boring as a team, and they ended up just kind of bowing
Big
out
upset,
earlier than expected. Were you at all upset? One, with John Smoltz as an announcer, but two, one of the things that I saw some people upset about was how he kept talking about the U.S. being like almost like an underdog in Miami. Similarly, he did that here in Houston when they played Mexico, and I was like, there are a lot of people in those stands supporting the Dominican Republic.
That doesn't make you an underdog. That means they have more fans. That's what bothered me. It's like, just because. I mean, the U.S. is heavy favorites now that Japan's out. And they almost lost it yesterday. I mean, there was some really good moments there for Dominican that they couldn't capitalize on. But they're not underdogs. They're underdogs in the stands.
Yeah.
That doesn't make you an underdog.
No, and that did. Although the Dominican Republic team was really stacked as well, and we saw it. It showed up in a really good
10 runs a game.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think if you're gonna make me again World Baseball Classic,
Japan's a good one.
Yeah, give me Japan. I kind of want to rock with that.
I do think the Italy Venezuela game. I do think it's last night. They say that was the real national championship. I think last night was the real WBC championship.
Yeah, because who's on the other side still remaining?
Venezuela,
It is Venezuela and Italy.
Yeah.
Venezuela, obviously.
But
can still
Italy,
put up a good-
we're sleeping on. We've been sleeping on them the whole time.
It would be fun if it was they matched up against Italy again.
Yeah.
Well, but this time Mark DeRosa will know that you got to win this one, right? I feel like that was a big hold up.
Sure, because he didn't know last time.
That last time he clearly didn't know that he needed to go for it, despite what he says, right? If I was Mark DeRosa, I'd pivot.
Yeah.
I'd be like, you know what? I didn't know. I'm sorry. Now we done gotten to the championship game. I could be honest. But now that we know, we gonna whoop Italy's ass.
Yeah.
And that's what I would hope. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where John, I have a opportunity for you to get something that I know you would love, a gift that you would love for your birthday, which is coming
all
up,
right.
which one. But two, are the Ravens going to set up a circumstance that we should all be watching as NFL fans? We'll talk about that next.
All right, talking about
Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here on this Monday in Loop on Sports Radio 610. And there's some things going on in the NFL, including, actually, this is more of a thought and that's kind of been bouncing around. I saw this via Pro Football Talk. Apparently, there's a thought that, obviously with the salary cap, and the idea is to make it fair, right, across the league and help teams be on the same playing field. But one of the things that we talk about, especially as a team here in this great state of Texas, is the advantage that you get when it comes to no state taxes, right?
Right.
The advantage that players, if they're attuned to it, can maybe save themselves a little bit of money by going to that place. Apparently, some people think that the salary cap should take into account state taxes when they go about it. How do you feel about this?
I like it, especially as someone who I don't like it in the sense that it'll affect the players you get. Some players you get, because some don't really pay attention to it, don't care that much or whatever. But I do think it does level the playing field. What is it? Florida, Texas, I think 2 other states in the that where their NFL teams don't have state income tax. That makes a big difference, man. That's potentially millions of dollars.
It does. I can't imagine like the moving and shaking that has to be done, because it's not just that teams don't have and some teams do. It's that they're not the same across the board. So we're having to do individualized salary caps for all these teams. Not that necessarily the layman is going to be paying that much attention to any of this anyways, but we take away any possibility of being able to do this. And I think that as someone who keeps track of the NBA a decent amount, we really don't.
Oh, you don't want to do the math.
You don't want to go down the path of having to keep track of, but the apron and this multiplier, and it's not fun. And maybe that gets you to a place where you feel like you get more parity. I feel like the NFL has already done a pretty damn good job on parity. So I don't know that this is necessary. I think we would be making a level of effort that's not really necessary.
Oh, but I think some people are going to be pushing for it.
Plus, I do wonder how many actual decisions are made based on the idea of state taxes.
I do too. I think it's not as many as we might think, but it's enough to maybe sway a player or two that could make a big difference.
Right, because as much as we'd like to think that just pure dollar amounts are the motivation for everybody, I think it's a motivation for some. And we have to recognize that we're talking about a big old group of a lot of dudes, and they make their decisions based off of all different things, right? The opportunity to get playing time, the opportunity to play under certain coaches or systems, closeness to home. Like, there's all sorts of different things to help make these decisions. I feel like this would be an unnecessary step, but it is funny that somewhere out there, no matter how big and how much money and how good teams are, there's still someone saying, but this ain't fair. I want to make this more fair for me.
And I think there are players, who really value the fact that, hey, that could over the course of my contract be, $3.5 million or whatever. That's real money. It factors in. I mean, you want to be prudent with your money. That's one way to do it.
The biggest football news, actually on the field news that I'm seeing as of today, is that the Kansas City Chiefs are trading with the New York Jets to acquire Justin Fields, the quarterback. So obviously a depth piece there, but depending on how quickly Patrick Mahomes is ready, could be somebody that you have to actually put into action. How do you like this move?
Well, I'm looking at it more from the Chiefs' perspective. They're definitely stirring the pot. This entire offseason, they're coming up with big moves, something to sort of get them back to the level that they're accustomed to. This particular move doesn't do a whole lot for me. I don't know exactly how good he's going to be, other than Andy Reid doing Andy Reid things. Might find something there, but nobody else has. Nobody else has.
I think if I pair this with the Kenneth Walker acquisition,
maybe
I find it interesting because it feels like this was, one, in an offseason where there's not a lot of quarterbacks to be had, period. I think that's an interesting way to go and make sure that you get one that is even close to passable. But then I could easily see them being a team that, oddly enough, leans on the run game early until they're fully assured that Patrick Mahomes is ready to go.
A little RPO action, if they have to.
Quite possibly.
I mean, Andy Reid's going to be in the lab. He's going to be trying to figure some things out.
Yeah, so I'm like, oh, okay. Mm-hmm. But I think that this is a highlight. And, of course, still talking about a backup quarterback, but a trade for Justin Fields nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
Very
good
much
for the Jets.
I think it very much shows, again, the quarterback market this year is so rough.
Yeah.
Between free agency or the lack thereof and then just Fernando Mendoza and question marks in the draft.
Yeah. And from the Jets' perspective, they don't have to eat quite as much of the money. They get a 6th-round pick. It doesn't hurt.
No.
Yeah.
This is just good business at the back end of making deals, which again, that's the time of year that we're at, man. We're seeing free agency kind of quell down unless there's an additional wave that pops up here shortly, and teams are starting to turn their attention to, all right, how do we add from the draft and make our teams better, fully more well-rounded and ready for the 2026 football season. Speaking of the 2026 football season, C.J. Gardner-Johnson will have yet another new home to play at. He is a new safety for the Buffalo Bills, and he had his introductory press conference.
How did that go?
This weekend. It was fine. On the perception of being a bad teammate, he said, quote, I look at it like this. If, and I don't know, and I don't throw shade, if it's because locker rooms that I've been in, we've won. But the situation I got traded to, it's hard to go into something where you're not really familiar. It's like spurts. That's like going to McDonald's. You can eat McDonald's, but you don't know how to make the fries. So it's like, I'm not saying you didn't know how to play football. It's just like you have to gather that relationship while trying to be better, while trying. And the season comes quick and all. Once the draft picks get in, it's on you. Close quote.
What the hell did he just say?
I don't know either.
What the hell did he just say?
I also do not know. So he's trying to say, first and foremost.
No, he's not saying anything.
Well, let me try and break it down. Let me do my damnedest, all right? I've been in locker rooms that I've won before.
Okay.
Sure. Fair enough. When you get traded to something, it's hard to go somewhere where you're not really familiar. Fair enough. We've all been in that place. Yeah, right, bars. But then he goes into, it's like going to McDonald's. You can eat McDonald's, but you don't know how to make the fries. Is that or is that not a good...
No. No, it
is
is not.
A good metaphor for joining the Houston Texans, because it feels like that's what he's talking about.
You're even, kudos to you, but you're contorting as much as you can, trying to figure something out at all. But
I'm not saying you didn't know how to play football. It's just, the season comes quick and all.
Now he did say this, but everything he just said is a perfect example of why I will say when people say, it is what it is.
That has nothing to do with this, and you know it.
It does.
You know damn well that has nothing to do with this.
When people say it is what it is, they're just avoiding the question, and they're not really saying anything.
You just don't understand what he's saying. That's what that is.
Okay, do you?
Yeah, to me, when
all right, here we go. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, translator, Figgy Fig.
When he mentioned the McDonald's thing, that's like going to McDonald's. What did he say? Eating the fries?
Yeah, you eat McDonald's, but you don't know how to make the fries.
Yeah, so he came into this offense, and maybe he knew. The defense. Maybe he knew it was a good defense, but he didn't know how to play in it.
That is what I took away from it.
That's what I got.
You can see what it is, and then you get into it, and it's more difficult. Which I will say, if that is indeed what he meant, because let's be honest, we can't be sure. But if that's what he meant, that is quite a credit to DeMeco Ryans, Matt Burke, and I still remember Matt Burke on the
for
podium.
saying, ain't gonna work.
No, not even that. But remember Matt Burke on the podium? I don't remember what week it was when somebody said, you guys run a pretty simple defense, and he kind of took umbrage with that.
Yeah.
This kind of speaks to that. It looks a lot simpler. You get into it, and it's a little more complex than you give it credit for. Is kind of one way that you could read that. Which, that would make sense as to why he couldn't quite fit into some degree.
I guess. I still don't know what the hell he said.
Oh, yeah, fair.
Still don't know what the hell he said.
Yeah, ultimately.
But he avoided it really well.
Yeah, ultimately he tried to say a whole bunch of things. I'm not sure exactly what he said, but more power to him with the Buffalo Bills. And we will see you in Houston, good sir, as the Buffalo Bills for yet another year. I think it's the 17th year in a row. That might be right. I might be off a year or two. They will be coming to NRG Stadium, where I imagine once more you will have Josh Allen running for his life. I hope this time it's Logan Hall getting after him, right? Different flavor of getting after his ass. Some other things around the NFL here. this is an interesting thought, right? Because the Ravens have failed to extend Lamar Jackson. That was a thought, especially with him having a big contractual cap hit this year. They ultimately go the route of restructure on his deal as opposed to an extension that would then push the money. But that means that we could be setting up for another contract negotiation, right, for him? Because remember, he actually made it to the actual end of his deal where he could have become a free agent and they had to try and negotiate. And it felt like he was trying to remember, this was pretty soon after
the fully guaranteed thing.
It felt like he was trying to push for the fully guaranteed.
Yeah.
Could we, one, be setting up for another one of those tough negotiations, and two, could he possibly try and re-up on the idea of trying to get the first, or maybe not the first, because obviously Deshaun Watson, but could he get another in the line of quarterbacks fully guaranteed contracts?
I think absolutely he's angling for that, but I don't think there's any chance that he's going to get a fully guaranteed contract at this point. Not that he's not great, and
do we still represent himself or have his mother or? Didn't he? I think didn't he have his mother representing him?
I think he represents himself with real. Help
he ain't
from
have
his
like
mother.
an agent. He ain't have like an agency.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting a fully guaranteed contract at this point.
Yeah, it did feel like he probably had the best push in that last negotiation, and it felt like it was tough, but ultimately he acquiesced. I wonder if he tries for it again.
Oh, I think I do think he's going to try for it again. I absolutely do. I just don't think it's going to happen.
And now he has more of the MVPs and, obviously some level of playoff success, not exactly the playoff success that you would imagine would bludgeon the Baltimore Ravens into acquiescing. But
do you feel like he had more of a chance to possibly get that type of contract now with no John Harbaugh kind of?
I don't know that John Harbaugh would have stopped that at all. I feel like that John Harbaugh probably was a big proponent for
that's
him.
something we kind of didn't talk about with the Baltimore Ravens. It seemed like they've been moving a little differently without John Harbaugh. Because just all the drama that's going on with the whole Max Crosby thing and all that stuff, it seemed like at first I was kind of confused. I wonder if it's because of no John Harbaugh.
Well, I'm wondering, in terms of Lamar Jackson, how good he is, how great he is, and we know that from the Ravens' perspective. I mean, they have to kind of look at this as a wait and see as well, from their perspective.
Wait and see. What are they waiting to see?
I mean, I think they want him to not play out the entirety of his contract, but play this out. They restructured. I think they feel like they're in a good spot with him right now, so there's no rush for them to all of a sudden redo a contract.
No, but I'm saying eventually when they get to that point, because again, if seeing as they were not able, whichever side you ultimately want to place blame on or responsibility or whatever, they weren't able to come to an extension. That puts you closer to the end of the deal when you reach those really hard line points to make a deal. And I think that when you get to those hard line points, then this becomes very interesting, right?
Yes.
We saw it with Dak Prescott. We've seen it with who else did this happen with recently? I'm trying to recall, and I'm losing the thought. But I think that those create the more interesting spaces in negotiation. I think Lamar Jackson is careening towards that. The only thing that I would think of is, do the Ravens get to a point where they go, we have really put all of our chickens in this basket to try and go and be a contender? Do they get to a point where they go, we have to reset? And
that's what I'm saying. Like they're good with this contract right here, and it might work both ways too. They might go, you know what? I don't know about this. Lamar Jackson could say he may want to chase a championship and find kind of force his way out as well.
That's interesting. When's the last time that we saw a quarterback of his caliber try and get to the end of a deal and go, I want to go and really go somewhere else at free agency?
I mean, maybe an Aaron Rodgers kind of thing.
Aaron Rodgers, there was the Packers that were done with him, really.
But he also was kind of wanting to get a new spot. To try to make another run.
I think both of them was kind of over it at that point. So it was like,
and they already had Jordan Love, in house, which is why again I put this more on the Packers being like, you can.
But you get my point.
But it could be a thing where the Ravens do want to move on too,
and maybe Lamar Jackson
like I said,
says, it's just not working.
No John Harbaugh. Yeah. We want to start something different now.
Yeah, but usually when you start something different, you don't do that in the hardest position to replace in football.
But see, the thing is what they've been doing over the years ain't working.
Right.
They ain't getting to no Super Bowl. So you gonna just keep paying this guy to not get to a Super Bowl, or you want to try something different?
Well, they are trying something different. It's Jesse Minter's team now, with defensively inclined head coach,
with a big payday. Buddy, looking around.
If they do that, But I would have some real tough words for what the Ravens have done as an organization. And, dude, that would represent quite a meteoric fall because this has been held up as one of the best organizations. You run off a quarterback that's won 2 MVPs.
But I don't think it's off the table.
No, I get it. I'm with you.
If things don't go well.
I will keep him. I'll pay him.
Yeah.
I would pay him if it was up to me. But I can see a scenario where they saying, you know what? We tried to give him everything again. It's not working in the playoffs. We keep falling flat. Let's try to get these 3 first-round picks or whatever the case may be.
What would Lovie Smith say?
Oh, sometimes divorce is a good thing.
Sometimes divorce is better for one party than the other.
This is true, too.
That's also the point that I want to make.
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
That's right, Lovey. By the way, Texas Black Sports Hall of Famer, Lovie Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did see that.
B. Scott was out there.
took a picture with him.
He did. So salute to that man. And also salute to him for help. Well, I wonder how many people are still saluting Lovie Smith for helping the acquisition of C.J. Stroud here in Houston. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, this is going to be maybe you could argue pivotal week for the Rockets in basketball terms. And there's a little bit of news that makes it a little uncomfortable. Just how much of a problem is this news for the Houston Rockets? I'll tell you what that news is next.
Ready? How does Seth feel about get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
I haven't heard this in a minute. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Big week coming for the Houston Rockets. I know that there's some folks that are a little disillusioned with them, but they got a victory on Friday and had the weekend off.
Tell me about the victory.
Well, we can talk about that a little bit later. Just know it was a win.
Who they play?
You need the wins. A team in Louisiana, I think, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But
that was a blowout, right?
Oh, yeah.
They won the game, all right? A win is a win.
A win
all right,
is a
guys.
win.
I don't know why
this
y'all
is
here.
where we are.
Are y'all poo-pooing
it's
wins
a
over
W,
here?
man. They got to win.
Are y'all poo-pooing wins over here?
I'm just asking.
They didn't have their second best player, and they got a victory, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
God.
Shit, a little
Yeah, wait till they
exercise
play
over
the
here.
Washington Wizards. That should be fun.
Somebody can score 85? KD score 85 when they get Washington.
Win is a win.
No, but the Rockets narrowly get by a New Orleans Pelicans team. That's what the fellas are talking about on Friday. With no Alperen Sengun, who was dealing with some lower back pain. Well, it seems like Sengun, after having Saturday and Sunday night off, is still in a place where he has lower back pain. He's still questionable. And you know my theory on backs is that trick backs don't stop tricking. Is this going to be a problem for the Rockets?
Has been a problem.
Because they have a couple of games. They have one of these mini baseball series against the Los Angeles Lakers, a team that is a half game ahead of you in the standings, and one of the four teams that are jockey for position anywhere between 3rd and 6th in the West, which could be the difference between hosting or having home court advantage in a first-round series or having to go on the road. How big of a problem is it, this lower back pain that Alperen Sengun is dealing with right now?
I honestly don't know how big of a problem his back is because the spectrum of possibilities is very wide. It could be one of those things where at the end of the year you end up hearing, it was bothering him, all year long. He could barely move during some practices, et cetera. Or it's just a convenient way to excuse a not very good year for Alperen Sengun. A not very good year on his standards, obviously, and somewhat fading here at the end, which would lean more into maybe the back is probably hurting him, as the season progresses, is what I'm thinking.
I mean, is it weird that I would actually prefer the former if this was some level
that's
of
not weird at all.
Which, again,
that's not weird at all.
I don't think it's any level of excuse. And it would be kind of weird to try and use that over the course of a season here at the end. But it would make me feel better in that, okay, he's not actually dealing with this pain and what is, his trunk. But him dealing with that really does scare me for, at the very least, the remainder of the season, because you're in a place where you're still somewhat competitive, and with Fred VanVleet continuing to give us some level of hope, no matter how small, that he could possibly return. If you do get a Fred VanVleet on this team, and even if they get better at some marginal things, they can be dangerous in this West still. Even if you don't feel like they're as big of a dominance force in the West as we had anticipated they could be, they could still be dangerous in this, except they can't without Alperen Sengun playing his best. And a hurt back Alperen Sengun is not going to help that along, I don't think.
No, I don't know what to believe, as I just mentioned, but I will say this. There are things that even with – I don't have a lot of confidence in Fred VanVleet, but he does, so I'll take his word for it.
Very confident.
I'll take his word for it. But even if he comes back and is some semblance of what he was in the past, how much better does it make Sengun, even if he is on the floor? And
I think a ton.
I don't know.
I think Sengun probably is the player that stands to benefit the absolute most from a return of Fred VanVleet.
Defensively?
Yes, actually. I think Fred VanVleet is an organizing force on defense, right? And you know this, right? On defense, especially as a coach, someone who's coached basketball, what do you always want? You want your guys talking. He's one of those guys that helps put guys in the right position. And what have we talked about a lot recently? Sometimes these rotations defensively kind of falling apart. I feel like having someone like Fred VanVleet absolutely helps that on the floor. But really, more importantly, I actually think offensively he helps Alperen Sengun. One, because Alperen Sengun having the ball in his hands and having to make those decisions, passing the basketball, has been rough in some ways. I like him as a not necessarily as a hub, but as a connector. And I think that Fred VanVleet with the ball in his hands as opposed to Alperen Sengun helps him do more of that. But then also one of the things that I feel like I noticed when they played the Nuggets last week is you could see the stark difference in a team that can collapse the defense and then create advantage and then pass into those places where you could take advantage. The Rockets don't do that well enough. In fact, you see when they get better when teams actively double team because it creates an advantage naturally because that defense is giving up. We're playing 4 versus 3 on the back end because we're sending 2 at this ball handler. And if they pass quick enough, then you see the offense get juiced because they don't typically in half court create advantage for themselves. Fred VanVleet is a dude who can help create advantage. Now we're getting to a place where you can take the talent of Jabari Smith Jr., of Amen Thompson, of even like someone like a Josh Okogie, and definitely a Reed Shepherd, and you see that show up in a better way, but especially Alperen Sengun, where he does not have to be the focal point. Now he can be a dude who benefits from somebody else.
I think he will, and I didn't doubt this. I think he will absolutely benefit on the offensive side. I don't think defensively it's going to change as much as you do. And the simple reason is, first of all, Dylan Brooks on the back end was more of the guy that could do that. You know, the organizer, as you talked about, as opposed to the perimeter.
Definitely some of that. I'm not going to disagree with you.
And so I don't know how much that's going to help Sengun. And is it going to – and no matter if VanVleet is on the floor or not defensively, is that going to help teams from just attacking Sengun? Because whether you're organized or not, they are going to attack Sengun.
Well, yeah, in that drop, I do think that Fred helps with some of the screen navigation. Fred, at his age, was not the absolute best screen navigator, but I wonder – if you're having Fred play some of the minutes that, like, let's say Reed Shepherd was playing, Reed Shepherd is an awful screen navigator, and I will not be quiet about that. What is the difference there, right? How does that change in helping protect Alperen Sengun on some of those drop coverage situations where he ends up in no man's land with 2 dudes barreling down at him and having to make decisions, right?
Yeah.
I think that some of that can help, but I think it's fair, the point that you made.
Yeah, and did you hear Kendrick Perkins?
I try not to. With all due respect to the pride of Beaumont, Texas, Kendrick Perkins has real outside.
And this is what I'm talking about. Like, they're going to attack him no matter who's on the floor on the perimeter.
Fair enough. Outside of injury, outside of any of that, this is Kendrick Perkins with criticism for Alperen Sengun.
Alperen. What up, Al? He makes my skin crawl.
You was called a baby Jokic 3 days ago.
And I switched that. He's nowhere close to what I would expect out of talent-wise, offensively. He has that. But it's a mindset, bro. Defensively, against the Spurs, they went at him. Dylan Harper said they went at him 15 straight plays. Damn. 15. You know how disrespectful that is? That they know.
I just watched the Washington Wizards play. I know.
No, but what I'm saying is that they know that you're not going to put your feet in the ground and be willing to slide your puppies for 2 steps and take pride in defending. No Steven Adams. You're the starting center. At some point, you're going to have to say, man, you know what? I got to anchor this defense. You can't give me 110% offensively down the floor and give me 40% on the defensive side of things. I'm not saying he's the most athletic, but those guys cannot coexist.
That's the thing that is just – now he – definitely put a lot of extra jelly on that, but I don't think it hides the fact that the teams are going to hunt him in the post 15 straight, and we heard that as well. You know, Harper talking about that after the game last week or week before. That's something that's not going to go away.
No, I think that's a little more schematic, but definitely Alperen has to carry some of that, right? You're back there, you're the last line of defense, and people have felt it capable, and honestly not just capable, the path to success is being able to go at you. I think that's more of a collective defense thing that you need to speak of, but I think that it's fair that, hey man, Alperen Sengun, you need to show up. And the reason why I still go, ooh, this injury thing is scaring me is because you see what happens when he's not there. There's just no more bigs left, right? You saw against the Pelicans where they started small with Dorian Finney-Smith in, I guess, as a de facto 5, or maybe Jabari, or maybe KD, depending on how you looked at it. But that was a team in the Pelicans that is also small, and you went back and forth with them to the point of, what was the score? Was it a 2-point win at the very end of this? 107-105 versus the Pelicans at home, right? How does that look now that you have the Lakers in town with
LeBron James, admittedly a lesser version of LeBron James, but somebody that's a physical guy.
They've been playing well.
Luka Doncic, who's very good at manipulating things, right? And a Austin Reeves, who's very agile.
Mm-hmm.
And then they've got some bigs that maybe not great, but like a Jackson Hayes as a rim runner, DeAndre Ayton, who can get big and physical at times. Right, like they're going to have to show up in physically. And so if you have those questions about Alperen Sengun already, what happens if whether Alperen Sengun plays and is dealing with the lower back or doesn't play and now you're small? I think that does pose an interesting question for the Rockets in this stretch here.
Huge series here, so to speak, with the Lakers. But, at some point with Sengun, and I think he's been a fantastic player. I mean, he's still young and all that. All I'm saying is this year there's something going on where he's either injured or it's a combination of his back and the effort that he's putting forth. Because this has always been one thing that he's been bailed out by previously Steven Adams multiple times. At some point, whether you have good communication, whether you have help or whatever it may be on the defensive side, the collective, as you put it, at some point you have to, and this is what Perk was talking, you have to make a stand and do the right thing defensively, and it's just – it hasn't happened enough.
Well, if he plays tonight, this is a great time to start because you've got the Lakers, and not only do you have the Lakers, this is 8:30 on Peacock and NBCSN. So you're kind of in front of the hoes, right? Like this is not on big NBC, but hey, man, world's watching, baby. Right? The NBA world is watching. You got one of the premier franchises on your home floor. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Right? Shout out to Michael Irvin, right? Like this is a moment where you have an opportunity to answer the call. And hopefully that lower back injury does not hurt his opportunity.
And by the way, he's questionable.
He's questionable.
Yeah.
If he plays, he needs to show up. If he doesn't, man, this is going to be a very interesting game. I think it'll be pretty telling on where this Rockets team is in the last, 15, 16 games of this season. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including, hey, man, is it possible that the Rockets could be playing in the East here soon? We talk about that and more next.
Texans' new running back, David SportsRadio.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Yeah, it's popping. How about a little expansion? How about a little expansion for the NBA? It seems like it's kind of a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, it does feel like that now, doesn't it?
Like they're
the National
expanding.
Basketball Association has been 30 teams for quite a little while now, but there's been a couple of places that it feels like the league has been needing to get to, and it seems like they have interest in doing that. As Shams Charania, I believe, was reporting, was it yesterday?
This morning, I thought. Was it?
It was this morning. You're right.
Yeah.
That the league owners are set to, in their next meeting, come together and vote on, or rather explore the opportunity to add 2 teams to the 30 to make it a full 32. And it really does feel like we're not doing the thing in expansion like other sports where you go, all right, let's
Wide
open
open.
the idea.
Yeah.
We'll open it to bids. No. There's 2 places. Clearly bringing back the Seattle Supersonics, and then Las Vegas, which again, the NBA and a lot of other sports
They've been
went
toying
from,
with that one for a minute.
It's going to happen.
Yeah.
all these sports went from not wanting to engage with Las Vegas at all because of the gambling to wanting to
What
be
can
there,
we do to
right?
get to Las Vegas?
You've got the Las Vegas Raiders now. The A's
Maybe
will be in
we
Las
could get
Vegas
2
before we
teams
know
in
it.
Las Vegas.
Hey,
Maybe
don't
3.
be surprised.
No, for real.
Yeah, I don't know. They're not going to be able to handle 2.
It's not
NBA
about
teams
them.
in Vegas.
It's about everybody coming into town.
You're not going to Vegas.
No,
can't
I'm not
handle
saying 2 teams.
Okay,
All I'm saying is they don't care what the fan base is in Las Vegas.
I'm actually very interested in, because I still haven't gone back and checked this. We might need to reach out, or I need to reach out to somebody, because the transient nature, maybe not transient, but the vacation destination nature of Vegas, I always wonder, what does that do for home games? And I think that even more so in a basketball world will turn games into almost like a show. Right, we can go out and see a show tonight, as opposed to, like, football games feel a little bit different, but they end up being destinations in general. Your team happens to be playing in a place. But I could very easily just, hey, we're in Vegas for the weekend. No, looks like the Knicks are in town. Let's go watch a basketball game.
No,
Like,
we're going to see it because you can't judge what Vegas is as a sports town with the Raiders, because the Raiders have such a huge
That's a
fan
legendary,
base.
rapid fan
They
base.
come from Oakland. They come from L.A. They come from all over the country, specifically because they're Raiders fans. What's going to be the judge is ultimately the NBA being there, which it looks like it will, and baseball. Because what that's going to be is it's going to be a de facto home game for the road team in those. Because it's just, you go to Las Vegas, it's going to be, if you're not gambling, it's going to be a lot of gambling. If you're not gambling, you're going to a show, you're going to Hoover Dam, or you're going to play golf. You know, just vacation type stuff. Well,
salute to the Golden Knights as well, but I feel like hockey works just a little differently.
A little differently,
but
yeah.
it probably has that same effect.
But I think it's going to be largely, hey, we're going to Vegas, let's get some tickets.
Yeah.
You know, to whether it's the NBA or baseball. But I think it's going to happen. What really stood out to me, and we're going to get into the expansion argument here, did you see what the industry executives project the bids will be for the expansion teams?
I didn't, but I can only imagine they're giant. If for no other reason, then, unlike other expansions, you have 2 markets that are pretty much well established to work. So it's not only are you buying into this thing that you'll make money on, which is professional sports, especially in major American professional sports on the men's side, but it's also, we're giving you a market that's almost guaranteed, like 90% guaranteed to work.
It still stood out to me. $7 to $10 billion.
Yeah. That's crazy.
That's ambitious.
That
They'll
is
probably
ambitious.
end up getting it.
I think you get it, especially because the $7 billion might be for Vegas, the $10 billion might be for Seattle. And I know you're like, Reggie, what the hell are you talking about?
No, I agree with you, because
can you imagine just how much merchandise they sell on day one of Seattle Supersonics being back?
Well, not only that, but there's more rich people. There's more rich people in Seattle, but because with all the data and software and all that stuff.
A lot of companies are stationed in Seattle.
Yes, exactly. They'll probably get it, but I was like, boy, that is ambitious.
Now, this might be a silly question. Are they going back to this Supersonic?
They would have to. Yeah. It's not even a question.
I have a feeling that the NBA, if they know what's good for them, they just go
ahead. Looking at the Tennessee Titans like, yeah, we ain't trying to do all that.
Titans went back to the Oilers. They did.
Did they?
Yeah, but I think Oklahoma City, I don't know. I think that they technically, I don't remember how the NBA handled it. Did the NBA do this like they did with the Ravens, where they were like, hey, Leave that in the city.
Or as far as the NBA, the Hornets. Remember
Yeah, they did.
Remember the Hornets moved to New Orleans.
Yeah.
And then they went back and, they gave it back to Charlotte.
Yeah, no, I think that they have recognized. That's a great point, Fig. I think they've recognized that identity and that brand recognition that you've built in a place. Why allow that to lay dormant somewhere else and try and build a new when you could just take this identity, put it back where it is, and profit off of it? I think that's absolutely the way that they do this.
I think the good thing is you ain't got the Thunder out here just keeping the stuff in the trunk and acting like, somebody want to use this color. Let's put it into our colors now. They ain't trying to do all that. So.
Yeah.
Who could you possibly be talking about?
Hey, I'm just throwing it out there. I ain't talking about nobody specifically.
One more thing to remember, though, because both of those teams that we've talked about are on the western side of the contiguous United States. That means that there'd be an imbalance in the East versus West, which means one fateful team gets to move over to the scientifically proven worst conference in basketball in the East. Who's your money on to make their way back to the East once this inevitably happens?
I think the Memphis Grizzlies would be my pick. Somewhat East-ish. Minnesota Timberwolves was another one that was mentioned.
Yeah, I'm putting my money on Minnesota moving over.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I think even though they're a little bit more Western than obviously the Grizzlies, I think the Grizzlies have a little bit of closeness to some teams in their, I guess, current division, right? Where you talk about the Southwest division of Rockets, Mavericks, Spurs, Pelicans. Like you can kind of, that's actually not that bad geographically. The Northwest division, as currently constituted, stretches from Portland to Minneapolis to Oklahoma City. Like it's very far.
But there probably will be new divisions anyway.
Right, no, I know, but I'm saying like just thinking about how far Minneapolis is from all those things. Minneapolis is a little bit closer to Milwaukee, Chicago. I think that they can make that a little bit easier and still feel like you have some connectivity in that. And also, I don't know if the NBA is thinking this way, but it would be nice to kind of artificially distribute some of that talent back. And that's Anthony Edwards making his way to the East and having, all right, now we have more faces that we could sell in the East. Now, of course, Mountain Time Zone versus Central Time Zone, how viable is that, right?
Yeah.
But
I could also see the world in which Memphis is in there with Charlotte, Atlanta, Miami,
Orlando, those guys.
Orlando.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind, there have been some Western Conference teams that were in the East. San Antonio was in the East at one point way back in the day. I don't think that would be any possibility because they're not going to split up San Antonio, Dallas, and Houston.
Which would be absolutely absurd to do that. Now, if they decided to be like, hey, Houston, would you go to the East? As much as I love just the Western Conference, thinking back to even when I was young, I might take that proposition.
Yeah, competition-wise.
Well, you say competition-wise, which is obviously the reason why. Also, give me all the early games.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, especially on the national window. We got a national window game tonight versus the Lakers. You're in the late game because you're in the West.
Yeah.
Now, all the Rockets games ended up somehow in that 6:30 window. I could deal with that.
I still hate that. I still resent that with the Astros. After all these years. Oh, great. California. Oh,
yeah, the West Coast trip where you watch the games till midnight.
I still resent that. And it's been good to them.
It's even worse on the East Coast because I remember watching the Guardians playing the A's or whatever.
Yeah.
Game coming on
imagine being in their division. When they moved to that division, it's like, this
that's
is
the worst.
Suck.
Speaking of, by the way, the Coogs, number 2 seed in the NCAA tournament, their first round game is on Thursday versus Idaho, 9:10 p.m. is when that starts. 9:10 p.m. on Thursday.
Wow.
So all of the fun. Now maybe this works for you because you were already planning on watching basketball all damn day, like me. But so maybe you'll just be in a place where have a whole fun day and then you get it capped off very late by the Cougars playing basketball. However, 9:10 p.m. is what you're looking for.
I mean, it's what happens. How about Arkansas going after winning the SEC? They have to go to Oregon on Thursday from Arkansas.
Nasty business.
Yes.
But the Cougars, in addition to playing in Oklahoma City, if they make it to the third round, that Sweet 16 Elite 8, Sweet 16 Elite 8,
They'll be playing in Houston, Texas,
Yes,
where they're in that South Regional, which will be played at the Toyota Center, technically hosted by Rice, which is why it's able to happen. Man, this feels like this is a greased path for the Houston Cougars to return to the Final Four.
It really does, boy, they played it smart. You mentioned it earlier by allowing Rice to be the host, because now, I mean, there is some huge advantages, as we all know, to play in the region here at home. I mean, the foremost, the home crowd. It's one of those things, though, where you can't be caught looking too far ahead. I think they have a good draw.
South is a mess.
They have a good draw, but there's some, obviously it's the NCAA tournament. I mean, there's going to be some big time hurdles in the way.
Yeah, they've got some tough teams in their area. A&M technically is in that South as well. I imagine you're not all that happy about what's laid out for them.
No, I think
right
A&M
now.
got a horrible. But A&M right now has just found money. I mean, this team had a new coach and 11 new players and make the tournament. That's good, and nobody's patting them on the head for that. But St. Mary's, their style of basketball is the exact opposite of what the Aggies like to do. Aggies like to press the full court, trap, go up and down, make big runs, and St. Mary's is going to take all the air out of the basketball. And then Houston, even if they get by that, and I don't think the Aggies are going to beat Houston. Texas is in the play-in game.
Yeah, they're in one of those 11s, which I've seen people look at Texas to possibly make it out of that game. They've got NC State on Tuesday. That's a Will Wade team. They play good basketball, so that'll be interesting. And then shout out to Prairie View.
Prairie View, I was going to mention them too. Byron Smith.
They are team number 68 of 68 on rankings, which
care.
is unfortunate. But they'll have the honorary first 4 game is what I was looking for, as all HBCUs tend to have.
Yeah.
Howard is also in another one. But shout out to Prairie View making it again out of the SWAC.
Do you have any? Look, well, nobody's filled out their bracket just yet. Maybe they have, but nobody here has. Do you have any that immediately jump out at you as you're looking at this bracket? I like Iowa State a lot. I like. Iowa State.
You mean just like deep
just
run
in general,
type teams?
Yeah.
Oh man, I hadn't thought about it that deep. There's definitely some games in the first round that I think are interesting. Like, is it Utah State that's a 9 seed? That is getting disrespect. I think that's one of those ones that I really like that game.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk more about it. In fact, we'll get somebody.
Yeah, they're playing Villanova.
Yeah. That one I think is a really interesting game. Let's talk about these Astros, because I got to be honest, I'm buying it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see?
Are you in?
I'm buying the starting pitching that they've got. I forgot what the actual ERA is, but in spring, which take it with a grain of salt. But in spring, the starting pitching has a sub-2 ERA right now. And you had a really good outing from Christian Javier this weekend, who hadn't had a great spring to that point. That would make it, in my estimation, 4 guys in what could be your starting rotation that I feel really good about. It's assuming that you feel like Christian Javier, that last game, is something that points to him trending into a position of pitching really well going into the season. I really like what you got going on right now.
Look, man, we talked about it a little bit last week. The top 3 I'm really high on right now. We'll see, but I don't think it's flukish because they all have experience. We get Christian Javier, which should be expected. I know he had his ups and downs, but he's been largely very good.
But he's dealing with that Tommy John coming off of that for a couple of years.
If you get that, you're in business. You're absolutely in business. I saw something yesterday, I believe, talking about power ranking teams. Boy, the Astros were not even in the top 10. I think they were 11.
It's funny though. There's all sorts of different views on the Astros, because some people are looking at the Astros like, I think they could still do it, and some of it pointing to the offense. Also, Jeremy Pena is looking a little bit more doubtful for his opportunity to start the season. Ready to go, still dealing with that fingertip, but we'll give you more information as it comes along. And how about this? In watching Astros baseball, you'll see a familiar face. Former Astros closer Ryan Presley apparently is returning to Houston with Space City Home Network.
Yeah, I like it. I think he's going to be great there. One more thing, kind of merging the World Baseball Classic and the Astros. Omar Lopez, the Dominican manager, Astros bench coach. I think he's going to get a job. I think after this season, it might be his last one with the Astros.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. That's a little bit of what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We didn't even talk about this weekend that was in the greater city of Houston, spring break-wise. I'll leave that to Figgy Fig in the mixtape. Buddy, there were things happening. But coming up next, do you think that this offensive line is already better than what it was last year? That was a conversation that we had, especially now that the Texans have added a guard to the roster in Evan Brown.
And are they done at guard? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
The Drive with Stoerner. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Hope your Monday is going pretty well. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. And you on the base power text line, 713-572-4610, where somebody asked us, thoughts on Houston going out and getting Juwan Jennings? Juwan Jennings, a receiver for the Niners. I know that I saw, well, I think I saw. Are you ever in that place? Sorry, this is very ADHD.
No, that's fine.
To already go down a rabbit hole.
Squirrel.
Yes, very much so. Do you ever find that you remember something, but you can't remember where you saw it, and you're like, did I actually see that?
I always get into the place of, was that on the air or off the air? Or was that just in my head?
That's a good one.
Was that
did
just
I say
in my
that
head?
out loud?
Yeah.
Did I say this to you guys?
Yeah.
So that thing for me this weekend is I thought I saw someone tweeting about the possibility of the Texans looking to go and add a veteran wide receiver. If that was the case, if any of y'all saw that as well.
If it actually happened.
If y'all saw that as well, 713-572-4610, because I think I'm hallucinating. But if y'all saw that as well, that's not the wide receiver I would think to go get, right? I mean, Juwan Jennings, a little bit bigger guy, have the capabilities of using him in that way. That's not, I would think that they would be looking, oddly enough, for more speed per se. Because I think you're kind of sold on big body guys. At times you look at this offense and you go, where is the speed? It's one of the things that you lamented and not having Tank Dell, although we do have more workout video, as this is workout video time of year.
Boy, it is.
From Tank Dell, and he is getting in and out of cuts, baby. He is getting in and out of cuts.
I just did a cursory search. There was mention of Juwan Jennings and the Texans in 2024. So maybe that's where it came from.
Maybe so. I mean, I don't know. I feel like, and I get it. You go, Jalen Knowles should be able to produce speed. Tank Dell, if he is healthy, should be able to produce speed, but I don't know that is the way that I'd go about it, but maybe that would be the way that they go. You thoughts?
Not priority, not a priority right now.
No, but clearly this isn't prioritizing.
And I don't know if you want to go that heavy into someone like that when you have the two young guys that you like, Tank Dell coming back. You already have Nico. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't know if that's the direction.
How would you feel if it was for like a Christian Kirk type of price?
Well, I mean, Christian Kirk.
When you say price, do you mean like cap hit, or do you mean like the 7th round pick to acquire him?
Either or.
Because
if
he
it's
wasn't
not
necessarily cheap either.
If you're not breaking the bank or you're not giving up a lot, just somebody you bringing in, we're just like, okay.
Well,
that person about to get rid of him anyway.
I think I get that. The only thing is, I would need assurances that the coaching staff is not going to lean into the veteran nature of it in the same way that it felt like they did last year.
That's a great point. Yeah, absolutely, because they almost felt like compelled to play Kirk.
That's the only reason why I kind of didn't care for the Christian Kirk thing, because I felt like you was leaving Noel off.
Yeah.
Because you was, you going with the veteran and more experienced guy.
Someone said, 936, bring DeAndre Hopkins back. Great route runner, mentor the young guys.
I've seen that a couple times too.
Well, it does seem like he's out here, and he definitely does not want to go back to the Ravens, because I saw someone on Twitter, Nick Mason, say if the Ravens are in the market for a vet wide receiver, they should do a deal to bring back DeAndre Hopkins. And DeAndre quote tweeted that with, quote, "How many times after this," meaning the big touchdown catch that he caught against the Buffalo Bills, "how many times after this do you think I was using the red zone? When targeted, I'm still one of the most productive, but never complained with my snaps and never will."
I know
he's complaining now.
So I have a
he ain't
feeling
going back there.
I have a feeling, and different coach staff and everything. I just have a feeling that Baltimore will not have a DeAndre Hopkins number 15 jersey.
I'm not complaining, but let me complain a little bit.
Yes, but
and if he did come here, number 10 gone, buddy. You're gonna have to find another number.
Yeah.
That's also an interesting thing, is if he's talking about, hey man, I need you to use me in the red zone. Do you want to be kind of pigeonholed in that way to DeAndre Hopkins, with all due respect to his capabilities? But yeah, I don't know if that's the way that I would go. All right, let's talk about this offensive line, where I thought we were going to start here. Do you think this offensive line is better than where it was last year? Because this is now an offensive line that will clearly feature Ariante Ursery at left tackle. I think we're pretty solid there. I don't think we're still in that place where we're talking about the possibility of who moving the right tackle. It will definitely feature Ed Ingram. It'll definitely feature Braden Smith, I believe, at right tackle, and it feels a little even more so. There's the possibility that Evan Brown is going to join in here. The guard, maybe he could play a little center out of played actually in Arizona last few years. He at like a $3.5 million one-year deal. feels like he could be a depth piece, but maybe, depending on how things go, could be a starter. Because, I mean, he did start for the Cardinals the last couple years. But with what they have right now, Trent Brown returning as a depth piece, is this offensive line better than what it was last year?
Right now, let's give our answers. Let's give our answers, not having to explain it, just a yes or no. My answer is no. It's about the same. What about you? I mean, forget all the explaining and on all the things that
I'm an explaining
No,
ass dude,
I know. Like
I don't say nothing without explaining.
Sometimes
yes or no, Reggie.
Sometimes you take that pop quiz and it's just
yes
one box
no.
is yes and one box is no.
Reggie's the person that's writing at the bottom of it.
Yeah. Because there
How would you like your steak? Well, you have to understand.
there are a lot of ways you can describe it, and I'll do the same in a minute. How it's not over yet and all that, but just right now, yes or no, is this offensive line better than last year? My answer is no.
At what point in last year? I'll go with yes.
I'm going to go with yes.
Why? Now we get to the whys.
I think we have more of an answer for the question marks we had last year. So, somebody like an Ariante Ursery, we know that's the left tackle going forward. You know what you got in Ed Ingram. That was a question mark last year. And I think a lot of us didn't even have him making his team. Yep. Appreciate
Just
you
raising my hands. Look,
Yeah.
I want you to understand, if anybody's like, oh, Reggie always feels like he knows everything. Nope, I'll raise my hand when I'm wrong. I really want to be clear in that.
Yeah, I think Braden Smith, I'm not sitting there saying that's a Pro Bowl type of right tackle or anything, but that's somebody that been really solid the last, 7 to 8 years with the Colts.
Yep.
So I don't think we had any of that last year.
What about you? Because I do have a retort on this.
Yeah, I think that especially going into the season with more of these answers in place as opposed to kind of question marks where you're talking about we need to figure out who the best 5 are. I think you're a lot closer to that just off the jump. I think you already have your best 3, and then there's still some room to be seen with draft available to you and the opportunity, at least assuming that the draft looks the way that it does and that before you even move around or anything like that, I think you have an opportunity to get answers that make sense.
Yeah.
In this. And so I do think it's better than where you started last year. I have a little bit of a question on if it's better than where you ended just as of right this moment. But I do think that also it's an easy way for that yes to be validated for me in the next month.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about where they started. I'm just talking about last year's line as we saw them,
where they finished out.
Where they finished out. The only reason I'm saying no, and I'm going to qualify it this way, I absolutely think they can get there from here. I absolutely think they can be a better offensive line than last year with some of the things that they've already sort of started. But we tend to forget Titus Howard was your left guard last year. I mean, and right now you've got Evan Brown and Jarrett Patterson.
Correct.
I cannot say as we sit here today that either one of those guys are going to be better than Titus Howard.
Fair.
We already knew about Ursery. Jake Andrews is still your center. Braden Smith, upgrade, maybe slightly upgrade at right tackle. And Ed Ingram we like. So as much as we already had Ariante Ursery and Ed Ingram and liked them, Braden Smith's going to be your tackle. You've downgraded at left guard until you improve it.
All right, so
that's why I'm saying overall, no.
I would like to retort your counter argument.
First to my retort?
Absolutely. Yes. We're just going to be retorting ass fools here. I would like to start by making or acknowledging something that I think is something that as soon as I say it is obvious, but I feel like I have to say it. Year 2 Ariante Ursery is not rookie Ariante Ursery.
But what does that mean?
I think that is a dude who has some level of experience under his belt that he could stand on, and I think that means a lot. We saw early on in last year where Ariante Ursery, you saw the rookie of it.
A little bit.
And he grew really fast in year 1. Not to say that development is linear, but I think that where you're starting at is not where you will be with Ariante Ursery in year 2, which I think is a good thing. You have a second-year left tackle that already looked pretty good and you felt good about.
Yeah.
That continued growth means something. On top of that, Ed Ingram, who in a continuation of knowing what the expectations are, I can imagine him being even just if a little bit better. I also don't know that if Evan Brown, as now I have 2 E's in my head, and that's going to mix me up for some reason. If Evan Brown had to start, I don't think that he would be wildly worse than what Titus Howard was at guard.
Oh, that's a bold statement.
I know.
That is a bold
statement. I say that as someone who, you know me, I'm a sicko.
He's basically on a make-good contract.
I think he's better than Laken Tomlinson. I think that's probably be a better
Thank
shot
you.
than that.
Okay.
But I mean,
What a
that's
high
not
bar
really
to set.
No,
yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
No, that's not saying.
No,
much.
left guard is the only reason I can't say yes just yet. I get Ursery. Although Ingram might be kind of going on the down
It's possible.
a little bit.
Yeah,
but,
I don't
but
know.
I won't go there. All I'm saying is I get that you can improve at left tackle. You maybe improved at right tackle, maybe. Right guard you feel good about. I can't get there right now with, hey, Evan Brown might be as good as Titus Howard because I just don't see any
agree with
possibility
you.
of that.
I agree with you. I think the only way they could get better at guard
Draft
is
that dude.
If they draft somebody that's like, okay, he's going in, he's the starter.
Then I'll say yes.
Yeah.
After the draft, I could easily say,
Because they definitely ain't
they're
signed
better.
nobody yet to say, okay, that's the guy right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, my point on the Evan Brown is I have gone back and watched him play some. In the pass game, he's pretty solid. Like, he's pretty damn stable. And I think that's important. But then on top of that, the tough part about watching some of the tape is, especially for offensive line, for me, the thing that's been really rough this offseason in general is any guy that we bring up, if I go and watch some of his reps, I want to be able to see, and I'm prioritizing, what is he doing the run? Because that's the language that they've used.
Yeah.
What is this? We want to be better in the run. We want to be bullies. We want to be aggressive. That's the general ethos of everything that they've said. When I'm looking at run, I want it to match the same style of run. Gap scheme, can you get up? Can you move guys, especially in duo blocks? There was a lot of zone, outside zone in particular. When it came to Evan Brown, so it was a little tough. The few times that I saw him in kind of gap scheme, he held his own and he moved dudes. Now, is that a few instances? Does that speak to if he's doing this consistently, being able to do that? I don't know.
Yeah.
But that was encouraging for me. And again, that's why I say I don't think that's a huge step down, especially when you talk about the cost. But of course, that's not really the argument that we're having right now.
Yeah, no, I get what you're projecting with him. But it's frankly just a little disrespectful to Titus Howard to say he could
Probably.
be any
But
semblance.
he's not here right now.
I agree with it.
Yeah.
Like, I 100% agree. I don't think they found the replacement for as much as people saying Braden Smith, oh, that's the replacement, all that stuff.
Yeah.
I think the versatility alone, you didn't replace that.
Okay, so here's the question that I have then. Do you think the Texans are done at guard?
No, absolutely not.
Well, at least for the free
agency
time period.
part, you think they...
That is the question.
Maybe. Now, is there still Batonio out there, and all of a sudden it's a big splash?
Teller.
Yeah.
Like, there's still the possibility of those, but
those might come after the draft.
You have another veteran guard in there, and you do wonder if the Texans go, well, we have this papered over to where if we absolutely had to, we could put him in there, Evan Brown, and then we go into the draft. And I don't know. I genuinely don't know. This is not me, just using this as a conversation point. I genuinely don't know how I feel about what that means. Where are you looking at an Emmanuel Pregnon to then come in and be
That's where I'm looking.
Have to be a starter in day one, and is that fair for a guy like that to have to jump in and be a starter, especially in a way where you're looking for your interior to be significantly better than what it was last year?
Yeah, and then that leads into a whole other discussion. I think as a first round pick, which he would likely be.
Pregnon, I think he might be a set, but either way.
28 is what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
either way, he'd be a high pick. You're going to want to plug him in. But I think the offseason story with the offensive line is they've got they're leaning heavily into insurance. Insurance with Evan Brown, insurance with Trent Brown. You've got Braden Smith. That's not insurance. He'll probably be the starter, and maybe he could. The insurance aspect with him is he could slide into guard if he had to. So I think they're sort of covering their bases. But overall, until you get another guard, whether it's another free agent signing or a high draft pick at the line, you really can't say, oh, they're definitely better right now. But the good news is they're not playing right now.
Yeah, they're not playing right now. Yeah. And this is something that I have, maybe I'm hoping again, maybe this rose-colored glasses, however you choose to term this. In looking for aggression in free agency, we might have set ourselves up. Hopefully I'm not doing the same, but I could see a situation where we do find some aggression with the offensive line in the draft. Could you not see Nick Caserio taking all the assets that they have and the additional ones that they managed to put together this offseason and going, we are going to get our guy. That is Vega Ione, the best guard in this draft, or at least of the guys that are not having to transition from another position, right? There's some tackles like a Caden Proctor that might move into guard.
Yeah.
Vega Ione played guard at Penn State, and buddy, if you've watched some of his tape at Penn State, he is a throwing dudes out the club ass fool, right? I love it so much. You know me, that's what I've said. This is what they need this year is dudes that throw dudes out the club. Trading up into the top 15, 16 picks, making sure that you get Vega Ione, so he is your starting guard. I feel like that would be the type of aggression that we were looking for, and aggression that feels more in the wheelhouse of Nick Caserio.
Well, and here's the other good thing about the moves they've made so far. I think it puts you in a position where you're able to make a bold move like that. And that would genuinely excite me. That would genuinely get me real excited about what they're doing on the offensive line with the options and a guy like that, and still be able to get another free agent if you had to.
Yeah. Now, that's the thing is, if they're not done a free agency, could it be something like a Joel Bitonio doesn't know if he's going to play? He waits till after free agency and he goes, all right, now that I've looked at it, I think that I would like to start for you, Houston Texans, at left guard.
Yeah.
Because that does feel like that also fits what you're doing there. Now, I just don't know how much I'd want to lean on that as a possibility, but who knows what conversations Nick Caserio has had. Also, real quick here, just seeing as we're on the offensive line front and we were talking about Evan Brown, would you be interested in seeing Evan Brown at center pushing Jake Andrews?
I think much like Braden Smith, that's not where they want him, but during camp he's going to get some reps there. I think Braden Smith's going to get some reps at guard, even though that's probably not where they want him ideally.
Now, of course, this is all fairy tale land. I'm putting things together here. If you end up with the offensive line that's something like Ariante Ursary, rookie guard, whether it's Ione or Pregnon, Evan Brown at center, Ed Ingram, and Braden Smith, how you feeling?
Not bad. Not bad. I think they need the upgrade at center. I feel like you can certainly have a stud at left guard, which that would be a real big upgrade. Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's still just feeling it all out as we see. We're kind of in the more quiet waters after the first few waves of free agency. And, it does feel like they have a path towards being a better offensive line. To what degree is also a question that we have to have at some point, but not right at this moment. All right, you're in the loop. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic.
All right, let's do that. Let's talk about low T center and synergy.
Postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Feeling a lot of stress on this NCAA bracket pool already. Yeah.
Really, on a Monday you're feeling stressed?
Well, on a Monday morning, around about, let's say about 6:30 this morning. So we all have seen, and some of us live in those houses divided in terms of the teams you're following, like, Longhorn. In fact, my oldest son, his wife is a big Longhorn. He's obviously a big Aggie. You see the bumper stickers and the yard signs.
House divided.
Well, we're somewhat divided. It doesn't really come into play very often because we all love the Coogs, and my middle son went to U of H, and my son-in-law went to U of H, and we're all about it. But 6:30 this morning, not only they didn't ask me, my middle son who went to U of H sent to the family text, "Mom, how do you feel about the Aggies and the Cougars being on the same side of the bracket?" He went the mom route.
Man.
He went the mom route.
He knew what he was doing.
He knew exactly what he was doing. I'm reading it right now.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Mom.
In this full-blown group chat.
How do you feel about that? And I'm like, man, this is going to be way too much. Disclosure.
What you think he was trying to do?
He's trying to get Mom, who went to A&M, on the Coug side and cause all kinds of craziness in the family.
Wait, but why do you think that would be the way
Because she's a big
it goes?
Cougs fan. I mean, she's actually, to be honest, she's watched more Cougars games this year than Aggies games.
I'll be forgetting she's an Aggie.
Yeah. Her dad played football at A&M back in the old days.
She seemed like more of a city Houston type.
And that's it. Yeah. Obviously one of her kids went there, and then she's just kind of grown and been in Houston.
Wait, but my thing about it is, so who are you mad at in this circumstance?
Him, and I love him.
But he just asked a question.
No, but he went, "Mom."
Yeah,
not because
he wants her answer.
Because he would.
Hey, Mom, how do you get in a journalism school?
Because if he'd asked me,
I'm trying to get in a radio, Mom.
If he'd asked me, he knows the answer he'd get. I would be cheering for the Aggies,
and that's why he didn't ask you.
But if the Aggies lose, I'm all about the Cougs the rest of the way because I'm just being honest. But he put Mom in the middle of everything.
Yeah, because he knows what your answer is going to be. So let's find out what the person who might not have that answer. And if she says Cougs, that's on Jim.
The real question is, what did you say?
Well, I kind of said that. What I told you, like, hey, this is a tough spot. Not gonna lie, I'd be cheering for the Aggies if they faced the Cougs, but. If the Cougs win, which I don't even know if the Aggies are going to get by the first round. That's a tough game. But let's say they do, and they get to the Cougs, and the Cougs win. That's all good, but that's not the team I would be cheering for. I'd be cheering for the Cougs the rest of the way. But, I mean, that's some dirty pool right there, Mom.
Like, man, I ain't about to mess around with what they call you, JPL.
Yeah,
I ain't about to mess around with JPL.
All my kids call me JPL.
I think you're imagining things.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're seeing things that are not there.
No.
You feeling attacked when you really not attacked.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening here.
No, the family there's a divide that is being wedged into the middle of the family, and they're using the mom card. That's what I'm talking about right there.
Wait, so what would you have preferred? Because you clearly don't like how this just. What are you looking for in this moment?
Just say something along the lines of, "Hey, what do you guys think? Of the Cougs and the Aggies?"
He just happened to direct it towards Mom because we already know what you think. I think you are. This is hit dog hollering right now. You see it, right?
No.
You just feeling attacked.
No,
hit dog hollering right now.
He knew exactly.
He ain't even thinking about you.
He knew. Oh, yes, he was. He knew exactly what he was doing. If I get Mom on my side, then all of a sudden there would be big trouble.
Why does it even matter who's rooting? I feel like you should enjoy yourself rooting rooting for your team by yourself so that if and when.
Because he knows it's a house divided.
Yeah, that's right. And he didn't make it that. He just was asking about
Puts
it.
a lot of stress on the family. Undue stress.
If you say so.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Bob Costas, legendary broadcaster, definitely a take-haver at times. He said something that I found to be interesting. Speaking with sports media, a YouTuber, he argued that MLB should find a way to let fans hear local broadcasters during postseason games.
Yes.
Like on TV.
Mm-hmm.
And I love the idea, but I also kind of like the notion of like being able to have this big game that we all kind of watch together without having these additional kind of separations.
Yeah.
But I do love the idea of, I have watched, in theory, right, 162 of these games. Obviously, there's very, very few people who are watching every single game of their team, but watching, like, let's say 140 of these games.
Yeah.
And then we get to the playoffs. I would like to hear those same people tell me these stories. But I kind of like the idea of now we're all in on this same game. But it does feel like that'd be a really cool opportunity, would it not?
Well, here's where I would fall on this. I actually probably would listen to the national broadcast just because it's the national broadcast.
Right, me too.
What bothers me about it is that these people cover 162 games and then say, thank you for your service. Go have a seat. That's what, just what they're doing to them.
Yeah.
You know, that bothers me more than I wouldn't listen. I would a little bit.
All the meaningless games and all that, just the
rain out.
No game is without meaning, Figgy. They all mean something.
Yeah, but the 4-hour rain delays and all this other stuff.
Hey, Callis and Blum already dealt with the rain delay. We ain't even got to the season
I
yet.
know.
They out here covering game 33 and game 161.
That's where
and then now it's time for the playoffs. It's like, peace out, y'all.
Yeah, I'd
Let
probably
the big
listen to the
boys
national
come in.
broadcast, but I just think that's sorry, man. They do all this work and then they have take a seat in the press box. Take a seat in the press box.
They should have something where, because I kind of like the idea of how they used to split different broadcast teams. So they had like somebody from the opposing team.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I kinda like
Todd
that.
Callis calling the game with somebody else from the other team.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something.
That's a
better
spring
than-
training thing. Or maybe just a meaningless regular season game, here and there.
I just feel like you would end up with broadcasts that
It just kind of
feel
sucks
so,
that they're not on it.
They're not doing
It does.
anything.
Yeah, it does.
That's
That's the
that's
part
where
that sucks.
my gripe would be.
Yeah, no, I like the idea in theory. I just don't know if it would actually work for me. Let me know, 713-572-4610, because I'm very intrigued as to like if people would want that just. And I wonder how much of this is just a reaction to the particular national guys, right? Especially John Smoltz, who somehow makes everyone feel like he hates their team. You know what I mean? Like, I will say about John Smoltz, though, sometimes he does not sound like he's excited about baseball. And I think that's the biggest, more
His
than
knowledge, though, man, is
that's the thing. More than saying like there's bias. I think the worst thing that you could say about a broadcaster is they don't feel like they're enjoying what the hell they're watching. Because I feel like how am I supposed to enjoy it if you're not enjoying this experience of doing it?
I think I just like the whole national part of it. Because even during the regular season, sometimes you had those national games where you be like, man, I flipped to the national.
Right.
And just hear what they say. I do it a lot with the NBA. Sometimes they had one of those ESPN type of games or like a national game. It's just like, I watch the national broadcast over the home one.
Yeah.
Because I always watch the home one. And it's good. I just kind of want to hear what the national people saying.
I agree.
These are my confessions.
So, Lopez, you was talking about, being a little stressed before the, with the whole March Madness thing and the house divided. I decided I ain't gonna stress myself out anymore either, man. I'm not going back and forth with these fools.
What fools?
These fools on social media talking about the damn Titans uniforms.
Oh, you're done with that?
Yeah, I realized what it was because we all kind of know what it is. How what Amy Adams is doing. She's doing that to kind of poke Houston a little bit. She's not doing it because she's tapping to the Nashville city and all that. We know what it is. And I had to realize, this is my confession, I realized I'm not really mad at the Tennessee fans or anything like that. It's more of an Amy Adams thing.
Oh, yeah.
And, them fans, they're going to support whatever going on. They ain't going to sit there and agree with what we're saying or anything like that. And it took me, I guess this weekend, just talking about it, it took me until the end to realize, hey, it's not the fan's going to fan.
Yeah.
they gonna support the team no matter what. They ain't gonna let nobody talk smack about their team.
Mm-hmm.
So they gonna go back and forth. And I had to realize it's Amy Adams Strunk that's sitting here she's not letting go of the past. She's doing all of this for selfish reasons. She's not doing it because, Nashville wanted this.
Right.
So let's give the fans what they. Nah, she's doing this for a certain reason, a personal reason.
You know the funny thing about her, and I say this as a verified Amy Adams Strunk hater,
Mm-hmm.
I think I can be objective on this, even though I hate her. Okay? She went this is going way too far to poke at Houston. She changed the entire uniform. It's one thing to have throwbacks or, say a couple things here and there about it's our history, or have the old Oilers back for, a day in Nashville where they never even played. But talk about going all in on some vengeance. Like, she didn't just poke them a little bit. She changes the entire uniform. That's a big commitment.
Yeah. And I think the part that got me was because you had people talking about, it's ours, which is, it's true.
Yeah.
But remember at the beginning when they moved there, they changed those uniforms for a reason.
They couldn't change them fast enough.
Yeah, they changed the name, they changed the uniforms, they changed the color schemes and
That's
all
what
that.
I'm saying.
They got
She's all in with the spite and pathetic nature of everything.
I kind of feel bad a little bit for the city because I'm like, man, I feel like Nashville is a good city. You can tap into the history of Nashville, come up with something that's kind of city related instead of holding on to, I think it's a cool uniforms, don't get me wrong. But damn, tap into the city a little bit. Why you trying to do all of this just to poke fun at the city y'all worrying? So I had to realize that. I'm like, you know what? I just can't go back and forth with Tennessee fans. Yeah, it's not getting nowhere.
Nah, for real. Like there's the colors don't show up anywhere. It does not speak to Nashville at all. And people are like, yo, man, they really are just caught in the middle. They are the children of divorce.
Yeah.
Caught in the middle.
They just defending their team, man.
Yeah.
I got to respect that because, look, I ain't going to let nobody talk smack about my team. Now, I could talk smack about my team to people, all that type of stuff. That's kind of like having that crackhead auntie where you might be talking to your family about her, but somebody on the outside can't talk. No, you can't talk about my auntie. I don't care.
Yeah.
713-572-4610. Let me know if you got a crackhead auntie.
Yeah.
I want to hear about it. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those are our lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, has there ever been an event that has elevated itself to elite status more than the World Baseball Classic? 713-572-4610. That's the Base Power text line. We talk about it next.
Ready? How does 610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Monday. Coming off a weekend of really fun sports. It's one of those times of year where you go, all right, there's stuff to watch.
Yeah.
The World Baseball Classic has been one of those. Are you in agreement? 713-572-4610. That the World Baseball Classic has elevated itself to elite status. Because the United States of America faced off against the Dominican Republic. This was probably the matchup that people were waiting most for, and it delivered in all sorts of fashions, both in entertainment value, quality of the actual game itself, and then the ending. Boy, the ending sounded like this on Fox.
To Perdomo. Here it is. On with the championship. The United States takes down.
I would have liked to have seen what happened. That was ball 4. That was a ball.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think very many people are going to argue that.
It felt like, you know what it felt like to me? It felt like we were so close to getting what we got in the last World Baseball Classic where you had Soto and Mike Trout
in an
at-bat, and it felt like by the time the at-bat was over, it felt post-coital. It felt like, man, I have gotten what I could have gotten out of this.
Yeah.
It felt like we were on the precipice of that, and then we just missed out on it.
It was bad. It was really, really bad.
Shoot, I don't even think Mason Miller thought it was a
maybe
a
not.
strike.
Yeah.
No,
it looked like his reaction was like it was a walk.
Yes. Yeah. And then he was like, "Oh, we won. All right."
Oh, y'all called that a strike? Okay.
Yeah. But on the World Baseball Classic, I don't think it's over dramatic, over the top. This thing is it's gone through the roof.
I watched the whole game yesterday.
It has elevated itself like beyond what I imagined, and I was kind of a fan of it anyway. But
same.
And I think there's one reason that I think that really is helping it along. Like, let's say the Olympics, and we all get behind the flag, which you can do here as well in the World Baseball Classic. But let's say you're watching even a popular event like the 100-meter dash, and you're in the finals of the 100-meter dash. You're going to plug in. Everybody's cheering for the American. You really don't know, and most people have never even heard of the other 7 dudes that are in the 100-meter final. They're just like really fast dudes that you just learned a lot about in that moment. What the World Baseball Classic has going for it is you recognize dudes on every team, and you know there are some superstars on every team that you see regularly. And I think that just makes you kind of realize how good they are, number one, but also how important it is, number 2, because I think, you got, let's say that was ball 4. Fernando Tatis is coming up.
Yes.
He's coming up next. And all of a sudden you're like, ooh, that dude is a badass. Whereas, like, if you're the 100-meter dash is what I should have said. 100-meter dash, you're like, well, I know that guy from Jamaica's fast, but I don't know who it is. Whereas you don't have that connection. You're just cheering for the flag. Here you're seeing the star power.
You know what it feels like to me?
Yeah.
It feels like what All-Star games used to be like.
100%.
Right?
Yeah.
The idea of we have an opportunity to see some of these guys, especially when you have like interleague or before you have interleague play, and you go, we see some of these guys, but I don't see them guys over there. And there's some really cool guys that you can see in a different formation, right? In the NBA, it's like, all right, well, let's see the best of the East come together, and it isn't quite that, but to some degree, you see these guys in different formations, and some of them, like the Dominican Republic, ends up being a super team. The United States ends up being a super team. And so you get a little bit of that feel that you would not get in a different circumstance with all of the additional vibes, right? Because you get the energy that All-Star games have lost because you don't have built-in stakes and you don't have built-in fan bases. You wrap it in the flag, and now you've got Dominican people coming to this, not just because we've got a really good team, but also this feels like it represents me.
Yeah.
And you got people, shouting where it feels like Miami
is transported to the Dominican Republic. You've got it to where Houston feels like it's transported to Mexico, and it almost feels like home games where you have that level of energy in them. Obviously, salute to the home venues. What was it, 3 of them throughout the course of this? Tokyo, Miami, and of course here in Houston, who really did show up and show out in the way that they handled these as well.
Well, and it's not just the atmosphere, the intensity the players can feel. Aaron Judge, Figgy, was talking about this. And last week, Julio Rodriguez, I think, said it's more important to win the World Baseball Classic than the World Series. And it was a big argument back and forth, like, I don't know about that. Maybe he's putting on. Did you hear what Aaron Judge had to say?
Oh, I say it's been bigger. The World Series I was in, the crowd here, the crowd we had when we played against Mexico, it's bigger and better than the World Series. It's just, like I said, the passion that these fans have representing their country, representing some of their favorite players, there's nothing like it. And that's what you dream of as a kid. When I was betting in my backyard, playing wiffle ball, this is the moments you dream of, big spots, big situations. It gives me chills right now thinking about how special that was. I try to take a moment every game to kind of look around, appreciate the crowd, appreciate the moment. It's just a blessing that we get to go out there and do our thing.
Now, you didn't hear that.
He didn't say, like, this win would be bigger and better than the World Series, but he did say the environment and the pressure and the chills that he got was bigger and better than the World Series.
Yeah, he said he has chills. He takes a second to look around and appreciate how special it is. And I don't doubt that.
I don't either.
I mean, there's only so much that you can take from watching a television broadcast of some of these, which, I mean, because they're mic'd up in all sorts of different ways, and of course, all it takes is somebody pushing the fader, pushing the volume in certain instances for it to sound a little bit different. However, it for all intents and purposes, what you could see through and hear through the television, and then also personal accounts of various people, whether they were at Dyken Park for, Italy, Mexico, or, U.S. Mexico, or Italy rather, U.S. Mexico. You see some of those. You have people talk about that, but then, I mean, all these journalists and everything, it does feel like it is special. And so, yeah, man, I don't know if you could take that and you could transplant it elsewhere, but I do think that we should just appreciate that they've gotten this so right, especially at the time of year that they have, right? It's kind of amazing that they've been able to bring this level of excitement to the baseball before we get to the regular season of Major League Baseball.
Well, and the other thing is that it has going for it. So my answer is I have not seen a single event elevate itself so quickly like the World Baseball Classic, because it was an afterthought like not long ago. Not very long ago, it was like, oh, yeah, I guess they're going to play in that thing, and you're kind of like keeping up with it here and there.
Do you have a hypothesis as to why we've gotten to this place?
I think first of all, we know the stars. We know how good the American team is, and we know players on every single team. That's part of it. I also think another part of it is it has the element of nationalism, as we knew, but also Cinderella story. I mean, Italy is helping this.
Yeah,
Italy is helping this whole thing. But no, I think it's been pretty remarkable, and the ratings. I don't know if you've seen those.
No, I tried not to be a dork about that.
No, but
I'm a dork about a lot of things. I was like, I'm not going to dork out about WBC ratings.
No, I'm just saying in terms of how their growth.
No, I know.
Yeah, their growth has just been ridiculous. It was an afterthought. The World Baseball Classic was like, maybe I'll see that if I'm not doing anything. And now you're scheduling time to watch it.
And then somebody said it's the one game takes all of it all.
That helps.
I mean, there's other tournaments that have that bring some of that, but I guess.
But baseball usually doesn't.
Yeah, that's fair. Taking this sport and then putting it into that dynamic. Do you think that you could translate any of this to World Cup? Do you think that you're going to have the same type of environment here because of that? Because I wonder, you do get some of the things you talked about, right? You do have this similar type of tournament. You do have some big names, although not in American parlances necessarily, not in the American zeitgeist nearly in the same way.
Yeah.
And then some of the countries that are going to be represented aren't going to be as easy for people to latch onto as places like the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico,
right.
Even like the likes of Japan and Italy. I think that they were some nice, easy ways to latch onto. We make fun of Italy in some ways, or at least, or have a little fun with it. But there are people that have, like, I'm Italian, even if it's the, Northern Jersey
absolutely.
A variety of it.
No, I think it will simply because of it's more entrenched as the World Cup. Even if you're not a big soccer fan, I think there are more and more soccer fans here, and it's also massive. It's a much bigger tournament this year than it's ever been. More teams in the World Cup. Having it here in Houston, just locally, you're going to see it in the suburbs. You're going to see it not just downtown. Just the nationalism that's going to be on display. You're right, though. As much as there have been, big names in international soccer that are going to be, converging on the World Cup. It's not names you see every day on our TVs very often.
Fair point from the 832 and the 346. Not like Judge has a lot of World Series experience to trade on. Hilarious. Also, going back to that final at bat, a good point was made about, especially in that game, there was a lot of low strikes, even curveballs low in the zone. I'd counter argue that it felt like that one was like a half foot lower than some of those other ones, but that'd be equivalent. It did feel like that was one that you would expect to be fought off, right? Good batters don't, especially when you have two strikes, don't play with those edge type strikes. I'd wonder if the advent of ABS has changed some of these approaches.
It'll be in the next one.
I would hope so. Yeah. And I wonder if that takes away some of the fun of it. But also, I wonder if this World Baseball Classic, if you've seen players trying to alter their approach, and if this shows up in baseball where, like, 2 outs, are guys fouling off in the same way, or are they going, I trust my eye, and I'm not swinging at this even though I should protect the plate because I think I can go and challenge this and get the ball that I believe it is.
Well, that's a lot to process on one pitch, all of a sudden. Maybe your approach is, if it's close, and I don't think it's a strike.
Yeah, but I mean, they process it the other way where they go, all right, now it's 2 strikes and I need to protect the plate.
I'm saying, but on that particular pitch to make that decision might be might be a big ask. But I do think, and I've said this multiple times, Major League Baseball players, the eye they have for the zone, I very rarely question it. They're really good on it. And ABS has been proving it in spring training.
That's true.
There are a lot of calls overturned. So it wasn't a strike, good for the Americans, but part of me was kind of like, I would have liked to have seen what would have happened. I still would have wanted the U.S. to win, of course, but I would have liked to have seen what would have happened if Tatis got up there,
right,
and got to face Miller.
Some thoughts on maybe some events that may be elevated in a similar way. Would you talk about Tiger Woods coming on the scene and dominating?
One.
Like golf in general did elevate in that time. Honestly, I think the Masters even elevated, which feels like it's blasphemy because the Masters views itself as the biggest thing in everything. Someone else threw out the Winter Olympics in '94. As you might know, I don't have very much experience there.
That was huge because that was Tanya Harding and Nancy Kerrigan, and it was on every. See, that's one of the things that can really elevate a team is when it crosses over into mainstream, whether it's newscasts or pop culture, Saturday Night Live and all that stuff. That's a good tell because then it's just exposed that much more.
Yeah. So it's been really fun with the World Baseball Classic, and we still have one more game to go, at least for the United States of America. I think there's still the other semi to be played today, but it's been really fun keeping track of the World Baseball Classic, and really cool that Houston was really was a focal point while rodeo was going on and everything. That was another big event happening in the city. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, The Athletic put together an interesting kind of analysis and summary of free agency. How did they rank what the Texans have done thus far, and how do they rank the rest of the AFC South? Let's talk about that and more next.
Man, there was a lot of events happening in Houston last weekend. Kids out here for spring break, Dynamo game, rodeo, all that stuff was going on in the city, so it was packed. Traffic everywhere, people all over the place. But I'll tell you this, it wasn't too bad taking Metro. Taking the Metro is stress-free and easier now with the new Ride Metro fare system. All you got to do is just tap your Ride Metro card or scan the mobile app before you go. It works on Metro Rail, buses, park and ride routes across the city. And if you're cashless, you can pay with Apple Pay, Google Pay, credit or debit. It works. Learn more at ridemetro.org/fare system. That's ridemetro.org/fare system. Ride smart, ride Metro.
Texans' new running back David Montgomery isn't just HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's always good to know that you're making a positive influence in people's lives, John Lopez.
You're making an impact.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think that's what we all want to do in our lives in one way or another, whether it's like mentorship or, volunteering.
It sounds like you've got an example.
Shout out to the Pat Eve Baby
the Pat Eve Baby Foundation, yep.
Things like that. And I just got something on the text line that validated me. From the 832, I believe this is retro. Went and did it. Bought a second TV for my room, so now I'll have two 55s hanging so I can game on one and watch the World Baseball tonight just in time for March Madness.
Perfect.
Look at that. See?
Perfect.
Now you did that because of you?
I made the world a little bit better, a little bit brighter, I think.
So this is how you're making the world better.
I think so.
Spend more time inside watching TV.
Look.
Good for you.
That's right.
Good for you.
I'm standing by this. You're not going to move me off this block. I believe in myself and I believe in this. If I don't do anything else, I'm going to tell y'all that having two TVs is better than one.
Yeah.
And then also, go get yourself a new pack of drawers and socks right quick.
Yeah. Don't experience life.
Nice. Stay outside.
Yeah, don't experience life.
Did your mama used to say, get off that game and go outside and do something?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah.
She used to, my mother used to always, y'all get off that game, go outside.
Yeah.
Go play.
I was a little bit of a latchkey kid at times, so some of the outside was the times where I was sneaking out when I was supposed to be inside with the door locked. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Man, we used to be trying to go in and play the new video game I got. Mama, it's summertime. Y'all go outside and play.
That was mine.
She wanted. Yep. She was missing.
Don't
when
come
was
back
going
to the
school.
street lights. Come on.
Yeah.
She was like, if y'all ain't in school, go somewhere else. Right. I'm not about to be in my house.
Watch other people experience life. Don't experience it
That's
yourself.
Right. Look, I understand what you're trying to do, and you're not going to shame me from this. I will not do that. All right. Shout out to Jordan Rodriguez of The Athletic, who has a initial free agency moves and what they revealed about teams. And she puts teams into buckets. And I'll give you the buckets here.
Okay.
There's the win now bucket, clearly. There's the must win bucket. There's the success builder bucket. As you can tell, kind of the tiers are going down from here. There's the neutral positive. There's the just plain neutral bucket. There's the sprint rebuild bucket, which I find to be a very fascinating bucket, which is, hey, man, we trying to get going. We trying to get going fast, right?
Yeah.
And then there's just the plain basic rebuild bucket. Where do you think that the Houston Texans fall within this tier system, at least with what they've done in free agency to this point?
It shouldn't even be close. We can all say it together. Win now.
You think they're in the win now bucket?
Hell yes.
With just what their answers are.
Oh, you mean just based on what
just based on what their free agency has told you?
Gauging what they've done.
Yes.
Gauging what they've done. I still want to say win now, but it doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, I was like,
that definitely don't feel like no win now.
But this is
here's like, man, you out here talking about, I don't know about where's the guard, and you're like, they're clearly made win now moves.
But here's the thing. This is a win now team. It should be.
Yeah,
it should be.
It should be. Yeah.
I want to say win now.
The teams in the win now bucket: the Denver Broncos, who interestingly enough have signed 0 free agents, but external free agents. But that's kind of in some ways indicative of this, right? They are just in a place where they feel very strongly about the guys they have. They brought back Justice Sherrod, right? They're back at it. The Los Angeles Rams. They had a really good team, and they were just like, we have this big deficiency at cornerback. Let's go and sign 2 or 3 cornerbacks, and let's go get them, right? San Francisco 49ers absolutely have said that they're loading up. Went and got Mike Evans, right? They make sure that they still have their core stars. They go and add a defensive lineman on the interior from the Cowboys, right? This is a move.
Yeah.
And then the Seahawks, who had a good roster, won a championship, they're back at it. Does not include the Texans.
Yeah.
You want to take another shot at it?
Based on their moves, what's the second one?
Second one is must win. Third is success builder.
I'm going to go success builder.
Success builder.
I'm going to go success builder.
In the success builder category, the Carolina Panthers, interestingly, right? Success building team, self-aware, and that's exactly how you describe the Panthers, right? 2 outside cornerbacks playing really well. They just decided, all right, let's go get a linebacker to organize all this, right? The Chicago Bears, right? They Ben Johnson at the helm had a retirement at the center position, went and traded for a center. Obviously, they still have some moves to come. And the Patriots, who recognized where they were, made some moves. Did not put the Texans in there.
Well, now I'm starting to worry a little
Right.
bit. Not that it matters to me what Jordan Rodriguez says, but there is a perception out there.
I'll give you one more guess because this is going.
Oh, what's the next one down?
The next one down is neutral positive.
No, can't be that.
I think it might be that.
Can't be that.
I think that's it. If
Neutral
I would have
positive.
knew that, I would have probably said that.
These teams have a good to great quarterback, a good roster that needs a few adjustments. Their free agency plans and remaining needs make sense, although draft targets and issue areas are obvious. Happy and high ceiling place for a team to spend a few years if it can. Teams in this bucket are either great quarterback play or an improved position group or two
I'm
away
starting to worry about this.
from taking a step forward in contention and into the must-win or win-now category.
Can
buckets.
I change my answer?
And yes, you can.
I'm going to say this.
The Houston Texans. Zero questions about this defense, and Houston did well to extend defensive tackle Sheldon Rankins, sign Reed Blankenship, and add depth elsewhere like the defensive line. Hard to not love the new Woody and Buzz tandem of Woody Marks and Demo, which, are you in on the Woody and
I like
Buzz?
that.
Okay,
Yeah,
very good.
yeah.
Do for another offseason have questions about the state of Houston's offensive line.
Yeah, look.
Houston should be in the win now spot, but those questions plus
Told ya.
a bad end to the season for CJ Stroud keep them in this bucket for now.
This is frustrating to me. It really is. They should, and she said it. They should be in the win now
Correct.
mode, and yet they're not. Part of it may be out of their control somewhat with C.J. Stroud and his playoff performance, but the other part of it is really their moves. The moves that they've made are not indicative of a team that is in win now mode. Still early, still the draft, still other free agents. We all get it. But if we're just gauging what's happened right now, this is kind of frustrating.
A little bit. And it's I think it's the MO of the organization that puts them in this place. Because I could easily see another organization going, we like all these things, but there's a clear need. Let's address it hard. I mean, it does feel like, of the teams that we were talking about, the Rams are kind of an interesting other side of this coin, where the Rams are like, we like what everything is. The offensive side of the ball works really well. We just we have this real weakness at cornerback. We're just going to hit it real hard by going and trading for Trey McDuffie, going and signing. I can't remember who the other cornerback is that they signed. Oh, my goodness. But they made sure to acquire a couple of guys in that spot in a pretty aggressive way. And I think that's what a lot of Houston Texans fans, admittedly, I don't think that they care there on Kirby, what the fans think in that particular way. But the fans would have expected it to look kind of like that, the way that the Rams did that. But they're taking a different approach to that.
Well, and I think part of it is the frustration anyway, is they had, before free agency opened, you could see them opening up some money here and there. Like it was as if they were going to make the big, bold stroke, but they had other plans in mind. And I think how much of this just goes back to they're just still trying to wait and see what their quarterback's going to do.
I don't know.
Because if you're in win now mode now and you make the big swings, obviously that's good for C.J. Stroud, especially on the offensive line. But what if it still doesn't work out there? Then you're kind of behind again.
Can I spin your question in a different way? If C.J. Stroud puts up a significantly better performance in the playoffs, are they handling this offseason differently?
Oh, yeah. I think so.
You sure?
Yeah, I think so.
How so?
Because a significantly better position in the playoffs or performance in the playoffs would have them in the Super Bowl.
Or at least the AFC Championship. At the
or
very
at least the AFC Championship game. So all of a sudden, you have the more confidence that your guy can get it done. Even if it was still somewhat reluctant to embrace everything, it will have, proof of concept, as you talk about. It would have been one of those things where, like, maybe he's not even all bought in, but imagine when he buys in more after we get to the AFC
So you think
Championship
they'd be probably spending a little more or hitting the bigger
they would have been more
splashier,
however you want to
signings?
define it, they would have been more in win now mode because they will have won. At a very high level.
Well, the one thing I wonder, because I could easily see your logic there, right?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to knock it down. I do wonder if they get past New England, right, with much better performance, do they end up on an even bigger stage where that offensive line, as it previously was constituted, which I think we would all agree is not optimal by any means, does it get exposed in a bigger way?
Might have gotten exposed in a bigger way, but you'd be in the Super Bowl, and you'd have a quarterback who took you there.
Right.
So maybe it would even be more so.
But
we
then,
got to get these.
On the other side, does that then also give them? Would they be even more locked in on the idea that we can just make this happen because they would have made a Super Bowl in this hypothetical?
Yeah, but in your hypothetical, they will have been exposed. The line.
Well, I'm saying,
yeah.
Sometimes the exposure does not mean that you have to act as if you were exposed, right? that was the concern that some people had going into this. Do they view an 11-win season and 11-win season and a playoff win as some level of validation of what they've done to continue on?
Mm-hmm.
Would that validation be bigger if you view it as such? If they had not been stopped by C.J. Stroud's less than stellar play?
Well, yeah, maybe. I think if you have a quarterback that gets you that far, then you're even more inclined to believe that even though he might have been a little bit reluctant to embrace it, here we are. So let's just do even more to help him.
I feel like they probably would have been similar to what they're doing now, because if they got that far, yeah, because that's why I feel like they're just kind of just still shopping in the bargain bin, because they probably looking at it like, we won 11, 12 games already. So
somebody texted that earlier. Like they're not so much focused on what really was the collapse, but they won 11 straight games, so they feel like we're there if we can just keep doing what we're doing.
I think if they had to sell what they're doing in free agency now, and why this team gonna be good, I think they're gonna go back and say, look at all these games we won.
Yeah, once we had it figured out,
we were right there.
Yeah,
but I did appreciate though that Jordan Rodriguez, who does a great job, good job covering the league in general. It has really tapped in with all sorts of different teams and getting feels for what they think. That this was not just a general neutral, because that is a possibility. And I think that if you're more negative on what this team is, that probably is the closer to where you go. She's like, no, this is neutral with a positive spin to it, right? There is a positive bent here. It just feels like if they had done this a little bit different, it'd be more of the now you're in win now mode and trying to go and push forward.
Well, and I am curious.
Or even must win, which I think probably fits more with where the Texans are.
Yeah, but I'm curious. There have been other teams doing in the AFC that have kind of bothered me how aggressive they are and the big moves, the big swings they're taking.
Which team is that?
I'm curious on Kansas City, where they are. And by the way, they're still making moves even today. I'm curious on Buffalo. I'm curious on Denver. Well, you mentioned Denver. Some of these teams, and also Jacksonville.
All right, I will start with the one that you put in here last. Jacksonville, she has as a neutral positive.
Same places.
Same place as the Texans, right? Saying that after the first season that was successful, Liam Cohen, James Gladstone, Tony Baselli, head-turning initial moves last year, that Jaguars are playing compensatory pick game right now. The most interesting move that she has is the re-signing of Monteric Brown, cornerback, which, we talked about a little bit, but they're trying to get those middle round picks and kind of reset the foundation of the roster that way. There's not been a lot of external additions there. And so that's they're in
the same place, but 3 years behind, going on 4 years behind where the Texans are.
It does feel like that now, doesn't it? You talked about Kansas City, also interestingly in that same boat, right? Where I think this is probably because of the ways in which they did fill two needs, Kenneth Walker and then defensive tackle Tonga there. But they will need to get this cornerback is a big hole that they haven't addressed and kind of have made bigger by trading away Trent McDuffie. So they need to do that in the draft. So I think that's why they end up in this place. Definitely have made some positive moves. Obviously, you were very enamored, with the running back addition.
Yeah.
But they still also have big moves that they still need to manage to at least answer in the remainder of this offseason.
And Denver, you mentioned Buffalo. Where were they?
The Buffalo Bills. Oh yes, the Buffalo Bills fall in the must-win category, and that one feels obvious, right? It's now or never for the Bills. You have the quarterback. They went and got a wide receiver who they paid a little extra for, based off of most people's accountings of the situation, and who's now going to be wide receiver one. They have to hope that the regression that they saw in Chicago was just a factor of young guys coming in and taking reps, as opposed to DJ Moore having less capabilities. In fact, actually, the interesting thing with DJ Moore is not even like a regression of some sorts, is like a lack of interest that seemed to pop up at times where you hope that that's all that circumstance and not a DJ Moore thing as of right now. They also added Bradley Chubb. So it's just and then they added C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Like, these are moves that indicate rather that this is a team that goes, damn, we need to get over, which is where they are. And so, I found that to be interesting that she viewed this team as one that's kind of just neutral positive, maybe not in that place where those moves to say that this is a must-win team, which is funny because on the ground level, that's very much how we feel.
Yes, I mean, and it should be that way. Not just how we feel; it should be that way. But yeah, we know what's happening.
But they kind of have an MO. Like this is how they build. At least the last couple. I say that they're 2-3 years removed from like having a very big, sprint rebuild type approach of let's go, let's get this going.
Well, they did, except, in the years of Lovie Smith and David Culley, they were, culling contracts and signing one-year deals to set up that big move. So, that's where they were in the Culley and Lovie's move years. So they were already setting up that first big splash.
Yeah. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Man, so I got to talk about the crazy weekend in Houston, which was Spring Break HTX 2026. What the hell was I watching on social media?
Yeah. Apparently, let us know. Were you out in these streets seeing all the people from all over the world flood into Houston for spring break? Let us know. We'll talk about it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. How was y'all weekend?
Excellent. I was outside, had a good time, did a couple little projects. How about you, Reggie?
Peaceful.
What you do?
Not much. I was around the house trying to get my life together, really. I think I cleaned some shoes that I was putting off.
Some shoes, Figgy.
It matters, though.
Yeah.
Man, if I got
organized the floss.
I mean, I didn't organize the floss. Come on now.
I loaded up the Q-tips.
Yeah. By
nice
size,
and organized.
by thickness.
I went to the
color
grocery store.
Coordinated, man.
I went to the
Color
grocery store,
coordinated,
and I forgot that we had conversations about this. I actually went into the grocery store. I did not.
Oh, you went from inside to inside.
Yeah. Yep.
For those who don't know, he mentioned earlier, and it drove me nuts. You know, I spent all weekend, pretty much all weekend inside.
I didn't really go outside.
Yeah.
I wasn't really outside like that. And of course, I mean that in the general colloquial, like the colloquial sense of outside, like outside going to places. Like I went out to eat one time. Actually, it was Saturday, and as I was going to the spot to try, is when the Evan Brown news. So I'm sitting there eating food by myself on my phone, looking at Evan Brown reps. So that is, if you view that as sad, then I had a sad weekend. Otherwise, it was peaceful.
You know when we had that global pandemic back in 2020, Reggie didn't even really notice. Didn't even really notice.
You say that for a good long time of it. I was like, yeah, this is about right. Now, of course, I am not immune to socialization like we all are. Eventually, I got to a place where I was like, hey, man, I need people. But it happened a lot. It happened a lot slower than it did for other people.
Okay, so I probably ain't gonna see Reggie in none of these videos I've been seeing for spring breaks.
Absolutely not.
That Lopez, I know you was outside, but I don't know you was outside like that.
I could tell you I was not.
Yeah, so you wasn't at the Sakai house, which a lot of people were lined up around the corner to go in. And I kind of want to go to this place just to see the inside. I think they have a pool in there and all that type of stuff. So people look like they were literally dressed for the beach.
Wow.
Standing in line.
Wow.
I saw somebody posted up at the Pink House.
The Pink House.
I have no idea. I never heard of it until I saw a video out there. I saw 6 girls in a drop top Camaro.
You said that one.
Yeah, all bunched in like sardines.
That is hilarious.
You see nothing but booty.
Yeah.
On the freeway.
I did drive by a spot on Saturday afternoon. I was jumping on Richmond, and I had half a thought to be like, hey, let me pop in and see what's happening, but I didn't.
Yeah, I saw a couple of girls making out in the car.
Oh, really?
Not together, but totally 2 different situations.
Gotcha.
Inside the same car. Actually driving on the street.
Wait, so they were driving and making out the same time?
No, somebody else was driving the car, or I guess
had 2 makeout sessions going on. Okay.
Yep. So I'm like, okay, and I'm using makeout lightly.
Yeah.
Okay. It was very graphic. And speaking of graphic, saw a lot of wild rodeo outfits that was causing the streets. I guess a lot of conversations. And I want to stay there because let's go to Isaiah Carey, who does a show called Isaiah Factor Uncensored. And they were talking about this very conversation about the ladies exposed it too much at the rodeo. And he had a little panel of women on there too, just kind of discussing what they were seeing at the rodeo.
Guys, what is it looking like out there at the rodeo? Monique, come on now.
It is rough. I literally just went on Friday night. I had my 4-year-old with me, and I'm not joking. I saw a woman with chaps on and just a thong. That's
with the ass out?
Yes. Under chaps.
Undergarments.
That's undergarments, yeah. And I'm like trying to steer my baby away from the sheets that are right at her eye level.
It's educational at that point, right?
I mean, I was appalled. And also, I'm on a committee and we do surveys. And so I'm talking this morning, asking about the surveys, and several people stopped me and said, this dress code needs to be reformed. I'm tired of looking at boobs and butts.
So I want to go to the panel here on Sports Radio 610. Should it be a dress code at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo? That's the conversation.
Well, my short answer is no, but
no question mark? Or
no question mark, because you know, some people just don't understand what simple. You can be racy, you can be sexy, you can be whatever, but there is a line. There is a line, and some people just don't know not to cross it. We all like to see, hey, people like to dress up. People like to people watch.
Yes, it's one of the best things about rodeo is people watching, in my opinion.
But I think both you guys would even agree with me. Like, there's got to be somewhere you go, come on. Like, come on.
Yeah, I feel like once we get to like not even nightclub. Like some of these go beyond just like standard nightclub attire. I'm like, all right, we're kind of in the wrong place for this. And I say this as somebody who very much appreciates people watching. It does get to a place where we're like, hey man, we are taking away the ability for everybody to enjoy this in a weird way. Like I would like myself to enjoy it, sure, but I also understand that rodeo is a Houston institution and not just like a nightlife situation.
Yeah.
And so I feel like we probably need to be a better as a community, as a oneness to recognize that, and maybe just maybe reel it in a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, to me, like I like when a woman can dress up and look good.
Of course.
Sometimes it don't look good. Like sometimes it's just way too much going on. Where it's just like, all right, man, like you embarrassing us now. Like take that monkey stuff off. And I just think you gotta do it the right way, man.
And it's been, at least on my feed, a lot of people are talking about this.
Yeah, no, it's an actual conversation.
Yeah.
People are really trying to enforce, trying to change everything. Not to mention, I didn't even bring up the fights and all that stuff was going on.
That is actually the stuff that really was more frustrating to me, because obviously matters of taste end up getting to a place where there's some levels of disagreement. I think we can all agree you shouldn't be out here scrapping at the rodeo to the point where they had to shut down the carnival.
Yeah, no, it wasn't just like one person fighting another person. It was a whole group of people just fighting. And I think at that point, now you got that in the conversation of how should we prevent this? You got the dress code. So now I think the conversation is, should it be a dress code? Should we start charging more people to come in? Should we ban certain people coming? Just all that stuff. It sucks.
Well, and some of that was this discussion about the carnival, right?
Yes.
Because people are just going to the carnival and causing a big stir and fighting and all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I really don't think you can put a dress code in. Other than you can't be nude, and they're damn near nude. You know?
Yeah, and the thing, I think the other part that suck about this is if you did create some type of dress code, that's harder on the people that's working the rodeo now. Now you need probably more security, more officers right there just looking at, seeing what you're wearing and trying to turn people away, all that stuff. It's just a hassle, man.
It'll never happen.
Yeah,
lawsuits and
I wouldn't
you don't want all that drama and stuff, man.
No, I wouldn't want a dress code. I would just expect people to be a little bit
just
more.
try a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe we should start just shaming people. Come on now, what are you doing? Maybe
publicly?
Maybe somebody get on the microphone.
Shame is a powerful
tool. Look at
in
this
society.
girl over here. Look at him.
Who dressed you today?
Well, in some circumstances, that would be a service rather than shame. Because as a fair point, that some nice young ladies came from out of town, and that was their work attire. And I respect what you're going for there.
It's a mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 60. I'm going to stick with the whole Spring Breakers thing. Here's a girl on social media. I mentioned the club, I think it's called Pink House.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
Again, I have no idea what that is.
That's right. Especially if your wife is listening. He has no idea what any of this is.
I wouldn't mind finding out what it is.
Hey,
she could come too. Here's what she had to say. She did a video outside the Pink House. This is what she had to say.
So they said they not letting nobody else in, and they over here still trying to charge people $200 to $600 to get in here. Yo, look at the line, y'all. Like, this is crazy. It's Pink House, Houston. They over here acting like, they not even acting like they booby trap on the river. They better have the baddest bitches in the world. Not even in America, the world, to be trying to charge $600.
$600 to get in?
Wait, as an entry?
Yes.
What is?
Is
okay,
it a country club?
So I just Googled Pink House, Houston. They open at 2 a.m.
Yeah, that's $600 anywhere is crazy.
Their hours. Look at the hours. Monday.
It better be a membership.
Monday through Sunday.
I better be able to go in
all month.
anytime I want.
I should be coming through all month
and get
2
anybody
to,
I want.
2 a.m. to 6 a.m. are their hours every day.
So it's an after-hour spot.
Obviously, but man, what is going on here?
And that line was wrapped around the corner too, man.
At 2 a.m.
Somebody said, in the loop, gotta take a tour to Pink House now for the
take
people.
a show out.
Yeah, I don't know.
Content purposes only.
Lopez, have you? When was the last time you were awake at 2 a.m.?
Probably some game or something that went long, but that's even pushing it.
Yeah, because I was like, maybe that.
No,
maybe
and then you know how you get keyed up.
Okay, I was just saying,
you just kind of watch TV. I guarantee you, last time I was up at 2 a.m., I was probably watching TV.
You wasn't out in these streets.
No, I wasn't.
At 2 a.m.
No, there were a lot of people outside. Just generally,
Yeah.
The notion of Houston becoming spring break destination is so odd to me because you would not imagine that would be the case. Except I wonder how much just the cost of everything, assuming that it wasn't going to end up being $600 an entry.
I'm wondering how much they made. I wonder, like all these clubs and all that stuff. I'm really curious to know how much money they made just this weekend with spring break.
I don't think it's as much. It could be a part of it. I don't think it's as much, affordability in Houston necessarily. Is kind of what you were talking about.
I wonder.
As much as it's just like club life. I mean, think about the Pink House.
There's
and
a
all
lot
of
of other places that have
there
a club
are,
life.
but there's
Why
clubs,
did Houston become that?
Because you can go to Pink House for $600 from 2 to 6 in the morning.
It became that because of social media.
I think rodeo is a spring break attraction, of course. By the way,
that is, but that has been to some degree as people come in. This year feels particular in a way that I can't describe, and I don't know.
Got a text right on cue. They done turned it into the Houston rodeo.
You know what? I have a solution.
They done turned it into the rodeo.
Let's take one night, just like we have Tejano night, just like we have
Hose.
Black History
Magic
night, or
City
Black
night.
Yeah. Let's have rodeo night. Right? Because at least I think
That's
then
actually badass.
then
That's a great idea.
We create a level separation.
Yes.
Presented by Dream.
Yes.
Everybody knows why they're here for.
Yes.
If you got the babies and you're like, I don't want to see the baby seeing cheeks bouncing around.
Don't go Thursday.
Right.
Don't go Thursday.
Which
you got kids.
I think this could be an answer where we find a little bit.
I kind of think that's a brilliant
idea.
idea.
we might need to do
so.
this.
The rest of
I'm down with it.
The rest of the rodeo, wear your jean skirt and your top and your boots and be nice and not look nice but not a hoe. And then
it's you emphasize it. I think that's what's happening.
But then you have rodeo night that Thursday or whatever Friday. Yep. All bets are off.
Yep.
Yeah. I like it.
You know not to take your kids to the rodeo that day.
Right.
So that way you can be like, my kids was walking around here seeing.
Well, they shouldn't have been.
Yep.
It was rodeo night.
We might need a more delicate way of saying it though. I don't know how much the Houston Livestock and Show and Rodeo would be like. This is the rodeo night
presented by Dream Wings.
Yeah. I don't know if that's exactly. I'll be there though.
Yeah.
It could be called Ho Heritage Night.
It could.
Yeah.
That is technically correct. We'll have to brainstorm this a little bit.
Yeah, we will. 713-572-4610.
What's a good name for it?
Also,
Whole Heritage Night.
Would you be out there eating a funnel cake?
Yeah.
With the hose.
Oh.
The best little rodeo in Texas.
You just keep saying rodeo. That's not helping.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. I'm gonna stick with the whole spring break thing. Here's a guy on social media. I'm guessing he was from California, but he came down for spring break and he was giving his thoughts on Houston.
I never need to come back to Houston, Texas. I have been in Houston, Texas for 48 hours and I have had the most fun I've ever had in my life. We got off the plane, went to the gay club, then we went to the straight club, then we went to the strip club, then we went to the rodeo, then we went to a baseball game, and then we went to somebody's house. I have got to go to bed. Y'all don't go home until 7 in the morning. Y'all don't go to work. Is your liver okay? There's just a lot of thoughts that are coming to my head. Like, this is not reality. I've had fried fish plates at the strip club. I've walked straight into bars that were closed down that opened up for us. I've had bacon with cotton candy. I've had a burger called Trill.
That's right.
What am I supposed to tell my back? There is something to do every night of the week. They have 50-cent wings, $2 shots, top shelf. Am I being bamboozled living in Los Angeles?
Yes. The answer is yes.
You are.
I would say no. Please don't move to Houston.
Oh, okay.
Man. Stay in Los Angeles. Yeah.
Oh, you're being bamboozled, but you're just gonna have to deal with that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
This is why Houston is attractive.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Somebody said that Galveston's been crazy with spring breakers for the last 2 to 3 weeks. I do wonder if I do think that because Galveston, that's part of the part of the appeal of the tourism. I do wonder if Texas is becoming more appealing because of the costs and the economics right now.
Yeah.
But shout out to a number of Texters that found it. They found the answer like that. It is the hoedown in H-Town. It's the hoedown.
Yeah.
Hoedown now.
I like that.
It fits in.
Yeah.
If you know, you know. Like I feel like that's where we're at, right?
You just need to get that voice guy for the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo to read that. It's the hold on at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
I think we might have did something. I think this is good work, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Proud of us. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. 1:20 p.m. every weekday is when you get the mixtape at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy, including the hoedown in H-Town. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things over to the fellas of the drive. Lopez, there was something in sports that I think has produced your next birthday present.
Really?
I'll tell you what it is next.
What excites new Texans running? PowerCompany.com/610.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
A lot of responses to generally the weekend that was in Houston as we became spring break destinations for a lot more people than I think we had anticipated. At least us on the show had anticipated. And then a fair point. Like, would it even be possible to do like an adult swim kind of night, right? Like just 18 or over. Although it did feel like
21 or older.
21 or older. Yeah, because it did feel like there was a lot
difference.
of teenagers.
Yeah.
That created a little bit of havoc at the rodeo.
Yeah, that was the news for the weekend.
Yeah, maybe so.
Would y'all be down for this happening again next spring break? Or
what?
Just everybody say, hey, let's meet up in Houston for spring break, or take that nonsense somewhere else?
I mean, I wonder if it really did impact a lot of people.
I want to know how. I want to know.
Yeah, because it didn't. I was in Austin, so it didn't impact me, and I know a lot of people. Houstonians know how to stay out the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
they ain't gonna be all up in the in the loop, trying to do something, and they know what's going on.
I'd be okay with it. I would.
More money into the local economy.
Yeah. Just know your limits, man.
Yep. That is absolutely fair. Someone said, "Now you can't be inside cleaning shoes next year when it happens." Hey, I can't just have 1 week. I guess I got to make sure that every weekend of rodeo I got to be outside. Is the rule that you guys are establishing for me? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Which, funny enough, I did not clean those. So maybe I got to go to rodeo, get somebody to polish them up, real nice. Did you see Jim Irsay? Obviously, the late Jim Irsay. He was a huge memorabilia guy, and so his collection has been put to auction. I believe as of Friday, his collection had brought in almost $94 million with the auction at Christie's auction house.
Yeah.
Now, there's still some stuff that are being sold and that are going. Now, his collection, heavily music focused, a ton of guitars, things of that nature. Even sold a saddle used by jockey Ron Turcotte, I believe. Turcotte, there we go. When he wrote Secretary, there you go.
Yeah.
So like he had a lot of this stuff, and a lot of this sold. Even I think a original Rocky script sold as well. However, there's still some that are going, and I think I found a birthday gift for you.
I'm looking through it.
You're looking through it, and you're like, "What is the birthday gift?"
Yeah, what are you talking about?
So now, and of course, as I say this,
guitars.
Yeah, there's a metric bleep ton of guitars, which I wondered. Where the hell was Jim Irsay keeping all these? Right?
A warehouse?
Yeah.
Some collectors do that.
Yeah, he probably had like a big old storage building. Yeah. Like a fancy storage building.
Just, he had, would have had to. Do you have $1,000 on hand?
I could probably scrape together $1,000.
Would you like a Muhammad Ali autographed Sports Illustrated? Because that is currently lot 477 out there. On top of that, maybe if you're like, that's fine. I've seen magazines signed before. Can I interest you in lot 478?
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah.
Can I interest you in lot number 478, which if you could just put in another $100, maybe a little extra change to make sure that you win this one. A Muhammad Ali autographed Sports Illustrated magazine, plus the shorts that were used, the trunks that were used in the fight as well.
Which fight?
Current. I don't know exactly which fight. Let me see as I open up. You're going to make me actually open up the lot.
Is that the Liston fight?
And I believe that it is the trunks from, it is a pair of trunks. I actually don't know which fight specifically. It does not give me.
But the pictures are of the Liston fight.
So I'm guessing it might have been Liston for trunks.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Now you have to get your birthday gift yourself because I'm not spending $1,000. But the gift is me alerting you to the fact that apparently Irsay got a whole bunch of stuff that's interesting. So I wonder if anybody might go through and see if you can find something in the Irsay files of auctions.
So how much was that? How much is that for whatever you were just talking? Was that $1,000?
Well, let me see.
$1,000 to change, man.
No, that was this. Estimate is $1,000 to $1,500.
No, that's the current bid. It's $1,000 right now.
That's the bid.
$1,100 is
$1,100 is. You're right. Your $1,100 is.
I'm about to say that's kind of cheaper than I thought. But if that's the current bid,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
he's got some real stuff in there that you might be interested in.
Put a pin in that one for me.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe you could end up getting yourself some. I know Muhammad Ali is your favorite athlete of all time.
Yes.
Maybe you could get that done. But yeah, I found that interesting, and I was trying to find where all of this, all the auctions are going to, and I'm interested in. I'm sure that there's going to be a philanthropic end towards it. But $94 million worth of memorabilia, man.
There's some cool things in here.
Really, really cool. Because it's not, I mean, still a sports guy, as you can tell by some of the Muhammad Ali. What are some of the cool things that you're seeing right now?
Well, I mean, clearly there's some old Beatles stuff, but the one that I was looking at, this Pink Floyd tour jacket that they wore during that. Obviously, Tommy the Hitman autographed boxing gloves. There's some Marilyn Monroe stuff.
I got the autographed Tommy the Hitman Hearns picture.
You do?
Yeah, my mother. She got it. I actually got it with me in Houston.
Hold on. I'm learning more about Jim Irsay than I realized that I wanted to learn. Apparently, he was interested in the Cold War and Cold War memorabilia.
Yeah, there's a lot of Russian stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of KGB stuff.
Yeah.
He had a KGB spy belt that apparently is going the highest bid
KGB
is
spy purse with the hidden camera known as the Fly.
I'm not going to lie. If I spend $1,000 on a KGB spy belt, I'm going to use it, which is not the way this is supposed to be used. I'm certain of it. Like there's spy shoes. Like he's got all the James Bond. What is that? A spy?
It's a
tooth?
spy tooth.
Oh, is it the capsule?
It's a model tooth that the Soviets used with a secret hinged compartment for concealing microdots together with a second.
That is crazy.
So they had the micros. Whatever.
And
where did you go to buy this?
And people out here complaining
Jim
about
Irsay.
People out here complaining about the Meta Ray-Bans.
Yeah.
Man, I got a spy tooth with a little camera on it.
Yeah, but in that instance, you had to be a spy. This is anybody with what, like $250 can get you the Ray-Ban glasses.
Yeah.
All right. John McClain, friend of the show, tweeted out today that if Nick Caserio thinks his offensive line issues have been solved with what he's done in free agency, he better think again. The O-line is still the Texans' biggest need by far. Acquiring bodies in free agency doesn't mean success, as Caserio knows so well. You agreeing with the man himself?
I don't know anyone who would disagree. We talk about some of the minor victories, maybe some of the possibilities that are going to be coming down the pike, et cetera. But it's still the number one place to look to improve. I mean, would anybody disagree with that?
I don't think so, but I wonder if the tone, unless I'm just reading the tone incorrectly, if the tone doesn't hit a little different when you look up and you go, now there's the opportunity to draft on top of those. The only place where that gets a little uncomfortable is if you are still looking for a starting guard and you go, we are going to get a starting guard in this draft. If for no other reason, then they just tend to not try and go into the draft with the absolute need of this is what I have to do.
Yeah.
And that hamstring, I guess, for lack of a better term. Other than that, like I think that there's opportunities to add to this offensive line, both a guard in rounds 1 or 2, a center on day 2. Those are things that you could do, and really, I think I could easily find myself being satisfied with some draft moves to finish out what they've done to this point.
All I'm saying is that they're still doing the same thing they did last year. We talked about it earlier today. I think they're doing a lot of the same things, hopefully with a little more knowledge to what you're talking about of still being able to swing big in the first round and just use those other guys as insurance, et cetera.
Yeah, maybe so. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing. And for the opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas, just want to remind you listen to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station, because I don't trust myself to do it on the back end of a crosstalk with the 5 fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, what's popping?
What's good, boys? What's good?
Hey, man,
It's
not
happening,
much,
man.
man.
Are y'all allergy guys?
No.
I am not, but I've got people in my family that are just knocked down.
Honestly,
I don't believe I am.
One of the things that
I don't believe I am.
Yeah.
I felt like I was a superhuman because allergies never got to me, and in the last handful of years, I've had short stints of allergies knocking me on my ass, which makes me feel a little bit more
old, but then just a little bit more mortal. But for the most part, I've been able to walk around as if I was some level of guy.
Well, you hit the nail on the head there. It's Father Time.
Yeah.
He's gonna catch your ass. At some point.
I'm running though.
That's what I was going to say. I've never ever. I mean,
running this
the one time that I've ever was caught when I was working with the SEC Network doing that TV deal, like the second day I was ever down there. Apparently, that's the worst state. North Carolina is the worst state for tree allergy, some kind of tree allergy. And so it got me, but it just got me to where it didn't really hurt or anything. But when I would talk, I could feel it. My coming up, and you couldn't avoid it. So it was rough day 2 there doing that. But I'm gonna tell you, man. I mean, I'm going on about a week's worth.
Still.
Oh, it's brutal. It's the weirdest feeling. It's not sick. But I'm now I sound congested.
And you kind of get it right here.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's I couldn't sleep.
Oh, right in the forehead.
Yeah,
right there.
Yeah, right between the eyes.
Yeah, and it's weird. It's the weirdest thing ever, man. I couldn't figure out what the hell it was the other night. I couldn't sleep.
I can't relate. I get them occasionally like that, but very occasionally. But I have people in my family, my wife, one of my sons, where it just it knocks
them out.
Yeah,
I could see it, man.
Yeah.
I mean, the worst part is like you feel like crap all day, but you can kind of manage. But the not when it starts affecting my sleep, well, I ain't worth a damn.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, that's the part that really gets me. But them allergies, boy, I didn't know. I knew spring when things start blooming, obviously. Yeah. But boy, it just hit me dead in the face now, and it's been rough for about.
Are you a local honey guy?
I'm a local honey guy every morning, probably 2 or 3 times.
Okay, and that's not because my mom will swear by it if I ever say something close to that.
Oh, Astro Granny will swear by it too. But that don't mean it's true. That don't mean it's true, cuz.
You want to crowdsource this? That's one of the beauties of being on the radio is that sometimes we can just crowdsource this. What do y'all use? Like, what are the things that you guys use out there in the greater Houston area to try and counteract the allergies?
There's too much local honey being – I don't know if it's really local honey, but there's too much out there that's packaged as local honey being sold to not think that there's a lot of folks out there that believe in local honey being good for you.
I go to a bee farm for mine.
Yeah. Oh, do you really?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know where Granny's picking it up, but she keeps me loaded.
H-E-B? Yeah, she got
No, she ain't that kind now.
Go ahead.
Nah, she's getting on the side of the road somewhere.
Is she going to take a stop?
Yeah, but she could be fooled now.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, there's too many people out there that believe in it for it to just be completely false. But no, I just like it as my sweetener, my natural sweetener in my coffee.
That's good.
I'm with you.
I don't put that other crap in there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, very good. I thought you were jumping in here with
I don't really
your
mess with the
experience.
allergies, man. I don't.
You're lucky.
Yeah,
I'm lucky. I know. I very good.
I never did. I never have until recently.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
oak. And by the way, some years are worse than others with the oak. Did you know every other year it blooms more?
I did not know that.
Oak trees bloom more every other year than they did the previous year, obviously. But
so unless we're killing them and building stuff with them, that's going to continue to get worse.
Yes, sir.
All right, so these guys were giving me a lot of hell about this weekend. I wasn't really outside. I was in the apartment.
The quote was, "I spent most of the weekend inside."
Yeah,
it's good.
I was like, they're giving me hell about this.
Encourage him.
It's championship weekend. What are you talking about?
There was a lot of sports on.
I watched games outside. I put my TV outside. You've seen my little spot back there.
Well, maybe everybody don't have that.
Well,
spot,
I'm just
John.
saying you can watch outside. You can go to a bar. You can go to anywhere to watch. He was cleaning his shoes.
Yeah. Eventually, you got.
This is what he did this week.
Got like 4 or 5
Single
pairs, 6 pairs.
Houston,
Where
Texas.
I needed to clean. I'm supposed to be outside every weekend.
Well, I feel like
you got the Mountain West Lake.
I feel like you could have found an outdoor.
All right, I thought I had an ally, but he's over here. He's over here making fun of me now.
Being a single man in this city, I feel like it was a real opportunity missed for you to get out amongst the people and watch basketball.
Yeah.
Patio.
Yeah.
You could have.
I mean,
all right.
Or you could have said that mountain.
Or you could. Those shoes really needed cleaning.
They did need cleaning.
Probably did.
I was about to be outside with dirty shoes. You're not picking nothing up with dirty shoes.
I mean, at least you spent your time on something worthy, because there's nothing worse than a nice pair of shoes that you knew at one point were really expensive, and then you come stumbling through with them all muddy. I'm gonna tell you, I'm married to one that's the king of that, boy.
Really?
We've come a long way since I met her with her shoe game, And I'd like to think her fashion overall, but definitely her shoe game.
Yeah.
And boy, I will get her. I'll get her a pair. Because truth of the matter is, if you're
talking about like her sneakers, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
right.
absolutely.
Let's specify that.
Women's most of the time they're a lot cooler looking than men's
shoes.
And so I find I find shoes and I'm like, damn, I like those. I'm like, well, hell, they're women, so I buy them for her.
Yeah.
Hey man, she come walking through the living room that day. Pair of clean, like 2 or 3 different shades of tan with a turquoise swoosh on them, and clean Nikes. I looked down, dead in the middle of the toe, man. There's a splotch back. I said, "What'd you do? Drop something on them shoes?" Yeah. I said, "Well, have you tried to clean it?" And I ain't had time. I'm like, oh no.
And I had time this weekend.
Hey,
see,
she been 2 weeks in. She been 2 weeks that same stain. She ain't tried to clean it. She'll tear up some clean.
Step in and
shoes
clean
now.
it.
By the
Step
way,
in and knock that out.
one thing that you
I
could
should.
do.
You're right.
Hey, if you get that size big enough in them women's, you could go ahead and rock them. Yeah, you can rock them too.
I don't think Clint got
I ain't
that.
went that route yet.
I don't know if Clint's capable of going that route yet.
I don't know if they women got them feet out there yet.
All right, fair enough. All right, gentlemen, looking forward to a Monday. A lot of things to talk about in the great city of Houston and beyond. Lopez, I'll catch you tomorrow.
You sure will.
All right. Appreciation to Dean and Auto Lisa for the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live, and we are live on a beautiful Monday as we're getting this week kicked off, right? I know some of y'all have needed to get away. Your kids are on spring break and driving your ass crazy all day long, and you just need to get away. And we got you right here live on the drive. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, there's Tyler aggied up saying hi, excited about his 10 seed. And Clint having a big day right there is the reigning defending SEC tournament champions, the Arkansas Razorbacks, and then Kansas just absolutely got decapitated. There you go, decapitated on Friday by U of H.
Pig suey.
You want to finish it off? Go ahead.
Pig suey.
I'm not doing it.
Razorbacks. Come on, baby. Let's go.
There you go.
How about them SEC champs?
There you go. Player of the year.
How about them SEC champs?
Tournament player of the
Come on, baby. Let's go.
Player of the tournament. There you go. MOP of the tournament. Yeah, man. And it's fun. The brackets are out. Tyler, you know this is my favorite time of the year. And I do want to get to this. We got Rob Doster a little bit later on the show with us in the 4 o'clock hour as he works for he is a co-owner of Field of 68, and they are knee-deep in it, so I'm sure he'll give me hell about my Jayhawks, but that's all right. His Huskies got their asses kicked too. So he won't go too crazy on me, but that's coming up a little bit later on. I did want to let you all know this off the top of the show. Tyler, I'm right about this. This is one of Tyler's favorite sporting events in Houston. He will be there, and he will be in full Tyler Milner mode. Coming up, is this all week, Tyler?
All week long,
all
baby.
Week in the 5 o'clock hour. You got to be listening. You got a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Texans Children's Houston Open. A 4-pack of tickets. Yeah. Tyler loves it. It's a great time, right, Tyler? This is one that you would recommend, a sports event that you would recommend.
100%. Great weather out there, great golf, great times. I've been every year to the Houston Open now on the Saturday round of the event. I think this is 3 or 4 years in a row I'm going. But it's hella fun, man. Hella fun.
Yeah, that's great. You taking Friday off?
No.
Oh, you over the weekend?
Yeah, I'll be out there Saturday for round 3.
Well, you're going to get a whole day in, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, bright and early out there when they open the gates.
I'm not going to lie to you.
Transfusion in hand.
I had never been to a golf tournament that never what do they do when they walk? I went to Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of the PGA Championship, and it was a Tiger one, and Tiger was making a move late.
Yeah,
and you're trying to run and trying to figure out. Hey, I don't know what I'll take Tyler's word for it. He loves the Houston Open, but that is fun. Now, it may be, hopefully it's easier at the Houston Open to get drinks than it was in St. Louis when I went. And hopefully you don't have to go and spend $10 for cans of Bud Lights being handed to you through a fence because the people who lived there were making a killing on everybody else. Because the lines were so long to get beer.
Hustling.
My man over here, he's got a coolers. Hey, $10 for a can of Bud Light. All right, hell, man.
Got him.
Got us all. But no, that is a fun event. I definitely will do it again. That's a fun event. So go to the Houston Open, Tyler. Tyler loves the Houston Open, and it's a good time. So you got a chance all week long, starting today in the 5 o'clock hour, to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Texans Children's Houston Open. And while we're on Tyler finished off last Friday 3 for 3.
hot.
What a week!
I mean, hotter than fish grease or whatever it is that Lopez says.
Oil.
Hotter than fish.
Cooking with oil.
It's cooking. Yeah, we're cooking with oil.
Just say that. It just takes all the wind out of the cells, doesn't it?
I
Cooking with oil.
Like, honest to God,
Tyler, you really cooked with oil last week.
I don't think he believes it.
No, he doesn't. He's trying.
He's
trying to sell it. I mean, I get E for effort.
I think. I hopefully later on in the show I'll be able to. I think Tyler's in this same boat about something else in the sports world, but I think he is just stubborn and going to stay with it. He knows it when it comes out of his mouth. Cooking with oil. He knows that. He knows that's not the same. And then he knows we know you can cook with oil, but he knows that's not what he says.
Right.
But no, he is 3 for 3. Last week 12 for 14. Right, and finished off. What was that? Tuesday 3 for 3, Wednesday 3 for 3, Thursday 2 for 3, and Friday 3 for 3.
That's right. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, perfection. Our hottest week of best bets by far. That was amazing.
That's a hell of a run, T.
Follow me to the money,
and
people.
to think that I decided to go off the ticket.
Yeah,
you did. And did you win?
No, I lost. Rockets and them piddly ass Rockets. They had to sneak by.
Yeah. I saw that. 107, 105. I remember late. You needed that 4.5, didn't you?
They had to keep that thing interesting. They had to keep that thing.
it.
Hey, before we go any further, can I'd like to congratulate my oldest, man. My 4-year-old daughter. Liv Lewis Stoerner. She rode in a show this morning over at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. I don't know whether to celebrate it or cry about it, but she did an absolute tremendous job. I'm super proud of her.
Did you have any participation in it?
I did not. I took a picture with her afterwards.
Okay.
But I did not participate. I sat in the stands and critiqued, as you can imagine, how that goes. My wife is a tad bit fed up with it, but super proud of my 4-year-old baby girl. She looked absolutely beautiful.
What were you critiquing?
Well, I don't know what's going on, so I've got to listen to people around me. He makes it more dangerous, right?
Tyler,
so that's
Tyler,
the bad part.
He led with, he said I was critiquing it, probably my wife got away from it, and then led with, well, I don't know what's going on.
I don't know the rules, and I don't know what, but I can hear what other people are saying, and I'm like, well, why are we not saying that? Why are we not doing that? And my wife is. Truth be told, my wife is really, really good at all that stuff.
I was about to say she knows it all.
She knows it all. So then I'm like, well, hey, speak up. The hell's wrong with you? Speak up. We sit up, chin up, sit tall, happy hands, smile. I'm just repeating what I'm hearing in the stands.
Happy hands, come on, happy hands.
I was about to say, what are happy hands? Are those like spirit fingers, kind of?
Like this.
Oh, okay. So not spirit.
They're
fingers.
holding the reins in one, and the other ones they're just knuckled like. Looks like she's white knuckling, just sitting there, arms at 90.
There you go. You're learning.
She did a good job, though. Liv Lewis Stoerner, I love you, baby. I'm proud of you. You did a tremendous job.
There you go. Congratulations. I'm going to say something that is going to be unpopular, and I'm sure there are going to be people who are going to call me a hater, and that's fine.
Hold on, so
that person in particular, he probably will. And that's fine. The one thing that I pride myself on, and I've had talking tos about these things, is I'm going to be honest with you. And you're going to take it how you take it. But I'm going to be honest with you with my thought. And the brackets are out, Clinton Tyler. And I'm excited. This is going to be a great run. I think there's a mix of great teams, great players, and people that we know more than we have in the past, and I think it's got to be a chance to be a great tournament. The Houston Cougars have no excuses. No excuses at all. I have never seen a 2 seed get a better path, get treated like they're a 1 seed in my life the way that Houston is. And if I were the Florida Gators, I would be pissed. Now, who knows what's going to happen? There's got to be 3 games played before that potential matchup can happen. But there are no excuses for Kelvin Sampson's team to not get to the Final Four, with the exception of Florida and how good they are. Sorry, Tyler, about your Aggies. They got a pretty good run. They got a pretty good roll. And somehow, Clint, they are not a 1 seed, and they are placed in the South region where the regional games, Clint, are at the Toyota Center.
Right here at home, baby.
How the hell?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, listen, good for Houston, and I think they should take advantage of this.
Go Coogs.
But that is ridiculous. If I'm Florida, as soon as Houston was not a 1 seed, you cannot send them to the South region. You have to send them somewhere else. You cannot send them here to have to play teams like a 1 seed potentially in their home city. Because you can't.
Oh yeah,
it's
you can.
completely unfair.
Oh, you can't. You can't manipulate the bracket, man. You can't manipulate the bracket. You got to let chips fall where they may.
Clint, there cannot be a regional held at Little Rock. And the Arkansas Razorbacks are a 2 seed, and you send them to Little Rock.
Yeah,
that is not fair.
Yeah.
No, it is absolutely not fair. Florida has worked all year long to be the 1 seed, and what do they get?
They got a 1 seed.
They get to
they got their 1 seed.
Play Houston.
But you know what? Just happened to fall in a year where Houston's got they're a 2 seed in the same bracket.
It's just.
So where do you think they should have sent them?
Anywhere. Anywhere. Washington.
Well, they trying to sell tickets, cuz.
No, stop. No, stop that. And what are we talking about? Oh no, what is the loophole they use? Because if you are the host city, if you're the school that's the host of the site, you cannot go there. So like Lexington has them, and Kentucky can't go to Lexington. They have to get sent somewhere else. Tyler said, yeah, they got that loophole of Rice being the host city.
Oh, that is great.
They're
That's
working
fair.
the system.
That's
They
fair.
got Rice.
Smart
Rice,
play,
who doesn't have a
Well
chance in hell.
played.
Sorry, Rice fans, who doesn't have a chance in hell to ever get to the tournament or host anything.
That's
And
great.
so Houston.
Well, you know, Kentucky's got the luxury of a small town and the vibe. You know, it's a different feel, man. This is the luxury of being in a big city like Houston.
Yeah, but seriously, with this, you get this gift.
Yeah.
They got to go to Oklahoma City, and to me, the road is A&M. Or who do you all play? Tyler, is it Santa Clara? No,
St.
not
Mary's.
St. Mary's. They will. No offense.
Not a great matchup
No
for the
offense.
Aggies.
They will overwhelm both of those teams. I literally watched them hold Kansas to 0 for 16 to kick off the first half in the game on Friday night. They've got no excuses, none. I mean, if I'm Florida, I am like, what in the hell? How? Anywhere
That's
else
right.
I could have sent them.
They beat the hell out of your Jayhawks Friday,
They
didn't
beat the hell out of the brakes. It was 29.
Hey, Tyler.
It was 29.
How come, I'm sure this happens to you too. How come when the Jayhawks get their ass whipped, my Twitter feed blows up for Ron?
Oh, it happens to me too.
I mean,
for sure.
all of a sudden, you would think I was a quarterback at U of H. All of a sudden, I start getting hit with, yeah, baby.
And again, when my team whoops their ass, you don't ever hear nothing.
I don't get nothing.
Just humble.
Nothing.
Not from my side. Just humble. Just humble.
Hey, that's not the word I'd use, but okay.
Humble via the text. Just waiting. Text line coming through. Ronnie, it's Ron. This is one of the few times I actually agree with you. I totally agree, Show. Coogs can't blow it this year with this schedule. Hopefully when they make it here, we pack out the arena and finally get the chip. Show is doing it again to the Coogs. Remember he jinxed us back. No, I did not jinx anybody. Okay, they lost on their own. Okay, and they better not do it. How did they get to go to Houston?
Hughley came in the game.
That's great. Hell, I'm gonna go to a game.
Great, man. It is, Joe. They should pack it out.
They're
gonna get to Houston, and they should pack it out. If they were, listen, Clint, if they were a 1 seed, I would have no problem with it. You earned it. Got it, man. You're the 1 seed, and this just so happened to be the year that the regional is in a city that is near you. We see it. It happens. Charlotte is the regional sometimes, so Duke and Carolina can get there. Detroit's the regional, so Michigan State, Michigan can get there, right? We get it. You're the 2 seed.
I think it's perfect.
I went, yeah. You're right. You're right, though, Clint. They better sell them damn tickets.
Oh, yeah, you better sell them out, man.
They ought to show up. They might as well play it at the Fertitta Center. The hell with that? I mean, or hell, play it at Rice's gym. Where they want to play it. Rice is the host city. Get out of here.
That is a classic.
What'd you say, Tyler? Maybe Houston Baptist or whatever Houston Baptist used to be.
Yeah, they used to be Houston Baptist. Are they Houston Christian University now, I think?
TSU's the whole site. Right?
Yeah.
Got them loopholes.
No benefit for us, Coogs.
Hey, man, big city loopholes,
benefit.
baby. Use them.
I'll be damned.
Slick
and I would do this if Kansas was a 2 seed and they got sent to Kansas City and the 1 seed had to face Kansas in Kansas. That would be ridiculous.
They should do that. That'd be tremendous.
They shouldn't. You should lose that privilege because you're screwing over a team. And like, honest to God, to you watch college basketball and you've watched it for years. Let's say you're Razorbacks. They play. Do you think they play different when they're home?
Oh, no question. It's one of the most. It's one of the top most difficult places to play.
When you have the advantage,
yeah.
of
It's
a big thing.
It's a huge advantage. No, I'm with you. It's a huge advantage. I'm just here for it.
I know it. Yeah, Houston gets Florida in that damn Toyota Center, and they gotta hear them damn chants walking up. They're gonna score their scoop up. I've been there. I watched Kansas get their asses kicked at the Fertitta Center, and by the middle of the second half, I was over that damn chant, and that damn sucking song, that song that the band played all the time.
His second song.
That damn song. I was over it. But no, they got no excuses. Kelvin, you got to get to the Final Four.
What a draw, man! What a story.
You have got to get to the Final Four. A&M or St. Mary's cannot stand in your way. Illinois is a good basketball team. That I will if they get there. Illinois is really, really good. They got a great
you
player.
got North Carolina up there in the top as well.
They only got to play one of those teams, and they play them in Houston. Just telling you, boy. I tell you, hey, that was wild when I saw that. All right, coming up as we continue here, brackets are out. Woo! It's that time of the year, Houston. You ought to be in Indy. We ought to see them in Indy with us.
We're going.
Yes, we ought to see them in Indy. Yes. Brackets are out. Hey, Clinton Tyler, looked like the Texans tried to slide under and make a little sneaky move. We talked about we wanted to see them add another veteran interior offensive lineman before the draft, so they are not in desperate need for a guard or a center. They did it. Or did they? We'll give you the particulars on who they have added to this team. We'll do that next.
Hey, spring is here, y'all. Summer's right around the corner. You got to be
Analysis and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by Base Power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Those of you on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, you can jump in, be a part of the show. We'll hear from you in a little bit here in the 3 o'clock hour on a Monday, YouTube and Twitch. We also appreciate you jumping in with us. And I want you to let us know. You can text in. Let us know, what were you thinking when you saw this news? Hell, maybe you haven't even heard this news, and this will be the first time you've heard about it. The Texans, they did it. They added another veteran to this interior offensive line. Came out over the weekend, Clint. The Texans are signing former Cardinals guard Evan Brown, an 11-game starter at left guard. Where they got to hold that?
Left guard.
Left guard. 11-game starter at left guard last season on a one-year deal where the max is $3.5 million. That's the most he can earn max. So he is going to be earning underneath that, but the most he can earn is $3.5 million. So now that puts him in the fray with Jarrett Patterson, who is also in the space as an interior offensive lineman. Obviously, Ed Ingram is starting on the right side. You would think right now Andrews is the center here. That puts him there. And for me, when I heard it, Clint, I'm just thinking, I just wonder what the plan is. That's it. I just wonder what the plan is. And I'm hoping that this is just depth in training camp, although it looks very similar to the Laken Tomlinson deal from last year. This guy started 11 games at left guard last year, so it's not just like a throw-in. I just want to know what the plan is. Is the plan that you're going to draft somebody really high in the draft, and that's the thought that he's going to be the guard there? Because I don't know. Or is Evan the starter here? I just wonder what the plan is because it's not real clear right now.
Well, yeah, look, I don't think it's going to be clear. The fear here is a simple one for me. The fear is that you're putting yourself in a position where you absolutely have to hit on the offensive line with your first-round pick. I mean, that's the fear. It's not a fear of, I'm not going to go back to the I don't need to go back to the conversation about the misses in the first and second round in the draft, and particularly on the offensive line. Not going there, even though we can, but there's no need to. It just seems like, there are some veterans out there that you would think if you're looking for a veteran offensive lineman that are for sures, right? That are long in the tooth. You know what you're getting. You know the goods, the bads, the uglies. You know everything about them. And this is what we're going to do at the left guard position. It seems like we're going to go with a younger, cheaper, unproven guy that hasn't played a ton of football, but a younger, cheaper, option instead of one of the veterans that are out there. And then they're going to draft at interior offensive line. And the fear is, to your point, is that whichever offensive lineman is drafted turns out to be another Juice Scruggs, Kenyon Green kind of type of guy, or this guy becomes a Laken Tomlinson, a Laken Tomlinson type of player where he can't settle in at that guard position. And so, where I'm going with it is the veteran turns out to be like a Laken Tomlinson. And so your draft pick ends up having to play, and you have to hit on that guy. I mean, that's ultimately, to me, where you kind of put all your eggs in one basket, and your best option is, boy, that first or second round pick better hit in a major way.
I mean, we're getting close there. Again, the plan could be, all right, we hear, and Tyler comes through with the breaking news sounder, and we hear Wyatt Teller is the move. We clearly know with Jenkins from the Packers who went to the Browns, they were involved in that.
Yeah.
But again, Clint, like what I say, what the plan is you're starting to rack up bodies. Someone just texted in. I think he's a camp body for now. I just hope he's nasty. I know for sure they have to draft a left guard, right? Like, and I think that's the part that kind of Clint is putting in. If that is the game plan,
got to hit it.
You got to hit, and damn, why would you leave yourself there? It's just the game, as the game plan. You've cleared all this money and done all this, and you put yourself there. And
I would prefer, Ron, to your point you're making, I would prefer the Cam Robinson route. Go sign a veteran that's a $10 or $11 million guy, and then draft a guy. And when you find out that you hit, yep, this guy is exactly who we thought we were. Okay, well, now let's work on moving past that contract, that Cam Robinson type contract. Why? Not because you want to or you need to for cap reasons, but because you are convinced that the guy you just drafted is that guy. To have a bunch of unproven guys that haven't played a lot of football and a rookie in the mix, I think that's a dangerous way forward. And it looks like with their moves so far that 2 of the 3 interior spots, are going to be guys that New England cut last year and was on the streets, and so we immediately picked him up. And this year, you sign a veteran for damn near league minimum.
And there's pressure if it's the first or the second round pick. I would say if it's right now, they have Evan Brown slotted in as a starter. If it's Evan Brown, there's a lot of pressure that first or second round pick does what Ursary did and that start day one.
Right. Well,
there's a lot of pressure on
I mean, if you ask C.J. Stroud, he don't care if it's a rookie or a veteran. He just wants it to work out. So really, to your point, it doesn't matter. It just needs to work out one way or another. It just seems to be an interesting approach to filling, one of your interior offensive line positions. Again, I was dead set on center. I really don't care for the approach they've taken at center, but I can see the method to the madness of this guy knows the system. This guy can communicate the system. Okay, well, then you better bulk up around him, right? And so they have – I think they fell short of the bulk up around him. I like the Ed Ingram get it right guard. The left guard thinks leaves a lot to be desired at this point in time. But the key is they better be right on this guy. This guy better be the 2026 version of Ed Ingram.
You're talking about you're talking about Brown?
Yeah. I'm talking about the guy they just signed.
If he's a starter,
or they better draft a guy. They better hit on the draft because we're a couple of weeks away from hearing about how Braden Smith can play guard again. Unfortunately.
And to be honest, I don't love the idea of that. Somebody who has played tackle for 8
you
consecutive
didn't like
years.
it when it was tight as much.
No, I didn't. Somebody who's played tackle for 8 consecutive years and has not played guard since he was at Clemson. When people respected Dabo as a coach, like that's how long ago that was. That he was at Clemson, and now that is still a clear talking point. That is still a possibility that it could be Braden Smith and then Trent Brown. Hell, to be honest with you, I feel like I might like that better right now with the part. They're 5, their best 5 as they would put it. But again, there's still time. There's still guys like Wyatt Teller out there. There are still options out there that they can get as a veteran. They can go to the draft, but right now it feels like they're getting closer and closer to. Hey, damn! You look up, it's the draft. Or Evan.
Yeah. Well, Ronnie, here's the deal, man.
Or Jarrett.
This best 5 talk. I mean, that's like having 2 quarterbacks. Like, if we got to talk about, hey, man, we're just looking for our best 5 offensive linemen, and your ass ain't found 5 offensive linemen yet.
Who was that? Danny Warfel and Doug Johnson? Who was that?
Palmer was one of them.
Palmer and Johnson.
Palmer and Johnson. That's who it was when they beat the brakes off of us down there. Yeah.
They kept
and Noah Brandeis. Noah Brandeis.
Wow.
Those 3 guys, they all 3 threw a touchdown before I did in that game. I played 4 quarters. They each played about a third.
I remember, man. Steve used to just have them on the sideline, just rotating in and out. Not drives, man.
Yeah,
plays.
Man.
No,
Tell me again how much you like your quarterback situation.
Again, I am going to assume that the plan is not we're not going to arrive here, and it's just this. I would hope that Evan Brown is just more depth, and especially $3.5 million. But you start to look at this thing, and the time that we're running out, and the guys that are rolling out. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they roll in, and it is Ursery, Brown, Andrews, Ingram, and Smith.
Not one bit. No reason to be surprised.
To start training camp. I would not be. I would hope that it's not, but I would not be. I would not be surprised. All right, to a team whose season is closer to starting, the Astros. Clint loves what he's hearing about really one of the parts of this team that they have to have right. And if this team is anything like the numbers are saying right now in spring training, the Astros are back as a World Series contender, a real one. We'll discuss that next.
Twitch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Remember, not just today, but today is the first day of the week, but also we'll remind you throughout the show all week long in the 5 o'clock hour, we are going to be hooking somebody up right here live on the drive with a 4-pack of tickets. 4-pack of tickets to head to the Texans, the Texas Children's Houston Open. A great event. You missed it earlier. Tyler has gone how many years in a row? 3? This will be 3 or 4.
I think this is the third year in a row.
This is the third year in a row.
I believe so.
Him and his little big brother Sterling, they go out there and hang out, and it's a good time. One that he would recommend, and you got a chance to be there for the price of on the house. 713-572-4610. Name that movie. What line is that from that movie on the Base Power text line? But make sure you're listening in the 5 o'clock hour today and all week long for your chance to be a winner. All right, the Astros are moving closer and closer to the season starting. Hell, it's mid-March, so we're getting closer to opening day as the Astros will try to start their quest to get back into the postseason. But in your mind, where do you put the rotation, the Astros rotation in terms of importance for this team to try to get to where they're trying to get?
Well, it's big. I mean, after last year with all the injuries throughout, I mean, I guess we if anybody knows how important the bats are as well, and being able to play defense. But yeah, I mean, I think the figuring out what they're going to do with the starting rotation, and particularly the top of the rotation beyond Hunter Brown, I think is probably priority number one for the Astros if they have a chance to keep this here window open.
Yeah, because the injury thing that you can't predict. That's obviously that's a big deal. But you don't go into it assuming that your team is going to be the most injured team in the history of baseball like the Astros were last year. So you got to kind of walk that off, especially with them. Shout out to Rob, good job, 40-year-old virgin, good job. But you don't go into it thinking that, especially with the new training staff that you can hope can be an upgrade over the previous one. But I'm with you. I think the rotation's right up there, right? I think the bullpen may be somewhere in that, but you feel like if you got Brian Abreu and then you can get a healthy, which they're not rushing, a healthy Josh Hader, you feel like you got a shot back there to do some things, and they got some other arms. But, Clint, if they pitch in the rotation, if they can – we know they got Hunter Brown. Hell, they almost got there with Hunter and Framber last year. And Framber was – I mean, up and down at times, but they almost got there with those two. If they can get starting pitching when you have Correa and you have Altuve and you have the big fella Jordan back and you have Paredes, hopefully, as he's in the lineup more than he is not. And you have those guys coming back, Christian Walker. Hopefully, Yiner is able to bounce back and have a better season like he had his first couple of years. You feel like they're going to hit and score enough runs. Jeremy Payne, you obviously leading things off. Hopefully he can kind of continue his career season from last year. You feel like they're going to hit and score enough runs. They can pitch. But right now, the early returns on 3 of the guys that we think may be in the rotation. Hunter Brown, of course, Mike Burrows, and Tatsui? What is it, Tyler? How do you go all the way out?
Tatsuyama?
Yes,
Tatsuyama?
I believe that's how I've been rolling with it instead of trying to say that nightmare of the other name.
The last name? Tatsuyama. Yeah, Tatsuyama Imai.
There you go.
There it is.
That was good.
Tatsuyama
That was
Imai.
really good.
But those three look like, and I think Christian Javier, you can kind of fold in there. You got it?
Just make sure we're getting this right. There actually is no M. It's Tatsuya.
There's no M, huh?
No M. Tatsuya.
Imai. But those 3, if you look at their numbers in spring training, Clint, They have a combined ERA of .38, and that's over 23-plus innings. They've given up a combined 7 hits, given up 1 earned run with 31 Ks. And we're seeing, like, Imai hitting up into the upper 90s. He threw at 98 last week in one of his starts. We're seeing Burrows come on. And that doesn't even get us to the space of where maybe they look at Christian Javier, who I think many people, when you look at depth charts, predict him as their number 2 starter. That is huge. Obviously, it's spring training, Clint, but if they can get any of those guys to be outside of Hunter Brown, I think we know what Hunter can do, but they get any of those guys to be staples in this rotation, that completely changes the way this team is viewed.
Yeah, look, I just think as Astros fan, look, at this time of year, I rely a lot on banter, reports. I mean, in reports that people admit are just kind of flippant because it is spring training and guys are working on things and what does it mean and who knows what. But I lean into that a lot in the sense of trying to follow the goings-ons. But so as an Astros fan, I just know if you just said, hey, Clint, what is – before spring training ever starts, what do you hope happens with this starting rotation? I would have said I hope the newly acquired players are at the top of the rotation. Obviously not above Hunter Brown, but at the top of the rotation so that you're not relying on guys that, yes, they've got really good stuff. They're electric, but they're injured all the damn time. Or guys that are young and they've been good through spurts, but we just don't know – exactly where they sit. Are they a 4-5 starter or are they a 2-3 starter? You really don't know. You know, obviously when you look at McCullers, you have no clue what's in there. The guy's changed his whole personality. So what does it mean? Right. What is he hadn't rebuilt his throwing motion. He's rebuilt his mind. So what is he? Right? As an Astros fan, I'm just so thankful that we're not sitting here going, man, I hope Javier can be a 2. Man, I hope McCullers comes along because we really need him in the top 3. It looks like, now again, it's spring training, so take it for what it's worth. You laid out the numbers, but it looks like there's going to be a Hunter Brown, Mike Burrows, and Tatsuya Imai. It looks like those 3 guys are going to be your top 3 starters. And then you're looking at Spencer Arrighetti and Lance McCullers, obviously. You're looking at some of those guys, Christian Javier, to fill in the 3-4-5 role if they can stay healthy. So I do think it's the Ryan Wieskat. I'm not haven't watched it, haven't studied it hard, but apparently he's rolling as well. So got to give him some love with those top 3 guys outside of Hunter Brown. It's just good as an Astros fan, Ron, to feel like, hey, they went out and got some dudes that have come in and they've supplanted themselves as the 2-3 starter. And until they get injured, we can't call them injury prone. Until they, until we see them play, we don't know that there's going to be a collapse or the moment's going to be too big. And right now, it looks like the guys they've acquired are at least meeting or exceeding expectations.
Yeah, we'll see, because that's the biggest part. Because honestly, we've come in and we've talked about it. Outside of Hunter Brown, who do you really feel confident that you know what you're going to get from?
Right.
Like in that rotation, who do you know that you feel like? You got a guy who has never pitched in this country. You got a guy who's coming over in a trade that I don't know has ever really pitched in this kind of big game, or not big game, but at least a team that is pursuing the postseason right off the bat, and that's what their makeup is, right? And then you have Christian Javier coming off injury. You have, as you said, Lance, who knows where he is. We have Spencer Arrighetti, same thing, kind of coming off injury and seeing if he can kind of reclaim the things that he has been in the past. Someone texted off, we're already not starting off right. How can Hader's bicep not be healed from last September? What's a different injury?
Yeah, I'm not worried about Hader.
It's a different injury. And yeah, to this point, this isn't a Lance thing. He's been throwing bullpens, right? Yeah. I think they're just being cautious with him. I agree. The bullpen could be something, but when you have, like, we can clearly see, at least I can, and I know maybe I'm being a little too trustworthy, but I'm trying to be fair to this training staff, this new one in here. And like you said, I wouldn't be surprised if Josh Hader is not just dealing with
his own guys.
His own guys, too. But where he is right now is a pretty good sign that this isn't going to be some long-term thing to me. So I do get the feel like, yeah, he may start the season on on the IL, but I don't think it's going to be for long stretches right now.
Yeah,
so
zero worries, man.
And
Zero
I feel
worries.
You kick things off. Obviously, other people are going to have to do things, King and whoever else. But you feel pretty good when you got Abreu and Hader down there at the back end.
Yeah,
to get you there. So, I don't know, man. This is a good sign.
Yeah.
Obviously, they may be just working on stuff, but you'd rather see three guys doing this.
You damn right.
Especially the nine. Like you could take Hunter out. You feel like you know, but the other two, you especially feel good about seeing them have that type of success.
Well, it beats the hell out of sitting here right now and just having to bite your tongue because they're getting shelled, and you just go, oh, well, they're working on things.
Yeah, telling yourself they're working.
Oh yeah, man, they're
That's
working.
that squinting I talked about with the Texans.
Yeah. So I mean, look, I'm not saying people have had terrible spring trainings before and gone on to pitch well. I'm not saying it's not a reality. I'm just saying as an Astros fans, it's a lot easier for me to get excited about this team when you've got numbers like that you laid out there from Burrows and Imai, and they're right behind Hunter Brown. It's real easy to get excited about them.
All right, as we continue here on a Friday, coming up, we'll hear from you. It's Monday, 713-572-4610. Phone lines will be open. I want to hear from you. It looks like the Texans' defense is all but set. Maybe some other moves made and added in the draft, but you look at this, they are set, and they were one of the best, if not the best defenses in the league last year. Do you believe the Texans can be better than they were last year? And also, do you think they have to be for this team to get to where you want them to get to? We'll hear from you and discuss that coming up next.
All right, if you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, know this. Ability Tree Experts, Louis Flory over at Ability Tree Experts.
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, boy, Tyler, the General John McClain's out here really just giving his thoughts on Twitter. I will read what he had to say. Twitter John McClain is a little different than sometimes the one we hear.
What's the General getting fired up about?
I will get there in just a bit. Welcome back here to The Drive. Phone lines open, 713-572-4610. It's Amundo. We want to hear from you. Do you believe the Texans defense, which appears to mostly be set right now, we'll see what they do in the draft, but do you believe this defense will be better than last year, and do you think they're going to have to be better than last year based off where we are? Obviously, the offseason isn't over. They still can acquire players. They can trade. They can draft, but we're looking at it. I don't know how much they're going to add to this. To be honest with you, the offense and defense, major parts. We'll see what happens, and maybe they draft well like they have done at certain positions, especially on defense. But be thinking about that. Phone lines open, 713-572-4610. You think this defense will be better than it was last year? And do you think they're going to have to be for them to get to where you want them to get to? But, again, all week long, including today, 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to this year's Texas Children's Houston Open. Listen, if you've never been to a golf tournament, I think we all have. It is a lot of fun. And they put this event on right, and they will take care of you. As Tyler has alluded to multiple times, loving this event. You can win all week long, including today in the 5 o'clock hour. So make sure you're listening to The Drive right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, John McClain, real quick before we get to this defense on Twitter. If Nick Caserio thinks the O-line issues have been solved with what he's done in free agency, he better think again. The O-line is still the Texans' biggest need by far. Acquiring bodies in free agency doesn't mean success, as Caserio knows so well. Damn.
Well, sorry.
Who do you think he includes as bodies? Like Ed Ingram's not a body, right?
No, hell no. He's one of the better guards available.
Braden Smith isn't a body, right?
No, that's a good get.
You think he's Trent?
He might be mentioning Trent there. I mean, that injury history and not being available probably sticks in old John McClain's craw.
That Evan Brown, damn sure, it's got that's got to be the one that sent him over.
That's definitely the one that prompted the tweet. Yeah. I just think, Ron, and along with what John's saying there, I think Texans fans are going to be highly disappointed if this is what if even this plus a high draft pick is what they go into camp with. I mean, your thoughts are you're going to run it back. You're going to add Braden Smith and run it back, and whatever they do at left guard like that. That is I think it's going to be a tough pill for a lot of Texans fans to swallow. I think Texans fans, like I've said many a time, feel like we are right there on the doorstep, and most Texans fans want to kick that bad boy in, and the Texans seem like they're the smartest guy in the room with this offensive line so far. Instead of going out and bolstering that thing, with big money, big market, big name free agents, they've kind of gone about it quietly, re-signing guys and adding Braden Smith. I don't know that there's a lot of folks going to be real excited about that approach.
Yeah.
That center and left guard is probably going to stick in some folks' craw, which it seems like it is with John McClain for sure.
He said just bodies. Damn.
Yeah.
Damn. Sorry, Evan. Welcome to Houston, Evan.
I'd say Trent, Evan, and Jake probably catch it. They're probably catching that.
Jake is just a body that was still here.
I think that's probably where he was rolling with it.
All right. As we said, phone lines open, 713-572-4610. Jump in, and I see people here on the base power text line jumping in already. Do you believe the Texans' defense can be better than last year's defense, and do you think they have to? And Clint, like I said, there may be some additions, but we know that Danielle Hunter, who is fresh in with a new contract, is in, and we know that We know that they've got Togiai, who they brought in, and they really like him. He's going to have a bigger role. Sheldon Rankins, they've brought back in the fold. Now, that's probably an area where they may feel some more spots maybe in the draft, because Naquan Jones is really the only guy that you would look at right now that you would think would get minutes. But Will Anderson on the other side, they bring in Dominique Robinson, and then Dylan Horton is still there. Toa, Alshire, they bring in Hummel as an extra linebacker. But E.J. Speed, they also bring back as a free agent. Stingley, Blankenship, Bullock, Lasser, Petrie with Smith, and M.J. Stewart still there, and Jalen Reed. They've got a deep secondary and maybe one of the best, in the game right there, if not the best in the game. So this secondary looks like it's probably got a chance to be better, which is hard to believe when you say what they already have.
Yeah.
Do you think this defense will be better than last year's? And last year's defense, if you remember, in 2025, they were basically top 5 in damn near every category, including total defense, and just relinquished, points. Scoring to the Rams right at the end, or to the Seahawks right at the end.
I don't know if statistically they're going to be any better because as you just laid out, they were pretty damn good, pretty impressive across the board last year. I do think situationally they can be better. With Reed Blankenship, again, I'm not going to sit here and act like Reed Blankenship is a world beater, but he is a safety that D'Amico can rely on. I'm going to guess that they did their due diligence, and he is a perfect fit for this defense, which means accountable. He's going to be exactly where he's supposed to be when he's supposed to be there, and is going to be a playmaker. He's probably going to be a pretty good fit here. So I would think that they could be a little more statistically probably in the same category, but I'm going to say probably get off to a quicker start and probably be a little bit more situationally dominant, if you will, because they're really good. It's not they weren't good in situations, but it's just I think they're going to have more. D'Amico's playbook's going to even be open even more. I think the big thing here with D'Amico Ryans in this defense is it's not about getting better. It's not about improving over last year. Can they? Sure. Do they have to? No. The big question about D'Amico's defense in 2026 is, can the Stars stay healthy the way they stayed healthy in 2025?
And that's a part of it.
Yep. Can Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, Derek Stingley Jr., Kamari Lassiter, obviously in the middle. What's the middle linebacker?
Alshire.
Yeah, Aziz Alshire. I think Kalen Bullock has worked his way into that. Jalen Petrie. Can those main stars, can the key cogs in this defense, which is about 6 or 7, maybe even 8 of them, can those guys stay healthy as many snaps and as many games as they did last year? If they do, I think they're going to be better just because everybody's going to be a year better in the system. But that's the key. Can they be better? Can they be as healthy or more? And then I think everything will be fine.
Yeah. The health part was a big part of that. Now, 713-572-4610. Again, you can jump in. I see people on the text line. Unfortunately, yes, the defense will have to be better. Caserio has once again piecemealed the offensive line and didn't bring a strong center that could communicate. Did you text this in? Well, that our quarterback desperately needs. They never do anything when it comes to helping this team. So, yeah, they have to be better. Year 2, I'm sorry, that's on the offense. Show and Clint, do I think the O-line is the biggest issue again this season? Yes. All right. But your thoughts, again, 713-572-4610. Do you think this defense will be better this year than it was last year, or do you think it has to be? That's the other part is I get what you're saying situationally, but I do think that they, right now as it is, as we see it right now, and this thing could change with new evidence, but right now as you see it, I think the combination of where their offense is, I would say to me at best, right now their offense feels very similar to what it was when they stopped playing last, but without the turnovers, without CJ turning the ball over.
Right,
But
I agree.
But they feel very close to that. Maybe growth puts them up above that. And then I do think the field will improve. I think the field around them will improve. And I do think that there's probably going to be elements that this defense, especially in the games against the teams that you're going to be fighting against, that are against playoff level teams, or then when they get to the playoffs against those teams, I think their defense is going to have to potentially be better than it was at times last year. Like this defense this year, I think I had a hard time doing what they did against giving up 3 touchdown drives in games against good teams. That to me, I think would be potentially difficult for them to overcome.
Well, yeah, you make a great point. Look, with what this offense is gearing up to do, and the players that they're adding to do it, it's not selling you that they're going to be super explosive. It's not selling you that they're going to try to do anything other than just vanilla, stay ahead of the chains, don't lose the game. And so, does the defense need? I could see where you could land there. I just don't know that there's a way that they can. The reality of it is, I mean, they got to make some moves on the offensive side of the football that gives them a chance. And then CJ's got to play better, and the defense just needs to be as good as it was last year, which is a tall task. They were really, really good.
Yeah.
I hope you're not right in the fact that they need to, because that means that offense was bad.
And look, they can improve and turn it. And I don't even know if it necessarily like. Would you say last year's offense was bad? I wouldn't say it was bad.
I think there was a stretch there in the middle. I think they started out slow, which after watching the approach to training camp, it's not surprising. It doesn't surprise me that they started out slow. I think there was a stretch in the middle there where they were playing things really tight to vest, and C.J. Stroud was really committing to, and Dalton and Davis Mills were committing to the death by 1,000 cuts approach, and I think there were some good times had. There were some good days. There were with this defense and that approach, you're going to win a lot of games. Yeah. And so, yeah, I mean, it wasn't bad. To answer your question, no, I don't think they were bad, but I don't think they were ever good enough to convince anybody that they were going to make a run deep into the playoffs. That's the key.
Yeah, and I think their offense has to at least show the ability against good teams, like consistently, that they can be better than that.
I agree with that, boy.
Like they've got to
show
show that text line coming through. The Texans' defense is great, but if they add an interior defensive lineman, a real run-stuffing, pocket-caving, A-gap, one-technique monster in the draft, they'll be good on all 3 levels. And maybe that's what and maybe that's something that they will do. Because I do think the thing that they can improve on that you could see is turnovers. Yeah. They started to get turnovers later as the season went on, but that part of it. And you would think with what they do and what they have, they would turn people over a lot. They rush the passer as well as anybody, and then they have ball hawks and corners and defensive backs that turn into receivers back there.
Well, that texture makes a great point. I mean, let's not overlook on this defense the way that DeMeco Ryans was able to get a lot of production out of guys that we didn't expect much from, right? I mean, you look at the guys over the last 2 years that were a big part of the rotation, and they're not even back to those numbers. When you look at Foley Fatukasi, you look at Tim Settle, you look at Mario Edwards Jr., you look at Danico Autry was a part of it, right? There were times when we looked out there and it was Tommy Togiai, not this year, but 2 years ago. And what's the kid's name from Notre Dame? I keep forgetting his damn name. Kurt Hinish. You know, that him and Kurt Hinish were out there. They're nowhere close to just that kind of quality depth. Sheldon Rankin's great, right? You look at Tommy Togiai, I think he's somewhere between being a rotational piece and what we saw him be last year. I think it's probably going to be unfair to expect out of Tommy what we saw and heard out of the organization about him last year. I think we've got to be careful there. Temper your expectations for him. But you've got Roquan Jones. What do you expect from him? Right? I mean, these guys were 6 deep, right? You mentioned what's the kid's name that they just picked up from Tampa?
Logan Hall.
Logan Hall. He'll be a piece down of the Danico Autry piece. But you got to have 5 or 6 guys, interior-wise, over an 18-week, 17-game season to rotate this thing through there, and they don't have those bodies. They don't have those bodies yet. And so, to the texter's point, boy, it would go a long way if they drafted a horse. Now, I don't know if you're going to find that one technique that the texter was talking about. I hope he was right. I don't know if they're going to find that in this draft.
Yeah.
But if they do find a guy that can be a top-of-the-line rotational piece at the interior defensive line, I think this defense goes to the next level. I agree. But it just brings up the point, Ron, of like they've still got a lot there. They got their work cut out at that position just building the roster for camp. I mean, right now they don't have a whole hell of a lot.
They don't. Like a guys that – like I look at the interior, it looks like 3 guys that you've seen that really have gotten a lot of NFL experience.
Are you including Logan Hall in that?
Well, not Logan, probably 4 if you add the tweener in. He's at 280 or so. So add him in 4 that have had a lot of work there. So they got a couple of other bodies, but yeah, not guys that you would roll it, because you're right. They lost Settle, they lost Foley Fatakasi, they lost Heinisch. Right, they lost Mario Edwards Jr. So they've lost a few guys in that position group. This defense, it is great and does have a chance to be better.
It's going to be fun.
You add Reed Blankenship in there, and they may be able to turn the ball over even more. He may allow Matt Burke and D'Amico Ryans to do more things with this group. And then you feel there's natural growth. We all saw growth from Lassiter from 1 to 2. We all saw growth from Bullock from 1 to 2, and that probably shouldn't stop either. All right, coming up, this is a huge 3 days in this city for the Rockets. A huge 3 days coming up. The L.A. Lakers are in here like it's baseball for two home games for the Rockets over the next 3 days.
You going?
Starting tonight. I sure wish. Tyler put an option in front of me. Just unable to make it swing. Those even thinking about those tickets to the WBC took me out of the running to go to the Lakers. Just the thought of them just took me out the running to go to the Lakers game. But a huge couple of games, and the standings are really, really showing it. This will be for the tiebreaker between these two teams and for the 3 seed in the West. We'll talk about what they got to do coming up next.
All right, look, there ain't nothing but the 1 seed matter when you're trying to sell your
podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back, beautiful people. As we are here live on The Drive on this Monday, I do want to get to this important next couple of days. Monday and Wednesday, the Rockets have 2 home games, a day off in between. They host the Los Angeles Lakers, who are currently ahead of them in the standings by half a game. This is a big, big week. But I wanted to get across this news. Tyler said in my ear in the last segment, 49ers. They are signing wide receiver Christian Kirk to a 1-year, $6 million deal. Damn, Christian, that dropped about $11 million from last year. 10 to 11 million last year off of that. But the former Aggie, former Texan, he heads to San Francisco, and he joins Mike Evans, who was already brought over as a veteran. So now they add Christian Kirk to Ricky Pearsall, and I would assume they're probably done with Juwan Jennings. Most people think
he's a free agent.
Yeah, he's a free agent. I'm guessing they're not going to bring him back. Brandon Ayuk probably done with that.
Still hadn't cut him yet.
Yeah,
I think they're probably going to try to trade him. But
they've said it. They've said he's not playing.
Yeah.
John Lynch is going to make that very clear.
Be interesting how they handle all that.
Yep, but they bring in Christian Kirk. So Christian Kirk, 2 for 20, has a new home. He did catch a touchdown in the playoff game. Had a pretty good game against the Steelers. But
Applebee's has rats.
That does not go into the good category for Nick Caserio. That way.
No, that was. I
thought he'd be a little bit more productive.
I would say it would be a swing and miss. Now I do wonder.
Hold on, Joe.
2 things: the injury with the hamstring obviously hampered him early on, and then just. As I've said before, I just don't know that he's a guy. Who am I fooling? The other ones that are out there, not named Nico, ain't any better. I was gonna say I don't know if he's a guy that can just sit stagnant and consistently make plays. But the reality of it is, like I said, the others ain't no better than him at this age. But here's the deal: is I wonder in Houston how much of it was the offense, how much of it was the offense, how much of it was the quarterback, how much of it was a play caller. You go out there and. Again, show up and play football, and if you can still play, it'll rise.
You could see yourself getting real pissed off at a Kyle Shanahan offense, and he looks different.
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm saying? You say, what happened to this? What happened to this dude?
Yeah, where'd that guy come from?
Where's that dude? He's been Applebee's, is what he has been. So Christian Kirk has himself a new home. As I said, though, the current standings in the West. The Thunder and the Spurs are pretty far out in front of everybody. They have separated themselves. But the Lakers, with their crazy win Saturday night, I don't think Austin Reeves could do that one more time if he tried. Exactly where he hit it off the rim to himself and everybody else clear, and then ran it.
It looked like he had it planned, right? Because he went off the left side of the rim and he went that way and it bounced hard that way. That's pretty wild, and then makes the shot, and then Luka to finish it.
Yeah.
That was nasty.
Yeah. That was a great game, by the way, Saturday night. But they are, with that win, they're 42-25. They won 5 in a row, and so they are the 3rd seed right now. The Rockets are a half game behind them at 42-25, and then the Timberwolves and Nuggets are tied. A game back from the Rockets at 41-27. So it's really tight. Hell, the Suns, they're only 2.5 back at 39-28. But it is really, really tight right now in the West. And these 2 games will determine who has the tiebreaker between the Lakers and the Rockets. They're going to play on Monday tonight, and then they're going to play on Wednesday again, both games at the Toyota Center. So this is going to be huge. And for me, Clint, as much as they have struggled this year, the cutoff for me was, if they had a series against the Lakers, I think they would beat the Lakers. That's been the stance for me all season. I think the Lakers are a team the Rockets could get. I still believe that right now. If I had to put money on it, I just saw the way you looked at me. I don't think you're as confident. I do. I think I think defensively, the Lakers will help them, although they've played a little bit better defensively. If they go out here and it looks rough, and if they get swept or something like that, these two games, then I might change my mind on that. Then I'm definitely just completely out on them winning a first round series. If they should probably take 2, if not split these games with the Lakers. And if they split the games, they have the season series. So this is a big couple of games.
Yeah, there's a lot in there I got to unpack, Ron. You talked about a lot there. This series, winning a playoff series. You mentioned the game we just watched. What was that, Saturday night?
Yeah.
Laker Nuggets game, which, by the way, either side of that coin, that Rockets ain't got that in them.
I know the Nuggets did get them.
I mean, that's two powerhouses going at it toe for toe.
You look at the Lakers too right now, and you think you don't think the Rockets kind of belong with them too, or the Rockets would favor the Lakers right now in a series with the Rockets?
I'll go. Yeah, I would.
Really?
And I don't even know much about the Lakers. You got your best two players right now in a game like last night is not named LeBron. I mean, then you got to deal with LeBron on top of that. What we going to throw out there? Kevin? I mean, hey, KD, go get all three of them guys?
Yeah. Kevin, Shingun, and Amin Thompson is supposed to match that.
Don't add up. There was a time this offseason.
The Lakers' defense is pretty rough.
That's fine. But I'm talking about in a game where it's like what we watched Saturday night. Just the very end of it. Okay, like the tight ball game. What do you got? What's the plan? Who's doing what? We ain't got that in our bag. If they just take KD out of the mix, we are cooked.
And they need to be competitive. They haven't been competitive against like the Suns and the Nuggets. And I know you watched that and you think, well, that last Nuggets game they were down by 30.
Even when I've watched them play well, it's just it's because it's almost like too easy. Anytime that it becomes hard, anytime it becomes difficult, anytime it becomes like a chaotic or a matchup where, all right, this last 5 minutes, man, it's going to be a heavyweight bout. It's going to be blow for blow. Like, to me, the Rockets just ain't got it. I mean, KD can't do it all by his damn self. And, I don't know what the matchups look like in the playoffs, but the wind is out of my sails right now with the Rockets just because I feel like when they get in the ring with a heavyweight, now if they just,
which I don't think the Lakers are. I don't think the Lakers are a heavyweight.
I'm just referring to teams, maybe not the top of the league. I'm just referring to teams that have the ability, the Lukas and the LeBrons, and the ability to, if the game's on the line in the last 5 minutes, like if the Rockets can run these guys with that bad defense or whatever, can run them up out of the gym and get a big lead and play their game, then yeah, I like the Rockets. But if this thing's tight, it's a 2-point game down the stretch. I mean, I just trust what these other teams are doing and what these other teams have a lot more than I trust. And that's hard to say because I thought the move for KD would change. That's the dynamic you hoped it would change. I just don't know if it's going to.
Yep. Someone texted in the Rockets are really a powerhouse, but their weaknesses will cost them a championship. They haven't played like a powerhouse here of late. I thought walking into the season they were a serious contender. They haven't played like that. In the last 2 games, they've played against contenders, which I think the Spurs and the Nuggets are a little bit separate. Although I think the Lakers and the Nuggets are a little closer, they just got destroyed.
When was the last time you watched the Rockets and thought, yeah, heavyweight? I mean, these boys got it.
Probably the loss to the Knicks when they were up. I
didn't have an answer. That's really good.
When they were up
and gave it up,
and they gave it up. I mean, they've won, but they're beating the teams they're supposed to beat.
That's a good one though. We hadn't talked about that enough. I mean, that's when the air could have potentially come out of the old sails for them.
Yeah. I mean, that, and I could be wrong. Somebody else feels it different because,
No,
They've
I've
beaten
watched
the
a lot of them since
Pelicans.
then.
Yeah, they beat the Raptors. That wasn't much. I don't. I mean, they lost to the damn Warriors.
The Warriors.
Without none of them. Without nobody but Draymond out there. They lost to the. Because lately, Clint, they have beaten their wins here of late. They've lost to the Nuggets. Just got annihilated. They beat the Pelicans, and you lost money on that because they let them come back in. They beat the Raptors. They're fine. They got annihilated by the Spurs. They beat the Trailblazers. They lost a game they shouldn't lose to the Warriors. They beat down the Wizards. They lost to the Heat. They beat the Magic. That may be their best win here lately. Right? Then they beat the Kings. Then they beat the Jazz. And then it's that Knicks game. So I mean,
I think you're right. I think the Knicks game. You look up and you're like, yeah, we got a shot.
Yeah, to that.
That's the last time we felt that. Yeah,
to that fourth quarter started, and then those problems of what the hell they're going to do late.
Mm.
All right, coming up, weekend's best, weekend's worst. You can text yours in on the Base Power text line 713-572-4610. What's your weekend's best, weekend's worst? We'll do that coming up next.
We figured out when the Rockets took that free fall. When did your hairline take that free fall? Right? When did that balding, thinning, or receding hairline become a problem for you?
Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
One of the most creative beats of all time right there. That damn Pharrell and Chad.
Makes you want to drop it like it's hot, huh?
Well, actually, I'm tripping. Grinding is not this one is good too, but grinding, one of the most creative beats of all time. Damn it, that was when Pharrell and Chad were on the real top of their ball game right there. Mondays means weekend's best, weekend's worst. We will get to here in just a bit. Remember today, throughout this week, starting tonight in the 5 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to check out the Texas Children's Houston Open. A 4-pack of tickets. We'll do that every single day this week in the 5 o'clock hour. You got to be listening for that cue to call, and then you got a chance to get that dub. So stay with us in the 5 o'clock hour, not just today, but all week long. All right, let's do a little weekend's best, weekend's worst. I'll kick it off here, Tyler and Clint. I'll go best. My weekend's best. Boy, hey, yesterday, fellas, the remote just going back and forth. I tried to split screen it, but I really couldn't with what I was watching.
Working that clicker.
Oh, that WBC and that
oh Lord.
And the Oscars. That was like I'm rolling around here.
I was watching one of those.
And congratulations to Michael B. Jordan. Michael B. Jordan, who I was surprised as somebody who watches award season, he had not been winning that. Timothy had been winning that for his role. In that table tennis movie. He had been winning it, and Michael B. Jordan wins the Oscar, but not only wins the Oscar, but he takes his Oscar and he's fully dressed. By the way, shout out to him, took his mom as his date. Sat down there in the front row. I'm going to assume he didn't spend the evening with his mom, but he took his mom as his date, and then took it on the In-N-Out, Tyler. Took his Oscar, went to In-N-Out, had him a meal.
Mom's not the only one In-N-Out's going to work with.
Not as good as Whataburger, but I like it.
I don't think Mom was there. I'm a fan of In-N-Out. When I almost lost my mind when I saw one in Stafford.
I've never been to one.
Oh, you really haven't. We used to go in Arizona often. Like In-N-Out, very
it's all right.
It's good. It's I think more than all right, but to each his own. I think Tyler walks into it with Whataburger on his mind and will refuse to allow it to be better.
As well as should. He's got Texas in his heart.
Yeah, he refuses. He's not coming in open-minded. But In-N-Out goes in there, had him a nice little sandwich. I enjoyed it. Congratulations, Sinners. I'll take everybody's word for it. I've heard thoughts that it's on the scary movie side. People try to say a little thriller. I will not be tricked.
Great movie.
I hear it's great. I cannot see it.
I loved seeing Sinners rack up last night at the
Would you say scary? Scary?
It's tough, man. It's a vampire movie.
Okay, and you know I don't have a high tolerance. Again,
you probably shouldn't watch it. So yeah,
so there it is. So I'm with it. Courtney has tried to tell me no. You go. Why you'll like it? Nope, can't do it. But I hear he was really, really good playing two parts in there, and he won the Oscar and took it In and Out. Mm-hmm. Congratulations!
Well, you played two parts, you ought to win it.
Yeah, he played the twinsies.
Yep. And I wouldn't mind In and Out right now. Let's go in there with an open mind, Tyler.
No, I've had it. I really don't think In and Out's bad. I just think it pales in comparison to what we got here with
Tony. Tony, In-N-Out burger sucks. They're rolling in there. Go ahead, baby. Someone said it's a basic burger. All right. What's your
McDonald's is a basic burger.
Nah, that's right.
Still good though.
I think somebody said McDonald's is better. What's your weekend's best?
Well, I mean, it's easy for me, man. Them Hogs, baby. I mean, they go out there and handle business on the hardwood, and they win the SEC championship. And they all say, man, you gotta peak at the right time. And I would argue that winning the SEC championship is peaking at the right time. Now, obviously, you'd rather peak 3-4 games into the tournament, but. We're going to come in hot and off of an SEC championship victory. I think the first time they've won it, shooting a long since
Nolan
2000.
Nolan Richardson was
late
2000.
It was late, and I think it was 2000, something like that. Yeah. So, cool story. The coach Calipari, he's sitting there and he's telling them about, hey, just treat this like another game. Just going to be another game. Go out there and get better and see if we can win. And the big man on the team, Ewing. He said, nah, hell no, Coach. It's a championship. Let's go get a championship.
He's going to keep wearing that jacket.
He told him, Coach, hell no. He told that coach, hell no, we're going to go out here and get that dub, baby, get this championship. Ain't no pride, ain't no get better day. This is a championship day. Love it. Love it. So I got to give it up for my Hogs,
He's going to keep wearing that jacket, ain't he?
Calipari?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he's clean with it, boy. You can't tell him nothing.
Those Kentucky people have to be sick.
His pressers, his post-game pressers are I mean, they're priceless. I mean, you can't tell him nothing.
Not a damn thing.
Oh, I've been coaching a long time, man. It's about the name on the back of that jersey.
And he didn't have to. And he did.
That's what he's on now. It's on
name on the back.
That's what it's a name on the back. We love Arkansas, but it's about the name on the back. I love them kids.
Yeah, he didn't have to win the national title to feel that way. All right, weekend's worst. My weekend's worst was the congratulations to the Houston Cougars because they absolutely gave my Kansas Jayhawks the beats in the second half. That score was 29-25.
Yeah.
Late in the first half, and Darren Peterson got a steal and a dunk to make it 29-25. Kelvin called a timeout and proceeded to cuss several people out. Nobody cusses people out the way Kelvin does. Kelvin cusses people out, and he always has the white stuff in the corners of his lips.
Yeah, he's foaming.
That are stuck there, and
like
nobody.
A rabid dog.
And I don't even think that it's people being bad friends or son, as his son's case. Nobody just feels comfortable to tell him, "Hey, coach, get that right there, get them corners," because they just stay there. They remain there for long stretches. But it was part Kansas, but part of that amazing defense. Clint, they kicked off the half 0 for 16. 0 for 16. They didn't make a field
Great
goal.
defense?
Mostly. There was a putback dunk that you wouldn't get easier than a tip back in 21 if you're standing by yourself that a kid missed for Kansas. But they started off, then they get 1 for 20, 1 for their first 20. They scored their first field goal around the 10-minute mark of the second half. Just an absolute ass kick.
Dominant defense. That's what you do when you know you got a chance.
Crack 50.
When you got a chance to play the first round of the tourney at home in your own backyard, that's how you play.
They beat the hell out of us. Return the favorite. Now, of course, we beat the hell out of them at Allen Fieldhouse, but not like that. They beat the hell. They beat the hell out of us.
When it was win or go home, y'all, them Coogs whooped that ass.
Yeah, took it on. They did. They whooped our ass. And it was a tough watching. Your team just nobody can make a damn thing. Not a damn thing. That young man missed that putback standing alone at the goal. That was tough. All right, what's your weekend's worst?
Well, I got. This may surprise you here, Ron. I don't know if you heard over the weekend, but there was fights out at the carnival. Shut the carnival down here at the at rodeo.
Did not miss that one.
This may surprise you though, Ron. I'm not. I don't know that I'm disappointed, and well, I am. I mean, to be just personally, I am.
Surprised this hasn't come up as an issue before.
Well, I'm. It's not the fighters that I'm worried about. I don't think that happened because there was a fight. I mean, we're living in a world where a fight happens even if you want to let them fight for a couple minutes, and then you yank them apart. Everybody goes their own way. Everybody kind of ducks and dodge. Cops come and duck and dodge. It's more about the idiots that swarm with cameras. It's more about the idiots that literally get in the middle of the fight and dance and try to be funny on camera. It's not even the rush of the fight as much of it is as it is the rush to video and be a part of it and do something funny and like that's the crowd that I want to take the shot at. I mean, that
not the fighters.
It's not. I mean, the fighting in public has been around for years, and it's. I mean, fights are going to happen. I mean, it's human nature, especially out there when there's youth involved, when there's alcohol involved, when there's a little bit of everything involved, there's women involved. Look, I mean, fights are going to happen. Part of life, always has happened. But we're living in a day and age where the bum rush to video is causing more fights, or the bum rush to try to be funny and dance in the middle of two girls fighting that's the idiots that get the whole damn thing shut down. I mean, it's a crying ass shame that we live in a world where, I mean, you can't throw some hands for a minute, break it up, go your separate.
That was a lot of hands.
Yeah, well, it turns into more because of what of what happens. It just turns, instead of it just, even if it were 3-on-3, whatever, even if it was multiple people, it just turns into this mad rush that ultimately is what shuts down a whole damn carnival, man. So I don't know. It's what a mess of a world we live in when that's, and I'm sick. I am sickened when I see the video and the fights. I mean, whatever is in a human being's mindset and who they are, to see somebody beating the dog crap out of each other and your thought is to pull out a video camera and get as close as you can so you can film it, like that part of it is just, it's sickening, man, to watch it. And so
that's just about everybody now.
It is. No, I agree with you. I mean, I'm just, and it's a different generation because I'm just not even when I see it nowadays, I think about getting my ass away from it. I ain't even trying to be caught up in the middle of it, much less video it. But golly, man, I hate that. So all y'all out, well, hell, I don't know, man. You want to go out there and see if we can't draw a crowd and
get a fight out here? Tyler, get his camera
out. People pull out the camera. Hey, man, the Texans, they're putting themselves in a position to have to hit a grand slam in that draft, y'all. They're putting themselves in position to have to hit a grand slam in the draft. Again, are you, as a Texans fan, comfortable with it? That's next, right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Underdog Fantasy. I'm telling you, it's that time of year, y'all. It's that time of year, man.
sports remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily is powered today by them Field of 68 boys, Rob Doster, Jeff Goodman, and crew. They'll be Rob is joining us next at 4:15 to get us all updated on this bracket that just dropped. I saw Ron to show Hughley he filled out two of them, folded one up, put it in his wallet, and turned the other one in, man.
Yeah,
always got one in his wallet. So if you want to know what Ron's bracket is, which he won last year, by the way. He's been chomping at the bit to let everybody know he did win our bracket.
I have not said anything.
Yeah. I mean, he won our bracket last year, and he can't wait,
all
man.
about that.
Yeah, man. Good luck. I hope I kick your ass this year. I hope it happens. But Field of 68, Rob Doster. He'll be joining us next right here on Sports Radio 610 to break down all things March Madness, all things college basketball, the tourney, the bracket, everything that's coming up right around the corner. We got a lot going on, man, and huge week here for the Rockets with 2 against the Lakers. Astros are right around the corner. Things are heating up there. Looks like there's a lot of good on the Astros front, the Texans. It's always interesting in the world of the Texans, but again, powered by Dirty's Daily, powered by the Field of 68 boys. And they're busy this time of year. Check them out on all the social media. Just search Field of 68, and you will find them. The Texans, they add a piece offensively. They add veteran guard Evan Brown, who most recently has been with the Arizona Cardinals. Now, I'll tell you a little bit about Evan Brown. Evan Brown has been in the league for about 5 or 6 years. Evan Brown has 28 starts at the center position for Detroit and Seattle over 2 different years. He's got 12 starts at right guard with the Detroit Lions, and he's got 17 starts at left guard with the Arizona Cardinals. Now, the most recent year, he started 11 of 13 weeks and then left the team for personal reasons after that. But he got starts predominantly at a guard position. So you're talking about a veteran that does have some starting experience at all 3 interior offensive line positions. He was a cap casualty, if you will. I think Arizona saved a little over $4 million a year, or saved over $4 million by releasing him this next coming before this next season. Really, I guess before March 1. Is that how that works? Before the start of the new league year, they did save some money, so he was a cap casualty, and that's who Evan Brown is. He's can play a spot, that left guard spot that many believe is the position of need for the Texans on the offensive side of the football.
He was moved right into the starting lineup on the depth chart.
Was he moved? Was he bumped right in there?
Yeah.
Former SMU Mustang, by the way. So played his college ball up 45 a bit, and does have some starts at those multiple positions. I think this is a safe sign. I hope it's not the sign. I think this is a Jarrett Patterson type of player, maybe a little bit longer in the tooth than Jarrett Patterson, but really a guy that can back up both guards and center. They're hoping, I guess, that he can be a starting guard for the Texans moving forward. But here's the question is, or my thought with this sign. This is not a plug-and-play starter. This is a guy that you sign, again, like a Jarrett Patterson that can play multiple positions, that if he so happens to end up being a starter and playing well enough to be a starter, then so be it. But this is a guy that's more of a depth. We got some competition. We want to have people to compete. We want to have guys that have played the position, veterans to compete. That's more who Evan Brown, I believe, is. And that puts me in this position, Ron. The Texans are putting themselves in a spot where I believe they've got to hit a grand slam in the draft at the O-line position. I believe with not just the Evan Brown sign.
With pick 28.
With pick 28, or I'll give them that second-round pick, one of the two. One of the two. It would be easier with pick 28.
I'm just simply saying, you're saying they've got to hit a home run, and it's, their picks. They got a first-round pick, but they're very late.
When you look at where this team could improve drastically over last year, I don't know that the undisputed champion of that question, the answer to that question would not have been offensive line. That is where the Texans could improve the most from last year. Most fans understand that. The most passionate ones damn sure do. I don't know that Braden Smith at right tackle, re-signing Ed Ingram, and Evan Brown at the left guard position is what everybody had in mind when you thought, okay, the Texans are at the doorstep. Let's kick this thing in. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go get Braden Smith, right? Which you had a tackle that was playing really pretty damn good football in Trent Brown, right? So really, if you look at Braden Smith, is it an upgrade? Yes. But is most of the upgrade one that is like, hey, he can stay healthy for 16 weeks, 17 weeks? Most of the upgrade there, I would say, leans heavily in just staying healthy. Ed Ingram was a great get, one of the best guards available, but he was here last year, so that's part of the run-it-back crew. Jake Andrews is a center, and at left guard, it's Evan Brown. Ron, I don't look at this group and go, okay, they're set to make a run, again, to kick a door in of an AFC championship or a Super Bowl. I believe that this is putting the Texans in a spot where, one, they've got to draft O-line with their first or second-round pick, and I believe they've got to hit an Ariante Ursery-type grand slam where it's a guy that's a plug-and-play starter and ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, I think that was probably the hope that, that they wouldn't put themselves in that position that, they need to hit that. You were hoping they would go in, and maybe they feel like they have. Maybe they feel like they are going into the draft and that Evan Brown is a guy they are comfortable starting day one on. Maybe they feel that way. I'm with you. I don't. But they're putting themselves in a situation where potentially you have a starter that you're getting out of the draft at a guard spot, and you have him in between a center right now and Jake Andrews that's, I don't know where he would rank among centers, but maybe the lower half, I would guess, in the National Football League, and then next to a second-year guy in Ursery. So that's the dilemma, and hopefully he is really, really good. But that is the dilemma right there. Is you're putting a real inexperienced player next to another inexperienced player, and then a lower half center.
Adding Evan Brown to your interior offensive line and running this thing back from an interior perspective just doesn't seem like kick the AFC door in. They've got to hit a grand slam with one of their first or second round draft pick, and he's got to be an absolute plug and play horse from jump, or this just doesn't make sense.
Or maybe they're working Wyatt Teller.
Yeah,
somebody else.
Well, no, there's still time. Yeah, it's right now that they got to hit a grand slam in the draft or make a move for one of those guys.
All right, as we get through here, let's catch up here with the brackets coming out. Our guy from Field of 68, Rob Doster, he will join us coming up next.
Before we do that, though, power outages, y'all, they can happen around these parts at any given time now. Extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes, they've been known to cause many of them, right? And the truth is, the power grid ain't worth a damn. It's grid failures and outages, they're going to happen, right? So you need to take control of your power today. Do it with Generator Super Center of Houston, right? Get you a free estimate on a generator.
346-200-6700. That's 346-200-6700.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, God. You know that music gets me. Swing! Damn it, you know that music gets me. Oh, my God. Dog, it is time, baby. Selection Sunday yesterday. The brackets came out. It is my favorite time of the sports calendar, and I'm going to guess our next guest, his as well. Rob Doster joins us. Field of 68, the best place to go if you're looking to get all of your news for the tournament, college basketball all year long, and they are serious about it. Rob, we appreciate you joining us. See, Kansas got their asses completely decapitated the last time they stepped foot, and I'm still out here trying to get you on the show. Now, I know UConn did too, but nobody's talking about that. But see, Rob, here we go. Let's go, baby.
I'm back, man. I'm back. It's the best time of year. Although I do know, I've been told by my sources within the Houston community that I'm only back on because the Hogs won the SEC tournament. So Clint was like, "Nah, we're not doing that today."
Speaking of, Rob, boy, them boys look good, didn't they?
Oh, they did, man. Darius Haycuff is such a problem. Like I saw a stat the other day. He is the only player, the only freshman point guard in the history of college basketball that's had more games of 30 points and 10 assists than him is Trae Young, who averaged 30 points and 10 assists. So he's had an unbelievable year, and he is the guy. He's the reason why I'm looking at that West region, and I'm kind of saying to myself, I don't know if it's a shoo-in for Arizona to get to the final. I don't know if this is a guarantee that Arizona's going to make a run there. I think Arizona is probably at this point the best team in college basketball, but I could see. I'm not going to bet against Darius Haycuff at this point. Like, he could go off for 37 and 9 assists, and I'd be like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. I can see that thing happening. So get excited, Clint. Have some fun with this one, man.
Oh, I will. By the way, we're gonna be in Indy. Just letting you know, me and Ron will be in Indy.
Yeah, we'll make our way.
Let's go. Let's go.
I don't know if any of our teams will be there with us, but we'll be there. We'll be there. No, listen, before.
Ron, all I got to say is if Clint's going to be in Indy, I'll make sure to warn all of the Coors Light distributors that they better stock up.
Man, they better look out, man. He kicked off the show doing that damn Big Suey to kick off the
hog call, baby.
Good. Yes, called them hogs.
Yeah, he did. But listen, before we kind of get into the field, this is the first time, and I've been watching this hardcore for I don't know how many years. This is the first time, Rob, and I hope this is something for years to come, and this becomes a thing, that I don't really remember anybody losing their mind for the teams that were on the bubble. Like, it just seemed like, all right, Miami of Ohio got in, and nobody really gave a rip about anybody else, and it just seemed like we were able to move right to the field, and that it didn't seem like there was a lot of crying and complaining about the teams that got left off. And to be honest, when you start looking at the record, go ahead.
Because everyone stunk. Like, everyone that got left out was terrible. Yeah. And half the teams that got in were bad, too. Like, NC State lost, I think, 7 of their last 9 games. They're dancing. SMU lost 4 in a row to end the regular season, then lost in the second round of the ACC tournament. They're dancing. Anybody that got left out, like, you can't even make an argument. What is Auburn going to say? Yeah, we were 1 game over 500. We went 17 and 16. We should be dancing. Come on, Bruce Pearl. I'll tell you what, Bruce Pearl's got to get off TV because he's making it worse for his son, sitting up there yelling and screaming about Auburn's supposed to be in the tournament. Man, like he's making it harder for Steven than it needs to be.
Hey, quickest way to get out of that hole is to stop digging. Now that's the quickest way.
Exactly. Hey, you get it.
Hey, Rob, we popped the show off once I got through calling them hogs, but we popped the show off, and my co-host here in the great city of Houston is he's belly aching over here because them Coogs they're gonna get to play a home game here at Toyota Center, a couple home games here at Toyota Center. Man, you got any problem with that?
I got none, and it's because Kelvin Sampson's out here playing chess, not checkers. Kelvin Sampson let Rice University be the host for the Houston Regional instead of Houston hosting it. Because if Houston was the host, they couldn't play in Houston. But since Rice is the host, Houston can play in Houston. Don't hate the player, hate the game, Ron. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
I'm smoking hot if I'm Florida, Rob. I'm smoking hot if I'm Florida.
Yeah, I know. And it was the first time in a while, and this is a little inside baseball, but Todd Golden usually is very good about doing media appearances and coming on our show. And after the bracket came out, it was one of those ones where he's like, you know what, I'm gonna wait until our required NCAA media availability. And my guess is because he didn't want to say something that was going to rile somebody up about having to play a potential national championship game rematch in Houston's backyard in the Elite Eight. That's a tough draw.
You work all year to be the 1 seed, and they could have sent their asses anywhere, but they're the 2 seed in Houston because Texas Southern is the host city, or Rice, or whatever school that Kelvin has snuck in to be the host city. Listen, you talked about the West region. I'm with you. Arizona, they seem to have as many weapons as anybody. I mean, hell, the player of the year in the conference, the toughest conference in basketball, is not even their leading scorer on the team in Bradley. They've got a lot of weapons. But which region do you look and appears to be the toughest one in your eyes?
I think it's probably the East, right? Like, not only do you have a ridiculous array of Hall of Fame coaches, right? You have the best team in the country in Duke out there. And you have the team in St. John's who, Ron, you might want to earmuffs, so you might not want to hear this, but who I think is going to end up getting to the Sweet 16. And I think that they are the worst possible matchup for Duke when it comes to the way that they play, the size that they have. They got a big fellow named Zuby Ejiofor that can actually match up with Cam Boozer in terms of strength, in terms of quickness, in terms of agility on the perimeter. Like he is the one guy in the sport that can do all of the things that Cam Boozer can do, and maybe can kind of make that be a little bit of a difficult matchup. So if you're looking for a team that can give Duke a fight, I think at St. John's they can find a way to be able to pick them off there. And at the other end of the bracket, you still got Dan Hurley and UConn. You still got Tom Izzo and Michigan State. So there's a lot in that East. It's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out. I'm going to be in D.C. for the regionals, and I'm just sitting here crossing my fingers, hoping we get St. John's, Duke, and UConn, Michigan State in the Sweet 16. If we can get that with me in attendance, I'm going to be happy, man. I'll be satisfied if that's what we can pull off.
Well, let's go from the horses to the dogs. Now, there's always a Cinderella. There's always one that maybe not always, but there's one that could make a little bit of noise. Who's your favorite Cinderella in this bracket?
I don't know if we're going to see one, man. I think that we're at a point where, with the way that we're able to have retention, and what I mean by that is the guys that normally go pro. Think about it 10 years ago, right? 10 years ago, if you could get on a summer league roster or you can get an Exhibit 10 contract in the NBA, you're probably gone and going to go try to make that $50,000, right? Because if you're a pro athlete, Clint, you know this, man. You have like a 10-year window tops. If you got 10 years to make money as a professional athlete, then you've had a very good athletic career. And those guys would leave because they would cut a year into their window of being able to make money off their physical capabilities. You could always go back to school and get your degree, right? But you can only make money playing sports for so long. And now we got Yaxel Lindenberg coming back to school when he's got a chance to be a top 20 pick. And 10 years ago, we had guys leaving if they were one of the top 100 players on any NBA draft board. And I think that is why it's more difficult now for Cinderellas, because it used to be the advantage was, yeah, those guys are more talented, but they're 18-year-old freshmen or 19-year-old sophomores, right? So you had the adults, the fifth-year seniors at the mid-majors playing a bunch of really talented kids. Now, at the high major level, you're not playing kids anymore. You're playing like fourth or fifth-year seniors that are pros. So it's the adults playing the adults, but the guys at the big schools are just happen to be more talented. So I don't know if we're going to see a team like a 12 seed make a run to the Elite Eight for a while until this thing kind of figures itself out. But I will tell you this. I wouldn't want to be Texas Tech facing Akron that Akron team is really, really good. They got a little point guard named Shannon Scott who I don't know if you guys saw the shot that he hit to win the MAC tournament title, but it was like a step back 33-footer. Like they are really, really good. I think South Florida can beat Louisville and has a chance against Michigan State. They had a point guard named Wes Enos who's averages 17 a game, the D2 transfer. They got the American Player of the Year in Isaiah Nelson at the 5, and they got some really talented wings. Their head coach, Brian Hodgson, had a whole bunch of high major guys at Arkansas State last year, and he ended up going to South Florida and brought half that roster with him. So they're a dangerous team. If you want to go just a little bit deeper, keep an eye on Hofstra against Alabama. Alabama's second best guard was arrested today because he had a pound of weed in his house, which is probably not what you want to be doing on the day after Selection Sunday.
I didn't think you get arrested for that anymore, Rob.
Yeah, I guess you can. It's Alabama, man. I don't know what's going on down there. Maybe it was an Auburn fan that called it in on him. But I think Hofstra, they got a couple guards. This kid named Preston Edmead, and then they got a little guard named Cruz Davis who, like, both of those guys can go out and get you 30 on any given night. We know Alabama doesn't like playing very much defense. So if those guys get hot on the right night against Alabama and those threes don't go down, Hofstra can pick somebody off. And then in that region, Texas Tech, obviously, no JT Toppin. So if there's one team outside those top 12 seeds that might have a chance to be able to get to the second weekend, I think it's Hofstra.
Rob, real quick, as I know you got, you're a busy man at this time of year. Who's your Final Four, and what player do you think we're going to be talking about at the end of this tournament?
Okay, so my Final Four, I've been going back and forth on what my fourth team is going to be, the team coming out of the Houston region. But I got Duke, Michigan, and Arizona. I think those are going to be shoo-ins. I don't know if they're really going to be tested all that much beforehand. I think I'm going with Illinois coming out of the South.
Me too.
I think that they're going to figure this thing out. They're so good offensively. They got size to match up with people. They can get hot from three. And Keaton Wagler seems interesting. I think, though, I will say, I wouldn't be surprised to see Darius Acuff go nuts. And he just seems like the kind of guy, correct me if I'm wrong, Clint, that when the lights get brightest, he ends up showing up and having kind of a star turn here. So I would not be surprised if he went out here and, like, in the first 4 games of the tournament, carries him to the Final Four, averaging, like, going on a Steph Curry kind of a run. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. The guy that I think has the most on the line is UConn's Braylon Mullins. He's a guy that came in with kind of the hype of being a potential top 10 pick and hasn't really lived up to that potential yet. Getting out of the Big East, playing in in a time when it's a little less physical in the tournament than it is when you play in Big East play, that might be able to get him going. I think he's got a chance to maybe change the way that some people view him as a potential prospect right now.
No correction on the Hogs. First of all, that was a hell of a take by you right there, Rob. Take of the segment, no doubt. But I do need you and Ron. I teach you boys a little something about how this thing works, man. U of H is winning the South.
You might be right, man.
Hey, Rob, if you want anybody to look at that field of 68, you want anybody to click on that field of 68, hey, man, Houston's winning that South, H-Town.
They got no excuses. No damn excuse.
It's revenge.
Hey, man, go.
Season, Clint. It's revenge season. They're getting back on Florida, getting their get back.
I feel you, man. I feel you. Hey, man, go get your little girl, man. We appreciate you coming on and tell the family I said hello, and we'll see you down the road somewhere, brother.
Hey, Clint, they're going to be in Indianapolis, so my son wants to play you one-on-one. He said he's got you.
Come on, let me get loose. I'm going to start stretching right now.
All right, man. Appreciate you guys.
All right, there you go. That's Rob Doster. Field of 68, seriously, they are every night, and they're going to take it up even more as the tournament starts. They had a really good Selection Sunday bracket breakdown yesterday online. You can check them out at Field of 68. As nobody covers college basketball, nobody covers the tournament better than they do. Shout out to Rob for joining us. All right, coming up as we continue, Tyler, I just want you to stop being so damn stubborn. I really do. I really would like for you to stop being so damn stubborn. I'm telling you, if you just had an open mind, stop walking into places like you do at In-N-Out. Just have an open mind, and you will love it. I think you're afraid to love it. I really believe it. We'll discuss what that means coming up next.
All right, ladies, gents, it's about that time. Look, man, outdoors, pools, lake, beach.
10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code 610. That's promo code 610. Visit BlueChew.com. That's BlueChew.com, code 610.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to Rob Doster for joining us. Field of 68. Again, they do a great job. If you're looking for the best in the business, they hold it down right there. And I remember, I'm a little concerned now. I remember last year we had Rob on at the Final Four, and Rob had expressed to us he had a rough night.
And Field of 68 boys ain't scared to go hard.
Wondering if we go meet them up. Well, what our next night might look like.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I'm telling you, man, it ain't gonna be easy.
I believe he was tequila. If I
man, look, he ain't gonna turn much down. But yeah, whatever you're drinking, Rob's drinking.
Yeah, but no, man, good conversation with Rob as the tournament gets started here. All right, I did want to get to something with Tyler here. I mean, he is hell bent on this, but I want to get your thoughts when you hear this, because I think you've been a fan of this guy, and he's just probably just not had the greatest situation. But this is coming from Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, Clint, that the Jets are trading Justin Fields to the Kansas City Chiefs, giving them an experienced backup or starter if Patrick Mahomes isn't ready. A 6th-round pick is what the Chiefs gave up to get him. Your initial thoughts when you hear that Justin Fields, this will be his 4th team, I believe, right? I think maybe what, Bears, Steelers, Jets, and now the Chiefs. This will be his 4th team. Obviously, probably the best staff he's been with. Nagy's not there either for him. Your thoughts when you hear Justin Fields, somebody I think you were a fan of coming out of Ohio State.
Yeah, no, look, I like Justin Fields coming out of Ohio State. I think he's been a guy that has been in some rough quarterback situations. This will by far be the best quarterback situation that he will have been in. So we'll see how Andy can develop him. I mean, I think the best thing is getting to work behind Pat Mahomes day in, day out. Once Pat gets healthy in that system, I think could flip his career. And not that he's been bad. Hell, I think he signed a 2-year, $40 million deal with the Jets. So he's already making some bread. But on the run to get back to a starter in this league, he's one of those guys that just a lot of guys come in and they just flame completely out. He's one of those guys that every time he gets an opportunity, he shows you just enough to keep hanging on and wonder what he would look like in a system that's not dysfunctional, or a system that's quarterback friendly, or a system with the right supporting cast kind of deal. And this could be a great chance for him, man. When I first hear Justin Fields to Kansas City, I think of Andy Reid with Justin Fields in the backfield and Kenneth Walker in the same backfield. What all could happen if that were the setup. We know that Pat Mahomes is injured now. Not sure exactly. You probably know better than me when he's going to come back. But if it ever comes to a point, whether it's because Pat's not back yet or it's a package in a game, assuming it's signed off on by Pat Mahomes, I would think that could be that Andy Reid coach could get pretty creative.
That's what I was thinking. With
Justin Fields the weapon.
That's what I was thinking. Third, like short yardage, adding things. I know I heard Chase Daniels say, "Oh, we saw what he did with Mike Vick." I'm not going that far into things, but as what we have seen thus far, we've seen it at times with the Texans. Teams trying to do things, anything they can in short yardage, any kind of thing that they could do, including taking their quarterback and moving them to receiver and doing stuff. And Justin Fields, clearly the one thing he's been able to do is run the football as a quarterback.
Well, here's the deal. the difference with this and why you can't look at this the way you look at other quarterback signs with other coaches, Andy Reid is crazy enough to have not just a package but an extensive package. Andy Reid is crazy enough to do what you said on a 3rd and short, 4th and short situation, throw Justin Fields in the game, slide Pat Mahomes out wide, and let Justin Fields run some of the different read or QB +1 run game, right? Okay, that's one package. Justin Fields is athletic enough to line him up in the backfield and throw him a swing screen.
Yep.
He's athletic enough to line him up in the slot, throw a ball that's a lateral, and then he double throws it, right? Now you've moved the pocket and you've got an NFL passer, or at least thrower. I don't know however you feel about Justin's ability to at that level. I mean, you got a guy that can spin the rock, that's a weapon outside. I mean, and Andy Reid, the key here is Andy Reid's the one that's crazy enough and tenured enough and successful enough to do it and get away with it, right? If this were a first-year play caller or something, I wouldn't be real excited about it. But you got Andy Reid, you got Ben Johnson. I think you got a couple of different coordinators in this league that aren't just great coordinators, but they're outside-the-box thinkers, right? Like, I love Sean McVay, but I think Sean McVay's got his system that he runs. I love Kyle Shanahan. I think he's got his system that he runs. You look at what Ben Johnson and you look at what Andy Reid do, they have no problem doing the hook and lateral. They have no problem doing all these different exotic, quite frankly, for most of us, they don't belong on an NFL field unless it's a guy like them doing it and it works. But Andy Reid having that guy as a backup, and if he has to play, what it looks like with Kenneth Walker, and then Andy Reid having that guy sitting behind Pat Mahomes as a package player. Again, most play callers, most head coaches, I'd be like, yeah, the view's not worth the climb. With Andy Reid, I think he builds a package that grows throughout the season and he'll use it at the most important times.
It's Cornbread here on YouTube and Twitch says, I think it's a good move, especially for Fields. He has talent. When I saw it, you think like, there's probably a chance that at least Patrick Mahomes isn't going to be ready. I mean, whoever is number 2 on the depth chart is going to get a lot of the reps
right
during the the off season, going into training camp into the season. But you generally are thinking like, Justin Fields, that's who they're going to peg to play several games for them to start this thing off. But clearly, if they went and traded a player, like traded a pick, they traded for him, not just like, like they got rid of Gardner Minshew and moved on to the next stage. They traded for him. It feels like there's something in their mind on how they want to use.
Think about this.
Use him. It's just a backup.
Think about this too, bro. Who's in their division that they got to play?
They got the Chargers. They got the Broncos.
Bo Nix, Justin Herbert. What do? They move around as much as anybody not named Lamar in the league. Now you got a backup quarterback that all of his reps are going to come in a scout team role, and he can move around like those guys. And I don't know what the rest of their schedule looks like, but now, now you've got a guy that can be a scout team guy, and you can go out there and go, hey man, just do you. I want you to run this scout team just the way you would play. And he's emulating again a Josh, a Bo Nix, a Justin Herbert. I mean, there's a lot of value there as well. So
it feels like it's more than just a backup quarterback.
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, you're crazy. I mean, Andy Reid is. I mean, it's Andy Reid. Andy Reid is not going to go through 17 games in an 18-week season with a weapon like that on the sideline and not find a way to use it. Period. It's just not going to happen. It just depends. Yeah. To me, it's just like how freaky do you want to get? Like, I mean, I could see him using him in a real exotic way that we haven't seen a backup quarterback be used in a long time.
Yeah. What's old dude that was the backup quarterback that they said was a super athlete?
I remember now.
What's his name?
Driscoll.
Yeah, Jeff Driscoll. Yeah, it's just like you don't just leave a Jeff Driscoll on the bench. You don't just leave a Jeff Driscoll on the bench. You find a way to use it.
Jeff had a job last year, didn't he?
Did he?
In the league, baby. Drawing that paycheck.
Basically getting inspired by what they did with Jeff Driscoll. Use him a little bit.
Yeah, somewhere Andy's mad at you for putting him in that conversation.
And Travis Kelce said, I sure as hell didn't come back here to catch balls from Justin Fields. Hey, it was tough. He was a tough watch at times with them Jets, man. It looked like he had no clue at times to play. And I mean, I don't just blame it on him, but boy, There was a game, for some reason, I just distinctly remember being up in London against the Broncos, and the Broncos were begging to lose the game, and he just couldn't complete anything. I thought Garrett Wilson was going to throw his helmet right at him and try to injure himself. All right, Clint, I really believe Tyler, Sean Pendergast is probably in this as well. They are fighting this. I guarantee you, and there is nobody I've ever seen in the world that is more against the World Baseball Classic than Tyler Milner. And Sean Pendergast is close, but Tyler Milner takes the cake. And there is no way, Tyler, if you watched that game last night and you saw who was all out there, who was playing, and how intense it was, how intense the crowd was in Miami, you could hear there is no way, Tyler, who I know loves postseason baseball, there is no way, Tyler, you wouldn't have been into it.
The Astros were playing?
There's no way. You are fighting this, and I truly believe, Clint, he is fighting it because he has made and created this stance that I hate the WBC, that I do not support the WBC, that he refuses to allow the WBC to get you. Because there's no way a lover of sports and baseball that you would not have been into that yesterday. That was fun. 2-1. I mean, you had Soto. You had Judge. Sorry. You had Bobby
Witt.
Witt.
First I'm hearing of it, so keep going.
You had Vladimir Guerrero. You had everybody out there. Paul Skeens was out there dealing for 5 innings. You had Bryce Harper, Schwarber. You had them all out there. Albert Pujols, who all of a sudden just looks 13 years older out of nowhere. I mean, God, has he aged since we've last seen him.
Get that needle out your ass. It happens, cuz. Get off that illegal HGH.
And again,
it happens.
He has never been accused of any kind of drug usage. But Tyler, Clint just broke news here apparently with his opinion. But there is no way, Tyler. No, there is no.
I hate to tell you, man, but absolutely does nothing for me.
No, it's bull. No,
it's not bull.
Did you sit down and watch it? You didn't watch it, did you?
I didn't see a second of it. I didn't hear
because you're scared that you'll fall in love with it.
No, I am not.
You are.
I'm a fan of Houston Astros baseball. Number one above all.
You're a sports fan, Tyler.
You give me several years of this stupid-ass tournament called the WBC in which Houston Astros players are getting hurt to the extent where they miss opening day or even longer. You're never going to have me as a fan because I care about the Astros more than anything. I don't care about good baseball on a Sunday night between whatever countries around the globe. I do not care.
Listen to what he is doing. He is. I mean,
because I'm counting down opening day. I want to watch Astros play on the diamond.
You are dug in, and you're on purpose.
I'm dug in, but it's natural.
I challenge you to watch it. I challenge you to watch it Tuesday night.
I don't.
I challenge you to watch the final tomorrow night.
I have no love for that stupid ass tournament.
You're gonna fall in love with it.
I never will be.
You will. You will get it. You will get
There's no Astros. There's no Astros, right?
There's no Astros.
There's no Astros.
No Astros.
Praise be.
You can put on your USA hat.
No, why would I care if there are no Astros? I'd be pissed if there was. I'm glad to see that.
Because none can get hurt, bub.
But I don't care about all those names that Ron just listed. I don't care about how other teams and players are performing.
I really don't care about that either. I'm with you on that, but I will.
What? I mean, the greatest, like some of the greatest players in the sports, it's just like.
If it's a great game, yeah, but I mean, I would be more inclined to tune in and have been more inclined to tune in because of what's on the front of the chest than necessarily
well,
the players. I'm not a fan
obviously
of
the U.S. the country part, but I'm just adding to it. It's not just the U.S., but it's all the. It's like. Some of the best players in the world going.
Yeah, but here's the deal, T. Just if it wasn't for the WBC, we'd have Payne opening day, bub.
Yep. One of many, many reasons I would not be viewing or carrying or anything with the WBC.
You're dug in, and it's almost impressive, but it is also sad. You are lying. You're a sports fan. I think you've gotten into figure skating. You have been touched.
No,
yes, you have. Yes, you have. I believe it. You got it. You got into the Winter Olympics. Yes, you did. You got it. You didn't get into that hockey. You didn't get into that USA-Canada final?
Not really.
Oh, stop it. You are a liar, and the truth is not in
here. But
he was into women's luge there for a couple of days.
Facts.
He really liked the beginning of the race, the start of the race. That camera angle did it.
You are a liar.
Maybe you got a point.
The double luge, man. Like they're laying on top of each other. I mean, camera right there, hip level.
I think we should have triple luge. Menage a trois.
Easy.
That recoil is something anyone should tune into.
Easy.
Text line and Tyler's family members texting in. There was baseball game last night. Shut up. Get out of here. Get out of here. You all, I know you're lying. You all are
really
true
not.
sports fans. No, you're not lying, but you won't put yourself in a situation to make yourself fall in love. You're skipping it. You're skipping it on purpose.
They ruined it.
If you watched that game last night, you would have been into that.
I'm not sure about that.
There's no way. Then I judge you as a sports fan.
Where did you
Miami.
watch it?
It was on FS. It was on FS1. It's been on Fox and FS1.
So like watching the pit was the right call.
That's a great show too. But you can always come back. There is no way. Angie, shut up. In the nicest way possible.
Angie's gonna come after you.
I'm with you, T. No way, Angie. I'm not cheering for Judge. Stop. It was an amazing sports event last night.
Glad that you enjoyed it.
Maybe the last amazing was a little too much. But I mean, it was. They drug Jeter, they drug Big Papi out there. Man, I'm telling you, man, that was okay. Y'all there's no way. I just don't trust that you're a real sports fan. I do. I'm saying that judgmental ass statement. I just don't believe if you entered the building and you sat down and you watch, as Clint said, with the United States across their chest.
The Olympics still going on?
With the United States across their chest.
WBC.
And the best players in the world going at it. 2-1 ball game. There's just stress in every inning. Double plays being turned. Julio Rodriguez pissed me off, but he went and made that catch in center field on Judge. There's no way.
Gonna be fun.
Controversy. Tyler's
Almost
up here talking about he's into an Orioles-Astros game in late March.
Indeed. We're only a little over a week away from opening day, when the baseball games start counting, baby. Let's go.
Just watch it.
No opinion.
Just try it. Just
opinion,
give it a
Tyler.
chance.
You make great points.
Just give it a chance Tuesday. Give it a chance tomorrow.
Gone this long, I think I will.
I know why you've gone long enough. You're fighting it. You love it.
No, it's very easy for me.
It's okay. No, till you get into the arena, they would have had you because you're a sports fan.
Reggie invited me. I denied his request.
You would have had it. Sad.
Never gonna happen.
Sorry, Lopez.
Still appreciate
These
you,
guys
Reg.
are just fighting.
Never gonna happen.
This is worse. This is
that song?
This is worse than Dan Orlovsky with
Carson Wentz.
With Carson Wentz, dug in.
I don't
Dug in.
think
It's that bad. It's that bad. 5 o'clock fire coming up next. Huge next couple of games for the Rockets. We'll let you know more particulars with David Montgomery's new deal and the latest member that the Texans signed over the weekend. And the seeds are out, and the Houston Cougars have no excuses. We'll discuss all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive. But before we get there, Clint.
West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
It's gonna start a fire!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is in this hour, this 5 o'clock hour, not just today, but starting today and the rest of the week, you will have a chance at some point to win a 4-pack of tickets and be there live for the Texas Children's Houston Open. We'll be doing that all week long at some point in the 5 o'clock hour today and every day this week. You will have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. All you got to do is wait for that cue to call. That cue to call is not right now, but it will be at some point in the 5 o'clock hour. We'll take care of you and get you a 4-pack of tickets. That starts today, and we'll do that all week long. So be listening for that as we continue right here live on The Drive on Sports Radio 610. All right, let's kick things off here, Clint, as the Rockets. They've got a big one tonight. They're a 2.5-point favorite against the Lakers at home. This is the first of 2 in 3 days. That's kind of that weird thing where the Lakers come into town for 3 days, and they will play the Rockets in Toyota tonight, off day on Tuesday, and then play the Rockets again on Wednesday. What kind of trouble could you get in if you knew that you were coming to Houston and you knew that schedule said, I don't know if anybody has to do that in Miami. That would suck, but Houston's not too far behind. What a time to have to kill time with 3 days here. I'm guessing they got here yesterday on an off day from Sunday, so maybe they've been here Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and it'll be here Wednesday.
Yeah,
they leave.
Man,
that could be an advantage for the Rockets.
Well, I mean, I know it's basketball, but the old Tuesday off days back in the day in football, boy, that made Monday nights real popular. So yeah. I imagine old Andre Johnson or a few of the fellas can give them a little direction on tonight's the night, man. You got Tuesday off, then you come back and play again Wednesday. You got plenty of time to recover on Tuesday. Tonight's the night, man. I mean, the guys that operated a lot like me back then will probably take advantage of both nights, Monday and Tuesday. But the ones that really want to try to put their best foot forward on Wednesday probably should choose tonight after the game to be the real, just to blow it out. And look, like I said, Andre Johnson in the city, I'm sure Monday nights there's a handful of locations that will be off the charts. In fact, he could probably get you set up with a few VIP spots.
What is DeAndre Ayton going to get himself into the next couple of days? They've got a couple over there.
Luka's got a real get out and lay up somewhere.
And just drink beer.
Yeah, I mean, just give me a good quiet lounge where I can be seen. I don't want to be bothered, but I like to be seen. And
LeBron will be in some sort of body chamber all night long.
Oh yeah, no, he ain't got He ain't got a chance. He needs to be recording an episode of something here.
That man gave up wine.
Did he really?
Because it was giving him issues with his sciatic nerve. So they said they think you need to give that up. So he is a wine drinker.
He'll get back on it when he's done playing.
He is. Yeah, he is.
Whenever that sciatic nerve quits.
He probably sneaks one in. But this is big though for the Rockets. They are a half game out of the 3 seed. The Lakers have been on a bit of a run here, and they're a half game out. And if the Rockets could just win one of these games, they win the season series and get the tiebreaker, just in case those teams finish close. And Clint, the way that it is looking, seeds 3 through 7 are separated by like 2.5, 3 games right now. So it is really, really tight right here. So this is a big couple of games against the Lakers. And Clint, the Lakers, I don't know if they're a contender. They're damn sure to me not in the group of Thunder, Spurs, and Nuggets, but maybe a little closer to the Nuggets. Hell, they just won the season series against the Nuggets and had a big win against them Saturday night. But this is a good team and a playoff-level team that clearly is a 3 seed right now. They have just not played well against any teams really like this. They've actually just got annihilated, to be honest, when you look at the Spurs and the Nuggets. They at least need to compete and win at least one of these games.
Yeah, that's you got your heavyweights, which I think you mentioned, that are just really good teams, top to bottom, have kind of separated themselves. And then I think you've got your teams in that tier 2 that have the ability to match on any given game night or any given scenario with those powerhouses, which I think the Lakers, who they're going to play twice in the next 3 days, I think they are one of those teams that aren't as deep and as good a team as the big dogs, but could match them if that game's tight down the stretch. Where do the Rockets land? We know they're not one of the powerhouses, but to me, the next couple of nights are going to tell me, do you have – because it's getting real, right? It's getting cutting time. I mean, it's getting –
about 16, 17 games.
Yeah, everybody's going to play harder. Defense is going to matter. You're going to get the best punch, especially when you're playing a team that's in this traffic jam with you. I know they're not a powerhouse, obviously, but do they have the ability in spurts or even in situational basketball in certain games when it is tight down the stretch? Do you have the horses to go down and for Kevin Durant not to do absolutely everything when the game's on the line? Do you have those guys? I think that's what I'm looking for in these 2 games against the Lakers, because I know the Lakers have it. If you got a 20-point lead on the Lakers, sure, they're going to let go of the rope and they're going to wait. They're going to live to see another day.
Oh yeah, you got a chance to walk them down.
Oh yeah, but when it's a 2-point game and they got LeBron, Luka, and Reeves they can throw at you, all 3 finishers that could make it happen. Like, how do you compare to that? That's the question about the Rockets for me, and I think I know the answer. And it's not good, Houston. Sorry, I think I know the answer. I hope I'm wrong. Yep. I hope I'm wrong. I think we'll see over the next couple of days.
Since the All-Star break, they've played several teams that I think fit in the contender or, just below that.
Okay.
A team that you think could win a series. They've lost to the Knicks. They beat the Magic, so that's a team. They've lost to the Heat. Maybe they're a team that can win a series. They got annihilated by the Spurs. They got beat down by the Nuggets. And the rest of the teams they've beaten outside of the Raptors are teams that are below 500, right? And then they've got the Lakers the next 2 games. So they've got to start winning some of these games, especially here late, because you can look at the beginning of the year, but this is different. Like Şengün is playing different. Like, the rest of the
do they have to win though? Like, I mean, I know they literally do. Record wise, you got to get in. But I'll be honest with you. I mean, I just want to Rockets like these 2 games. Now I'd rather you go 2-0. But I could feel significantly better if they went 0-2 and just played better down the stretch.
I don't know. They go 0-2 against this Lakers team because I've still not crossed the barrier of that. I think the Lakers are better than the Rockets.
Well, look,
if they lose both of these games, I don't really give a damn how it happens. There is a towel that I would be ready to throw in that trash can.
Well, I mean, how matters to me at this point in time. I mean, they're clearly not going to be a powerhouse this year. They're clearly not going to be as good as we thought they were with Durant added to this team. I'm back to the point of just get in, and who are you when you do get in, right? I mean, I don't know. I would like to see these games come down to the wire and see what the Rockets are about when rubber meets the road with a couple of minutes left in the game. Now, again, I'd prefer they win it. Yeah, but if they get outdueled by LeBron and Luka and Reeves, then I'm not going to throw the towel in on that. I'd like to see them just compete down the stretch with a really good basketball team. I mean,
they got to at the very least split these.
Okay.
At the very least, they got to win one.
It doesn't matter what it looks like.
No, it doesn't. Because if they got a problem with Luka and them down there, then they damn sure they're gonna have a problem with Edwards. They're gonna have a problem with all the other ones above them. They're gonna have a lot of problems. They got to be able to solve the Lakers.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, some Texans news. David Montgomery did get a 2-year upgraded deal, according to Aaron Wilson, $16.5 million per NFL sources. Revisited contract. Filed with the league, $6.5 million signing bonus, 1.5 in salary guarantees in 2026. So it does look like his salary has been knocked down from what it was on the trade. So he did get a little new money, but also helping the Texans with their salary cap. And then they also signed over the weekend former Arizona Cardinals guard Evan Brown. He started 11 ball games at left guard at left guard last season. He gets a 1-year deal where the max is $3.5 million. So they get a little bit more money with David Montgomery by kind of restructuring his contract and giving him a little bit more money. And then they bring in Evan Brown. Your thoughts? Evan Brown, is he the you believe the answer, the starter in their minds at left guard?
Oh, in their minds, yeah. But this is 100% on brand with Nick Caserio. I mean, has starts in the league at left guard, center, and right guard. Probably fits more of the depth mold here, and definitely is for the cheap. Now, that is what I think. Now the Texans need that. They don't have enough. They don't have the dudes inside. They need more experienced bodies inside. I hope that's what it is, but this is on brand for Nick Caserio to go the cheap route for an offensive lineman, and you hope it works out so that you don't have to go the best 5 route of sliding a tackle that's never played guard in the NFL down to the guard position. So, hopefully this was just a typical depth sign for the Texans that needed it desperately. We'll see exactly how this unfolds when training camp starts.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a real feeling that there's going to be a competition at center, and there's going to be a competition at left guard. There's going to be the two.
So you don't think there's going to be a bona fide? No. We know a bona fide starter at those two positions.
I don't.
Both of them.
No, I don't.
Because we know the starter is
you've got 3 centers right now. You've got 3 centers on this roster right now, and you've got 2 left guards on this roster right now. Who's going to start? No clue. And I don't think
left guard.
Jarrett Patterson and Evan Brown.
You weren't saying Braden Smith.
No, he ain't there yet. But hey man, best 5. We're gonna get our best 5 out there. That leaves that on the table. So I don't think that's right now the way that offensive line is constructed. I don't think that's off the table.
In my mind, I never envisioned, Tyler, that we would get to a space where they didn't have a bona fide no at 2 positions on the line of scrimmage. Like on the offensive line, I didn't think we would get to a point potentially in camp, and there's still time, and I hope they don't do that. That there is a point where it's like there's going to be a competition at 2 spots on the offensive line. Boy, I hope that's not the case.
Yeah.
Boy,
that's what you're going to get, Chief.
Because I think if a rookie comes in, I think that's competition. That's
the only way it changes if you sign one of these veteran guards that's still out there.
Trade for one,
or trade for a guard center that's out there, and it's a bona fide starter, and this is our offensive line. Otherwise, you're going to go into a 2-week competition period where we could see guards rotating in the season again.
Yeah. All right, and then David Montgomery cleared up some space. Not a surprise. We knew that was going to happen. They'd probably do something with it.
Not a surprise at all. I think that is safe money, man. I think it's safe money. I think you'll like what we get out of David Montgomery.
Army Swiss knife.
And yeah, I mean, for that amount, I think you're right in the David Montgomery lane.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the brackets came out yesterday, and Duke, Arizona, Michigan, and Florida are the top seeds. If you're looking for some local ones, Houston, they are the 2 seed in the South. More on that in just a second. Texas gets in, and they'll be in the play-in coming up on Tuesday or Wednesday in Dayton, but they get in. Texas Tech gets a 5 seed and get in. So yeah, a lot of people in Texas represented here to get into the tournament. And Prairie View, they slipped in there as well too. Got in the tournament as well. But to me, one of the big stories is there should be no excuses for the Houston Cougars. They have one of the best draws that a 2 seed can have. To be honest with you, I think that the teams that they play leading into the first 2 rounds, their little 4-game tournament, are teams that they can have a handle with. I don't know if A&M is one of those teams that can go crazy from 3 consistently. They don't really have one of those that scare the hell out of you. They should take care of those 2 teams pretty easily, whether it is A&M or it is St. Mary's. Either one of those teams they should handle. And then they somehow, as the 2 seed, is able to play the regional games, if they're able to get there, with Florida as the 1 seed, they're able to play in Houston. They're able to play at the Toyota Center, which is wild.
Beautiful.
Hey, they got to take advantage. There's no excuses. I know I have been to a Coogs game. I have been there at the Petita Center when they are fully erect as a crowd. I did that for you.
Whoa, that's where you went?
Fully erect as a crowd, and
They're all standing up.
Yep, and they will bring it at attention, full attention. They will bring it at the Toyota Center, and if you are the Florida Gators, you have to be, absolutely pissed that you potentially have to play Houston in Houston. Not San Antonio, not Austin or Dallas. Nope, in Houston, and you're the 1 seed. So, look, hey, take advantage of it. It worked out for you. Damn sure they should not have. The moment they were a 2 seed, they should not have been allowed to play at Houston. And it is just so unfair to the 1 seed. But, hey, how about it? They got it. They should take advantage of it. Kelvin Sampson, this team is talented. They can play and defend. They defended at the best I've seen in a while from them in the Big 12 tournament. They should get through playing at home. No excuses for Kelvin Sampson in Houston.
Texans team's living right, man. The Texans peed down their leg when they got the opportunity of a watered-down AFC field in the playoffs, and now here you look over and U of H has got several playoff games that are right here in their own backyard. They've got the home court advantage, and so let's see if they can take advantage of it. Sorry about the drive-by on the Texans. I just thought I drew the parallel there and thought it made sense.
Just hit you.
Yeah.
It felt you in your
Sorry
soul.
about that. Hey, sorry about
your
that,
plums.
Cal. Sorry about that, Cal.
Text line, we beat Kansas ass, and now we should just easily win. Get the hate out of your heart show. No, it's not hate. Yeah, you beat the hell out of Kansas. You also played Arizona in a real tight game in the Big 12 championship game, which we had Rob Doster on, and he said they're the best team in the country. All right, so you've also had a really good year, and you've beaten some really good teams. Houston's a really good basketball team. And then if you give them advantage of having the home crowd, yes, I think they should be able to get through this region with that extra advantage. It's set up for you. Take advantage of that thing. And they got a real good team. They've held most games they play. With Flemings, they may have the best player on the floor. All right, stay tuned. 5 o'clock hour. At any point, you may hear the cue to call to have a chance to win that 4-pack of tickets to go to the Texas Children's Houston Open. That's going to happen at some point in the 4 o'clock hour. Stay tuned. And then, guys, the hottest man in America. Not in terms of his looks, although he's
in all the ways.
Okay, the hottest man in America in all the ways. Let's be real, including his bets. 12 for 14 last week, including him going and missing one bet from Tuesday to Friday. He went off to end this thing. Tyler Milner, best bets coming up next. But before we get there, guys, hey, if you wasn't dealing, I know I wasn't the only one who was dealing with the wind and how windy it was last night. I could hear it, how it was this morning. That is just screams Wi-Fi out, power outages out, things happening where you lose power. Well, that's why you should do what I
stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
H-Town Postgame is live on Sports Radio 610. Join us following every weeknight baseball and basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
I've been thinking about this all afternoon.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I got to raise these boys up, man.
You want to bring this to the air, or what are we doing?
I got to raise these boys up.
Real quick, Laura, just once a month. That's all we're asking. Anyway, go ahead.
What happened? What'd Laura do? Once a month, sexy traffic right now would be great.
Once
little young-ass Byron come down here talking about, you use the black emoji on Twitter.
I don't know that Clint would make that decision. You go the black emoji is yourself?
I mean, I don't. No, I don't think it would be accurate. Like, I think it would be factual.
I don't think you'd make that decision.
I don't think it would be accurate. I mean, I
you
try
just
to be
went with a darker.
Yeah, I don't think the pasty
version.
white blonde-haired emoji guy is my guy. I think I'm a little bit more on the maybe not the olive skin, but definitely not pasty white. And my hair's auburn. It's not blonde, and so I go with that guy. And
they've got an option for you.
They got several options. The little wing. Yeah, they got the little wing. They got about 5 different shades of skin you could use, and one of them's got blonde hair. That's not it. One of them's got black hair. That's not it. One of them's actually a black guy. That's not it. So I mean, I've only got a couple of options here, and so I go with the guy that appears to have some sort of Caucasian tanned skin, along with what looks to be like an auburn-ish colored hair. And in true fashion, in true young American fashion, I mean, young Byron comes in throwing around accusations that aren't. I mean, and you know what it's from?
What's it from?
Lack of awareness.
Lack of awareness.
Just coming in, popping off, and didn't even take the time to zoom in on it and realize that is not a black emoji. It's now it may pass.
Then he came in and confronted you about it.
Oh, he came in and confronted. Yeah. So wow. It's just. I mean, the lack of.
Tyler used to use a black emoji.
The attention to detail. Tyler, did you use a black emoji?
Don't believe so, but it's possible.
I think it was. I can't even get it out. One of those nights in the Heights, he switched it up.
I was feeling it that evening.
He switched it up.
That would be awesome if there's some level of understanding of, like, you could post an emoji on social so folks knew kind of where you were at that day, like where, hey man, this week I'm really getting loose.
Yeah, no.
What you're listening to, where you're at, kind of what the vibe is.
That's all right, man.
What would the super pasty guy with blonde hair? What would his vibe be?
Duran? Not sure.
It's
tearing up my heart. I don't know.
Yes, boy band would be one of them.
All right, let's hook some people up. Let's do it right now. The cue to call now, 713-572-4610. Caller number 10, Byron's favorite number. Caller number 10, 713-572-4610. You got a chance right now to win a 4-pack of tickets to this year's Texas Children's Houston Open. It is happening, and I'm telling you, it is a good time, especially if you let Tyler tell you. He has done it. This will be 3 years in a row that he is gone to the Houston Open, and you got a chance to be there. We're doing this every single day this week in the 5 o'clock hour. Caller number 10, 713-572-4610. You can win a 4-pack of tickets to the Texas Children's Houston Open. All right? Every day this week. Today is the first day, all the way till Friday in the 5 o'clock hour. Make sure you're listening. You got a chance to win. Caller number 10. And
well, those are good times to be had, man. I've had some of my best times at when I was in Dallas, man. When I was playing in Dallas, we always went to the Byron Nelson. Boy, that That was smoke in the city. You knew what you was getting into, Ron.
If it's not sweltering heat, you got a good shot.
They tell us during the week, hey, boys, Byron Nelson week, it's off season. And folks call, they just want to know how many tickets you need. And it wasn't no just regular old general admission ticket either, Chief. It was.
You had perks.
Hey, whatever party you wanted to go in, that wristband and that ticket got you in that joint.
See, a lot of people don't know about
tent
that.
you wanted to go in.
I just think you're going to a golf tournament. They don't know that there's. I'm
gonna tell you, every
you know the damage Tiger was doing.
Oh, it was unbelievable. At the Byron Nelson, I know
any of them.
I'm gonna tell you, every one of them. Hey, if there was a woman in Dallas that her feet touched the pole, she was at the Byron Nelson, cuz. Yeah, no doubt. She was at the Byron Nelson, Chief, and it was on and popping, boy.
Woo. Byron Nelson didn't know his name was going to be attached to that.
No, he didn't. he didn't know he was going to have the pregame to the shake 4 days a year. Oh, boy.
Every day it was strong, huh?
Every single
Sundays
day,
were rough when they had to come to an end.
It wasn't even like the, you know how a lot of those you go into, it's like you got to have the right ticket to the right tent or the right party. It was the community party area.
Mm.
I mean, you just need to get into that main tent right up at the top.
Just get your foot in,
Jack. Hey,
and you
man.
got a shot.
Good Lord Almighty.
All right,
untied and undefeated, my friend.
Well, maybe it's not the Byron Nelson, but the Houston Open. I hear great things too, and I think they have tents. They have tents as well.
That's right.
That you can go into again every day this week, 5 o'clock hour. Your chance to win a.
I hit a green on that stadium par 3. I think that one that's set up like the Phoenix Open, or the Phoenix Waste Management Open, where it's got the grandstands around it.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there talking to Crane about the Astros. Told me he thought last year they're going to be better than expected, and I said, "Let me get up here and hit this ball." Only one on the team that hit it on the green, Chief.
Nailed it, huh?
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, right there, man.
Be out there,
right there.
Text line just, and sometimes it doesn't happen a lot. But when I'm wrong here. You mentioned play in Texas, but not the 10-seeded Aggies. You're wrong for that show. I'm sorry about that. I talked about them probably losing to Houston, but you're right.
Yeah,
they did make the Aggies are a 10 seed. Bucky Ball did get them to the tournament year one. So congratulations to the Aggies.
I like that old boy.
You like him?
I mean, from a press conference perspective, I like what he's saying. I don't know the first thing about him as schematically what he does, but I sure like what he's saying.
Well, Tyler's got to take real pleasure in Buzz not making it in his first year at Maryland.
Yeah, clown. Should have known about that guy all along being good friends with Jack Easterby.
Yeah, he's always did. Wow,
loser.
Not see it turning in that way.
Hey, Tyler will turn on a coach and a player.
Well, it's not just him leaving. It's everything he did right after leaving, and he got up there trying to steal recruits from Texas A&M
stealing players, didn't he?
Yeah.
Hell, he was stealing them when he was here before he took the job. That's who that was, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, it's a new day now.
It is a new day, and we got Bucky Ball, and we're in the tournament his first year here with 11 new players. So let's go.
Now, let's stay hot. Guys, Mondays have been tough. Last Monday, he went 1 for 2. But then the rest of the week, Tuesday, perfection. Wednesday, perfection. Thursday, 2 for 3. Friday, perfection once again. He had himself a big week, 12 of 14. Let's see what Tyler can do. Let's go to best bets right now. 3 was running wild. I don't think you should stop with that. What are your best bets tonight, Tyler?
I will take that advice because I have 3 NBA wagers for you for today's Monday best bets around the league, including the Rockets game happening at Toyota against LeBron's Lakers. I guess we'll start there. I'm taking the Rockets money line. Rockets to win this game. Vegas thinks it's going to be a close one. I got the money line odds for the Houston Rockets at -135 as they host the Lakers at Toyota this evening. 2 more bets for you, an over and an under. First, the Suns at the Celtics. That's the over. I'm on over 214.5 points between Boston and Phoenix tonight. And then your under, your third and final best bet to keep this heater going, an under between the Grizzlies at the Bulls. Under 243.5. Very, very big number. But I like the under in that one as well. Those are your 3 best bets. Let's keep the heater going.
All right, we'll see about Şengün. He missed the last game He's a game time decision. I'm trying to see if anybody is gotten any extra information. We'll figure that out. That's got to be close. Here, let me check one more time from an injury perspective. Still game time decision with that back. He did miss that game against the Pelicans, so we'll see what that means for you, Tyler, with that money line. But they are 2.5-point favorites against the Lakers in that game tonight. Suns Celtics, I like that. Take that over. I mean, I'll be honest with you. The Celtics have not really cooperated with your overs with these threes. They seem to have the bad nights, but the Suns are there's going to be 75 threes shot in that game. It feels like.
Oh yeah.
Let's see how many of them go down.
Mm-hmm.
How many of them go down? I love it when you go Grizz Bills or Bulls. Like when you go to these sorry ass teams. These sorry ass teams connect with each other. I love it. That is a high. Why is that number so high?
I don't know. I couldn't figure it out.
What do they know? That kind of stuff makes me nervous. What the hell do they know?
They know that neither one of them teams play defense, obviously.
I guess. I mean, Suns Celtics are two pretty good offensive teams, and they got 214.5, 243 and a half.
20 or 30 points
what
more.
What the hell? Okay. All right. Coming up as we continue. We've talked a lot about in the offseason about the part of the Texans team that needs to really improve. But we do gauge that on how much they've got to improve because of the strong part of their team. The thought of this, and we'll discuss on the other side, do you believe the Texans defense can be better than it was last year, and do they have to be? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, I know your schedule's packed.
SportsRadio610.com.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Remember, if you need to take a look at those bets from Tyler, if you didn't hear him, if you're listening to me right now and you missed it, T-Mill's Best Bets. He will post them at T-Mill Real Deal. You can check him out on Twitter. He'll have them posted for you. So stay tuned for that. Tyler, again, do you catch who was our winner for the 4-pack of tickets?
Yeah, I did, and we had 2 today because old Payne and Pendergast, they forgot a little bit.
Oh, so we gave away 2?
We gave away 2 4-packs.
Oh.
Yeah, our guy John in Texas City and Derek in Houston. Those 2 fellows won 2 4-packs of the Houston Open and seemed pretty excited about it, rightfully so.
Well, congratulations. 2 of them, man. I didn't know we gave away 8 then.
Yep.
8 of them. Well, it's all week in the 5 o'clock hour. Right here on the drive, you got a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Texans Children's Houston Open. We'll be doing that all week long. Coming up behind us all week long, Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They will be joined by Texans safety MJ Stewart, who quickly just slipped into a backup role right there, baby. They bring him back, but he's really, really good depth, and you know, the way injuries happen, you'd love to have great depth, and he's a good guy that knows the system really, really well. That's back in that secondary, the best secondary in football. It's hard to find another one that would have a better secondary in football, but he'll be on with the fellas tonight on Texans All Access. We'll hand that off to them, so stay tuned for that. And Area 45, I've already seen Sean Bijani feeling himself. Patrick Creighton will be in here as well. They'll be talking about this huge game with the Lakers and the Rockets. They'll have you ready for that. They'll probably have the post game since they'll get done at 11. This is a 7 o'clock tip. Hopefully the Rockets can at least compete against teams like this. They have struggled to do that here of late, especially when you look at the Spurs and the Nuggets game. So that's coming up afterwards. Texans All Access 6 to 7, and then Area 45 7 to 11. All right, Aziz Alshire. He was talking to John Gruden, and gave his thoughts on what this defense is and kind of what represents the defense for the Houston Texans. Here is Aziz with John Gruden.
Is there a certain motto or a certain standard that you guys have? What is it about all of you guys that allows this collection of effort and execution to come out there every week?
I think, birds of a feather flock together, that whole saying where you are the people that you hang around, your environment. And when you think about, the Houston Texans defense and that environment, you can be coming from anywhere else in the league, and when you get in there, it's like one of 2 things going to happen. Either you're going to get with the program or you're going to get lost. And that doesn't mean that you're not a good player, but you just got to have a different mindset to play for the Houston Texans defense. And I think, to embody all of that, D'Amico Ryans talks about is the swarm mentality, special work ethic, and relentless mindset. And that's exactly how we go. And I think the thing that I've always loved about how he coaches is because that's how I think and how I play anyways, where it's like, dude, it don't matter how fast somebody say they are. It don't matter how strong they say they are. When you get on this field, you got to show me whatever you're talking about. You got to show me right now.
You love it, don't you?
I swear I do. And it's like,
I love you.
That's the best part about it, is it does not matter what you say. It matters what you show me right then and there. And that's what I think just our whole team with just thinking about our defense, that's the mentality that we had.
As you listen to full-fledged football horny from John Gruden sitting there next to him, giddy as hell. The sounds from John Gruden look like he was scooting up closer to Aziz. They've seen somebody just scoot closer. That's what it looks like. You love it, don't you? You love it, don't you? I love it. Hell, I love you. Hell, let's get it on. Right here. Line up right here. Put the pads on. All right. But if you look at this defense, they're pretty much bringing back the same characters that I think Tommy's going to have a bigger role. Rankins comes back. Probably an area that they need to look at adding pieces in is that defensive tackle, interior lineman situation. But Will be back. Those linebackers are back. E.J. Speed they signed back. And then they bring in the new addition to go along with everybody else that's coming back in that secondary, Reed Blankenship, who is a champion with the Eagles, a good young safety. They bring him in to add to this. And M.J. Stewart, we just talked about, is playing a bit of a backup role. And they still have the young guys from last year. This team and this defense was one of the best last year. Do you look at this and think they can be better than last year's defense? And that was a really, really good defense. People were talking if they were able to get to the Super Bowl, they would be put up there as some all-time teams that we've heard about.
Yeah.
When you look at what they did, do you think they can be better than last year?
Oh, can they be better? Absolutely. Absolutely they can be better. There's no doubt about it. I think when you add just an additional year to all the difference makers that you have on this team. I mean, Danielle Hunter's a veteran. He's going to be who he is. But Will Anderson, as crazy as it is, can be significantly better. I think E.J. Speed in year 2 in this system can be better. Henry To'oTo'o's got better year over year the last 2 years, and it's been like eye-opening better. And you look at the secondary. Look, Stingley is still young. I think Smith, was he a third-round pick last year?
Yep.
I think him staying healthy would be a huge shot in the arm, both at the outside position, outside corner position, whether he's behind Stingley or Lassiter, doesn't matter, being a number 3 corner, or if he's a guy that can slide in there and be more of a man defender for Jalen Petrie at the nickelback position. So, yeah, I think, and you obviously add Blankenship to the mix. That's a big plus. Can they be better? Absolutely, they can be better.
More or less, do they have to be? Do you think they're going to have to be? Because that's a different thought.
Well, no, I don't think they're going to have to be. I mean, I think that would be too much to ask of the defense. I mean, I don't know that your field goal kicker and your defense can be any better. Now, can they be a little bit more timely? Sure. I mean, there were games where things got away from them a little bit, but damn, they were really, really good. I think the biggest question for this defense is, can they stay healthy? They were really lucky last year on the health front with their key cogs, right? Those guys, for the most part, if any of them missed, it was just a game or two here or there. And so I think that's the biggest question. Can they stay as healthy as they were last year, number one? Number two, if we're looking, Ron, I think the interior defensive line is just like the interior offensive line for this team. After signing the Evan Brown kid that's got a bunch of starts in the league and at guard and center, could you go play a game today with this interior defensive line with Togiai and Rankins and Naquan Jones, or with that interior offensive line? Sure, you could play that game. But is there a way to upgrade with your first and second round pick in this year's draft or in a trade? Is there a way to upgrade the defensive tackle position? Absolutely. Just like there's a chance to upgrade the offensive interior line position. And however big you want to go is going to determine the impact that guy makes. You use your first round pick and get a true difference maker at the D tackle position. This defense can get significantly better in a hurry.
Yeah,
I'd prefer they use it at the interior offensive line position, but that's one place where this team could get better in a hurry. Hell, right now you got Togiai and Rankins are your two starting guys, and you need to have probably up to 6 interior defensive linemen to have a really good rotation.
Yeah, because the guys they have some guys there, but it feels like, just camp bodies.
Well, it's not what they had last year.
Yeah.
Or at least not on paper it's not. Yeah. It's not Tim Settle. It's not Foley Fatukasi. It's not Mario Edwards. It's not Danico Autry. So they got some work to do.
I'm with you. For the Texans